Shepherding Humanity Chapter 785 to Chapter 850. Diga. Yuan Xinghua looked up and saw a giant sitting in a tunnel of cosmic light with his fist pointed at the planet. His expression changed drastically. Too similar. When Ultraman transformed, he also rode a tunnel of light speed across the universe and then fought with the human body, merging as one. Moreover, this method of arrival was a brand new era. Those enormous elemental creatures originally could not get close to this planet, but it was very difficult to stop them from descending with the light beam. In the sky, countless ordinary people also began to notice and looked at the light beam in the universe. Eh? The words that landed on the mirror suddenly disappeared. The light beam suddenly became bigger again. Just as people were puzzled, there seemed to be some strange energy life descending from the light beam. Boom, it was as if something had followed the light beam and slammed into the mirror, breaking away. An arrogant and cold voice resounded in the sky of the entire city. I have arrived. All the sects and countries of the 9 states, why don't you quickly kneel and welcome me? In the past, you used the power of the sun to kill us sun elemental spirits. What a disgrace. Today, I will unify the entire solar river system, and I will start with you. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was an extremely vast peak celestial emperor, his body blotting out the sun. Standing on the ground, he was actually 1/20th the size of Australia. From the planet, he looked like a fly standing on a basketball. He was so terrifying that looking at them was like looking down at a group of ridiculous ants. What a terrifying colossus this is, heavens! Hurry up and stop the self-defense force, let's fight. On the entire planet, celestial emperors flew into the sky, there were hundreds of them. It's useless. You are simply too weak. That giant sun god sneered and looked at the hundreds of flying ants, just like how you were unable to cause any harm to us back then. At the same realm, ants are just tickles for giants. Bam, this sun god was surrounded by raging flames. These ordinary human-shaped celestial emperors could not get close at all. It was simply despairing. The hundreds of ant-like celestial emperors could not even get close. After all, they were just ordinary celestial emperors, not like the 6 paths of reincarnation who crazily climbed the ceiling and had no logical talent. In an instant, more than 70 of the several hundred celestial emperors died in the first move. Seeing this, the various countries' hearts ached to the extreme. This was a top-tier power reserve, and they could not help but give the order, hurry and retreat. Hurry up and scatter. The countenances of countless heavenly emperors had already changed drastically, and they started fleeing in all directions. Sunrise weapons. Quick, use sunrise weapons. Someone roared angrily. After all, back then, he had used the sun weapon to defeat his opponent. In the sky, a huge sunglass was rotating slightly, emitting an astonishing ray of light. Voila, with a light flash, this giant actually ran back and forth on a continent, jumping around. The entire continent was like a basketball court to him as he laughed heartily. It's useless, it's useless. Just like a gun, his speed was naturally unable to dodge a bullet that traveled at the speed of light. However, he could dodge in advance by looking at the firing angle of the gun. As long as he kept his eyes on the sky, no one would be able to hit it. So what if it was a powerful taboo weapon that could destroy a god? If he couldn't hit the target, then it would be completely meaningless. Woo woo woo. Run. It's impossible. It's impossible. The entire city was roaring angrily. In front of this huge elemental giant, it was as if the entire modern city was a laughable pile of toy blocks, and they quickly collapsed. Submit or be destroyed, the giant roared. Boom, all of a sudden, a huge missile was shot down from the sky. Is that a lunar advent nuclear weapon? It can see the orbit, so it's even more impossible for it to hit me. It raised its head with a smile and pointed a finger at the air. Pooh, a laser shot out, and the nuclear bomb in the sky instantly exploded, creating a huge mushroom cloud. Whoosh, in the sky above the planet, countless rays of light from the sun weapon covered the entire land, but they were unable to hit him at all. Bam bam bam, the earth was trembling. This giant began to run with large strides, trampling the entire continent under his feet. He directly swept through one city after another, as if he were destroying a pile of toy blocks. Do you submit? the giant laughed. Some leaders were in complete despair and couldn't help but ask, what will happen if we submit? The giant replied, of course, we will grant you peace. Of course, on the basis of this peace, you will not be allowed to have heavenly emperor-level powerhouses on this planet. Now, all heavenly emperor-level powerhouses will leave with us, enter our sun civilization, and become our servants. The expressions of the various leaders changed drastically. These giant civilizations were obviously aware of their strengths and weaknesses. Now that everyone was at the heavenly emperor level, they had an absolute advantage over those at the same cultivation level. However, the smaller creatures would definitely break through faster than them. When that happened, they would not be far from death. Therefore, they were in a hurry to start a war, using their current advantage in combat power to directly rule the world. Therefore, they directly created the present plan. After all, in another 100 or 200 years, the gods would be born, and they would truly enter the universe. When the great gods that could soar through the universe would appear, the era would no longer be theirs. It could be seen that this civilization had terrifying sages. They had great foresight. You were the one who planned everything? Including the attack on the moon back then? Suddenly, Ji Wuxiang asked loudly. Then, it was you, a terrifying great sage, worthy of respect, just like our ancient emperor, Ji Shang. What is your name? The creatures on this planet, you can call me, Asa, the blazing sun god. Sage? Worthy of respect? The giant's voice was vast and majestic. He suddenly laughed. When the other races first established a civilization under my leadership, they thought that they had seen the real sun god. They thought that I would definitely lead the civilization to prosperity, that I would make them happy. But they soon discovered that the truth didn't seem to be like that. Because I wanted to lead them to the moon to attack you and destroy you, from the beginning, they thought that I was a tyrant. Even now, they are terrified of me, thinking that I am a violent, unreasonable, and peace-loving sun elemental spirit. The surroundings were silent. The giant Ace's expression was still calm as he said, they were born without the wild nature of the food chain. Because our civilization is more advanced, we don't need to eat low-level creatures. We absorb energy from the source. Our civilization doesn't have the concept of killing, so there is no deception, no lies. But I know that our advanced civilization will eventually be nibbled away by the low-level beast civilization of you humans. Suddenly, someone said with a choked voice, so, you have to, stop the war with war. This was an extremely intelligent sun elf. This was the leader of a powerful race, he overcame his natural instincts, resisted his natural instinct for peace, and directly launched a bloody war. Only now did they know the reason for launching a war against them on the moon back then. Although it was very far from Earth, and it was impossible for it to observe the specific situation of the creatures on Earth. However, during the First World War, the nuclear war had exploded the entire planet, and the glaciers had melted into the sea. This allowed him to guess what was happening on this planet. They had the greed and belligerence to destroy everything. Thus, he knew that this terrifying race would threaten him sooner or later, even if they were relatively far away. Thus, he flew directly to the moon to stop this violent race from obtaining new civilization monuments and becoming even stronger. They would bring disaster to the entire star system. You should know that in your ideology, this is a problem of who is the slave and who rules who. We will never be able to coexist peacefully. The sun giant said solemnly. Therefore, all of you can only be slaves. My massacre now is to prevent an even greater massacre in the future. And after I kill all of you, I will rush to the moon to deal with the creatures that look weaker but are easier to break through. Before we become gods, you are not allowed to become gods. For my people. For the other 4 elemental planets. You wild creatures are not allowed to take another step toward the higher realms. I will rule over you. I will rule over the other 3 elemental planets and suppress all of your evil intentions. Boom, Yuan Qinghua's mind exploded. This was the plan of Lord Samsara. These creatures were like Lord Samsara. They had powerful abilities at the same realm, but if someone else broke through to become a god, they would be beaten to death no matter how strong they were at the same realm. They might as well, they could use their powerful strength to suppress their growth. Submit. You have no choice. Neither do I. When we become gods, we will also grant you the right to become gods. This giant overlooked the entire land and stood on the planet. This planet was simply too small. The sun was more than 1,000,000 times the size of this planet. Our people are few in number, and we never had the ability to rule your planet. We love peace, we are just and peaceful. We are the supreme rulers who are most suitable to rule you. We are the most just creatures, and we are the most suitable to become gods. Because they were fair and kind. That was why they wanted to become gods, only gods? Sun God Asa's words struck everyone's mind, shocking them all. That's all. Will you surrender? What will you do? The giant said again. You have no choice. I'll suppress my nature and choose to kill until you surrender. Everyone was startled. Zombies, do you have any objections? A leader suddenly asked. A voice came from the darkness. There are no objections. With our long lifespans, we can afford to wait. Asgard, the sun god, is our comrade in arms. He will make you submit to me, and you will definitely submit to me in order to wait for the moment when you can break through. This planet will belong to the eternal vampire dynasty. Everyone was startled. Eternal life? Interesting. It seems that our race has the power to absolutely suppress you. Where there's light, there's darkness? Come and see me when I'm free, Sun God Asa said. At this moment, the leaders discussed with each other for an hour and finally chose to submit. It was a historic moment. They had no choice. They didn't have any energy to resist. Even if Planet 9 provinces had the ability to resist the nuclear threat of the Forbidden Sun weapon, they couldn't resist the second threat at all. They had to surrender if they didn't want to die. Refract the light beam and pass by the edge of the moon. Don't destroy the tablet of the ancient gods. That's disrespectful. His voice was thunderous and majestic. Don't even think about shooting me into the universe and then cutting off the light beam that comes back and exiling me in the vast universe. My body is controlling the light beam on the other side. The death of the elemental body here is only a great loss of power. The next time I return, it'll be the time to destroy you. The people on Earth didn't dare to move at all. They quickly refracted the light beam with the light mirror. Soon, the small humans on the moon had no power to resist and chose to surrender. Since the two warlike flesh races had surrendered, how could the remaining 3 elemental races not surrender, in less than 10 years? They entered a new era of the universe. The heavenly emperors of all races were suppressed in the divine city above the sun, the golden palace of Asgard. They were about to spend the rest of their lives in this cage. At the same time, a larger sun city began to be built. That year, the Sun God dynasty was established in the entire galaxy. History called, first year of the sun beams of light started to rapidly refract across the entire solar system, forming beautiful bridges of light that allowed the various elemental life forms to fly across the solar system. Interplanetary trade began. The entire star system civilization was heading towards prosperity. However, the elemental passageway was limited to elemental beings. Flesh and blood beings couldn't enter it at all. The civilizations between the planets were completely connected. Asa became the overlord of the entire solar system, the sole ruler. He was known as the god of giants. The mighty god of the sun, Asa, was the eternal sun scale and possessed boundless wisdom. Other than ordering the elemental creatures to pass through the universal bridge, patrolling the major planets, and monitoring the major planets to see if there were any energy waves that could lead to a breakthrough to godhood, it didn't do anything else. Becoming a deity was not something that could be broken through in a short period of time. Becoming a deity required the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Special energy waves could be sensed by the entire planet, and it was enough to detect and kill. Apart from that, planets, civilizations, and nations were granted absolute freedom. Battles, massacres, they were completely ignored. During this period of time, the people of the moon and the people of the 9 states had a great conflict. They fought a great war in order to fight for the eternal bloodline, and they did not want to die. However, Lesa did not care about this war at all. On the planet of the 9 states, the eternal blood race was quickly recognized, and the number of people who practiced Buddhism decreased greatly. Everyone was a member of the eternal blood race, and they began to only cultivate true chi. Gradually, the god of the sun, Asa, became the symbol of power and justice. Another year, the god of the sun, Asa, floated on the surface of the sun, comprehending something. Our bodies are in an energy state. I travel through the energy passageway, and my body is mixed with energy particles. I found a special form, and my cultivation is very fast. Perhaps I can enter the expanded energy elemental passageway for a long period of time to cultivate. He once again created an elemental cultivation method, and the civilization of his race completely walked his own path. However, my body is too huge. If I want to become a deity, I might have to polish myself for more than 2,000 years before I can reach perfection. By then, things will be the same, but people will have changed. Another 10 years passed. In the solar court. In front of the entire sun, in front of a huge sacred palace floating in the universe, a group of people paid their respects. Seeing that Ji Shang, Li Li, and the others were all there, Yuan Xinghua muttered to herself, eternal bloodline, vampires, zombies, why do they feel so strange? They look a little familiar. The other party had hidden very well, and this was the first time they had seen them. However, he had heard about them for a long time, and he had also studied the structure of some low-level blood race. It was very strange, very similar to the bloodline of Earth people, which made him very confused. However, he still silently looked at the distant sun in the sky and sighed. This is too exaggerated. Although I didn't expect this civilization to use their size to suppress the small, now that I think about it, it is almost inevitable, because they are not stupid. Would they let an ant like you break through to deal with me? Of course, when he had the advantage, he would directly crush and suppress his opponent. This was the inevitable of history. However, this is just the era of the Celestial Emperor, and it is already so exaggerated. A super-advanced civilization that runs through the entire galaxy even built a palace in front of the sun. These sun gods are still swimming in the sun. He muttered to himself. Originally, when he was 200 to 300 years old in this life, he felt that he was about to break through and become a god. However, he was suppressed, and he could only follow the path of the previous great sage and cultivate his combat strength. He turned his head and struck up a conversation with the person beside him. I've long heard of this ancient zombie emperor, Ji Shang, the Eternal Emperor. Are you also here to participate in the Galaxy Conference that is held once every few decades? All these years, the other party had still been very secretive, even though the Eternal Vampire clan had already openly cultivated. Yuan Qinghua asked curiously, not everyone can come, so there must be a good proposal. My proposal is to expand the domain of the universe and use the light beam as a sunrise weapon to reach the heavens and realms. I want to build a divine nation where the sun never sets. Wherever the sunrise goes, it will be a land illuminated by the sun. What about you? Could it be longevity? Or some kind of special use? Ji Shang glanced at him and didn't give him a good look. He scolded him, throw your mother away. When Yuan Qinghua heard this, he was completely dumbfounded, and his mind went blank. The zombie progenitor on this planet was actually, little brother Xing. Are you a Cantonese guy? Yuan Qinghua shouted excitedly. Cantonese zombie, Yuan Qinghua had goosebumps all over her body. She did not expect Ji Shang to be a Cantonese transmigrator. They had guessed that many ancient people had ascended. In the 5,000 years of Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, there were many mysterious ancient people, such as Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Back then, he had spoken fluent Cantonese and Avici. They did not expect to meet a real living ancient here. Little brother Xing, I'm from Fujian. The muddy Cantonese guys love to eat me, Yuan Qinghua said solemnly in broken Cantonese. Ji Shang was dumbfounded. He looked at her as if she was an idiot and pitied her. He turned around and led Li Li into the Sun Temple. Yuan Qinghua looked at their backs and muttered, different from modern tastes. No reaction. He must be a Cantonese transmigrator from ancient times. He was terrified. He quickly took a screenshot and posted it on the internet. Shock. Ji Shang is an ancient transmigrator? A mouthful of your mother is full of hometown flavor. After he posted it, he did not even look at it. He quickly ran forward and entered the Golden Temple. Little brother Xing, wait for me. A new storm was brewing on the internet. They were instantly torn apart. F***CK? Shock. A stone hammer transmigrator? F***CK. Maybe his physical body transmigrated with our cancer cells. No, our race's incomplete eternal transcendent bloodline, the bloodline of zombies, transmigrated to another world. That's why zombies appeared in that world. The ancestor of zombies is actually an earthling. Speaking of which, there have been stories of zombies appearing in Guangdong since ancient times. Maybe a zombie was sleeping in a Guangdong cemetery with thin spirit energy. By chance, he transmigrated to another world? I'm sure, the entire forum entered an extremely tense and panicked atmosphere. Now that they thought about it, they suddenly felt that it was terrible. It was simply terrifying. The bloodline of zombies was really an earthling. That was the third system. Buddhism, Taoism, zombies. Zombies had eternal bloodline. In essence, they were immortal cancer cells, and zombies were afraid of Buddhism, just like cancer cells were afraid of radiation. Silence. Silence, dead silence. Their worldview had completely collapsed. They had not thought of it before, but they should have thought of it earlier. After all, if they were related to ancient zombies, it would be easy to associate them with immortality. The symptoms were exactly the same as those of a zombie. On Mount Akina, as a big-shot reviewer, he spoke again, "Everyone, this is another step in mankind's understanding of the ancient civilization. We can already imagine the magnificence of the ancient civilization. What was ancient times like? Please start imagining a scene according to my words. The atmosphere of a planet is filled with Sun Advent realm beings. The land is a paradise with countless cultivators. There are also Buddhism, Taoism, zombies, and the three major Huaxia systems competing for supremacy. It is a vast and prosperous age of legends. Everyone revealed expressions of longing, imagining that legendary grand occasion. They felt that it was an unprecedented super-flourishing civilization, with unrivaled heroes appearing one after another. All kinds of cultivators fought against each other. The greed of cultivators destroyed the atmosphere of the entire planet. Therefore, a great war broke out. Gong Gong angered Buzhou Mountain. What is this Buzhou Mountain? Look at the mythological records. It is said that Buzhou Mountain is the only way from the human world to heaven. So, do you understand what you didn't understand before? Buzhou Mountain is the only way to heaven, just like another application of the Sun Advent Mirror. It expands the range of the laser and forms an elemental channel. Buzhou Mountain is the huge beam elemental channel of this planet. This ancient Gong Gong is likely to have destroyed the largest elemental channel, the largest Sun Advent Mirror. That's true, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Before, they could not explain what happened to Gong Gong. It was not until they saw another application of the Sun Advent Mirror, which could be used as an elemental bridge, an elemental channel, that they realized this. Look at the historical records. Frowny face Gong Gong and Xianxia fought for the throne. In anger, they touched Buzhou Mountain, broke the pillar of the sky, and destroyed the dimension of the earth. Therefore, the sky tilted to the northwest, and the sun, the moon, and the stars were all there. The earth was dissatisfied to the southeast, so all rivers returned. Wasn't this the tragic scene described in the myth of the destruction of the planet's ozone layer? Sure enough, knowledge was the power of everything. Mount Akina continued to slow down and asked, so, at that time, when Gong Gong destroyed the largest Sun Advent Mirror, what happened after that? Nuwa mended the sky. This word suddenly appeared in everyone's mind, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Their minds were filled with fear, and still fear. Mount Akina sped up. Since you said that Nuwa mended the sky, I'll tell you my guess. What is Nuwa mending the sky? Look at the record, take the multicolored stone, break the turtle, and it's enough to mend the sky. I personally think that the multicolored stone is a material, and the main material is a super monster that cultivates true chi. It may be comparable to a super giant octopus. After being killed, the true chi in its body is used to mend the atmosphere. Hiss, true chi mending the sky. Mend the ozone layer hole. Is this possible? Did the ancient cultivators who cultivated true chi really have the ability to mend the atmosphere of a planet? Many people looked shocked and felt that it was unlikely. They began to feel that Mount Akina's speed was talking nonsense, and many people did not believe it. But the next second, they were slapped in the face by Mount Akina's speed. What is ozone? As we all know, O3. What is the internal circulation of true qi? O2 oxygen and CO2 carbon dioxide, these two can be completely turned into ozone. And what is the multicolored stone? This is a catalyst for the formation of chemical reactions. Reasonable and well-founded, this time, no one refuted. Now that they thought about it, the oxygen in the turtle, plus the multicolored stone catalyst, was it the material to mend the ozone layer? Perhaps this was true, and it completely matched. This wasn't all. Mount Akina's speed was still non-stop, and there was no end to the surprise. Then what other illusions are there? For example, the descendant shooting the sun, 9 suns in the sky, burning the earth. Are there really 9 suns? Perhaps it's similar to this planet's Second World War, the Great War of Meteorological Weapons, the sun-descending mythical weapon. The round mirror is like the golden sun, so isn't it very reasonable that 9 suns in the sky? And burning the earth is even more reasonable. So the descendant shooting the sun explodes the 9 divine mirrors in the sky. Everyone's minds were completely blank. This fellow, was he really not fooling us? Was this a reasonable and well-founded ancient historical reasoning? Mount Akina's speed continued. As for many other myths and illusions, it seems that they can all be explained. What Chang'e flying to the moon, riding the moonlight to soar. What is the reality of that scene? One can imagine. Then look at the sun god's daughter Jingwei filling the sea, Quafu chasing the sun. You guys carefully imagine it. Whoosh, everyone was thoroughly panting, their brains buzzing as if they were about to explode. Each myth could be carefully pondered, and there was too much content extended. It was as if at this moment, a perfect picture of mythical China, magnificent, mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, was completely laid out in front of their eyes. Their super-cosmic mythical civilization, their use of meteorological weapons, the traces they left on the planet, Mount Akina's speed continued. As for mending the heavens, what era did it happen? Or is it a historical mystery? I personally believe it was 13,000 years ago, which is also the legendary prehistoric flood. At that time, the flood was rampant, and Nuwa mended the heavens. As for whether the prehistoric flood existed or not, personally, I believe it did. At that time, the ancient tribal civilizations of all the continents had records of this period of 10,000 years ago. The Sumer civilization, the Aztec civilization, the Mayan civilization, the Huaxia civilization, there are more than 600 legends all over the world, distributed everywhere. You guys say, the ancient history of all the continents coincidentally recorded, did the Great Flood happen? It definitely did. Everyone nodded, like a chicken pecking rice. Prehistoric mythical civilization, after the Great Apocalypse, after the entire planet was repaired, the ancients felt that this couldn't continue, so they ascended, the myths of history were completely uncovered. Mount Akina's speed continued. Everyone, don't be anxious. Regarding the Great Flood, besides this Great Flood, there is another one. The Great Flood that wiped out the dinosaurs. If it really happened in that period, the ancient human civilization had already existed during the era of the dinosaurs. During the Great War, Nuwa mended the heavens, and all living things were slaughtered. That was why the dinosaurs became extinct. Everyone's expression instantly turned solemn. They felt that this was also a very mysterious and ancient speculation. After all, the ancient mythical civilization had already been confirmed to have truly existed. It existed during that period of time on Earth, and it was very difficult to investigate. You guys, are you crazy? At this moment, Suji was secretly observing them. Seeing that they were in high spirits, his face darkened. What are you guys discussing? Weren't you guys researching transmigrators at the beginning? You guys have suddenly gone astray to such an extent, yet you still look so excited. So that's how it is. A bunch of lunatics. Akina Mountain Speed had a strange charisma that could always lead people in a certain direction. However, civilization has indeed developed to a new height. Sitting on the chair, Suji's expression changed slightly as he looked at the plan that Yuan Qinghua was about to propose. He was very surprised. This civilization is about to develop its own characteristics. Is it the sunrise civilization? The legend of the unsetting sun? Wherever the light is, it is our country. Everything is built on the beam of the sun. Even their extraordinary system will develop into another radiant system. What was the sun? An almost eternal and infinite source of energy. Using the sun as an endless power furnace to build a civilization of the galaxy of light was the great advantage of elemental creatures. They used this aspect and the extraordinary system to the extreme. After all, a level 9 was insignificant in front of such a huge star. Even Suji felt that a level 10 was a drop in the ocean in front of the sun. In front of nature, any extraordinary individual was insignificant. How could the energy contained in a normal creature compare to that of a star? A level 9 may be able to ignore the scorching heat of the sun's core through distorting the laws. A level 10 may be able to use special means to trigger a chain reaction and detonate a sun, thus destroying a galaxy. Even the power of the explosion will not affect them at all. But the energy contained in them is definitely far less than that of the sun. Suji pondered. This is the power of intelligent life. The sun, the planet, the black hole, no matter how powerful it is still a dead object. Powerful dead objects, those who use them can form a kind of meteorological weapon. But level 10 was too far away for him. He laughed involuntarily. Level 10, I don't even understand what kind of great existence that is, and I'm using his power to make a comparison. The truly ridiculous and insignificant one is me. On the road of civilization deduction, Suji stopped at level 9. At this time, in the Golden Sun Temple, an illusory golden shadow stood on the throne. It was the clone of the sun god Acer. His huge body naturally could not be accommodated in this palace. Everyone, state your specific proposals, the sun god Acer said. As the entire unified mythical kingdom of the solar system, he had supreme authority. This was the era of the Sun Emperor, no one could deny this. This was a powerful overlord. Planet sovereign of the 9 states, Xianxia, you said that you can help me quickly cultivate to become a god? High up in the sky, the sun god Ace's dignified voice sounded. In the distance, Yuan Qinghua was slightly shocked. Allowing such a huge life form to quickly transcend time and cultivate to become a god, could it be the cultivation method of the ancient zombies? Yuan Qinghua's eyes burned. Xianxia smiled and said, this is the advantage of the eternal bloodline. We discovered a method to consume one's lifespan and accelerate one's lifespan in exchange for cultivation speed. Oh? The sun god Asa was very interested. Xianxia said, this method accelerates the advancement of one's lifespan by a large margin. It's a demonic art that burns one's life force. One needs to soak in an endless source of energy. At the same time, one will rapidly age. Asa, the sun god, raised his eyebrows. Consuming one's lifespan as the price is something that most beings don't want to see. But you're different. You don't have to pay the price, you just need to sleep crazily? What about the specific efficiency? Currently, I'm using the primitive cultivation method. When I'm burning my lifespan like crazy, the efficiency is 4 times faster, Xianxia answered. Only 4 times, Asa furrowed his brows. Ordinary races wouldn't be able to bear it at all. After all, they would quickly age and die. To them, cultivating step by step was many times more cost-effective. But the race in front of him was different. 4 times was equivalent to him spending 2,000 years of cultivation time. Now, he only needed 500 years to become a god. However, in this 500-year stage, he would pay the price of accelerating his lifespan. He would enter the boundary between slumber and awakening. He wouldn't be able to resist the outside world at all. Unless he found his own path protector. Asa furrowed his brows again. However, he didn't need a path protector. To the sun god race, the safest place was in the depths of the sun. Almost no one would be able to find him if he cultivated in seclusion there. After all, it was a vast area that was more than 1,000,000 times larger than Earth. How could they find his slumber in this endless ocean of energy? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. I see. You want me to sleep for 500 years? The sun god Asa smiled. He knew that Xianxia was very smart. This was an overt plot. After all, any of their schemes would be seen through. But isn't the bloodline incompatible? Asa asked. Yes, the bloodline is incompatible. It's afraid of radiation and light. But that's under the condition that it's incomplete. It's limited to those below the Celestial Emperor level. Once it breaks through to the Celestial Emperor level and completely fuses with the bloodline, its entire body will completely transform into complete eternal cells. It won't fear being burned by flames. It can be called a drought demon, a flying Xianxia. Jishang said with a smile. Whoosh, a beam of radiant light rose from his hand. Clearly, it had once again fused with the radiation bloodline. Oh? Asa's face was full of interest. A complete zombie drought demon without any flaws? You, a zombie, have also grasped the power of the sun? It's not that it's without flaws. It's just that it's been replaced by an even greater flaw. Jishang shook his head, and the flame in his hand extinguished. After the complete body, it's completely beginning to need to sleep. This is an even more terrifying flaw. You're very honest, Asa said with a smile. The eternal bloodline is the trend of the times. Sooner or later, it will spread throughout the entire galaxy. Thus, I hope that as the lofty sun god and the absolutely fair scale of civilization, you can promote this bloodline transformation. Jishang continued, zombies are known to cultivate by sucking human blood. It seems like a crooked path, but that's because the Nine States Empire has occupied the blessed Grotto Heavens. We can raise livestock in the blessed Grotto Heavens, and the livestock will cultivate while we suck their blood to cultivate. Yuan Qinghua's heart trembled. This was a groundbreaking cultivation idea. In the past, humans had cultivated in the blessed Grotto Heavens. Now, they could let some livestock cultivate, and humans could cultivate with their blood essence on a regular basis. After all, humans nowadays needed to eat meat and food. After becoming a zombie, they mainly drank blood. This was even more of a non-killing category. If they drank blood on a regular basis, then how do you plan to solve the problem of the eternal vampire dynasty's hibernation? Asa asked. The Path Protectors will work in pairs, Jishang said. Jishang said, of course, they can choose what they think is right. No one knows what the future of the era will evolve into. The wisdom of all living beings is something I can't imagine. But compared to the disadvantages, many people won't mind. They will think of ways to overcome these shortcomings. Asa nodded. He knew that Jishang was an honest and extremely intelligent monarch. If he were in his position, he would be another Asa. He would be the one sitting on the throne. He could rule the entire galaxy, not because his intelligence surpassed his opponents, but because his race possessed an absolute suppression at this stage. Winner takes all, and that was all. Most of the time, intelligence was only a small factor in determining success or failure. Jishang smiled. At the same time, our race can not only burn our life to accelerate cultivation, but we can also burn our life to pry open the gene lock and carry out special combat power attacks. The burning of our life can be transformed into various methods. Asa pondered. This kind of transformation was indeed not bad. This god will consider it. Asa looked at Yuan Qinghua. Your suggestion? Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath. My suggestion is very simple. Since light can illuminate the entire solar system, can it illuminate the entire vast galaxy? We can emit light beyond the universe and climb along the light. It's like riding a light tunnel spaceship. Your undying true spirit will explore every nook and cranny of the universe. Asa's complexion changed slightly. He never thought that this special ancient creature would be so daring, his thoughts bold and imaginative, bizarre to a terrifying degree. My plan is for the solar mother stream civilization to surge through the universe and into the entire spacetime universe. Along this solar mother stream, countless low-level planetary civilizations, ancient warlocks, sorcerer civilizations, arcane civilizations, will all be ruled by your authority. More details? The giant sun god Aser was like an ancient Nordic statue, handsome and majestic. His first reaction was fear. Fear at the enormity and trembling of the imagination. Then, excitement. He clearly knew that the mother stream system was a terrifying idea. A bold and imaginative concept of a cosmic civilization, it was extremely daring. If it succeeded, then the entire solar system would just be a small wave in the future mother stream of the universe. To the elemental spirits, they did not need war, but it did not mean that they did not need more powerful resources and a more powerful combat system. Moreover, it was precisely because they were pure elemental beings that they had a stronger desire to pursue Tao than ordinary beings, and to pursue a deeper truth of the universe. In front of him, a path to the ultimate civilization that was so exaggerated that it was like a heavenly steed soaring into the sky. The principle is simple. I will first explain the fundamental principle of the mother stream. Yuan Qinghua said, "We will build a sunrise mirror and shoot it into the void of the universe. This large and vast light ray will form a huge elemental channel, forming a so-called mother stream. It will pass through the endless galaxy, passing countless planets, and penetrate the endless universe." The Silk Road, beside them, it was Li Li's turn to be shocked. That was his first reaction. These idiots, they really knew how to stir up trouble. How could they come up with such a daring idea? Directly create a cosmic ray, a cosmic bridge, penetrate the void of the universe, and all the planets along the way would be their territory, the empire where the sun never sets. Wherever the sun sets, is their territory? Since it's the mother stream, there should be subrivers and tributaries. Then where do the tributaries come from? It's not just this light ray river, right? The sun god Acer asked. The specific method is as follows. Yuan Qinghua was obviously prepared for this, that was why he came to this solar system conference. He spread out a huge picture in his palm. It was a flourishing giant tree of energy. In the blueprint, their entire solar system was actually just the base of this cosmic tree. At the center of the base of the tree was the sun in front of them, and the sun shot a huge light ray straight into the sky. This light ray formed the mother stream. It was the trunk of this giant tree, and when the giant tree shot it out to a certain distance, it began to emit endless light rays that branched out, connecting to the passing planets. Looking at the entire galaxy map, it was like a gigantic tree that was incomparably vast. It had luxuriant branches and leaves, and at the end of the branches, there were countless beautiful planets. This vast and magnificent scene of the universe tree shocked everyone present. Too beautiful, it was an unimaginable beauty. In Li Li's eyes, there seemed to be a silver tree that pierced through the sky in the vast Milky Way. It was glittering and vigorous like a dragon, shaking its hazy branches with brilliant fruits at the end of the branches. Holy shit! Li Li was completely dumbfounded. The universe world tree. Using the solar system before us as a flowerpot base, it shoots out its trunk, and then spreads into the endless void? Using the rays of the sun to split the leaves and connect the enormous planets to create an eternal Silk Road? His skull cracked, and he felt his mind go blank. These people were poisonous, it was simply indescribable, this was more than just audacious. They must have the guts to stab through the entire universe, to stab the butt of the god of creation with a tree, and then stir it wildly. That's why they could come up with such an exaggerated and unimaginable civilization plan. Li Li yelled in his heart. F***CKU. Someone, stop them. However, he had to admit that this light particle elemental civilization, the Sunrise Galaxy civilization, had the most exaggerated and powerful development path, almost reaching the ultimate. Our Sunrise Light civilization can indeed unleash its full potential this way. Yuan Qinghua spoke with fervor and assurance, her expression serious and scientific. You must know, what's the greatest advantage of being an elemental being? The advantage is that one can travel through the light tunnel and follow the network cable to the other side with their true spirits, but their true bodies stay here, so they can descend through the world tree, they will never die. If the true spirits die, they will be resurrected at the source of the mother stream. At this moment, the usually calm Jishang's expression began to change drastically. Asa turned pale with fright as well. No matter how smart he was still a native. He was limited by the thoughts of this transcendent world that had just sprouted and was still in its infancy. He was limited by the thoughts of the celestial emperor. His expression changed a few times as he stood up and paced in front of the throne. It's a good plan indeed. Yes. They were elemental beings, and their true bodies were huge material hearts. They looked like flame energy, and could naturally descend through the light. It did not matter if the true spirits died, as long as their true bodies did not die, the true spirits could be reborn at the source of the mother stream. The solar system before them was the root territory of the world tree, and the entire solar system was the source of the mother stream. What did this mean? they could ride the light beams and explore the universe to their heart's content without worrying about safety or death. Their true spirits could descend into every land and open up the land. The Mother Stream civilization, Asa suddenly laughed out loud. Good. That's amazing. Then, the solar system disk beneath this tree will be called the Universe Atrium. But it will not bring about war. It will contain war, give them hope and transcendence, and open up territory for more people to live in. After laughing, Asa's expression became calm again. But you should know that the speed of light is the fastest speed in the entire universe. Although we have built enough elemental channels in the entire solar system, it will still take a long time to cross the entire universe. Yes, light is the fastest speed in the universe, but this speed is extremely slow compared to the entire universe. Currently, I only know of 2 ways to cross the speed of light, Xianxia answered. Those 2 ways? Asa asked curiously. First, only level 8 gods can master the space jump teleportation. Second, only level 9 beings can master the universe distortion law, Xianxia said. Asa frowned. These were great divine powers that could only be mastered by the greater beings of the transcendent universe. It was still too far away. You're saying that this is a plan after I break through to the level of God? Asa asked. Not really, Xianxia said seriously. Even if we can't break through to level 9, we still have the knowledge of the great beings of level 9 in ancient times. The knowledge of the great beings of level 9? Asa's face was burning. Yes. Xianxia said faintly, without reaching the level 9 qualitative change, enough beings can also create quantitative changes, build world-class projects, and distort the laws, although it is relatively bloated. Look at this drawing of the universe tree. Our solar system will be the base and flower pot of this universe tree. Is there any difference? Asa looked at the drawing again. The entire solar system seemed to be filled with dense and complicated light beams, forming a special pattern. Xianxia said, look, this is a special pattern, it can be called the incense dragon vein pattern. It uses the entire solar system as the incense pattern, which is enough to distort the laws of nature. And what we want to distort is here, the center of the sun. He pointed at the huge solar mirror above the head of the sun. We will use the incense of the entire solar system to distort this solar mirror, turning this solar mirror into the foundation of our civilization's laws, so that the light it gathers will break the limit of light speed, surpass the speed of light, and shoot into the universe. This was a great and bold plan to build a civilization, Asa exclaimed in admiration, still listening quietly. And this solar mirror will be the true origin of the Mother Stream sapling. It will shoot out the Mother Stream, carrying the fate of our civilization's race artifact. Xianxia laughed. In reality, they were not against the rule of elemental beings. After all, without the sun god Asa, the civilization of this galaxy would probably have to experience more bloody massacres, endless battles between planets, and countless massacres before it could be unified. Just as Asa said, the current massacres were to prevent more massacres in the future. And this kind, just, and intelligent transcendent dynasty galactic emperor was naturally trustworthy, and even the best ruler. He was impartial, and made every planetary civilization under him feel at ease. After all flesh and blood races had their own selfish motives. At the same time, this Mother Stream mirror distorts the laws, not only passing through the upper limit of the light beam, but it will also distort the laws, blocking the exploration of other level 9s, preventing them from finding the source of our Mother Stream. After all, this is our home, our true weakness, Xianxia said. This formation can block level 9s? Asa was shocked. It should be able to block it. Even a sufficient amount of change is very exaggerated. The billions of lives in a galaxy should be able to resist the exploration of an ordinary level 9, but if the opponent is a little stronger, then... Xianxia took a deep breath. She had not tested it specifically, but there was a high probability that an ordinary level 9 would not be able to be found when the incense of a galaxy gathered. But a little more exaggerated, a little stronger, there was probably no way. However, this race's fate artifact will become stronger as the average level of our lives becomes stronger. The stronger our lives are, the harder it will be for the opponent's level 9s to explore. Even if our civilization has gods or level 9s, the opponent will not be able to find them at the same level. Yuan Qinghua said. This plan is very feasible. It is indeed complete and very feasible. Asa thought carefully. Then, how many solar system formation do we need to build solar system mirrors for reflection? 710 large mirrors, 17,800 small mirrors. Yuan Qinghua revealed a terrifying number. This was a huge project for a galaxy. At the same time, we need to select some professionals to carry out on-the-spot running in and research to build this light formation. Conservatively speaking, it will take at least 300 years to build this solar system JOS formation, even if we use all the power of the major civilizations. 300 years? Asa took a deep breath. Then what about the core mother stream mirror? The JOS formation would gather the incense in the center of the mother stream mirror, turning this mirror into a rule artifact that could distort the laws and shoot out the trunk of the mother stream, surpassing the speed of light. The core mother stream mirror can be built at the same time. Yuan Qinghua thought about it. But this is the core rule artifact, the source of the mother stream. It needs more specialization and modification. We need all the lunar divination masters in the entire civilization to research and make a breakthrough. Asa was still listening intently. The mother stream system was indeed the core system of elemental beings like them. However, the vast mother stream that ran through the entire universe and connected the endless galaxies was only the ultimate form of civilization. Even now, they had built the entire solar system's incense beam formation and the race's artifact of destiny, the mother stream mirror that could shoot light into the void. However, it was still a green sapling that had just sprouted. This tree grew very, very slowly. After all, the propagation speed of light was still too slow compared to the universe. Galaxies in the universe were often measured in units of thousands or even thousands of light years. What were light years? Light traveled a year's distance in a straight line. Even if it twisted the laws and grew faster than light, it would still take countless universe light years to grow from a tender sapling to a small sapling, arriving at another solar system. Whoosh, Yuan Qinghua displayed another blueprint and pointed in a direction. The great cosmic tree that grows outwards in units of light years will grow taller as time passes. As light, it is naturally many times slower than direct space jump. However, it is an eternal bridge that connects countless tributaries. This is an unimaginably stable and cheap channel for space jump. What a vast vision. Asa could not help but show an infatuation towards this beautiful cosmic tree. Growing at a speed faster than light, constantly sprouting and growing taller, it was an ancient miracle of the universe that many transcendents could not even imagine. A vast and magnificent mythical miracle, and this cosmic tree would sooner or later have various cosmic civilizations that used it as a node, forming a true mother stream universe transcendence system that countless civilizations would treat as their own mother. That would be true greatness. Very well, I approve this project, Asa said. Asa said, at the same time, Ji Shang, I will allow your immortality system to be popularized. As the source of the mother stream, working with the immortal true souls and the great moon seers to research and protect the tree of the mother stream. It will be a wonderful and perfect chemical reaction. After a moment of discussion, both proposals were approved. Both sides completely retreated, leaving only the sun god Asa resting on his throne with his eyes closed. Immortal bloodline? According to their speculations, this ancient, great, and supreme bloodline comes from the only incarnation of truth in the universe, the Creator God. There are other races that obtained this gene, but they lost their perfect characteristics and became incomplete. They could only be awake for half the time and sleep for half the time, and that's only because the blood of that race is thick and pure. If any other race were to be inoculated with this bloodline from the eternal race, their blood would be much thicker, and they would be asleep for a longer time. So, they are categorized as first-generation blood breeds and second-generation blood breeds. Each rank has an additional layer of hibernation time. The first generation is 5 to 5. Generation 2 is 4 to 6. 5 is 1 to 9. The last one is a fifth-generation descendant of the blood clan. He actually sleeps for 90% of the time and awakens for 10% of the time. What's the use of such eternal life? He's so flawed that he can be killed at any time. Asa took a deep breath. What he had obtained was a second-generation vampire sleeping time of 4 to 6. But that was already the highest bloodline. Jishang did not hide anything from him. Jishang himself was also a second-generation vampire. The true first generation, the source of the pure blood of the entire planet of the 9 provinces, was actually the young man next to him, Li. He was the true zombie progenitor. He was also not a simple character. But such a first-generation true progenitor could not produce many second-generation descendants. It required a great price, and it was very damaging to one's cultivation. The stronger one was, the more unwilling they were to spread their bloodline and give it to unrelated people. In the end, it will inevitably lead to one result. Is the eternal bloodline constantly diluting? People are madly chasing after a higher bloodline, but as the older generation with high bloodlines are constantly killed, hibernating, or accidentally dying, their bloodline will not be able to continue, and the pure blood will inevitably be completely diluted. Unless I can find the mysterious planet home of the first generation. That's the home of the blood clan's true progenitor. That mysterious planet of origin is the true treasure trove of pure blood. Of course, if there's a powerful expert, they might be able to study their own bloodline, or they might be able to approach pure blood after birth. 5 to 5, but that would take countless years. It's really difficult to study bloodlines in this aspect. After muttering to himself for a while, he decided to merge it with the gene medicine he had left behind. Tell the leaders of the major elements that for the future of our race, I am about to hibernate. In order to maintain my sleeping rule, they are not allowed to become gods, and they are not to interfere with any civilization, war, or development. Yes. A deep male voice came from the shadows. Another 100 years passed. Asa had entered hibernation, and the powerful elemental behemoths continued to follow his instructions, maintaining the world's order on the universal bridges of the major planets. At the same time, the construction of the solar advent star map began. The celestial emperors, with no hope of becoming gods, began to climb to the great sage realm. They also began to compete for the eternal blood. But in the end, only the 3rd and 4th generation pure bloods made up the majority. The long period of hibernation allowed them to form alliances and become each other's Tao protectors. Many people relied on each other in life and death. During this period, the difference between the bloodlines of the eternal ones became increasingly obvious. The lower the bloodline level, the shorter the period of awakening, resulting in a slower cultivation speed than others. In the long run, the gap was simply unimaginable. At the same time, the cultivation method of burning one's life was thoroughly developed. The moment one awakened, he burnt his lifespan to speed up his cultivation and obtain a higher cultivation base. Then, with this speed, he naturally fell into hibernation. Through frequent hibernation, one could rapidly improve their cultivation base. But this method clearly had a fatal weakness: it could not guard against external malice, which was very important to the ability of the Tao protector. The era determines the fate of the strong. On this day, Jishang once again ascended to the position of the supreme ruler of the 9 states, becoming the great sage with the most exaggerated battle prowess, and re-established the great Shang dynasty. The era determines who is the overlord, and the times make the heroes. In the ancient era of the sun god, they were the main characters of the era. Their enormous bodies swept through the galaxy, invincible among their peers, and destined to unify the world. In the era of the vampire dynasty, the sun god Asa was in hibernation, and I was of the highest bloodline. I was the first to cultivate the blood-sucking lineage, and you are all latecomers. You have entered my era, and are forced to enter my era. This is my era. The great Shang dynasty swept through the entire Central Plains, and Jishang quickly became the emperor of the Central Plains. His descendant, Ji Wuxiang, was banished to the royal palace, and could only willingly submit to the dynasty. This was the general trend. He could no longer resist, and became a vassal king, sent to the border to retire. After that, Jishang single-handedly fought an entire nation, and then swept through the 8 countries of the 9 states. Countless cultivators of the various nations joined forces, but they were no match for him. In the end, even with the solar mirror, they could not hit him, and one nation was quickly defeated. One man against an entire nation? This ridiculous battle prowess is hard to imagine. Only Asa's enormous body could create such pressure. No, according to the ancient divine beasts, this battle prowess is already close to the great sage realm. It was also us who severed our cultivation base, giving him the opportunity. We both cultivated Buddhism and Taoism, but in order to cultivate the bloodline of the zombies, we severed our Buddhist cultivation system. Only when the zombies cultivated to the Celestial Emperor realm could we reintegrate. However, it was precisely because we severed half of our cultivation base, and only had the battle prowess of a Taoist cultivator, that we lost. The people of the various continents on the earth were all aghast. The ancient Jishang had revived and swept through the world. He was already unstoppable, and he was even about to declare himself emperor on this planet. The other party's calculations were terrifying. Dealing with Asa was an open scheme. Dealing with them was also an open scheme. However, they had no choice but to fall into the trap and step into the new era he had created. Jishang of the primordial era of the Central Prefecture, the mythical emperor, has finally come? This is a terrifying man. He has always been lying in wait, enduring in the darkness, not uttering a word. Until today, when he makes his move, the earth will shake and the heavens will be shaken. If the formation of this overlord in the sun god era is the result of fate, and the times create heroes, then the era of his vampiric dynasty is the hero who created the times. His open scheme made Asa sleep, and he dragged the entire galaxy into his vampiric era. He is the king of this new era. Another year passed. Jishang swept through the moon. All the Moonstar dwarfs were indescribably shocked. Boo-hoo-hoo. Why? It was like the unification of the giant elemental race, and then the giant race. Was there no such thing as our Moonman era? It was like the rule of the largest race, and then the rule of the second largest race. Was there no such thing as our time? No. Our potential is actually stronger than theirs, but we were suppressed. Our race should have been the fastest to break through to the god realm, but we were suppressed, causing us to be too weak in the same realm. That's not our advantage. Many elders wept, tears streaming down their faces. Their king was also a hero of his generation, and his intelligence was not inferior to the kings of Asa and Jishang. However, he did not make a sound. In fact, the other races did not even know the name of their king. This was a great humiliation. In the end, they were still ruled. An invincible great emperor of that era completely dominated the entire galaxy. History called him Ho Shang. Jishang ascended the throne, and kingly sat in the second position. The two of them looked down and announced at the same time, the statues of the great cultivator moon god Ji are erected all over the major planets. This is in preparation for the construction of the solar system array and the huge amount of faith. After all, faith is needed in order to gather the power of will. But who do you believe in? Naturally, it was moon god Ji. At the same time, the entire universe tree was also known as the rose tree. This tree-shaped emblem was similar to the rose robes they had worn earlier, the emblem of the great entropy dynasty. Ping City. Statues of moon god Ji stood tall in the plaza. Moon god Ji was a mysterious and dignified young man. Behind him was a beautiful and knowledgeable moon servant. Although the construction of the galaxy's incense star map was still ongoing, faith had already begun and was becoming a habit. In a manner. A white-haired old man was drinking tea, and behind him was an old lady serving tea. "Brother, you're drinking tea again?" Outside the courtyard, a beautiful middle-aged woman stopped on her motorcycle and took off her helmet. "Yes." Suji listened to his neighbor's greeting and replied with a smile, "Are you going to practice long-distance running again?" The student from back then had become a middle-aged man. "Yes, only by cultivating seriously can one become strong." The middle-aged woman's voice gradually became softer, as if she was running out of breath. Suji laughed. "Still thinking of a way to get 3 generations of bloodlines? It's not easy being a commoner." "Yes." She took a deep breath. She put on her helmet and rode off on her motorcycle. The vampire race was flourishing, and the Buddhist cultivators naturally declined. Although one could ignore the Buddhist cultivators after reaching the 7th rank, how many 7th rank heavenly emperors were there? The Buddhist cultivators were still the bane of the ordinary zombie race. The entire population did not cultivate, and they were incompatible. Naturally, they declined. At the same time, as a commoner, they were originally Buddhist cultivators who had been recommended by universities. Now that the times had changed, it was natural for them to decline. Even if they wanted to change their cultivation, they could not find anyone to sponsor high-level pure-blooded zombies. This is the tide of the vast era. It has blessed a group of people, but it has also changed the fate of a group of people, causing them to hide in the abyss. Suji continued to drink his tea quietly. Before I deduced this civilization sand table, I did not expect it. I naively thought that the ant race had the absolute advantage, but I did not expect it to develop like this. But thinking about it carefully, it is also inevitable. It is not just potential that can rule an era. There are various factors. What is fate? This is called fate. Suji looked at the young housekeeper beside him and smiled faintly. Just like you, who is about to be affected by fate, you have followed me for many years. Now, together with me, we are being worshipped by all living beings. When a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Joss flames were a terrifyingly huge profit for almost all experts. Although most of the incense was gathered for the divine instrument of law, the mother stream mirror and the universal law that could distort the speed of light, there was still a portion that would gather for him and the butler. This was the incense of an entire solar system, so naturally, there was no need to describe how massive it was. It's just that incense is a source of energy that others dream of, and it's a stable channel for those gods to become gods. For me, it doesn't really matter. Suji's eyes were calm. This was because Joss flames were energy, and energy was naturally used for cultivation. However, he could not be bothered to waste his time on cultivation. Because there was a better option. The energy returned by the death of the Zerg did not need to be converted. It could be directly absorbed, so up until now, Suji hadn't even gone through the process of formally cultivating or accumulating energy to transform it. Now, the energy was delivered to his doorstep, and he was told to cultivate. He still had no idea. Suji shook his head lightly, his eyes filled with a matter-of-fact look. I don't need my Joss flames. I can even give them to this housekeeper girl. And this housekeeper girl was originally just a mechanical housekeeping AI, but the Joss flames have gathered in her body. When the Joss flame array is completed, she should gain intelligence and have her own consciousness. In this regard, he decided to let nature take its course. If she was enlightened, so be it. Having the possibility of becoming a powerhouse was naturally a great thing. At most, he could create an AI butler and put it in the orchard to take care of the house. However, as a result of the condensation of incense, the impression given to her by the masses should be that of Moon Goddess Ji's servant, which is also the servant of Moon Goddess Ji in this world. Suji pondered for a while and thought seriously for a while. He let the housekeeper lie down, opened up her body, and modified her from a mechanical housekeeping AI to completely possess her true potential. Since that's the case, I'll probably have to abandon the cells of the entire race. After all, that's Carolyn's system. Since this star system is an elemental civilization, I should incorporate the genes of the elemental race. Fortunately, I already have some experience in the creation of the 4 elements. Previously, the 4 races were elemental life forms, and I increased the octopus gene. Now, this housekeeper girl, I can try to combine the elemental life forms with the magic core gene. Should I change the elemental heart into a magic core? This is probably not the elemental heart, right? The elemental brain? This is also a giant elemental energy creature? After all, creatures of flesh and blood can't take the elemental passage at the moment. Suji began the modification. No, if the fusion of magic cores isn't perfect, why don't I use the magic core to advance to the next level, mental universe? This type of magic core stores energy. Wait, since it can store energy, why don't we make it something like the 9 Revolutions mysterious art? This is an elemental creature. Usually, it can restrain its energy and reveal its elemental heart of flesh and blood. This heart is in the shape of a human. When necessary, it can become huge and become like the real body of Pengu. And this expansion is not flesh and blood, but energy? These large elemental creatures aren't bad either. They seem to be more convenient than those big and bloated fellows. With a light flick of his finger, the entire living room turned into a laboratory. Countless electrical circuits and petri dishes appeared. Time passed day by day, and the entire era was changing. His days in the villa were rather leisurely. Back then, it had taken him 70 to 80 years to transform the 4 elemental creatures. Now, it had only taken him 11 years to transform the one in front of him. It's a pity that the creatures of incense are stacked with the old-fashioned impression of all living beings. After all, they lack a trace of spirituality. The shortcoming of the incense creatures is that they don't have enough talent to open up a path. They only have exaggerated physical combat power. If they can't open up an era, they won't be the strongest. How can I make up for this? Suji frowned. During this period, the Solar Mirror River formation, the result of the efforts of countless planetary civilizations, was about to be established. Another day passed. Outside the villa area, an old woman rode a motorcycle. Many wrinkles had been left on her face. She took off her helmet. Drinking tea again? Yes. Suji was still troubled by the maid. Suddenly, he thought of something and smiled at the old woman. Are you still working hard to find a bloodline? The woman was silent for a moment. Not anymore. I'm just training my body. Buddhist cultivation was the best way to prolong life. But now that Buddhist cultivation had declined, the Blessed Enclave was not open to her, and there was no energy for cultivation. She could only live to this day by relying on her previous level 5 cultivation. It wasn't that she couldn't find low-level zombies and vampires, but she couldn't accept it. 4th generation and 5th generation zombies had been asleep for too long. They were almost no different from being dead. Suji stared at her and suddenly smiled. "Ge, you've worked hard for your whole life. Do you want to come in and have a seat?" The surname Ji was the surname Wang, and it was also a common surname. Basically, they were descendants of the royal court of the Ji family, but most of their bloodlines were thin, and they were no different from ordinary people. The woman was stunned. She thought for a moment, then stepped through the door and walked in. Suji was still drinking tea. He handed her a cup. Ji took a sip without hesitation. She couldn't help but feel intoxicated. It contained a huge amount of energy, far beyond the Blessed Enclave, and it was indescribably gentle. What tea is this? It's like being hugged by the sun god. Ordinary zombies can't drink it. Suji just smiled. You know, my family is doing business. This is a luxury item I got from abroad. You're still studying Buddhist cultivation? Yes. The old man nodded and began to chat about his daily life. Although my cultivation did not improve, the precision of my usage has improved. Recently, I've been publishing papers. Although Buddhist cultivation has declined, I've developed some brand new techniques to help us cultivators make a living. Suji was silent for a moment. You should know that your cultivation aptitude isn't outstanding. Since you've been abandoned by the times, you might as well enjoy your daily life. There's no point in working hard. Although Buddhist cultivation had declined, it was only for most Buddhist students. The true top geniuses still needed the help of the country to transform. Although they had to cut off all their Buddhist meridians and cultivate from the beginning, after breaking through to the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor, they could still regain their Buddhist meridians and were still geniuses. The reason why Ge didn't receive help was because her aptitude wasn't enough. After all, there were less than 50 people who could receive help. Previously, you also advised me. Ge sighed and smiled bitterly. But, I'm not resigned. I also know that my aptitude is top-notch locally, but for the entire continent, the country doesn't want to gamble on me. The times were cruel. Without enough aptitude, there was no way to go against the current. Suji pointed to the maid beside him and said seriously, my maid, Nameless, is already suffering from dementia. See if you can teach her Buddhist cultivation in the next few days. Ge was stunned. Okay. After this day, this white-haired old woman changed her daily training and changed to teaching another old man cultivation. After teaching for a few months, she simply brought him home. Another half a year passed. Ge was shocked. While teaching, she thought to herself, Sister Nameless' aptitude is too exaggerated. Although her brain isn't very good, she still likes to serve me tea and water. She even asked me if I had an excavator and wanted to clear the yard for me. Although she has dementia, her instinct as a housekeeper has been engraved into her bones. Her aptitude is still terrifying. Another year passed. Ji was completely shocked. Third stage. She still serves me tea and water every day. It only took a year for her to reach the third stage. And she's so old. She missed the golden period of cultivation. She looked at the old man, whose white hair was rapidly becoming younger. She couldn't help but run to Suji and said, "Can I take my sister to the nearby university for a test? There are official examination instruments there." "Go ahead." Suji rubbed his temples and didn't refuse. Boom, the old woman, Ge, grabbed the maid's hand, rode on the motorcycle, and left. Another year passed. She broke through to the fourth stage. There were rumors in the surrounding area. Even the local newspapers published it. Her reputation as a peerless genius spread secretly. "Why is sister called Nameless?" Ge asked again. Suji was stunned and answered casually, "Because she's a servant bot. She doesn't have a name." "Why don't you give her a name?" "Bot? Her aptitude is so exaggerated?" Disbelief flashed in Ji's heart. She knew that rich families bought and sold girls. She had been a servant since she was young. She shook her head and said, "I don't have the right to give her a name." Ji seemed to place all her hopes on the maid. She constantly taught, researched, checked her body, cultivated, and watched her grow younger step by step. In the end, as her cultivation broke through, she turned into a beautiful girl. Ji was getting older. When she went out with her, there were even people who started to pursue her. When she was old, didn't you say it was true love? Now that she has broken through, she's young and has a high cultivation, and you say it's love at first sight? Then if it's love at first sight, why don't you pursue this old woman? Ji stood in front of everyone and continued to study. She poured the rest of her life's energy and hope of breaking through into the maid. It was as if she was another version of herself. However, as she taught her, Ji also discovered a problem. Her learning ability and cultivation aptitude are amazing, but she has no creativity. I've pondered over the first 5 realms my whole life. I can teach her, and I have my own insights. What about the future? For the next 6 realms, if she only relies on books, she'll become a real bookworm. She bit her lip and braced herself to learn the 6th realm, teaching her the results of her research to the other party. Another 3 years passed. The Nameless maid broke through to the 6th realm. She went to participate in a friendly competition between universities, and after losing a few rounds, she actually won 3rd place. Ge was overjoyed. As expected, the method I developed is very good, and I successfully defeated the other party. However, the speed of cultivation is still a shortcoming. Next time, I'll study it carefully, she continued to summarize, treating herself as the nameless person on the arena, completely pouring all the grievances of her life's lack of talent onto the other party. Her reputation completely spread throughout half the province. Genius, she's a genius. In less than 10 years, she's already at the 6th realm. This kind of talent has already surpassed the teleportation of Jixing. Not only that, she's an old woman. She's long missed the golden period of cultivation. Perhaps the future will be the era of this nameless girl. It's just a publicity stunt. This kind of thing can't happen. Some top-notch universities came. Although they didn't think that she could cultivate 6 realms in 10 years, they still felt that her aptitude was heaven-defying. They offered a reward that was hard to refuse and strongly recommended to change her cultivation path. After all, cultivating Buddhism was no longer a trend. Ji was completely flustered. She asked Suji, "What should I do?" "I'll hand her over to you." "Do whatever you want," Suji said. Ji gritted her teeth. "Aren't you afraid that I'll sell my sister?" "Do whatever you want." Suji didn't mind. He was still looking at the forum on his phone, secretly observing those players. "In the future, there's no need to bring her back to my place. She's yours. I'll get her to help me get the longevity gene. I don't want to die yet. I'm just that shameless of a person." Ji was stunned as she shouted. Suji ignored her. "Do whatever you want." "Thank you," Ji suddenly choked up. For some inexplicable reason, she started sobbing and bawling. She could naturally guess what had happened. The wealthy family she had passed by and greeted since she was young were not simple. I'll directly reject any invitation and become an expert with Sister Nameless alone. Then, I'll get the longevity bloodline. As an expert, it was naturally easy to obtain a high-grade bloodline. I want to become Sister Nameless Path Protector, she shouted. Now, they were all in pairs, stepping onto the path of cultivation together. Even Jishang was the same. After all, she needed someone to protect her after she fell into a deep sleep. She naturally had her own selfish motives and ambitions to become the path protector of such a powerful person. It could allow her to rise. Thank you, she suddenly knelt in front of the door and cowed out fiercely. Then, she turned and ran. Is this a new era? Suji looked at the sky. It was unknown what he was thinking about. The sky changed drastically with a rumble. It was as if something in the world had changed. Ge, who had been riding her motorcycle for a short while, suddenly turned her head and looked at the big screen on the highway. Today, the construction project of the galaxy that has been under construction for more than 200 years and the galaxy's star chart has been completely established. Let us carry out our first most pious prayer to the ancient moon goddess, Ge. One galaxy, different planets, one faith. Behind the host was a huge statue of the moon goddess. Beside the statue was a maidservant. A new era? Ge took a deep breath. She looked at the big screen and continued riding her motorcycle across the highway. Suddenly, she felt something happen to Sister Nameless behind her. Boom, she turned her head abruptly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Praises! Holy songs! Divine songs! It was as if countless living beings were murmuring and singing. They surged over like a boundless tide. Sister Nameless behind her seemed to have become a god under the blessing of all living beings. She was draped in an illusory laurel robe, and a phoenix hairpin was on her head. She looked sacred and intellectual, and her snow-white skin was suffused with a dazzling divine halo. It was as if an ancient god was crowning her. Boom, endless energy surged over, causing her life to evolve into a vast and unknown life form. Her body suddenly grew taller. She completely revealed her true form. Endless elements wrapped around her, revealing her true form. Boom, it was as if the true body of Pangu had descended. A colorful, illusory, translucent woman stood on the ground and slowly grew. Endless energy extended toward the sky, passing through layers of clouds and mist. She was thousands of meters tall. All living beings in the entire continent raised their heads and continued to pray devoutly. Nearby, the city residents saw the scene in the sky and shouted loudly. Ah! A miracle! God has appeared. A miracle. All living beings prayed and revealed her true form. Someone was shocked. Sister John Doe is actually some kind of special and powerful mysterious elemental life form, and this outfit is. Ge stopped her motorcycle on the highway, took off her helmet, and looked up, her face full of shock. Who on earth did I take away? She looked up at the sky. This was a shocking scene that she had never imagined in her life. She could not believe it. Faith was the worship of Ge. But in the eyes of the masses, the moon attendants were the servants of Ge, similar to the first archangel. Moon goddess Ge's statue had always been a follower. Although the incense gathered on Ge, it naturally gathered on the attendants behind her. What's more, Suji had transferred all the worshippers and faith he received to the maidservant. What kind of creation will the enormous incense of a real solar system create? Suji looked up at the sky. To him, this was just taking advantage of the situation. Ping City. It was the third largest city after the capital. Located along the coast, it was known as the Magic City of the Sea in Zhongzhou. It was a world-class metropolis where technology, extraordinary, and countless international giant companies gathered. That's a true god. As expected. The interstellar project that used up all the materials of the civilizations of the major planets, the epic dream creation of the universe actually, gathered the incense and landed on God. Quick, let's go see him. The ancient moon goddess must be nearby where God Ge's attendants are. At this moment, the entire city was in a state of shock and joy. Advanced energy vehicles surged from all directions and rushed toward that figure. It was an elemental giant that stood tall on the ground. Its entire body seemed to be made of colorful crystals. Crystal clear, it was like a majestic statue descending from the heavens. They had never been as nervous as they were today. Because it was a mysterious miracle that had never been seen before. It was the god that had created the moon and given civilization. It was a power that surpassed the mortal world and the planet. This is Ping City's second television station. I am reporter Li Wei. Behind us is an unprecedented miracle that has descended upon Ping City. This is the blessing of moon goddess Ji. No. This is Ji's descent into the mortal world. A beautiful female reporter with a slender figure was shouting at the camera. In the distance behind her was a giant elemental god who looked down on the world. When our planet was still slash and burn and primitive people lived in caves, we were looking up at the stone tablet in the sky, the origin of the civilization that revolved around our planet. Today, we finally face. The host roared. This is a historic moment. Rumble, the entire atmosphere of the planet started to shake. It was as if at this moment, all the incense had found a directional coordinate, and the endless surging river flowed backward. The joss flames of all living beings in the galaxy pierced through the beams of light in the sky and rushed over. Colorful rainbows pierced through the horizon and dyed the sky with 5 colors. Rumble, the immense faith of the galaxy was actually expanding her elemental form. The transparent energy of faith actually formed an entangled mimicry with her elemental energy body. Faith was energy, and the elemental body was energy. These two elements actually formed a special chemical effect. The power of faith formed his elemental energy, turning it into 7 colors. I've never seen an elemental creature before. It's colorful. The sun element is red gold, the fire element is red, the water element is blue, and the electricity element is platinum. This is an elemental creature that surpasses the 4 elements. Ji was completely shocked. She had studied Buddhism, Taoism, and nature. She had also studied the 4 elemental life forms that represented the giant gods and ruled over the galaxy. However, she had never seen such a unique elemental life form. Boom, the figure in the sky kept expanding, and soon, it reached 1/20th of the size of the Central Plains. This was the size of Asa, the sun god who had attacked the entire planet in the past. But that was far from it. Its body continued to grow bigger and taller. How large was the number of worshippers in the solar system? The 9 prefectures only provided a small part of it. At this moment, she had completely grown into the size of a continent. His long black hair fluttered in the vacuum of the universe. It was as if a doll the size of a hand was standing on top of a basketball. Rumble, this giant was shrouded in 5-colored godly light. When she lowered her head, she could overlook half of the continents and oceans on the entire planet. This is the servant of a true god. Seeing this scene, the people on all continents looked up at the same time. Countless people were dumbfounded and looked sluggish. The entire planet looked like a circular basketball court. This elemental giant could reach its limit by running a few times. Kyoto. This was the capital of the Central Plains, the center of the world's power. On the Capitol Hill, in a luxurious ancient wind godly temple, representatives wearing the black robe of the moon divination master were sitting in the grand hall. The news came quickly. A giant god appeared? The moon servant descended? It's suspected that people are worshipping Ji and have revealed their true bodies in the mortal world? Ji Shang heard the news. He strode out and could not help but look up. It was a huge and majestic figure. This kind of figure was enough to make countless people gasp in admiration. Has he finally appeared? As a high-level representative, Yuan Qinghua could not help but take a deep breath. Although Ji Shang had never admitted his identity as a transmigrator, Yuan Qinghua still had doubts and guessed that he was still hiding. Even Li, who was beside him, was a suspect. However, his attention was naturally not on this. This is a historic moment. He is the mysterious being behind the creation of this solar system civilization. Have we finally found him? He took a deep breath and quietly posted online. Shock. Finally caught the ancient mysterious being. It was still the usual posting style, but as soon as he finished, the entire forum was shaken, as if a certain plan had finally been realized. Our plan, to search for him thousands of times in the crowd, has finally succeeded? countless people started discussing. They designed the incense fire array not only to gather faith and build the mother stream mirror that distorted the laws, but also to gather faith on Ji and the maidservants. After all, the instant the incense fire array was built, it would inevitably form a flow of energy and incense that would point to the hidden location of the moon goddess Ji. The price to pay for such a search seemed very terrifying. Constructing an entire galaxy formation was too exaggerated, but it was indeed a feasible plan. Now it seems that our standards are not any weaker than the secluded mountain prefecture lords. I've already imagined the scene. Ji was dumbfounded. I'm traveling incognito, and you still manage to find me? Next door Samsara prefecture lord, it's okay, this is your first time. I've been found many times. Doghead, ha ha ha, it might be a little confusing the first time, but you'll get used to it. The group of people had a lot of drama and kept talking. They were very pleased with themselves as they typed. After all, the plan had succeeded. This was a very imaginative idea, otherwise, how could they have found him? It was simply a miracle. This was naturally worth celebrating and a sense of accomplishment. However, although they were joking, their expressions were still very serious. This meant that something terrible had happened. Who was the other party, the existence that had destroyed their ancient Huaxia mythological civilization, a terrifying enemy, the opponent of an ancient deity? The current ancient deity was about to fall into a deep slumber and could not wait to find a successor. This was to prevent the other party from taking the opportunity to attack. Such a person would definitely be earth-shattering. Before their eyes, they had found traces of him, but it was impossible for them not to be alarmed. This was a huge step, and to the entire universe, it was enough to cause a lot of shock and a chain reaction. We've finally caught you. Now, are we really going to face this terrifying enemy head-on? Are we going to see his mysterious true face? Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath and looked at the entire Senate. They had already started. Beside them, the counselors were discussing frantically. The maid of moon goddess Ji has revealed her true form after absorbing faith. This existence is actually a life form in the form of an energy element? From the looks of it, moon goddess Ji should also be a giant life form in the form of energy. The four-elemental life form might be the biological structure closest to God. No. A knowledgeable lunar diviner immediately retorted. Our biological structure is the closest to God's form. Don't forget that the form God descends to the mortal world is our human form. Both sides began to argue fiercely. This was equivalent to the question of who was the orthodox. Then is it possible that God is both in human form and elemental form? He split his bloodline and gave birth to the four elemental life forms, as well as us, flesh and blood beings? Fallacy. Someone loudly retorted. How could God be in two forms, elemental and flesh? Really, is it a fallacy? Suddenly, an elderly white-haired lunar diviner seemed to have thought of something and said with a trembling voice, "You should know that the bodies of those semi-elemental life forms are mostly composed of elemental energy, but their core is a flesh and blood heart. It's called the elemental heart. Then, is it possible that God is a humanoid flesh and blood heart, and when he reveals his true form, he's that giant energy elemental life form?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It was indeed possible. A humanoid heart. An energy coat. This perfectly explained God's bloodline. God was indeed a giant elemental life form, but he usually restrained his energy and revealed a humanoid elemental heart. This perfectly explained the theory of bloodline. The life forms of this galaxy were really split into two bodies, becoming the four elemental life forms and the flesh and blood beings. Beside them, Yuan Qinghua was also shocked. Listening to their words, she whispered in shock. Now that I think about it, it seems that the enemy's cultivation system and life form have already revealed some edges. Ji, who fought against the ancient god, is a giant level 9 existence in the form of a semi-elemental life form? Ji was just a byword. It was a name used by the natives of this world. Yuan Qinghua did not think that was the true name. After all, a level 9 existence was enough to rule a world and had different names in every civilization. Moon goddess. Ji. At this moment, in the great hall, Ji Sheng wore a black dragon robe. His eyes were dignified as he took a deep breath, looking at the miracle in the sky. Listening to the discussion of the counselors below. He suddenly didn't know how he should face this ancient and mysterious existence. Only he, who had experienced the length of the entire civilization, knew very clearly what the divine moon steel in the sky meant to the entire planet and even the galaxy civilization. It had only been 500 years, it was he who gave civilization. It was even possible that he had given life to the entire planet, and they all had the bloodline of this god. It was an indescribably majestic existence, and according to Li Li's description, it was very likely to be a rank 9 universe overlord. To such a great existence, a planet or even a galaxy's low-leveled civilization was not even worth mentioning. However, at this moment, it was wholeheartedly intervening, building ancient inscriptions that revolved around this galaxy's sky, helping the planet's natives develop from scratch. It was like a great gift from civilization. At the same time, it was also a great unknown. It was because he knew that there was no such thing as a gift without a reason. There had to be a reason, a goal. "Are you going?" Li Li asked. "I have to go, but it won't be because of anything else. It will be because I have doubts about a civilization." Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said, "What do you think a planet's civilization will develop naturally in a short 500 years? Li Li was stunned. Naturally, he had read about history. Even if he hadn't, he would know. Back then, Xianxia had been very interested. He had told Xianxia about how long Earth's civilization had taken to develop until now, so long that Xianxia was completely silent. Primitive accumulation is the longest. After 500 years of development, they are still primitive people, still a matriarchal society. Li Li gave the exact same answer back then. Xianxia didn't say anything. He took off his magnificent dragon robe and changed into coarse, ancient linen clothes, straw sandals, and a straw bamboo hat. Once again, he was a primitive man from his most ancient tribe. It was as if he had recalled his earliest days as a caveman. He had fought with wild beasts, left the cave, and gradually led the people to live in tree nests. "I'm back again." He looked at his clothes and strode out of the palace. Ping City, in a villa district in the suburbs. Suji stood under a big tree in the courtyard. He looked up at the sky and said faintly, "The maidservant's reaction was beyond my imagination. The maidservant's reaction is beyond my imagination. The power of faith in a solar system is so vast that it's beyond my imagination. Such a vast amount of faith isn't just the result of the sentient beings bestowing her wisdom according to their own impressions, making her a true god of incense. At the same time, a special form has appeared. The energy of the incense has actually intertwined with the elemental energy beings, forming a new elemental mutated life form. An energy form life form mixed with the power of faith. Perhaps it can be called the fifth element?" Suji was weighing the situation. What was before him was also a kind of experiment. He also didn't know much about the situation before him. After all, such a massive body was in the form of a hazy mist, not condensed at all. It was like an illusory mirage, but it was still too huge. Her body is ridiculously huge. She has surpassed the average form of the 4 elemental life forms. In fact, she will grow infinitely, Suji muttered to himself. Is this the structural advantage of the 9 revolutions mysterious art? The external expansion mechanism. After all, the 9 revolutions mysterious art's Panga true body can theoretically grow infinitely as long as there is enough energy. However, one was the expansion of flesh and blood. The other was the expansion of energy. I still have to study it. Perhaps the power of faith fusing with the energy body is also the reason for breaking the limit of her body size. Suji smiled leisurely. Suddenly, a primitive man draped in leather walked out from a small path in the villa. His eyes were deep and full of wisdom. He was once a sage of a primitive tribe. He had led the people of that era to discover fire, herding, farming, and even the city-state civilization. Thud thud thud. He walked forward step by step, walking on the stone as if he was measuring the progress of the era. When I first saw the moon god stele, I knew that it was the most beautiful miracle in the world. The inscription on the stele contained the truth of all things in the world. It must have been created by a great ancient being. It must be able to lead the entire human civilization on the right path. Thus, I brought a group of people to observe the sky. However, that wasn't the case. It was far beyond my imagination. Someone once told me that the human civilization on their planet had flourished for about 200 million years. Only the last 4,000 years were meaningful. The ministers behind him were all shocked. It was hard to imagine such a long period of time. The development of the human civilization on the planet was simply despairing. I found it unbelievable. I asked them what they were doing with the 200,000. They were on that planet, hiding in a cave, eating raw flesh and blood. They didn't discover the fire seed, they didn't have a language, and they were afraid of nature. They looked at the sun and the sky, thinking about why they rose and why the moon shone. Beside him, Xianxia was greatly shocked. This was clearly talking about their Earth. The parliament members and ministers all revealed looks of disbelief. Yes, and we only spent 500 years to learn about the sun, the universe, and the laws of the world. Xianxia's eyes burned as if there was a raging flame burning in them. He looked at the mysterious young man in front of him and said, "The greatness of that steel was only achieved by me personally pushing civilization toward agriculture, tribes, cities, steam, modernity, the universe, transcendence, and even the entire interstellar project. Only then did we understand its true meaning. When we compared it, it was simply a miracle of the world. A long, long time ago, we understood the truth of the universe. We stepped onto the right path. Is our civilization fictitious? It developed so fast that it seemed like a dream. Perhaps it really was a dream? And we didn't know it?" Xianxia looked at the mysterious young man in the courtyard. He was still looking at the vast and majestic figure in the sky, as if he was calculating something. Then, if these 500 years were imaginary dreams, and we were all like illusory figures, but we actually existed here, what did we mean to you? The god who created our civilization, the mysterious ancient moon god. Xianxia's voice was powerful and resonant, filled with excitement and a hint of anger that even he could not detect. Ever since he had obtained the information from Li, he had carefully analyzed the entire civilization. Only then did he realize how terrifying it was. He was grateful for the moon god's steel, but he also felt that he was being manipulated by a dark hand. For a proud person like him, this was definitely something that he could not accept. "Xianxia, what exactly are you trying to say?" Suji turned around. Only then did everyone see the figure under the tree. Previously, the entire world had been guessing what the ancient moon god Ji looked like. Some guessed that it was ancient and had white hair. Some guessed that it was majestic and majestic. Some guessed that it did not even look like a human. Perhaps it was some special and indescribable creature. But no one had guessed. Ji looked so young, as if he was 16 or 17 years old. He had delicate features, milky white skin, and a face that looked immature. He was a pretty boy in the library. Standing under the tree, he gave off a gentle and obedient vibe. He did not have any aura, and it was difficult to detect his presence. Countless people felt their hearts buzzing. So young? The ancient existence that created the entire Milky Way, the solar system civilization, looks like this? He doesn't have the bearing of a tyrant at all. He looks weak and easy to bully. Everyone was speechless. No one had thought that he would look like such a young boy. Perhaps this kind of ancient god was already indescribable. His so-called appearance was just an ever-changing appearance. What do I want to ask? Faced with God's question, Xianxia was silent for a while. He could not help but pour out the doubts that he had suppressed for many years. Our civilization has always been manipulated. From the moon god steel to now, even the so-called Joss flame formation and the universe mother stream system, everything is within your expectations. These questions caused him to be unable to sleep at night. At first, I did not know what the moon tree on the moon god steel meant. I only thought that it was a moon pattern formed by the accumulation of endless knowledge, so I carved it on the robe and turned it into a pattern. It was not until I heard about the universe mother stream system and saw the moon laurel tree that I realized that the endless knowledge that was given to us eventually gathered into a large tree. This tree is the universe mother stream system. All the officials were shocked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized the terrifying meaning behind it. The laurel tree on the moon was the ultimate path formed by the accumulation of countless knowledge, and they just happened to walk on this path. The mother stream system that they had derived, the cosmic moon tree, had long been within Moon Goddess Ji's expectations. So that's how it is. You think that I'm controlling everything? When Ji heard this, his voice was unexpectedly gentle, as if he really was a gentle young man in his 20s. The path was indeed paved by me. You asked me, to me, what are all of you? Is that important? To you, what you are is perhaps the most important thing. Ji Shang took a deep breath. Yes, perhaps it was not important what living beings like them meant to God. What did he mean to himself? What was he living for? That was the most important thing. He felt like he was possessed. If I really have to say, you guys are like ants to me? Or, is it an interesting toy? Or even a game of whim? Suji lowered his head and looked at the lush tree. It was a nest of black ants. They were moving back and forth, crawling on the black, damp soil. They whispered, they are very much like you. Boom, everyone's mind suddenly exploded. Then do you think that I will love all of you? That God loves all living beings? If I give you life, then I must protect you. Suji returned to the chair under the lush tree and slowly sat down. He held a thick black book in his hand and slowly flipped through it. That's really too funny. Rustle. A cold breeze blew past. If you had a long life, would you patiently care for a nest of ants that can be seen everywhere? In the air, there was only the rustling sound of the book being flipped. The gentle and elegant young man did not even lift his head to read. The level of life is originally not the same level. To you, I am a creature that is 2 dimensions higher than you. Don't think of all of you as being too important. Ji's voice was leisurely. Poor ants, you only need to care about what you are living for. You need to fight for supremacy in this nest of ants and become a strong ant. You don't need to always look at the sky gloomily. What is the point of caring about yourself to those creatures that are higher than you? As for the higher dimensional creatures, whether they are good or evil to you, why should you be afraid? Fear and trepidation? Because destroying you has nothing to do with you. It's very funny. Ji Shang suddenly laughed softly. I am simply thinking too much. He suddenly understood that kind of feeling. Yes. It was the feeling. This word was enough to explain everything. Waiting for them here was only because of the mood. If not waiting here, it was only because of the mood. Even leaving directly and never returning to this solar system was also because of the mood. At that time, the entire civilization would be puzzled and would not be able to find their God. That would definitely be very funny. Because God had never really cared about them, just like how they had never cared about the ants that walked everywhere. It was just a whim. That was all. Beside him, Yuan Qinghua was also shocked. This was the attitude of a great overlord of the universe, a great person who transcended the rules of the universe, should have. Then now, we have another piece of information. Information number 1, the great enemy that destroyed the ancient Huaxia mythological civilization, Ji, is a super-large semi-elemental creature. The size of its main body is very likely to be comparable to a planet, or even a super-vast life form. Information number 2, as an elemental creature, Ji civilization is probably also a mother stream civilization. In other words, the mother stream we have created is a new mother stream, but it is not the only one. Looking at the whole picture, Yuan Qinghua felt that from this backward germinal solar system civilization, he had almost seen the general structure of the enemy transcendent world. The characteristics of the creatures, as well as the path of civilization. These two were the most important indicators, and he had now completely found them. Then, is there anything else you want to ask? The young-looking Ji had a gentle and amiable expression on his face, although his words were far from amiable. Then, can I surpass you? Ji Shang's eyes were burning with passion. Boom, the entire human world suddenly fell silent. Countless ministers were terrified and horrified. What kind of treasonous words were those? Angering such a great higher dimensional existence, destroying them would be no harder than destroying an ant's nest. Pfft, the young-looking Ji suddenly laughed. His laughter was very crisp. I've heard a saying from a certain civilization. When humans speak, God laughs. Yes, everyone has the chance to surpass me, and the same goes for all of you. Don't worry too much. I won't destroy you. Look. The young-looking Ji lowered his head and looked at the ants under the tree. No matter how laughable and helpless the ants' logic is, it is not enough to make humans angry. Instead, they will be careful, because if they can't help but laugh, they will blow away their homes. At most, they will get tired of laughing, feel bored, and leave those laughable ants. So weak that they didn't even have the qualifications to make humans angry? Some people felt bitter in their hearts, feeling like they were about to collapse. Yes, many things were not as good as living in the present. Living for oneself and looking forward to the great higher dimensional existence was simply asking to be humiliated. Meanwhile, Jishang listened quietly with a serious expression. He truly recognized the cruelty of reality, recognized his own weakness, and faced his own powerlessness squarely. No one, no higher dimensional existence would choose to help him. A laughable person like him would only make others laugh. However, all of you indeed have the chance to surpass me, and I've already given it to you. Ji finally laughed and slowly closed his book under the tree. Because I'm going to die of old age. That's why I created this world. As soon as these words came out, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. At this moment, it was as if an incomparably heavy weight had completely smashed into their hearts. Many people felt as if the sky had collapsed. Because he was going to die of old age, this sentence was earth-shattering, exploding in everyone's hearts. This kind of great cosmic existence that had existed since ancient times and bestowed upon this solar system civilization, a being that surpassed rank 8 gods and could distort the laws of the universe, was actually going to die of old age? How can he die? Jishang could not help but ask. Jishang was also a seeker of civilization, and he felt extremely sorrowful. To think that such a great cosmic existence would also fall one day. This frightening fact made him feel that the blow was even heavier than the one he had just received. Distorting the laws isn't changing them. Ji Wang turned around from his chair and spoke softly to the emerald green tree, as though he was talking to himself. Just like this tree, life is a straight line. From birth to death is a process. Life is its beginning, and death is its end. You can distort its length and process, but you can't change its beginning and end. Just like how you want to distort light, you can only distort its speed. You can't completely change its existence or erase its existence. Jishang had the appearance of a youth. His face was warm and sunny. As he read under the tree, he was as beautiful as a character from a fairy tale. He was like a youth herding cows under the tree, reading a book with a mother calling him home at any time. When your realm is high enough, you'll realize that your mind is the world. This will be the path of a higher level, but that's all. No matter how great a higher dimensional being is, you can't change the ancient laws of the universe. Before life and death, we are all equal. Then, an inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in Jishang's mind. He muttered to himself, then, if I'm going to die of old age, could the eternal bloodline that appeared in this world be a way to save myself? Beside him, Lily was even more horrified. He stared blankly at the youth named Ji before him with a complicated expression. It was as though he was seeing a hazy memory that seemed like it had happened yesterday. This terrifying ninth-rank being had appeared in the hospital on Earth back then and brought him to this galaxy. He was the real culprit, the mastermind behind the scenes. What did this mean? This terrifying cosmic magnate actually knew Earth's coordinates. Too scary, he muttered. He felt as though he had seen the mastermind through and through, hidden in the fog. The enemy was already extremely close to them, but they had no idea. Back then, Lily had always been puzzled. Why had he transmigrated? What was the reason for his transmigration? Only today did he realize the reason, because he was going to die. Yes, Ji Kai had begun to study the bloodline of immortality. He had brought him to this land so that the tinder of immortality would spread in this test field that he had built and study the way to survive. Is it because of the immortal blood? Jishang was also speechless as he gazed at the radiant youth before him. Even if I created this land because of my mood, I ultimately had a secondary goal. I wanted this galaxy to become a civilization researching eternal bloodlines, and then, that's why we were all opened up. The expressions of all the ministers, the leaders of the 9 prefectures, and the continent kings changed drastically. Only now did they realize that the blood of eternal life seemed to be an extremely extraordinary item. There was no comparison before their civilization. Previously, he had thought that the blood of eternal life was just a relatively precious treasure. But now, even such a great existence could die of old age. One could imagine how precious the blood of eternal life was. Even these great Taoists who transcended the laws of the universe coveted them. However, another question arose. Previously, Moon Goddess Ji had not been born with the blood of eternal life, and he still did not have it now because he was about to die of old age. Then where did he suddenly obtain the incomparably precious blood of eternal life before his death come from? The natives could not understand. Only Yuan Qinghua and Lili knew the terrifying truth. This was the spoil of war, an earth-shattering war. Therefore, they used this spoil of war to open up this solar system civilization and study the blood of eternal life. This was the origin and truth of everything. A long, long time ago, I was going to die. The youth's expression was gloomy. Sages know their destiny, and so do I. I can even be precise down to the minute and second. Therefore, I roamed the vast universe in search of a way to live forever. I roamed the endless void until I encountered another civilization. Yuan Qinghua had goosebumps all over her body. That was a very special and prosperous super civilization. Their two great existences could live forever. They had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, which was simply inconceivable. That was the lifespan of several level 9s. The long years made them almost invincible in the level 9's realm. Yuan Qinghua was completely shocked. Yes, according to their guesses, the two ancient gods should be similar to the long-lived Samsara Lord. They were invincible in the same realm and could fight countless great sages of the same realm. It was extremely exaggerated. If the Samsara Lord could destroy the entire level 9s and cut off the path to immortality, then the two ancient gods should be the same among the level 9s. However, such an exaggerated ancient ancestor of Xianxia, as well as a super-ancient deity, was actually beaten to death by the being in front of him. The lifespan of an ordinary level 9 does not exceed 100,000 years. Ji is an ordinary level 9. At most, he is 80,000 to 90,000 years old. His combat power is actually so high. Thinking of this, Yuan Qinghua had goosebumps all over her body. This was a monster. Di Qi, no. Perhaps even surpassing Di Qi, such a heaven-defying monster. Not to mention that the inheritors of the ancient gods were still fighting at the threshold of the level 9s. Even if they broke through to the level 9s, their combat power would only be ordinary level 9s. Could they really win? The time left for them was too short. When the real enemy showed his true face in front of them, the more they knew, the more afraid they felt. I asked them where the coordinates of the immortal planet were. So, a great battle broke out. Ji Huan narrated leisurely, it was a very tragic battle. We had a few ordinary level 9s under our command, but they were almost killed the moment we unleashed our combat power. How pitiful. Those stronger ants would probably reach the limit of level 9s in their lifetime. They were far from us great beings who had the potential to reach level 10. In just a few short years, there were powerful mother stream civilizations falling almost every day. The mother stream was shattered, and the ancient warlocks and elemental emperors in the void of the mother stream all fell. The origin of the eternal mother stream dried up. In these few short sentences, everyone saw an earth-shattering mythical war in the universe. It was a slaughter with all their might. There were two of them, and I was alone. However, it was obvious that only one of them could awaken at the same time. I'm not afraid of a one-on-one fight, young Ji said. Ji Shang was completely numb. He could not help but ask, that was the entire mother stream civilization. They were all destroyed for the sake of extending one person's life. Beside him, the expressions of the ministers changed again. This was angering this ancient being. Ji Shang was very rational before, but now he seemed so irrational. My life is naturally more important than civilization. Young Ji continued reading. If the ant nest is gone, I'll just build another one. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Young Ji closed the book and looked at them before continuing, the last person on the other side has awakened. I'm not willing to risk my life against him. I seem to have the absolute advantage, and I can still live until he hibernates and then beat him to death, but in reality, I'm in a similar situation as that person. Yes, what happens after I kill him? Just as you think, I'm going to die of old age. I'm also about to merge with the eternal blood and follow in his footsteps. I also need a path protector. Xianxia stood up and looked at the sky. Everything is developing according to my plan. I'll completely annihilate the other side's civilization to prevent future troubles, but according to the plan, I'll need a path protector with the eternal blood. Kaboom! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes burned. Everyone looked at the young man under the lush tree, and they were instantly stunned. Everything in the world had its reasons. Perhaps the reason was already clear. Although Moon God Ji had created an ant nest as casually as he had, he still hoped that stronger ants would appear in the nest, or even transcend. Because he wanted to live, he needed to sleep. Therefore, he wanted to try to find a path protector in this world. His maids and even geniuses from different eras could compete among them. Moon Goddess. Ji, is it really okay to tell me all your secrets in an upright manner? Jishang took a deep breath because he had said too much. He was even chatting with them as if he was talking about family matters. He did not put on any airs at all. Naturally, they had investigated this family before. The previous owner had been so amiable and casual, chatting with anyone who passed by. But now, they were like ordinary passers-by, chatting casually. Even though his identity as a true god had been discovered, he did not put on any airs. To them, this was very strange. In their opinion, after being discovered in the mortal world, at the very least, one should display the majesty and dignity of a god. Do the rulers and emperors of our planets have the same attitude towards the arrival of our neighbors? Jishang only smiled bitterly. At the same time, the best course of action would be to act as a god and display his affinity towards the common people. He would protect all living beings and express his desire to select a successor to protect his slumbering self. At that time, with such merits and miracles, countless people would definitely flock to him. However, he felt that this unbelievable existence was very proud and disdained deceiving others. What are you thinking? In the end, you think too highly of yourself. Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. He took a sip of tea and said calmly, if I were to deceive even ants, that would be too sad. Ants also have the right to know the truth, even if they always make people laugh. Xianxia's voice was very gentle, but there was a strange coldness in his tone. Everyone's pupils constricted, and their faces turned green and pale. Who here was not a peerless genius selected from the billions of people on this planet? They were shocked by this arrogant statement, but it was not arrogance, but a bloody truth, in exposing their weak scars. At the same time, I don't think there's much of a chance for you to transcend. I'm just treating it as a game driven by interest. I'm just starting a game with that person on the other side, like a bet. Unlike him, I'm just playing a game that's driven by my own interest. I don't care about the outcome. To be honest, I'm not used to being a Tao protector. After I go into hibernation, even if there's no one guarding me, I still have a backup plan. Other existences might not be able to find me, and I won't pass off shoddy goods as good ones. You're all thinking, too much. Alright, get out. Don't disturb my reading. Ji Yinshu shook his hands and lowered his head to read his book. He looked relaxed under the tree. Jishang's expression changed slightly as he looked around. Thank you, Moon Goddess, for dispelling our doubts. He slowly bowed. Ji did not respond. This ancient existence seemed to have transcended into some unknown void at this moment. He treated them as if they were air. He treated the ants on the ground as if they were a bunch of low-dimensional life forms. He didn't see them at all. An intense thought suddenly surged into Jishang's mind. Would humans care about the words of ants beneath their feet? Sometimes, they would look at them, but most of the time, they would ignore them. We're also like ants. In the end, Jishang could only leave quickly. All the ministers and rulers of planet Jiuzhou were incomparably horrified and baffled. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past. Walking on the bluestone path leading out of the villa district, one could see lush greenery on both sides and fitness facilities in the distance. That scene just now felt like a lifetime ago. It was like a great dream. It was illusory, yet it transcended reality. They had imagined thousands of ways Moon Goddess Ji could take, but none of them had imagined it to be like what they were seeing right now. It never occurred to me that the civilization in this universe was really just a game, a test ground for immortality created by a great God. And he didn't hide it at all. He told us directly. Because the Lord doesn't care. Even Lily was shocked. He turned his head again and looked at the youth who was still reading quietly under the lush tree in the villa's courtyard. He was crying and laughing at the same time, feeling as though he had received a heavy blow. How uncool. Even now, according to normal logic, shouldn't a true God leave after revealing a miracle, vanish into the void, and leave everyone to worship and revere him? But this existence told everyone to leave, and he's still reading in the same place. He truly felt that this existence was beyond all of his previous imaginations. Regardless of appearance, conversation, attitude, or style, as expected, fantasy novels are all lies. Lily's eyes flickered. Finally, he sighed deeply. That's right. How could such a mighty existence of the universe care about the feelings of a bunch of ants? How could he show off in front of a bunch of ants? All sorts of miracles? Perhaps this was true when the gap between them was too large. It was just like how humans would not show off in front of ants. Then, why did he reveal his true identity and leave immediately after revealing a miracle, to maintain his dignity in the eyes of the ants? To remain mysterious? What a joke. Everyone was leaving. As soon as they walked out of the residential area, reporters from the television stations rushed forward with all kinds of filming equipment to conduct interviews. A voluptuous female reporter asked, "Dear leaders, we have an audience with the ancient G. How did it go?" The entire planet, and even the entire galaxy, was shaken. Countless people stood in front of the television stations, waiting in anticipation. What will the G say? The elderly, the children, and the youth were all staring at the television, breathing rapidly. They were looking forward to what the ancient moon god G would say to the people of this era. They were looking forward to it. However, facing the live broadcast of the entire planet, Ji Shang waved his hand. He had no interest at all. "We are not accepting interviews right now. Please forgive us." After saying that, everyone left. The overwhelming number of reporters were left dumbfounded on the spot, their faces blank. After being stunned for a moment, the reporter was a person with quick reflexes. He immediately regained his composure and revealed a professional smile. "It seems like the leaders of the various planets have received the teachings of God and gained a lot. All of them had complicated expressions and were in a hurry to go back and organize. They must have received an ancient civilization inheritance not inferior to the moon god steel. We humans will usher in great progress once again. The great moon god Ji is illuminating our path, giving us knowledge, guiding us, and protecting all living beings." The host's words made everyone in front of the television cheer. Thank the great God. God is teaching the people of the earth. We should learn to be grateful. Countless people celebrated and cheered loudly on the streets, in bars, and everywhere. Only the leaders and those in power knew what they had experienced. Meeting God was a conversation that went beyond their understanding. On the way back, they had complicated expressions. We applied our logic to that kind of existence and measured it with our laughable ideas to that great and indescribable existence. We are really a bunch of ridiculous ants. How dare we use our own will to guess the high and mighty heaven? A powerful blood-sucking true ancestor said with a complicated and lonely expression. Ridiculous. We are really ridiculous. Everyone around was extremely bitter. They were all laughing at themselves, feeling that their pride had been shattered. Lily looked at these people and didn't say anything. Suddenly, he remembered a saying, "Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is." Now, they realized how weak and ignorant they were. How pitiful it was. Maybe it was a good thing. Lily also smiled bitterly. After all, he had been in this world for many years. After all, he had already integrated into this land. He remembered the words of this existence just now. "I heard a saying from a certain civilization. When humans speak, God laughs. Yes, everyone has a chance to surpass me, and so do you. Don't worry too much. I won't destroy you. Look. No matter how ridiculous and helpless the ants' logic is, it's not enough to make humans angry. Instead, humans will be careful, because if they can't help but laugh, they will blow away their home. At most, humans will get tired of laughing and feel bored, and leave those ridiculous ants. Lily strode forward like a shooting star. He looked up at the sky, at the countless stars, and at the golden full moon. His heart was thoroughly enlightened. Moon God. Gee, it seems that you don't have any arrogance, but you have the greatest arrogance. On the other side. On the entire planet, a five-colored shadow of a giant that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was gradually shrinking and descending. Let's go. Ji took the maid with her, got on the motorcycle, and ran away excitedly. How could she not know what was going on? She knew that this maid definitely had Ji's divine bloodline, far beyond her imagination. She was a divine servant who had always followed Ji, and such a person actually, since it was a great opportunity in her hands, how could she let it go? Her mind was filled with the image of the old man who had watched him grow up. That was Ji, Moon Goddess. Ji, even now, she still found it hard to believe. But now was not the time to think about this. She had to act. If she did not seize this opportunity, she would be a real fool. Let's hide. Ji quickly drifted on the motorcycle. But how could she escape without a trace? Ji Shang soon received the news. Someone beside him was very dissatisfied and asked, should we stop her? That kind of person doesn't have the talent. It's a waste to have someone with the bloodline of a true god accompany her and become her Tao protector. To grow, cultivate, and become strong, it was necessary to have a Tao protector. After all, those with eternal bloodlines would become stronger in pairs. On the path of growth, they would need someone to protect them. If the other was very strong, they would have a terrifying advantage. And who was it? It was Moon Goddess Ji's personal maid. She had the bloodline of a god from the Ji clan. That enormous elemental life form with a humanoid heart. How could they not be jealous? Who wouldn't want to have such a powerful fortuitous encounter and such a companion? Don't stop her. Let her go. Ji Shang took a deep breath. He also had a fixed companion, so he was naturally not as jealous as the others. He simply said, you said that she's not worthy, that her talent is not good enough, but that's only from our point of view. In the eyes of Moon Goddess Ji, we're just a colony of ants. We all look about the same size, so-called geniuses are just slightly bigger ants. Everyone is almost equal. Everyone in the parliament was completely silent. Yes, perhaps in the eyes of that great existence, they were all a colony of ants. Tall, short, fat, and skinny, they were all about the same. It was hard to imagine who could transcend. After all, it wasn't something that could be achieved with just aptitude and talent. Regarding this point, Yuan Qinghua was deeply moved. For example, Subaru's aptitude is very poor, but he still managed to reach the top. As for Xunlin's daughter, her aptitude is also average, but she was chosen. Looking at Du Shui, although her aptitude is strong, she cannot be considered a genius. Looking at the most outstanding person, Medusa, his aptitude is far inferior to those of his generation, but he still managed to reach the peak. The most powerful force in this world was not aptitude, intelligence, or talent, but fate. As long as the three pillar gods control fate, they control everything. Right now, these people's fates were random, but it still depended on the individual's performance in this era. Nothing was absolutely rigid. In many eras, those who could reach the top were often not the ones with the strongest aptitude. This year, the solar system incense array was established. The ancient moon goddess Ji had revealed her true form. She was giving a divine message to the mortals on earth. No one knew what kind of ancient teachings the group of people who controlled the core authority of the world had heard. They just started to work hard. They used to be very proud and arrogant, but now they became humble and advanced bravely. The era was completely advanced. Geniuses appeared out of nowhere. Some people said that they obtained a new civilization tablet. Because from then on, the era was updated very quickly, and all kinds of new technology emerged. Some people said that they obtained the horrifying truth of the world. There were external enemies invading, and the world was about to face an unknown and terrifying test. But he didn't dare to do anything. This part of history was buried in history. In the future, there were many historians who investigated what Ji said at that time. This was a historical mystery that caused people to think deeply, and there were many different opinions. In the second year, the mother stream mirror shot out a beam of light. Did we succeed? We distorted the upper limit of the speed of light. Is this the mother stream? My God, we will remember this great era. Boom, a huge snow-white beam of light shot out from the sky of the galaxy at a speed faster than 1.4 times the speed of light. It was as proud as humans landing on the moon for the first time. The entire galaxy was jeering. Whoosh, from afar, the entire solar system looked like a flower pot at the base of a giant cosmic rose tree, and a snow-white seedling was germinating. The source of the mother stream, the river, is already surging. It is like the mouth of a spring, gushing into the thirsty void of the universe. In the distant future, countless civilizations will turn into fish, swimming in this mother stream. The cosmic rose tree, the seedling of the mother stream, Xianxia looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Behind him were many celestial emperors, witnessing this historical moment. As for the sun god Asa, he was still in a deep sleep. No one knew where he was cultivating, and he would not appear unless he broke through to become a god. This year was known in ancient history as the first year of the mother stream. The great origin of the mother stream civilization system, the cosmic rose tree, and the mother stream of the world. The curtains of a great and vast universe of extraordinary civilizations had completely opened. The mother stream, huh? On Earth, Suji had already returned to the orchard. He put down his luggage, furniture, and luggage in the living room, and watched this historical scene. He had no choice. He had lost his butler, who had been following him for a long time. The moment he went out, he could only do everything himself. Intelligent subbrain, release the limits of the Zerg isolation area. Suji suddenly said as he looked at the mother stream. If it did not release the area of land that was shielded, then the mother stream system would be nonsense. The limits have been released. The robotic subbrain's voice sounded. Suji sorted out his thoughts and said again, in the future, the area of land covered can be changed at any time. The condition for the change is, wherever the light beam reaches. Confirmed. The robotic voice sounded again. This way, the sun really never sets. Wherever the sun shines, it's all land. Suji looked at the piece of civilization and smiled. Originally, I was thinking that when the Zerg population increases, the next step would be to plant more land. After all, there's only one power plant, it's not enough. Next, should I expand it to a solar system near this galaxy? But how do I explain that? Suji smiled helplessly. This was a huge problem. Before this, he felt like he was in a terrible mess. How could he explain the sudden expansion of the world? A solar system next door, and he could suddenly go there. After all, from the beginning, he had wanted to directly cover 7 or 8 of such galaxy lands. Plant them to turn the world upside down, but his strength was too low, so naturally he could not do it. The subbrain of the Zerg could only allow a limited number of Zergs to enter the higher dimensional thought space, and the subbrain of the Zerg was the pillar of the race. The stronger the Zerg as a whole, the more they could bring in. But now, with the big explosion of life in the entire galaxy, the subbrain of the Zerg had also become stronger, and it had begun to expand the land. He looked at the huge mother tree. But now, it's coming to me on its own. In the future, I will continue to expand the land and accommodate new planets. I even feel that the speed of expansion, with light beams, is just right. Branches, leaves, sprouts, the mother stream system, it's really an amazingly perfect system of civilization, Suji exclaimed. He felt that the growth of this tree's seedling was too in line with his wishes. The perfect interstellar farming expansion model, mother stream. This was in line with his vision of greening the galaxy. After all, it was also planting a tree, greening the entire planet's galaxy. It was a different approach to achieving the same result. It could also grow on its own. It could also water and fertilize itself. In the future, this tree could even run on its own. It was much more perfect than his previous Mercury greening farm power station. On the internet, many netizens were already in a frenzy. The things Xianxia told them were too impactful. From the moment Xianxia saw this ancient deity, the first question, the rose tree on the moonstone tablet, which was the mother stream, it was already very shocking. I see, the mother stream system is the original civilization system of Xianxia. It existed long ago in ancient times, and it was even a hostile system that opposed Buddhism and Taoism. It once fought against us. This system can fight against Buddhism and Taoism. It's very scary. G, the founder of this mother stream civilization, is very terrifying. In our words, he is equivalent to the great Huaxiao level 9 who founded Buddhism and Taoism. But we're not bad either. We revived this ancient system based on the characteristics of this elemental race, and walked the path that he once walked in ancient times, the mother stream system. He must be very shocked to have been successfully revived. Everyone was discussing it. They felt that the future of the mother stream civilization was indeed comparable to the Buddhist and Taoist systems. It was no wonder that they were able to go against it and the two civilizations would go to war in ancient times. Could it be that the mother stream civilization is the Western civilization fighting against the Eastern Buddhist and Taoist civilizations? Seems like it. Perhaps there are records of the myths on Earth, and the West has records of the world tree and the mythical mother stream? But then again, we're not bad either. Someone said, the people of our era are talented. When someone heard this, his confidence was immediately boosted. Yes, there are many geniuses in our era. There are countless evildoers. It's also a prosperous era. Although there are some idiots, we've still revived the Buddhist and Taoist civilizations of ancient Huaxia. Now, we've even revived the mother stream civilization. We're amazing. Through these clues, we managed to revive two ancient space civilizations. Even those ancient civilizations, the super ancient god, and G would be shocked by this. Those above, you're exaggerating. I don't dare to say that I'm scared, but I'm sure they respect us. Everyone was still discussing, thinking that they were amazing. This was also a golden era. If they continued to develop, they might not only be revived, but they might even surpass the ancient civilization system of the two level 9 civilizations. The future prospects were great. Screenshots. 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 Just as they were discussing, they saw the situation change again. The situation was advancing, and they could not help but stop discussing and continue watching. Screenshots were being shown. They looked at the gentle young man who looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. If he did not say it, no one would have guessed that this was the legendary. Gee. Is this the face of the enemy? The enemy who destroyed our ancient Huaxia civilization? Gritting teeth, it's hard to imagine that it's a young man. They continued watching. This time, they did not speak anymore. They were completely solemn and did not joke anymore. They carefully observed the entire incident. At the last moment, they felt that many truths had completely washed away their minds. It was hard to accept such a huge amount of information in an instant. After a while, Yuan Qinghua, everyone, the information you want is here. I won't say much else. The other party is already beyond imagination. At the same time, the transmigrator should be Li. Everyone, I'm actually not in a good mood. I'm going to take a break. You guys discuss among yourselves. Everyone was shocked. It seemed like Yuan Qinghua was in the same situation as Ji Shang, Li, and the others in the picture. She had been dealt a heavy blow by this god. Sometimes, contempt was even more unbearable than humiliation. Usually, Yuan Qinghua would take the initiative to discuss the matter after taking screenshots and live streaming it. However, it was different this time. Clearly, she was not calm. There was a thorough discussion on the internet. Li, I've long felt that something was wrong with that guy. It's really him, and he's from Guangdong. I just don't know, which era did he transmigrate to? Probably in modern times. It's a pity. That after cultivating, my appearance has changed drastically. Otherwise, by comparing the photos, I might be able to find out who I was before I transmigrated to. In fact, I personally think that I can use my current appearance to search for missing and dead people. Someone suggested. Someone also expressed his agreement. I personally think that we do need to search, but the scope is too large. My personal suggestion is to use the census of transmigrators compiled by me for 10 years. We should search first, people who died in car accidents, people who were cuckolded, people who jumped off a building, people who were electrocuted by a computer, these kinds of people for comparison, dog head. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Some newbies were confused. Isn't this a game? How can it be linked to reality? Why do we even need to check people's water meter? Ha ha ha. This is indeed a virtual game. Naturally, it doesn't exist in reality. However, we suspect that this is a hidden Easter egg in the game, linked to someone in reality. After all, it's very realistic. Physics Buddha, Chemistry Tao, and even Xitigarbha Bodhisattva who can speak Cantonese. I see. The newbies were enlightened. People began to discuss Ji again. His combat power is more exaggerated than imagined. The ant theory is very scary. This is a truly rational and cold saint. He looks gentle, but in reality, he gives people a strong sense of estrangement, like a giant looking at an ant. That kind of gaze is dull and still, without a ripple. It's very scary. At this time, also Yamaguchi stood up again. Everyone, let me summarize. First, we need to understand Ji's lifespan. According to speculation, he's around 80,000 to 90,000 years old. He's nearing the end of his lifespan, so he brought the Mother Stream civilization to start a war. This explains why they fought. It's because of his lifespan. As for the ancient gods, and the other by Xianxia and Hermes, their predecessors, the level 9 Xianxia of the Buddhist Tao system. Their combat power should be unparalleled. After all, their lifespans are very long. Their combat power should be comparable to the Samsara Lord. Even such an existence is dead. One can imagine how terrifying the combat power of such an opponent is. You have to know that he's only 70,000 to 80,000 years old, and he's already reached such a height. According to speculation, it might be due to the difference in life form, causing his combat power to be very exaggerated. It could also be a sneak attack. After all, the enemy is out in the open while we are in the dark. But even so, their combat power should be similar. Following also Yamaguchi's analysis, everyone felt that it was very reasonable. With the same body size, naturally, the bigger one would have the advantage. The smaller one would cultivate faster, but this GS cultivation speed was too fast. A huge elemental creature should not be able to cultivate so fast. They were shocked, but thinking about it, such a terrifying giant of the universe, everyone must have their own unique points. He was still very mysterious at the moment, and his combat power was exaggerated beyond belief. Also Yamaguchi continued to analyze, but obviously, his lifespan is coming to an end, and he has yet to integrate the blood of eternal life. Because once he does, a fatal weakness will appear. So, he established this civilization and experimented with the blood of eternal life. At the same time, he wants to see if there is a possibility of a genius appearing. But as he said, he does not have high expectations, because the probability is too low. This galaxy civilization, to him, still has value, because even if it is difficult to give birth to an existence that is truly as strong as him, it will still be a new Mother Stream civilization. He is also rebuilding his own civilization. Everyone nodded. Rebuilding civilization was naturally the main goal. Also Yamaguchi said, so, what should we do? Is Yuan Qinghua going to commit suicide? Not to contribute to the construction of the other party's civilization? There was no need. He could continue to work hard on his cultivation. Not to mention the small possibility of becoming a guardian and completely infiltrating the enemy camp, but his own growth was still necessary. Even that civilization would naturally continue to grow as usual. You should know, according to Cutie's theory, the common people are endless, the upper class fights to the death, the common people below are all innocent. He can't interfere with the development of the Mother Stream civilization, but we can still secretly learn from their civilization experience. For example, learning from their Mother Stream super civilization, that is very scary. Everyone nodded. They were simply geniuses in the aspect of secretly learning. For example, they had secretly learned from the Mother Stream civilization, which was actually not a loss. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Many people were discussing it on the internet. They were discussing the Mother Stream civilization and the various possibilities of G. Someone even said, brothers, this is a great opportunity for Yuan Qinghua to become a guardian, gain his trust, then kill him and act as a spy. Effort, F*CK. the important task of saving the heavens. The savior is this man. Godfather. Yuan Qinghua will become a guardian, stab him while he's asleep, and kill him effortlessly. The level 9 giant is right in front of us. Charge. Everyone was excited. But many shook their heads. This was very idealistic. Yuan Qinghua breaking through to level 9, perhaps they had to dream. Everything was possible in dreams. Currently, the fastest player was Meng Mei, who had already set foot on the path to level 9. The Alchemy Emperor was a latecomer, but he had already become a god based on his previous life's experience. His speed could be said to be very fast, but even so, Meng Mei still had a big problem reaching level 9. As for Dicky, recently, he had seen the 3 pillar gods and had completely invented his own witchcraft, 3 corpses execution. It was based on the witchcraft of Sword Saint Acho in the ancient Wood planet, and there were 3 clones. This was a special witchcraft true body, where the 3-headed and 6-armed witchcraft was separated and turned into an independent person. The 3 witchcraft clones would help with cultivation. But this method was not very strong. The cultivation speed of the 3 clones added together would only double the cultivation speed. It would not achieve a true qualitative change. But for Dicky, it was barely enough. Because his speed was already very fast and his talent was terrifying. But others who used 3 corpses execution would still be very slow. It would double but not achieve a qualitative change. Even when a Dao Lord died of old age, it was only 30% to 40%. Even if you doubled your speed, you would not be able to break through. Moreover, not everyone was a Dao Lord with extraordinary talent, it would only be slower. A normal god would have 10% to 20% speed. Double the speed, it was still out of reach. Level 9 was not that simple. The gods who had fallen on this path of cells had mountains of corpses. After all, how could the witchcraft compare to the Demon Core clan and the whole clan, who had the advantage of being at level 9? There were still many netizens discussing rationally. Dichi has no advantage on this path. This is the limitation of his race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the strong with the weak. However, severing the 3 corpses to prove one's Dao is not some ridiculous technique. Sigh. The ancient desolate world really had no advantage in this realm. Their method of proving their Dao is like riding a tractor, while the Demon Core and the entire race are riding a high-speed rail. It's normal that they don't have an advantage. It's not like everyone is one of those 2 races with cheats. Speaking of which, those 2 races with cheats were guided by the ancient gods. They specialize in breaking through to the rank 9 talent race to find a chance of survival. It's impossible for ordinary extraordinary races to do that. Dichi will probably achieve a breakthrough if he cultivates this thing because he's fast to begin with. He's already fused with more than 50% of his body, and with the addition of the qualitative extension lifespan, he's left with 25% to make a breakthrough. That's why Dichi isn't worried. But it's different for the others. If Cutsis cultivates this thing, she'll probably die. Everyone was discussing the current situation, and the topic soon shifted to the method of breaking through to the 9th level. At this time, Cutsis ran out and was very dissatisfied. Who said I can't break through? I'm much stronger than Dichi, okay. I have a shortcut, the Incense Dragon bloodline to prove my Dao. I can use all living beings to help me cultivate with the Earth Dragon bloodline body. It's similar to Carolyn's Dream of 1,000 Years. To be honest, I think my dragon bloodline race has a much greater advantage than Dichi's race. I'm going to look for elder sister Carolyn and play with her. I'm going to make use of her knowledge to comprehend and perfect my theory. Cutsis felt that her opportunity to achieve Dao lay in Carolyn. After all, she was the one who received Carolyn when she arrived, and they had a good relationship. When Dichi entered the small universe, she could ask about the cultivation method and perfect her plan. According to this trend, I have a great advantage in cultivating the rank 9 path. The second player with an advantage is the speed of Mount Akina. This guy's body alchemy factory can copy his bloodline, and recently gave himself a demon core. It's so wretched, and the third one with an advantage is the Alchemy Emperor. I personally think that his cell population is very small, and it's still the quality of the origin of life. When this guy evolved species, he was definitely thinking about his rank 9 path. Xianxia continued, this ranking is currently uncertain. I have reason to suspect that, in fact, the easiest way to break through to the rank 9 path is a bug in a bottle. Everyone was stunned as they listened to Xianxia's analysis of the current rank 9 path. So, these wretched big shots were already secretly working on the rank 9 path, preparing for a rainy day. Even when the Alchemy Emperor was evolving species, he had already thought of this layer. They were all stunned. F***ck. Then in the future, when we evolve species, we have to study the rank 9 path of this species to see if there are any advantages? F***ck, we have to learn from CMO. The smaller the better. But this is too difficult. Everyone knows that a simple structure is good, but a simple structure requires a species with extraordinary potential. The Great Tao is simple. This is making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger. Gritting teeth, F***ck, now that I think about it, it's very likely that a certain skeleton warrior considered his rank 9 breakthrough when he evolved species. No wonder it's so simple. His skeleton is full of holes. It's not only to install plugins in the body to leave more gaps, but also to reduce the number of cells in the body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 2F** King Dirty, all of them were old 1,000-layer biscuits. None of them wanted to work hard and cultivate. Instead, they wanted to be born into a good race? And then lie down until the peak. Everyone wanted to be like cute sis, lie down for an entire generation. After all, this world was unfair to begin with. Everyone was born into a rich family. Connate World Tree was the foundation of a transcendent world. How could an ordinary race compare? Only by working countless times harder from an ordinary background could one make up for their innate deficiencies. Looks like everything in this world is balanced. If I don't work hard in my next life, I'll have to endure until I'm bald and reincarnate into a good body. Working hard headscarf, the rank 9 path has to start from a child. Looks like I also have to study a race that is the foundation of a Tao integration world. The atmosphere of the transcendent species on the entire online forum suddenly changed. They felt that they had to work hard. Everyone knew that a supreme grade and heaven-defying species was enough for them to achieve great things with little effort in the future. At this time, along with the discussion on the internet, the private Big Shots group was also surging with undercurrents. At this time, Xianxia asked, then, should we carry out our secondary plan? The construction of the mother stream system was not only for other external reasons, such as searching for G's true body, but also for their secondary plan, which was to use the mother stream to search for Earth and realize the supernatural revival on Earth. This was a very crazy idea. It was simply too daring. However, it was important to know that the other party could be an enemy civilization. There were many things to consider. For example, G's attitude. However, they felt that they might not attack ordinary people and destroy the planet. At the same time, they did not want Earth to search for this mother stream civilization. This was because Earth could not see the mother stream tree. After all, light beams in a vacuum were invisible. Hence, astronomical telescopes could not observe this vast cosmic rose tree. The reason why those powerhouses could see the energy of the world tree in the universe was because they were all extraordinary powerhouses. Naturally, they could sense the energy. At the same time, there was the most crucial point. Not only could the energy not be seen, but the mother stream had also distorted the rules. Ordinary people from outside civilizations, those below level 9, could not sense the existence of the mother stream at all. This was a civilization protection mechanism. After all, it was impossible for them to find the origin of the mother stream. Thor said, then, it's the mother stream to search for Earth. After all, we know where Earth is. We know where it is in the Milky Way galaxy. We can extend our branches, but do we really have to do this? Great Alchemy Emperor said, we still have to think about it. If this gets out, those people will all call us crazy. Doghead, Mount Akina sped up. Don't worry, I was the one who proposed this plan. Although it's reckless, it's definitely guaranteed. You should know that this cosmic rose tree is not something that can appear instantly like a space jump. Its growth rate of 1.4 times faster than the speed of light is still very slow. If it grows into such a huge monster that can extend its branches to us, who knows how long it will take to open up the Silk Road? When that time comes, what will the situation be like? No one knows. We might already be very strong. This is just a plan for the future. Alchemy Emperor said, indeed. At the same time, Yuanhua can secretly interfere with the direction of the world tree's growth and the mother stream's tributaries, extending here or secretly helping to block it. We have the initiative. Long Wuming said, at Yuanhua, the technology you gave us has been obtained. Other than the solar mirror, there are many terrifying civilian and military technologies that are of great use to us. However, it will take at least 2 to 3 years to fully understand them in the laboratory and carry out mass reform in reality. Everyone shook their heads. In reality, Alchemy Emperor was also reviving martial arts in reality, but it was very slow. Now, he had obtained the technology, but 2 to 3 years was still too slow. After all, only half a year had passed, in that high-dimensional space, a day was 100 years. Time flew by, and no one knew what would happen in the next 2 to 3 years. Distant water could not quench present thirst. By that time, the war between the ancient gods would have already started, or perhaps it would have already ended. Alchemy Emperor said, damn it, our low-dimensional space, our civilization is too inferior. Even if we obtain technology and transcendence, it will be difficult for us to develop quickly. Suji was lying in the living room, silently reading the comments. He even read the private group discussions of the big shots. These fellows are truly audacious to the extreme. They're risking their lives to stir up trouble. They're doing everything they can. Suji shook his head. But it was natural for them to do that. From their point of view, it was normal for them to cause trouble like this. But no matter what they do, as they say, they can't keep up with the times. After all, things change with each passing day. Suji shook his head and put down the tablet in his hand. He felt the energy waves in his body and muttered to himself, for example, I am about to break through again. Kaboom, he felt the surging energy in his body. The civilization in this galaxy has just begun to mature, and I am about to break through to become a mid-level god. What was a qualitative leap? This was a qualitative leap. Previously, the land sand table, orchards, cellars were pitifully small. But now, it was the power of a galaxy. Even without experiencing a powerful war, the population of planet Jojo alone was more than 8 billion, comparable to Earth, not to mention other planets. In just a short 500 years, it had provided him, a human god with a normal body, with the energy to break through to the middle god level. It was simply too fast. That was why Suji was not interested in the faith of the entire galaxy. Because like the big octopus, it needed to cultivate in seclusion and was considered an external energy. But the feedback energy from the death of his Zerg did not need to be converted at all. It could be directly converted into energy in his body. Rumble, an enormous amount of energy filled his body like a raging storm. This energy is too huge. You should know that I have a perfect foundation that has cultivated in countless systems. The energy I need is tens or hundreds of times more than a low-level god of the same realm. It's filled up in an instant. Suji smiled. I only need 500 years to reproduce in a galaxy. He knew that since he had reached this step, he did not need to worry about energy anymore. The so-called lack of energy was only because the weak creatures on a planet didn't have enough means to obtain energy. But it was different when civilization extended to the universe. How much energy was there in the vast universe? Just a sun alone was a very difficult energy to obtain. When I break through to the god level and soar through the universe, and build the Dyson sphere, my Zerg have reached this level of civilization. Indeed, I do not lack energy. Suji's expression was calm as he silently observed the turbulent energy in his body. Rumble, endless energy rushed through his body, raising his life level. It was like a surging river, engulfing everything. Whoosh. After an unknown period of time, Suji's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. The light turned and disappeared, returning to its normal state. I'm already a middle god. Based on this speed, I'll probably become a high god in a week or so. Suji measured the speed. This speed was similar to when he broke through to the 7th level of Heavenly Emperor, or even the 6th level. Basically, they would break through a small realm every week or so. Of course, they would get stuck in a big realm a little later. It seemed that the higher one's realm was, the slower one's cultivation speed would be. This was common sense for cultivators, but it did not seem to be reflected in Suji at all. His cultivation speed was so stable. Back then, he thought that it would be slow for him to become a celestial emperor, but in the end, it was not slow. He thought that his ascension to godhood would be slow, but it turned out that it was not slow at all. That's because every time I advance to a new realm, the amount of realm energy I need increases exponentially. However, the speed at which I obtain energy also increases exponentially. Suji's expression was calm as he said, at the same time, my greatest advantage is that as the insectoid queen mother, I don't need to absorb or convert the insectoid feedback energy I receive. I can directly transform it into the energy form of my cultivation base. I've been cultivating for more than 4 months now. Perhaps I'll have to cultivate a little slower. Suji said faintly, if I cultivate any faster, I'll catch up to the vanguard. My future path of cultivation has yet to mature. My cultivation speed is constantly increasing, but it's different for them. Their cultivation speed will become slower and slower along with their realm. The deduction realm of civilization was a difficult problem after all. After all, this was common sense. On the path of cultivation, the more one advanced, the more qualitative changes there would be. Suji shook his head. Before this, I didn't have enough energy and was short on money, so I lived frugally. Looks like in the future, I'll have to try to become a millionaire and spend lavishly. Perhaps this was the moment when he truly had the spirit of an ancient god. Because he had become rich. Before this, he was poor and did not even have the foundation of a level 9 existence. Suji laughed to himself and looked at the entire sand table world. Without a doubt, the newly established mother stream system was developing rapidly. The rose tree sapling pierced through the sky at an astonishing speed. This tree would be his eternal energy field in the future. He would no longer need to build an energy-type sand table in the future. At this time, the entire galaxy's light age was flourishing, and there were many uses of light. However, in the end, it was stagnant at the Heavenly Emperor era, and was used as a ceiling to break in. Looks like there won't be many changes in the short term. The day of change is when the sun god Asa becomes a god, and the first god appears. Suji observed carefully, turned around, and looked at the war in the 7 realms, the small universe, and the lava land. Ever since he broke through to God, he immediately went to the universe to build a new sand table. Now that he had returned, he once again looked at the war in this sand table. It seems that after 400 or 500 years, the 3 pillar gods have completely distorted the laws of the universe, found Carolyn's traces, and are looking for the coordinates. Are they going to attack? Suji was stunned. The 3 pillar gods entered the small universe. In that huge land, a terrible war would definitely break out. At the same time, Dicky was constantly monitoring the 3 pillar gods' lava land. If he saw the 3 pillar gods making a move, he would definitely follow them and enter that land. For both of them, Carolyn's small universe was truly fertile land that had yet to be developed. In fact, it would be countless times larger than their land. It would be an unprecedented main battlefield in the starry sky. Very interesting. Suji gently sipped his tea and closed his eyes. Since the other worlds were making a move, then the 6 paths of reincarnation should also be making some moves. After all, the development of civilization required war. 6 paths of reincarnation. Rumble. Following Suji's breakthrough, the earth shook and the mountains shook. However, the earth did not tear apart again. Instead, it expanded rapidly and was still the same land. The world is changing, and the ancient land is recovering. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord's expression changed slightly, and he said softly, however, the recovering land is not the celestial realm, the animal realm, or the mortal realm. It is the mansion of Hades that takes in the souls of the ordinary people. This was the power of heaven and earth. The era of the God of Arts practitioners was over. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord stole the trust of the ordinary people and led them to rob the God of Arts practitioners. He wanted to overthrow the rule of the underworld, so that the God of Arts practitioners would not be able to control the world. Truth Listener could no longer hear the voices of the mortal realm, so it was unable to understand the situation. This was a shocking plan. At this time, Samsara Prefecture Lord had also built the mansion of Hades in the new era, and started to take in the souls of the ordinary people. Underworld. The Bridge of Helplessness, the road to the Yellow Springs, was not as grand as it was in the past. In the Samsara Hall, the nether gods of the underworld bowed respectfully to him. High up, a young man in a black dragon robe, the strongest god in the world, opened his eyes. Looks like it's time to conquer the outer realm again. As soon as he said this, the surrounding gods, including Mengpa and the rest, were moved. The entire Samsara Hall was dead silent. Another expedition to the outer realm, Mengpa and the rest suddenly fell silent, carefully calculating the horror within. Previously, they had fought a terrifying celestial emperor-level extraterrestrial demon octopus, which had brought about an unimaginable revival of spiritual energy in the world. Spiritual energy had thickened the entire land. Even though the secluded mountain prefecture lord had reopened the celestial path, and countless experts had died, a lot of energy had been lost, but there was still a lot of it that had thickened the land. In these 500 years, the celestial path had been completely reopened, ushering in a terrifying golden age. The energy was so deep that it had almost turned into a spirit spring. Celestial emperor-level existences had all broken through. In fact, many gods were also rapidly appearing. This included Mengpa, Black and White Impermanence, Oxhead, Horseface, and Magistrate Shui. They were originally great sages with decent combat power, and now that they had broken through to become gods, their combat power was very exaggerated compared to others of the same level. This was something that Mao Pao understood very well. He felt that Mengpa and the other low-level gods, together with their talent of distorting the nomological laws, could fight some ordinary high-level gods without losing. This was the terrifying combat power of great sages. In the Celestial Emperor level, they had frantically polished their celestial Tao foundations, perfecting their Tao foundations. Once they broke through, they would be like dragons soaring into the sky. Another expedition to the outer realm? Meng Po's voice was trembling. Previously, when he had fought in the outer realm and killed the octopus demon, it was said that he had angered a terrifying existence of a heaven-defying level. Now, was he starting a direct expedition against that existence? After all, His Majesty had already broken through to become a god. This time, he was going to engage in a terrifying battle? But, isn't it too fast? She felt that it might be a little rushed, but her eyes flashed, and her expression changed slightly. His Majesty's aura was deep, giving off an unimaginably heavy aura of suppression. Now that he had been in seclusion for 500 years, not only had he stabilized his celestial realm, but he had also broken through to become a middle celestial. This speed was unbelievably fast. His cultivation speed is too fast. Didn't they say that the stronger one's combat power, the slower one's cultivation would be? He alone can withstand the energy of tens to hundreds of gods of the same realm, and it's only been 500 years. Could it be that he's accumulating strength? Beside him, Catapult was also shocked. Previously, I felt that as a low-level god, no matter how heaven-defying his battle prowess was, he could only defeat an ordinary god who had just stepped into the 9th stage. His fusion was about 10% or so. Now, as a middle god, his aura has completely stabilized and thickened, and he is many times stronger than before. Perhaps, with this kind of earth-shattering battle prowess, he can already fight against a group of top-notch people? He felt very strange. And now, fighting in the outer realms, could it be that the 3 pillar gods had been dormant for 500 years and were secretly making a move? However, even Dichi of the 7 realms did not notice it. Could it be that Lord of His Excellency Samsara sensed it? It was very mysterious. Perhaps, this was a shocking piece of news. Previously, the 3 pillar gods had been beaten back by Dichi and had remained silent for 500 years. If they were to really start a war now, it would be an earth-shattering battle. The battlefield was set in the vast universe of stars. All the major civilizations were going to fight and kill each other. Planets were going to be destroyed, and the entire universe was going to be turned upside down. Just the thought of that scene was terrifying. At the same time, our batch of players and the online gaming world might also have to enter the battlefield and fight. Mao Tiao's eyes were burning, and his heart was beating wildly. At that moment, what happened during the 500 years that I was in seclusion? Suji asked. Granny Meng took a step forward and said respectfully, the reincarnation cycle of the talented ones was greatly reduced. 10 million divine arts practitioners were transformed into 10 million divine arts fruits that were continuously captured. Once they were reincarnated, they were captured, detained, and refined into divine arts fruits. As for the talented ones, they would be imprisoned for their entire lives and their cultivation would be controlled. They would become a kind of devil weapon that could grow and carry their own talents. Naturally, they would grow old and die before entering the underworld. That was why the flow of people became sparse. Suji nodded indifferently. Granny Meng continued, because of that, the divine arts practitioners were imprisoned the moment they were born. Even though Truth Listener had obtained their memories from when they were alive, he was unable to understand the specific secrets of the mortal world. In these 500 years, the mortal world had become extremely unknown to us. However, this unknown was destroyed by the mansion of the dead that His Majesty had established. When Granny Meng said this, her face was full of admiration. The mansion of the dead, huh? Suji smiled. After he had just broken through, he continued to expand the land of the mansion of the dead in the inner space to accommodate more souls of ordinary people for cultivation. As for the souls of ordinary people, they naturally couldn't reincarnate. This land was equivalent to Ermin's underworld. It gave ordinary people a place to return to and live a second life. Even if they were ordinary people in life, they could enter the mansion of the dead after death. Perhaps they might be fated and step onto the path of cultivation. In the mansion of the dead, cultivators emerged one after another. There were many ghost emperors and even some ghost immortals. Their strength became the new main fighting force of the mansion of the dead. We can learn the knowledge of the humans who entered the mansion of the dead when they were alive, Granny Meng said. Granny Meng said. Through this, we can observe the situation in the mortal realm. However, we are no longer able to fully grasp it, because those experts will destroy the souls of those who know about it. They won't even have the right to enter the underworld. Suji was stunned. This was a good plan. Therefore, the mansion of the dead could only know what the ordinary people in the mortal world knew. As for the higher-level secrets of the mortal world, they had no way of knowing. Granny Meng continued to analyze, however, among the god arts practitioners, there are some who struggle and transcend and even become gods. With Li Sanqing, Qi Tiandi, and the rest as the leaders, they have already broken through to become gods and established devil sects, Northern Devil Sect, Southern Sky Devil Sect, and others. They hide in the mountains and save the god arts practitioners. They have even saved many ancient great sages. I heard that recently, they saved Su Ying Luo, Su Huanjun, and other strong practitioners of that era from the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord also brought many geniuses among the ordinary people and a few gods to establish sects in the mortal world. Supreme Tao Sect, Heavenly Sound Buddhist Sect, and they fought back and took back the devil weapons. Both sides have had many conflicts in the pugilistic world. Suji carefully sorted out the developments of the past few years. He felt that it was very interesting. It seemed like the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord was really a ruthless person. He really wanted to go against the ordinary people. As for Qi Tiandi, Saber Emperor Xianxia, and the rest, they were really ruthless and wanted to kill the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord. Mao Pao was also muttering. All these years, they have indeed been fighting happily. They have even forgotten that their initial enemy was Dizun. They don't even care about us players and let us develop. Indeed, the Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord is really scary. No wonder he is the mastermind behind the scenes. He has been watching the fire from the sidelines. In the Samsara Palace, it was suddenly quiet. Mangpo was indeed a talented manager. In just a few sentences, she had already summarized the changes of the situation in the past 500 years. Dizun was still muttering to himself. What do you think of their combat power? Suji suddenly asked. Mangpa took a step forward and said, although we are not weak great sages, our combat power is still lower than those demons back then. If we were to face them, I'm afraid we would be defeated within 10 moves. Within 100 moves, our lives would be in danger. Suji muttered to himself. Although those fellows were low-class gods, their combat power was still very exaggerated. The 6 paths of Samsara world was in fact not weaker than other extraordinary worlds. After all, they had spent a lot of time to create this world. Previously, they had been suppressing their cultivation level. Now that they had a breakthrough, their overall level would naturally be like that of a dragon. This resulted in an exaggerated qualitative change in their combat power. Suji muttered to himself. But such a qualitative change still needs time to digest. After all, only 500 years have passed, and they are still low-class gods. Their combat power is still in the explosive period of rapid development. If we had another 500 years, or even 1,000 years, it would probably be completely stable. But now we don't have enough time. At the level of these low-class gods, no matter how exaggerated their combat power is, they can probably only fight experts who have barely entered the 9th level. They might even be beaten to death. So, at present, the overall level of the experts in the other extraordinary worlds is still a level lower. Suji sorted out his thoughts. Although the current 6 paths of Samsara world had a qualitative change and had a breakthrough, the overall level of the world was still the weakest among the other 3 worlds. Suji muttered to himself for a while, and then his majestic voice rang out. Tell all the people in the mortal world that in another few decades, they will fight in the extraterrestrial regions. Whether they die or live, it's all up to them. Maupai was instantly shocked. What the hell, really? Damn it. They had directly started a war. Dizun had directly spoken to the entire 6 paths of Samsara. He was so scared that he had goosebumps all over his body. He hurriedly informed the people of the animal path. Brothers, the world has changed. Dizun has disappeared in seclusion for 500 years. Once he comes out, he will start a world-shaking world war. As an extraordinary world, we will join the battle. At this time, this online game world was completely in an uproar. Everyone knew what this meant. The era had completely changed. The new expansion pack, Battle Pillar God, Dicky, Quan Shin, are already online. Half an hour later, a piece of news reverberated throughout the land. All living beings in the mortal world will have a few more decades to conquer the outer regions. Whether they die or live, it is up to them. A distant voice that resounded through the sky came from beyond the horizon. It shook and spread. The celestial realm, mortal realm and animal realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation all spoke at the same time. That is the Emperor of the Underworld, transmitting his voice to the 6 paths of reincarnation. What an unbelievable thing. In the entire world, all the experts and even the gods raised their heads and looked up into the sky. Somewhere deep in the mountains, Devil Sect. Li Sanqing looked up into the sky, with Suing Luo standing behind him. After becoming a god, it is getting scarier and more mysterious. Suing Luo said softly, it is hard to imagine that an immortal is able to spread his voice to every corner of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Billions of living beings in the world can hear him. This was hard to imagine. It even felt like this was not within the realm of an immortal. This was a power that even immortals could not imagine. In actual fact, an ordinary 8th grade god would not be able to do this. With Suji's current combat power, he would not be able to do it either. It was as if Suji's voice could spread throughout the entire solar system. It was hard to imagine. However, with the 6 paths of reincarnation in his body, Suji's main body could easily transmit his voice to the space within his body. Yongliang's Celestial Palace. The arched roof was filled with the beautiful patterns of the Celestials. However, this was no longer the land of the Celestials. It belonged to the mortals among the Celestials. The Celestials only existed in name now. Or rather, the new Celestials had replaced the reincarnated Celestials. What a beautiful voice. The secluded mountain prefecture lord sat on the throne and said softly. You must be praising the unimaginable and terrifying power. Immortal perfected immortal smiled at the side. What kind of outer region is so terrifying? Far more powerful than the octopus demon? It seems like it is very vast, with mysterious and unknown enemies. We should prepare ourselves. After all, a few decades is like a few days to us. The secluded mountain prefecture lord sighed. Beast Dao. In the online city of the gamers, it was extremely noisy. Countless people were buying and selling evolution organs, using them as extraordinary equipment. The market was already relatively mature. Even studios and brick-moving teams from other large-scale online games had come in because there were too many investors here. At this point, this piece of land had developed into a mature MMORPG economy. It was similar to the virtual helmet MMORPG that many people imagined. It had to be said that if the players were given a boundless land of possibilities, they would be able to develop themselves to an extremely prosperous degree. Giant octopus, you've broken through to godhood. That's good. At this moment, a player in the shape of a pink starfish looked at an octopus bro in front of him. Now, we'll use our Azure Pass evolution talent to form a body for you. Are you satisfied? It was a humanoid octopus. It had an adorable head, 2 big bright eyes, a pile of octopus legs under its feet, and a flute in its hand. Brother Octopus was formed from countless powerful organs. It could be said that he had spent a lot of money on it. They carried out many tests. He used the giant octopus's flesh and blood genes to fuse with the Azure Path warrior to evolve, and then cut out this part of the organ. In ancient times, there were lotus roots that created humans and reshaped the golden body. Right now, this group of players was creating a new body for the giant octopus. Needless to say, their Azure Path's black technology was very terrifying. They had used the characteristics of their race to create this body, and they had spent a lot of money. This was a very powerful transcendent life form, a new species that had evolved from the giant octopus's genes. At the same time, the soul and body would not be incompatible, because this originally had the giant octopus's genes. It's okay, right? It's very fitting. I don't feel any rejection between the soul and flesh. The giant octopus was dumbfounded and muttered softly, I just feel that I've become much weaker. We're doing this for your own good. If you hadn't abandoned such a huge body, would you have broken through so quickly? You should know that the smaller the body, the easier it is to break through. Atreant said in a disappointed tone. The giant octopus was startled and muttered softly, but previously, although my body was huge, I cultivated for a long time and was about to break through. Stupid. Atreant player shook his head. If you had broken through at that time, it would have been terrible. You country bumpkin have no foresight. You're in a hurry to break through to godhood, but what about after that? With your huge body, the godhood requires more energy. It's a path of no return. You're always thinking about your huge body. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and killed you. Otherwise, it would definitely be difficult for you to cultivate every day. Someone said solemnly. The giant octopus suddenly understood. This was indeed the logic. Now, your total battle power seems to be weak, but in reality, it has soared. Do you see that flute? The nomological organ that we obtained. It contains the talent of Emperor Form. A player said. After the second big shuffle, countless people reincarnated. Naturally, there were strong people who reincarnated into their animal path. They also took the opportunity to secretly make their move. After all, the probability was 1 in 3. They obtained the Emperor Form. This was an extremely powerful heaven-defying talent. Naturally, they had always hidden it well. Now, they handed it over to the giant octopus to appease his heart. The giant octopus instantly became excited. Holding the flute, he said, this is a pure-blooded descendant of a level 9 world. Only he possesses the nomological organ. It was merely a descendant of a level 8 god, possessing the bloodline of high-dimensional spacetime. As for the level 9 bloodline and the nomological organ, it didn't even dare to imagine it before. Opportunity, this is indeed an opportunity. The giant octopus was extremely excited. Instantly, he felt that these people didn't lie to him. After all, creatures with nomological laws and ordinary creatures without nomological laws were on completely different levels. With its current battle power and nomological laws, coupled with this body, it could quickly break through. Its battle power and potential might even be greater than before, because this was the Emperor Form, the core nomological law of an era. It was immediately convinced and moved. These people are so kind. They're kind enough to help a country bumpkin like me. They built a new powerful body for me and provided me with nomological weapons. Oh right, did you sense your kin? A player patted its shoulder in a friendly manner. There's a faint bloodline reaction, but it's very weak. It feels like it's very far away, the giant octopus said. The players' eyes lit up. It was good that they could sense it. No matter how far or how difficult the problem was, it could be overcome. But now, the main goal wasn't to find the giant octopus's brothers, but to ensure that he didn't die. Brother Octopus, from now on, you're an Azure god demon of our bloodline, a player said. The giant octopus paused and nodded, because there were also level 8 gods in front of it. It even saw that in this animal path, there were already a total of 12 level 8 gods hidden very deeply among the Azure Path warriors. But their appearances were all very strange. They were all very handsome, with a streamlined beauty, as if they were machines. They had the beauty of exotic beasts, like the black dragons of the west, alien blade warriors, Tauran overlords, abyssal demon kings. They were very cool. But why was its style different from theirs? It was like a cartoon character of a cute octopus placed in a group of ancient ferocious beasts. But there are still too many level 8 gods in this world. It's because they are very small and break through very quickly. The giant octopus was secretly impressed. At this time, the players finally chose to take this step. Becoming a god. Although the older batch of players were about to die of old age, more than half of them chose to die and leave like Xianxia. With the evolutionary knowledge they learned here, they went to the spore evolution and evolved into transcendent species. But there were still some who chose to stay and break through to level 8. Enter level 80. This was a huge threshold. They knew that the Azure Path had a very short lifespan. After becoming a god, the normal lifespan was 8,000 years, but they might only have 2,000 years. These 2,000-year-old gods could break through to level 9, it was impossible. They knew very well that once they broke through, they would die. But there were still people who chose to give it a try, because they felt that even if they entered spore evolution, they might not succeed in evolving into extraordinary species. This was their only chance, and they had to seize it. Right in front of us is our greatest opportunity. A sponge cube said. He was currently the person in charge of the group. Indeed, breaking through to level 8 is the biggest evolution form, and we have gathered all the powerful organs of the entire world, all the players' resources, and put together this body of ours. After breaking through to level 8, we feel that our body organs are unified, and we have changed. Our body is now comparable to an unprecedented ancient demonic creature. In fact, our combat power has already surpassed all the current players. The evolved extraordinary creatures of Mount Akina, Speed, Cute Girl, and the others. Cute Dragon Vein, Mount Akina Alchemy Factory, Balloon Fish, which one of them was a battle-type transcendent creature, they were all useful, the foundation of the entire world. They were all research-type talents. After all, knowledge was the power of everything. As for them, they were all past champions of the PvP combat competition. Their combat talent was undeniable. They were definitely the strongest group of players, even among billions of people. If Akina Mountain Ziji and the others represented the pinnacle of wisdom and knowledge, then they represented their martial prowess and combat prowess. Although our ability to evolve is not strong, all the players are supporting us, evolving the organs of the species for us, piecing them together for us. Kill. Kill for a future. Some people's eyes were burning with flames. This was an indomitable fiend god, with towering arrogance and exaggerated battle prowess. Even though he had no talent, he could still fight great sages. We are the hope of all the players. We are the vanguard that will pave the way for all those who come later. Another godlike figure spoke. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fighting spirit was astonishing. The 12 of us are all PvP champions. The strongest human beings. We are still the same as before, continuing the distribution in the server. Among the 1,000 people, we are in charge of the arena. As for the remaining 999 people, some rich people are in charge of funding, some are in charge of researching the organs of the equipment, and some are in charge of researching the techniques of this fiend god's body. The leader of the players said passionately to the people around him. Behind them stood many rich players, fully funding their wealth. Even the giant octopus's body was built by these rich players. In fact, we now understand the meaning of the PvP combat competition in the Magus community. It was to let us do our own work, just like now. Some people looked aghast. So, this was the meaning of the PvP combat competition from the beginning? Right now, it was the same as before. The 999 people were in charge of creating organs, equipment, forging weapons, concocting pills, and paying. They were in charge of fighting and opening the way in front. Although we only have 2,000 years to live, and are destined to not be able to break through to level 90, those rich people have already promised to spend countless wealth to have people create God's source, and seal us in ice when we die of old age. This was their player plan, the pioneer plan. After all, without preferential treatment, it was impossible to let these fighting champions go all out to open the way in front. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. At this moment, the 12 people roared. They were like ancient fiend gods, a race with the most exaggerated combat power in the entire universe. Every organ of theirs was born to fight. Beside them, the giant octopus also took a deep breath. It was very touched. It also roared angrily. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. It was very touched. This is the racial advantage of the Azure Dao warriors. Their cultivation techniques and organs overlap, allowing their race to possess limitless potential. They can evolve into the most powerful slaughtering gods and devils, each one of them unique. He could feel the terror of this player race. This was a perfect form of a pyramid structure. The entire civilization supported several fiend gods. This was a strong and powerful race in the transcendent universe. Even though their god-fiend bodies were unique, there were countless people studying their bodies and tailoring their bloodline cultivation techniques and cultivation philosophies for them. And I have become one of the unique Azure fiend gods. At this moment, the giant octopus was so moved that tears streamed down its cheeks. This was the greatest opportunity. A country bumpkin like itself had entered the center of the universe of this world. The benefits it received were unimaginable. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. It roared angrily again, feeling its blood boiling. Click, suddenly, a strange sound was heard. It's done. A voice came, the new trailer is done. The acting was very good, full of tears and emotions. You can all eat your lunchboxes now. Everyone softened. F*CK, can we report to the big shots and sponsors now? One by one, the true immortals of the Azure Path were originally incomparably dignified, their bodies radiating with godly radiance. They were like ancient fiend gods from the distant past, exuding a terrifying aura. But at this moment, the entire scene had changed. The hot-bloodedness from earlier was instantly gone, replaced by laziness. Brothers, retract the light effect on your bodies. It's blinding. Retract the pressure too. Let's go eat barbecue and train at night. The giant octopus was dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Let's go eat barbecue. We still have to train at night. A fierce-looking player dragged the giant octopus. Everyone started walking. Some people chatted as they walked, looking very relaxed. Right, do we still have to go to the gravity room at night? This time, it'll be more than 700 times gravity, right? We have to go. Training is for sure, but we'll go bald. If we don't go, we'll die in the future. Right, Dizun said there's still a few decades? Why do we feel like Sun Wukong is training in a spaceship, preparing to fight Frisia? I see. We are Sun Wukong. A few decades? How long is that? Outside, it's only the time of dinner. It's hard to say if we'll live or die this time. The group of people had their arms around each other's shoulders, like a group of roommates going for barbecue. The giant octopus was instantly dumbfounded. What happened to you guys just now? You were so hot-blooded just now. If we weren't hot-blooded, how could we get sponsors? Someone was speechless. We're fighting on the front line. According to your understanding, we are indeed the 12 heroic gods and demons chosen by our race. We have to shoulder the future and open a path for us warriors of the animal path to fight against the celestial path and the mortal path. But we can't be bitter and hateful all the time. People who are hot-blooded all the time are idiots. The giant octopus was dumbfounded. Right, was my acting cool just now? Someone asked. Very hot-blooded. As they talked, they came to the house of the highest-level nutrition alchemist and began to eat the fragrant grilled octopus. The food was full of energy. Under the professional preparation, it was comparable to the most powerful natural treasures. Eat more. It'll be easier for you to train later. You'll be very hardworking. A player patted the giant octopus's shoulder with a solemn expression. The giant octopus gradually fell into deep thought while eating the sweet grilled octopus. For decades, all sides surged. In the end, the players in the Seven Realms Chongming Heavenly Court revealed that the three pillar gods were going to make a move. Diqi gave the order to prepare for an all-out war against the Celestial Court. Even the players began to prepare for the era of the small universe. Although they did not inform Carolyn. But Carolyn herself knew of the existence of the players. The projections of these high-dimensional spacetime projections were known by various civilizations. Her expression changed slightly as she observed in secret. Immediately, the entire planet Cybertron, including Frisia, Cell, and the Super Scion, began to cultivate hard, wanting to advance to a higher level of Super Scion form to maintain the peace of the universe. The wind and clouds surged. In the end, only the three pillar gods who planned to invade were still unaware. They still felt that they were very secretive. According to the plan, the ancient lava land was the calmest. Suji was stunned. The Azura warriors, the one and only god fiend, he found it very interesting. Those players seemed to have completely taken the transcendent civilization system, cultivation method, and cultivation path that suited them. After all, most of the players were not strong in combat. It was better to select a few people to be the backup support. After all, this was the rule of the transcendent world. A powerful existence could sweep through an entire world. The top combat power was the most important. And the races of their entire world have gathered their evolved organs into a powerful, one and only god fiend. Suji sighed. Every organ is meticulously built. They were born to kill. One had to say that their black technology was very exaggerated. They loved to study these strange things. What organ combination? Pet fusion? Mutation? Evolution? Skills, there was a strange and abnormal fanaticism. And this god fiend was a top-grade creature at the advanced stage of fusion. It was too exaggerated. One had to know that the entire race, the witch race, and the magic core were all relatively balanced races in all aspects. There had never been a transcendent life born purely for killing because of the imbalance. But now, if there was a single killing machine, there would be no such concerns. There was no need to consider reproduction, lifespan, survival, and food. It really came true, the mythical Azura, a powerful warrior purely for killing. At the same time, even Suji could not replicate it. Because this was a combination of life forms, they weren't included in the evolutionary gene bank, so Suji couldn't transfer them out either. Every single one of them was a unique demonic god existence that couldn't be duplicated. Such a player civilization system might really be able to hold its own and advance to the peak. Suji calmly started cooking and chopping vegetables in the kitchen. In the distant future, perhaps, gods and demons with unimaginable potential will really appear. Originally, I thought that they would not be able to keep up with the times, but who knew that I would underestimate them? Each and every one of them is slippery and wretched, but they still have not fallen behind the times. Now, they even vaguely have the battle prowess to contend against the celestial path and the animal path. Suji didn't think much of it. After all, they were the ones who had chosen this path. Breaking through to the god realm meant that he only had one life. The world is balanced. If one wanted to obtain it and become a true transcendent being, they might have to pay the price of their life. Suji didn't mind too much. He carried the food into the study and glanced at the snake-haired girl who was still curled up in the glass bottle. She was having fun. Suji casually glanced at her as he ate. That Medusa really makes me feel at ease. This warlike fellow never disappoints. He's pushing things in the dark like a chess game, treating the crystal wall universe as a toy. Every crystal wall universe had a few gods. Suji looked at the entire crystal wall bookshelf. The densely packed crystal wall prisms were interconnected and stacked. There were more than 6,000 parallel universes. Suji still didn't plan to let the crystal wall universe join the battle. Because there were many gods, but none of them were involved in the path of the 9th level. There was almost no high-level battle prowess. After all, it was newly established, a little earlier than the mother stream. Suji ate while staring at the Medusa in the bottle and calculating. After he finished eating and quietly washed the dishes, he focused his attention on the sand table. Decades had passed. The eruption of the era was about to begin. Ancient lava land. The gods, arcanists, and arcane knights all showed exaggerated growth and amplification. Body cultivators, soul cultivators, all kinds of brand new systems suddenly appeared. They absorbed the entire world's civilization and used arcane spell models to deduce the trajectory and future of the arcane arts. Even on the entire land, the three pillar gods began to develop and multiply. The population of the entire lava land was originally more than 10 billion. After all, the three pillar gods were the pillars of destiny. The more people they had, the stronger they became. Now that hundreds of years had passed, it had grown 33 times, reaching more than 300 billion. This was an extremely terrifying number. This was equivalent to the three-pillar god subcomputer, which had grown 33 times. More than 300 billion computers had gathered to form a super-huge galaxy computer. The three-pillar god's strength was unfathomable. On this day, the entire world suddenly lost its original sound. Countless viruses and bacteria turned into countless fine black tides, carrying heads with them. They flew up into the sky. Rumble, the endless black tide covered the sky, gathering everything, stirring everything. It's useless. I know that Dickie will definitely follow us to enter Carolyn's world. But we are no longer ordinary weak rank 9s. We are already the strongest weak rank 9s in history. We can already kill you all in an instant. The three-pillar god's voice was leisurely. Every genius has their own path. Every rank 9 cultivates their own path. They all think that their path, their own system, is invincible. But when invincible people collide, who is truly invincible? Is there a paradox? What kind of rank 9s are invincible? Is it powerful martial strength? Is it powerful calculation? Is it controlling the fate of the race? Is it a heaven-defying cultivation method? Is it an unimaginable bloodline? None of them. Invincible is infinite. Infinite is invincible. Their cells have a limit, their lifespan, and their combat strength. But we are infinite. Rumble. A terrifying three-headed giant, covered in thick hair and surrounded by a black chaotic aura, crawled on the ground. It was 100 acres in size. Unlimited size. Unlimited lifespan. Unlimited combat strength. He continued to grow, to the point that he couldn't even stand up. He couldn't even sit up straight, only lying on the ground. Whoosh. Like a blurred electromagnetic signal, the entire ancient magma land fell into a distorted spacetime. When he looked again, the enormous giant had already disappeared without a trace. In the distant Chongming Heavenly Court, Dickie looked up. In the Immortal Court. What is invincible? A great spirit that was flexible and encompassed all cultivation methods in the world? Is it the Daluo Heaven scripture, the cultivation method I created, invincible? No, it's not. Dichi smiled faintly, as though he could see through the entire spacetime. With his hands behind his back, he said, "Three-pillar gods, your philosophy is wrong. Nothing is invincible. There is no invincible cultivation technique, no invincible system, only invincible people. I am invincible." Everyone stood quietly behind Dickie. They all understood how terrifying the three-pillar gods were. If the three-pillar gods were not complete before and were in a hurry to break through, now they had fully unleashed the advantages of their race and had a deep foundation. They called themselves the strongest weak 9th rank, the strongest peak combat power with 100% cell fusion. After absorbing energy, they would become the strongest complete 9th rank in the future. This was not arrogance. His body was limitless. Because his cells were all living beings. And the number of cells was infinite. Therefore, his combat power was limitless. His lifespan was also limitless. Because as the consciousness of the heavenly Tao of the fate of the race, all living beings would continue to change, grow old, get sick, and die. There was no need to consider the blood of eternal life. A life with a special consciousness that surpassed ordinary flesh and blood could indeed be called the most powerful 9th rank. Unlimited lifespan, unlimited battle prowess, unlimited body size. This is the ultimate path of the magic core branch. In theory, it is indeed the most perfect rank 9 life form. In fact, it could even be called the strongest. However, your unlimited rank 9 system is not the strongest. If it was before, I would not be able to fight you above my level. Dicky waved his hand and entered his Panga true form. But I have already broken through that threshold. I am now at the same level. His flesh and blood shone with a special color. Using a special perception, one would find that the dark red tissues that originally covered only a small part of his body, including his head, arms, and half of his body, had now covered his entire body. 100%. Soul and flesh as one. Kaboom! Meng Mei, Dao Chongqing, Ermin, and the rest of the 7 realms instantly entered Dicky's Panga true form. The 7 realms' lofty heavens court seemed to have been emptied. There were no living beings in the 7 realms' transcendent universe. Dicky stepped into the void with the whip artifact of the ruins of End in his hand. Whoosh, Carolyn floated in the pitch-black void. She hugged her slender white legs and buried her head in her knees. She curled up as if she was in her mother's embrace. She showed a gentle smile and had a sweet dream. Ever since she had the dream of splitting her body, she had had 3 more in the past 500 years. Then, she stopped splitting and did not rely on living beings to spread throughout the universe. Instead, she began to have countless small dreams. The dream was becoming more and more complete. There seemed to be an endless world of dreams in her mind. There were even times when she couldn't tell the difference between dreams and reality. She dreamed of the people in her dream, and those people were also dreaming. They turned into youths who had lost their memories and started a new universe era. Civilizations flourished, grew old, and perished in various forms and in various ecosystems. There was the destruction of meteorites, the invasion of viruses, self-destruction, floods, the destruction of intelligent civilizations. They grew, slaughtered, and transformed. In the end, there were people who began to turn into deities, igniting their divine flames. There were others who broke through, becoming 9 levels of Tao experts, like Hai Landon who achieved the Tao in the cosmos. The second Harrington appeared. The third one also appeared. In the reincarnation calamities of the universe epochs after epoch, they held in grief, pain, and fury. They were unresigned to the heavenly Tao and wanted to soar across the universe, becoming the mighty eagles of epochs that flew in units of epochs. Some of them succeeded and some of them failed. They died in the coldness of the universe, collapsing and shrinking. They even built the Tao Palace of the universe. Many rank 9 Taoists joined forces in an attempt to escape to after the epoch. The hymn of history. The epic of the times. The struggle and twisting of fate. They were all innumerable legends that could move one's heart to tears. However, those who achieved the Tao in the universe did not know that they were just a dream of a higher dimensional life, just a part of her memory corridor. Their universe was just a dream of theirs. Gradually, Carolyn suddenly felt that she was an omnipotent god. There was nothing she couldn't do in the dream. A single thought of hers was the creation of a star, shining with endless radiance. A single loophole in her thinking would form a black hole that violated the laws of the universe, collapsing and absorbing everything. After all, there were always strange loopholes in the dreams of all living beings. A single closing of her eyes would cause a great explosion of the universe. That was the most primitive singularity of the universe. After experiencing a beautiful explosion, it would split into countless planets and rush in all directions. A single opening of her eyes would cause a terrifying collapse of the universe. At that time, the universe would rapidly shrink and collapse. It was like a white flat piece of paper named the universe of time and space was being kneaded by a mysterious hand. It was wrinkled and turned into a crumpled ball of paper. In the end, it turned into the most primitive point. That was the beginning and the end of the universe. This was the closing of her eyes, and also the opening of her eyes. Who am I? She gradually thought in her dream. She seemed to have forgotten her climb on the path of becoming a god. It was as if she had forgotten her original intention, forgotten who she was. She lost herself in her dream, only watching the Big Bang of the universe, the collapse of the universe, one epoch after another. I am walking on the path of the God of creation. I am walking on the path of becoming a god. I want to completely break through to the 9th level. Suddenly, the dream came again and again. In her mind, this path appeared hazily. She had completely completed the path of the 9th level. This was an invincible god of creation system that pointed directly to the true extreme of the universe. 100%, she said softly. It was as if at this moment, she just happened to see the arrival of the 3 pillar gods from distant time and space. What is invincible? What kind of 9th level path is invincible? The strongest cultivation method? The strongest bloodline? And the strongest person? The strongest without limit? No, no, no. You all think that the 9-level paths of your own system, your own cultivation method and concept, are the true path of invincibility. You are incomparably proud, incomparably confident. This is the Tao heart that a strong person should have. But that is not invincibility. Their so-called invincibility is all built within the universe. The world is a circle, you and I are both in the circle. And the great existence that creates these circles, the God of creation, is the true invincible. So, I am invincible. Carolyn opened her eyes, as if she could already see through the sky. My heart is the universe, my path is the heavenly path. She stretched her body, and her curled-up sleeping figure was completely awakened. Boom, as if they were being stretched by an invisible, twisted, majestic force field, countless rays, and cosmic particles around him were being stretched into an endless loop. In the deep and dark universe, the galaxy shone brightly, giving off an exceptionally beautiful feeling of vastness. On an inconspicuous white planet at the border. Yunkai planet. Countless creatures lived here. This was the colonial border of Stone Planet. In the sky, in the atmosphere, there were many solar mirrors floating. This was the new technology brought by those mysterious creatures in the past 100 years, and it could build the so-called blessed paradise. But it was also true that the blessed paradise could speed up the speed of cultivation. In this era where there were many level 7 heavenly emperors and gods, it once again advanced civilization. On the streets, people were walking, and cultivators were communicating. How much is this digital beast? Digital beasts had become a common cultivation resource on the planet in recent years, as well as a cultivation companion. Rumble, the void, shook fiercely. It was as if the entire space and time had been pulled and twisted into strands of noodles. A great and vast existence had descended. This was a seemingly boundless 3-headed giant of the entire universe. He stood in the void, and the entire planet seemed to be the size of a globe, and the living beings on it were like ants. What is that? Countless people looked up, and saw a pupil that was brighter than the sun. It was an unprecedented giant, standing outside the vast atmosphere, slowly watching their planet. Heavens! Its eyeball is comparable to a satellite the size of the moon. How can there be such a creature? Its head is only a bit smaller than the entire planet. Universe giant. Omnipotent God, what the hell is going on? Who can tell me? The entire planet was in a panic. What is this? The 3 pillar gods were also curious. This vast and imposing giant used his thumb and index finger to lightly grab a solar mirror above the atmosphere. A magnifying glass? He grabbed the magnifying glass and adjusted the distance. Poochie, an enormous white beam of light, condensed into a single point, swept across the Earth, and cut the entire planet. Ah! The Earth was filled with screams. Interesting. He laughed softly, holding the magnifying glass with one hand, shining it at the entire planet, as if to melt into the Earth. Looks like I have to study the soil structure of this planet. In the distance. One by one, the universe's powerhouses rushed over. Some rode universe spaceships, some flew through the void with their bodies. What is that? What monster is that? Is that the ancient prophecy of those digital beasts, the demonic pillar that will destroy the world? Their faces were filled with fear. They felt that this was no longer just disbelief, but had completely transcended their worldview, collapsing their entire understanding of the world. Because they saw a terrifying scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. What monster is that? He actually grabbed a life planet, and used the magnifying glass to continuously rotate it, and called this method, studying the soil structure of this planet? This scene was too shocking. A majestic cosmic giant stood in the starry sky, gently holding a magnifying glass as he studied a planet, ruling over the fate of all living beings on it. The three-pillar god's current physique was far larger than before. Not to mention these ant-like beings, even if they were compared to ordinary humans, they were just ants that were slightly larger. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and launch the cosmic wave. Inform the entire Stone Star Alliance. Inform the Emperor of the Universe, King Frisia. The terrifying demonic totem from the ancient prophecy has appeared. At this moment, countless powerhouses quickly launched the electromagnetic wave, then instantly left using their own methods. But in the next second, the air seemed to freeze. Bam, all the level 8 gods that flew over seemed to be fixed in cement, unable to move at all. What is this? Hurry up and break through. Their veins popped out, their faces hideous. They used all their strength, but could not move at all. How can the beings living in a world fight against a world? You should know that the so-called gods are only the strongest beings in the world. The three-pillar gods were still leisurely holding the magnifying glass, like a refined scholar, continuously studying the planet. Whoosh! The beam cut through the entire land. Soon, the internal structure of the planet was revealed. It was an extremely intricate machine. So that's how it is? A very intricate mechanical structure, as expected of the Ashuttal people who call themselves the God race. This planet is indeed a living thing. It's a giant cultivating organism made of vital energy and radiation from special cells. Perfect, simply perfect. He was absorbing the knowledge of this world's civilization, just like how he had absorbed the knowledge of that world when he had descended into the primordial era. This was a huge fortune. It was also the best way to understand the enemy's methods. Back then, after Carolyn left, she completely developed her civilization to its peak. Carolyn was a scientist who was extremely proficient in life modification technology, genetic engineering mutation, and the entire race's cells before us are the culmination of her top biological gene creation. And these cells can perfectly build the organs, mechanical hearts, and pipes of a cyborg organism. The Ashuttal people were a race that pursued perfection in art. The perfect spirit of craftsmanship was displayed before them. Using gravity waves to achieve the planet's gravity, using radiation to provide the planet's temperature and climate, and using the circulation of vital energy to provide the planet with a thick atmosphere. And the atmosphere ejection port is a volcano. In the blink of an eye, the three-pillar gods were able to clearly see the structure and principles of the entire planet. This caused all the powerhouses who had rushed over to be shocked. You're already dead. A god growled, we have already sent out a signal. The experts of the entire universe will come and surround you. The three-pillar gods extended their fingers. Countless signal waves slowly revolved around his fingertips. Are you talking about this? It actually. Everyone's expression changed completely, and they were terrified. The signal waves they emitted were extremely fast and traveled in a straight line. However, the devil dweller in front of them actually circled it around his fingertips. This violated the laws of the universe. At the same time, they had goosebumps. Since they could intercept the signal, then the distress signal on this planet must have been released by the devil dwellers on purpose to attract the experts nearby. And then it was like, just like studying this planet, study us. They were immediately scared out of their wits. This devil had such terrifying intelligence and schemes. Would the entire universe be able to withstand the invasion of such monsters? Planets were just toys to him, and the entire universe was just a slightly bigger football field. Whoosh, in the next second, the devil dweller extended his hand. Let me see. The expression of the leader of the powerful gods changed drastically. The devil dweller has arrived. He suddenly roared at the universe and the sky, letting out the last sound of his life. His entire body instantly exploded to the surprise of the three-pillar gods, turning into the most majestic electromagnetic white light signal. You must send out the message. Please, please. For the future of the entire universe, you must be aware of it. The earth-shattering voice resounded, but in the end, it could not be transmitted out. The remaining gods revealed a look of fear and roared, don't be too proud. You can distort the laws, but our world also has countless rank 9 existences. Although you are unbelievably powerful, we will still kill you. The three-pillar gods trembled slightly. There were already true rank 9 existences in this world, and a large number of true rank 9 existences. They were slightly startled. When a rank 7 celestial emperor broke through to rank 8 god, he needed to absorb a large amount of energy. That was why there was a catastrophe, where the strong destroyed all living beings. When a rank 8 god broke through to a rank 9 world, he naturally also needed to absorb a large amount of energy. But before that, he had to complete the transformation of his own cells and become a 100% weak rank 9. Only then could he absorb a large amount of energy like the previous realm. There was a lot of energy in this world. Weak rank 9 existences naturally had enough energy to become a true rank 9. But, how could there be so many people in this world who completed 100% of the path to rank 9, countless geniuses? That was impossible. A moment later, the three-pillar gods absorbed their consciousness and memories, revealing a look of surprise and horror. The humanoid pillar god said, "This small universe world is too terrifying. There are countless true rank 9 existences. Although their cell numbers are very low, only a few million, and the path to rank 9 is extremely short, they crush us in terms of realm." Super Siren, although only a few million cells, could be said to be the weakest rank 9 existences, but they were still true rank 9 existences. And as weak rank 9 existences, the three-pillar gods did not absorb any energy after breaking through. Just like a starving giant in the desert, no matter how strong they were, the power they could unleash was limited. The bestial pillar god said, "The development of this universe is beyond our imagination. They actually don't have the threshold of the path to rank 9, and can directly step through. If any of their true rank 9 existences came to our world, even if their cell numbers are low, they can still crush us with their realm, killing all life except us." The plant-type pillar god said, "Not only us, the 7 worlds will also be the same. They will be wiped out by them, their overall strength is too high." The humanoid pillar god, "It is very terrifying. The small universe world actually developed into a world that even we have to fear. Even if it is a threat to us, it is not suitable to fight them head-on. First absorb the energy of this world and become a true rank 9, then they will be completely powerless." The plant-type pillar god said, "In that case, let's split up and kill them to maximize efficiency. Even if we split up into 3, no one can kill us. We are still invincible." Whoosh. The giant pillar god split up into 3 pillar gods and floated away. Xianxia report, there is an anomaly. A Highland green star was holding a special radar in his hand, his face full of fear. Quickly report to Lord Frisia, the demonic Zhuo has arrived. Soon, a short white dwarf appeared in the laboratory. He had a pair of spiral horns on his head, and he was sitting on a disc-shaped aircraft. The terrifying aura was earth-shattering. "Lord, you finally came out?" someone asked. Ever since 380 years ago, when the entire universe experienced a great calamity, the entire world joined forces to defeat the 7 Black Star Dragon Ball warriors. Frisia was heavily injured and went into seclusion to seek a breakthrough. "No, my main body is still in the gravity room. What you see now is a trace of energy leaking from my main body," Frisia said. The people around him were full of admiration. King Frisia had also found his own path. Unlike the low-level Sima who walked the orthodox path of rank 8 gods, he was now on the path of rank 9 and could distort part of the laws. "Have the demonic dwellers arrived?" Frisia asked. "Yes, when I made a wish to the Dragon Ball, I obtained a radar that can sense the arrival of powerful beings from other worlds to monitor the arrival of the demonic dwellers. It is already jumping crazily," someone said. The 3 pillar gods themselves did not expect that they would be monitored so quickly. Just like when the 6 realms invaded the lava land, the people of the 6 realms did not know why they were detected. Naturally, they did not know the existence of the Dragon Ball. Every world has its own unique rules and means. After all, they are not fools, especially the digital beasts, who have been spreading the prophecy of the demonic dwellers Zhuo crazily in recent years. Notify the priest, the angel race, Cell, King Cybertron, who gathered the Infinity Stone a few years ago, and Kakarot. Frisia took a deep breath. According to the ancient Sima language, the other party is a weak rank 9, a truly weak rank 9 that is unimaginably powerful. If he slaughters all living beings and absorbs their energy, he is not far from death. In the empty and silent universe, many heavenly officials quickly arrived and looked at the ruins of the planet. The energy has been completely drained. The entire planet, including all living beings on it, has been completely destroyed. I can even sense the fluctuations of several death gods not far away. Whoosh. Time reversal. One of the heavenly officials used the power of a certain law to reconstruct what happened to the entire planet. The entire planet was littered with corpses. In the cities of the planet, countless elderly, children, and mothers were filled with fear. Countless living beings exploded and wailed as the planet became a living hell. They saw the terrifying movements of the giant. This is an extremely cold and unique life form. It has no humanity, only the instincts of its race. It is the hope of the entire race, fearlessly slaughtering billions of living beings for the continuation of its race. Even the heavenly officials were terrified. They saw the tragedy of the human world on this planet. If this continued, their world would be destroyed. Have the other heavenly officials already made their move? Yes, they're on their way to the planet. They've activated the authority to drive the planets to the same area and focus their defense. If this continues, we'll all die. On the other side, the three pillar gods walked in the void of the dark universe. After destroying a few planets, they raised their heads and looked at the sky, their expressions cold and indifferent. Whoosh, the planets were destroyed like meteors as they flew away. It was as beautiful as a meteor shower. Like auroras, they converged into beautiful galaxies. They reacted faster than expected. Even after isolating all signals, they still found us. Is it a law? Does this world also have some kind of special defense mechanism? How convenient. These planets can escape on their own. The beast-shaped heavenly pillar god looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "This structure reminds me of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. The world's calamity is coming, so it fled with the lives of the entire world, the so-called safe. But it's still not as perfect as the 9 revolutions' mysterious art." The beast-shaped heavenly pillar god spoke with a rough voice, as if countless beasts were roaring. Its eyes flickered with countless information and numbers as it calculated. In such an urgent situation, it's impossible for them to all gather in one place, because the distance is too far. They can only temporarily gather into a few small teams, and then let some powerhouses escort the planet. In other words, every team from the countless planets nearby has a guardian. So, in order to break through, we must fight. At the same time, as long as we destroy the enemy, it will be more convenient for us to gather the planets one by one. Rumble, his figure flashed. Crash. It quickly chased into a galaxy of stars. In front of him were more than 30 real rank 9 warriors, led by a Cybertron king and a group of mechanical warriors. Frisia led number 18 and the others, as well as Cell led 7 Black Star Dragon Ball warriors. The 3 giants of the ancient era gathered together with all of their forces. So that's how it is. Are you the demon that destroys all living beings? You're different from us, you're the complete true 9. It's really impressive. The beast pillar god was silent as it looked at them. Are you all the hope of this world? Rumble, in an instant, the battle erupted. The Cybertron king turned several infinity gems into a burning golden fire seed, instantly transforming from an Autobot into a mechanical Optimus Prime warrior. Cell made a wish to the Dragon Ball and fused with 7 Black Star Dragon Balls, temporarily obtaining the power of the Dragon Balls. What about you? The pillar god looked at Frisia. You and Cell's path is very orthodox, and you have a lot of cells. There shouldn't be a way. You're only 32% of the true 9 path. Your talent is terrifying. Frisia took a deep breath and raised his hands high. The will of the entire universe gathered, and endless radiation and light converged, turning him golden. So that's how it is. Even if you haven't broken through to this low-level rank 9 realm, as a rank 8, you can use the improved essence bomb and obtain the temporary power of the Joss Flames. You can distort the laws and barely fight, just like the Mother Ivy from before. The beast pillar god smiled. After all, only laws can fight against laws. Rumble, the battle erupted in an instant. The plant-type pillar god stopped. He was still on his way, but he was stopped. He looked at the group of people in front of him. God official? You are Carolyn's core, helping to manage the world? There were also more than 30 true 9 levels. Even though every single one of them only had a few million cells, they indeed completed this extreme 9-level path. Rumble, the human-shaped pillar god, stood in the air and looked at the group of Sima people in front of him. Flames burned all over his body, and his hair stood up. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. Kakarot. Are we really going to fuse? One of the Sima people said with a bad expression. That's the only way, another Sima person said. The two of them made strange movements, and the two Sima people gradually walked together, forming an even more powerful Super Sima. Screenshot. Screenshot. There was also a group of digital beasts in the distance who were extremely excited. F***CK. We finally entered the other party's body. This is a historic moment. As expected, the legend of the Super Sima did not lie to us. It is indeed possible to fuse. Just like us digital beasts, we can fuse our particles into the other party's body, and we can indeed become stronger because the cells of 2 people have indeed increased. Further away, Bai Xiaojun, the leader of the digital beasts, took a deep breath. Stop messing around. The Sima race is indeed blessed by the heavens. We have helped to revive them all these years, but the power of one race might not be able to stop one pillar god. Just as the world's different rank 9 powers were splitting up to resist the 3 pillar gods, Dicky quietly descended on another side. He appeared on a planet. The 3 pillar gods were here to plunder energy, and he was naturally not an exception. The current ancient lava land could be said to be the main world being surrounded and attacked by many worlds. It depended on who could bring the most destruction, who could obtain the most energy, and who would be the first to break through. Walala. Just as he was about to reach out and destroy this planet, a white being with shoulder-length hair walked out from the light. Want to sit? Dicky smiled. Sacred Cherry Blossom Emperor? Or Full Soul? Are you here to obstruct me? He paused for a while and looked into the distance, as if he could see the battlefield. You might be able to obstruct me, but can you obstruct the 3 pillar gods? Even if the 3 pillar gods split into 3, they're still not people your subordinates with low combat strength can defeat. Even if they've truly become rank 9, they're still the weakest kind of rank 9. They can only fight against those weaker than them. Within the same realm, they're no match for anyone. The 3 pillar gods calling themselves the weakest and strongest rank 9 is no joke. Obstructing you is enough. Carolyn turned and looked over. Why don't the 2 of us watch their battle? Dicky did not say anything. He was also willing to do so. After all, he wanted to see the 3 pillar gods and the universe mutually exhaust each other's energy. 6 Paths of Reincarnation World. Walala, the 3rd world started to descend. A large gap appeared, and countless people surged out. Charge. Brothers. Brothers from all over the world, it's time to meet. Brother Bai Xiaojun from back then, we are here. Even if you are old and the azure flower has abandoned you. Countless players roared, and the great sages of the divine Tao and animal Tao swarmed over, including the Greater One Taoist sect and the Northern Demon sect. Different from the other world's existences that descended stealthily, there were too many of them, and they did not conceal themselves at all. Walla, a vast and majestic existence, stood in the air. It was Dizun, and he had his hands behind his back. This mysterious existence looked down at the entire universe, and no one knew what he was thinking. The surrounding great sages had cautious expressions, and their movements were light, not daring to be impudent. Many of these great sages were immortals of the new era. This was the first time they had seen the ancient, mysterious, and invincible being. In the era of the mastermind, just hearing about this ancient being was enough to send chills down their spines. If not for the opening of the immortal path, what kind of era would they be facing now? It was hard to imagine. Perhaps they would die of old age, without the possibility of becoming an immortal. Your Majesty. Mangpa stepped forward, waiting for the order. Move on your own. Do whatever you want to do. Dizun lowered his eyelids and said softly, opportunities are in this land. Whether you live or die, it all depends on you. Move on their own. The surrounding immortals were speechless, confused. Was he letting them do as they wished because their combat power was not enough to affect the outcome of the war, or was it that Dizun alone was enough to affect the entire war and there was no need for them? No matter what the answer was, it made them furious. Which of the immortals present was not a genius of the new era? Which of them was not a 1 in a billion genius? Their individual cultivation levels might not be high, as the immortal path was opened, but their combat power was incredible. How could they be treated so coldly? It was not just Xianxia and the rest, even the secluded mountain prefecture lord was a little embarrassed. The combat power and power he had painstakingly built up were not even worth his attention. He had always wanted to rebel, but now he was acting like a clown. Go. Dizun said calmly. Behind him was a huge and vast samsara fan, thick and ancient light rotating. I guard the samsara fan. Geniuses need not fear death and can reincarnate. Mortals must be careful, you only have one life. Everyone left. They planned to first explore this unknown world, civilization, and planet, then figure out the situation and see how the war was going. At this moment, the group of players quickly ran over and stopped them. They bent over and breathed, their faces full of charm. Dear Immortal Dao and Mortal Dao elders. You definitely do not know the situation, so let me explain it to you in detail. In fact, there are people from the Azura Path in this world. Everyone looked over. There were people from the Azura Path in this world? This player was obviously an eloquent negotiator. He began to explain the current situation. After he was done, he said, "Don't worry about it. Back then, when the Azura Path of our race came to this side, we had already discussed it and decided that we would naturally help those who were related to us. After all, when we joined the war, we had to support one side and beat the other side." Everyone was stunned as they listened to the player speak. And look at those 3 devil gods. Their bodies are enormous. They split into 3 parts, so we can attack them. One of the players said, "This is a true rank 9. It's just that he didn't obtain any energy. However, his combat power among rank 9s is extremely exaggerated and can be said to be invincible. If we attack him, we can study his system and obtain his energy." The player made a throat-slitting gesture. At the same time, we have also discussed with our clansmen here. In this world, we are willing to pay sufficient compensation to form an alliance with you. Everyone was stunned. In the end, even the secluded mountain prefecture lord started to believe the words of the players. After all, it was indeed a good choice. However, sensing the fluctuations of the entire starry sky, the other party was simply too powerful. I can only use fusion talents again? The secluded mountain prefecture lord once again took on the role of a leader and said solemnly, "Previously, the fusion power of the heavenly emperor realm was already very exaggerated. Now that we are all immortals, after the fusion, those existences might not necessarily be our match. Everyone, for the future of the human race. Everyone, follow me to open the door of fortuitous encounters. You should know that there is no chance of success. Everything is paved with blood." Xianxia and the rest looked at him furiously. However, they knew that this was not the time for personal vendettas. As for the players at the side, they were very intelligent. They silently used their pens to record every single word that the secluded mountain prefecture lord said. This miracle scientist, probability scientist, every word he said was very thought-provoking. Back then, they had boarded this person's high-speed miracle train. In the end, they still felt a little cold in their pants. "So, shall we continue to fuse?" The secluded mountain prefecture lord said again, "We can help to gather our strength and kill one of them. With such a huge body, the energy it contains is unimaginable." Hong. In an instant, the existences quickly fused. They were extremely decisive. Originally, they wanted to find a side to fight. Now that they had chosen a target, they did not hesitate anymore. Just like before, each fusion talent had a limit. However, hundreds of people could still fuse into a few people. Xianxia and the rest fused into one person. The secluded mountain prefecture lord and the rest also fused into 2 people. Rumble, one by one, existences that surpassed their limits slowly walked out. The battle power that surrounded the Dizun back then appeared. 10 times the strength. Body of nothingness immunity. Physical immunity. Shadow entanglement. countless talents gathered and gathered on their bodies. Countless twisted laws started to surge and even formed many astronomical phenomena. There were lightning, storms, clouds, tsunamis, stars. It was as though all the astronomical phenomena in the world were gathered within. That is? From afar, Dichi looked over in shock. He felt an exaggerated law life form being born and gathering. This seemed to be a different type of Tier 9 life form. There were many laws, but their battle power was very low. Such a strong law life form? But in reality, its physical battle power is very low. Dichi evaluated, it is very rare to fight with just laws. You have to know that these incomplete Tier 9 life forms don't have enough energy. The laws are just a support, and most of them fight with their physical bodies. These two were opposites. Carolyn looked over too. Eh? Similar to my structure? But it is also different. She had a spiritual universe in her mind, and there were also Hai Lan Dong and countless other Tier 9 life forms. She was equivalent to a pillar god of countless races. But although the other party was also a convergence, their nature was different. The players were stunned when they saw these big shots converging. We also have the Fusion Emperor's talent. We worked hard to get it, but we are too few. Including the giant octopus, there are only 13 of us. Although our quality is very high and we are all very strong, but we have very few Tier 8 life forms. It's okay, let's go over too. There are players there who confuse too. There are also digital beasts among the players. They are also part of our Azura Dao clan, but the direction of their evolution has changed. Yes, Bai Xiaojun has also become a god with that group of digital beasts. Someone's eyes lit up. Rumble, a great battle erupted. Suddenly, four extremely powerful figures stepped into the battlefield and attacked the beast-type pillar god. Rumble. This is. The beast-type pillar god turned its head, and its expression changed slightly. Another world is coming? The living beings of this world are also very special. Although there are no weak Tier 9 life forms, when they fuse together, they can barely put up a fight. But there are 5 of them now, too many. Boom, it finally got serious and used its trump card. It pulled out the headless sword and turned into a headless man, but it was still no match. I can only wait for the other pillar gods to arrive. Swoosh. Suji had a leisurely expression as he watched this huge battle unfold. He could accept it no matter how it developed. He came here only to watch, and there was no need for him to fight. At this time, in the distance, 2 people arrived. Their bodies were surrounded by a faint light, and they gave off a terrifying pressure. It was Carolyn and Dichi. Brother, how should I address you? Dichi smiled and looked at Suji from head to toe, looking at every inch of his skin, and said curiously, you seem to be only a mid-level god, but your combat power is mysterious, and your realm is unimaginably perfect. Even I can't see through you. Can't see through, just look carefully. Suji was helpless. He naturally knew Dichi's character. Dichi was not a talkative person, but there was only one reason why he was talkative. Only when he had taken a liking to his opponent's cultivation technique would he be overflowing with interest. At that time, he would be so talkative that he would be able to communicate with his opponent while fighting. In reality, he was just stalling for time, studying the path of his opponent's cultivation technique and the direction of his energy. He wanted to thoroughly understand his opponent. Swoosh. A light began to surround Suji's body, and even his face became blurred. Dichi was stunned and showed a touch of regret. Although it seemed that he was only in the realm of a mid-level god, which was very weak, he couldn't see through him. The other party's civilization system was very mysterious. Especially those weaker low-level gods, each of them could fight against a high-level god, and now that they were fusing, it was exaggerated to the extreme. For the giants of the world, they naturally didn't dare to use ordinary realms to measure them. Swoosh. A tea table was set up. Dichi invited the 2 to sit down and talk. He looked at the battle in the distance, as if they were not enemies, but good friends. It seems that the 3 pillar gods can't hold on any longer. They're going to fuse again and show their complete bodies, their true combat power. Carolyn smiled. Originally, even if the experts of my world were at the very low threshold of the 9th rank, We weren't a match for the three pillar gods even if we joined forces. However, after joining another world, we were able to fight them. That's right, only by gathering all the experts of two worlds would we be able to fight against them. The three pillar gods are indeed worthy of being called existences that are invincible in the 9th rank. The three pillar gods might have to reveal their trump cards. Ants can bite an elephant to death. If it were me, with my current combat power, I would also be surrounded and killed by them. It would be very difficult for them to resist. Dichi smiled. He had a very high opinion of these existences. After all, they were true 9th grade, while the pillar gods were only weak 9th grade. At the same time, numbers were very effective. The size of the three pillar gods was also a type of number. At this time, it was a battle of numbers. Even if it were the three pillar gods, they might not be able to win against this huge force that had gathered. If it were the two of them, they would also be in the same predicament as the three pillar gods, surrounded and killed, falling into a dangerous situation. Let's see how the pillar god has been these years. I hope he hasn't been beaten to death. Dichi smiled and looked at the fierce battlefield below. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Boom, a beam of light lingered. A cosmic giant that could support heaven and earth stood up. At this time, the other two pillar gods had already gathered, and their complete bodies began to appear. This is a good show. The battle is divided, and I don't know what the outcome will be. Among the three of us, I don't know who will be the first to enter the battlefield and save the people of our world? Or won't enter the battlefield and watch the three pillar gods be beaten to death? No matter which side he leaned. 2. Dichi knew that he would not be the first to act. He could carefully observe the other two, as well as the three pillar gods' techniques, philosophy, trump cards, and results. This was a game. The three of them were sitting on the chessboard, and whoever entered the game would be at a great disadvantage. The current situation seemed leisurely, with the three of them watching the battle below and talking about the three pillar gods, but in fact, it was full of killing intent. The outcome of a battle between true peak existences could change in an instant. Their state of mind, revealing their trump cards, and improvisation were all important factors that affected the outcome of the battle. At this moment, it depended on who could not hold on and who would step down first. At that time, they would expose their trump cards and their combat strength, allowing others to observe and study them. The one who attacked first would definitely be at a great disadvantage. At this moment, it was just the three pillar gods stepping down first. The three pillar gods were the first to fall into a disadvantageous position, but the current situation was not something they could predict. The other worlds were unknown. They originally thought that other than the other peak giants, Carolyn, Dicky, and the others, no one else could threaten them. After all, anyone below the 9th rank was an ant. Who knew that there would be so many existences with 9th rank combat strength? They were extremely weak, but it was still difficult to kill him. They forced him to attack first, although they could not kill him. This made the three pillar gods extremely depressed. They are watching from the sidelines, watching us make a fool of ourselves, but it is still unknown who will win. The three consciousnesses of the three pillar gods were communicating. They know that these existences in front of us can't kill us, but they want to see our trump cards and test our bottom line. So what if they see? What is unlimited? Unlimited means unlimited combat strength, crushing them with absolute superiority. Rumble, the three pillar gods drew their swords. Disaster avoiding sword. This was a three-headed giant in the vast universe. He pulled out his head and held three human head swords in his hands, waving them wildly. Terrifying divine light exploded throughout the universe. Heaven and earth collapsed, time and space were distorted, and the rays of the entire universe were gathered, reverberating behind him, forming many golden halos. Buddha. Dicky's expression changed slightly. He was like an ancient Buddha standing tall in the universe, golden and dazzling. A small half of the universe entered the terrifying radiation belt, turning into the three pillar gods' Buddhist kingdom. Buddhist kingdom, 300 billion relics. Rumble, the three pillar god's body erupted with endless light. Each of his cells was a human head, and the magic core in the human head was actually emitting a golden radiance like a sarira, illuminating the entire universe. This was a world Buddha with 300 billion supreme relics. It was as if there were 3,000 ancient Buddhas from the Western paradise. They sat in the golden Buddha land, chanting sutras to deliver all living things from suffering. A boundless golden aura surged out. Ah! Amidst the chanting of the Buddha, someone immediately screamed miserably. They felt like they were about to be purified and become a Buddhist disciple, converting to Buddhism and becoming a creature of radiation of the Buddha kingdom. You're courting death. The three pillar gods' voices were cold, lacking any emotion. A group of ants, a scattered power. No matter how many of them there are, how can they bite an elephant to death? It was truly enraged. The entire Arcana master race had also begun to cultivate new Arcana techniques that focused light. Their trump card was to use demon cores as relics to gather radiation. Boom, Frisia, Cell, and the Cybertron King were the first to fly out. They no longer had the ability to fight. Although their battle prowess was also strong, they could no longer keep up with the times. They didn't have powerful transformations. Or rather, they weren't like the Super Science, who could quickly break through in battle and become the real true level 9 on the path to level 9. It's Tycoon Gold. Ah! My 24K titanium dog eyes. A player screamed. Ah, my dog eyes. The giant octopus also acted similarly. Rumble, the fused existence formed by the players, was also quickly sent flying. Like Frisia and the others, it was the weakest in the battle and was knocked out of the battle. After all, the overall number of players was too small, only a dozen or so. They were far less powerful than the fused existences of other existences. Suji's expression changed slightly. These players were indeed the ones who could end the atmosphere. It had been a good transcendent universe, with the rulers of the various worlds scheming with the luck of their own worlds, but the moment they spoke, the atmosphere changed. There was a husky among the ferocious wolves fighting. Now, what about you? The three pillar gods looked up at Dicky and the others, still motionless. But although Dicky looked calm, his heart was indeed greatly shaken. He thought, I have developed the Taoist lineage to the limit, forming the qi circulation blood in the body, forming the second blood power furnace with the 9 inner spaces as the circulation nodes. After all, qi cultivation is very compatible with the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and these three pillar gods, in turn, have deduced another lineage of Buddhism to the peak. After all, this Buddhism for his pillar god structure, the demon core, can be used as a relic, which is also very perfect. After the war between the two sides, each of them leaned towards one of Buddhism and Taoism according to their racial talents. At this time, those with low battle prowess were sent flying in an instant. Frisia and the others didn't even have the strength to approach the battle. Only a few people were struggling to hold on. Gogeta, who had fused with the two scions, growled. Demonic Zhuo is simply unimaginably strong. The opponent has completely shown his true terrifying battle prowess. This is too exaggerated, we also have to use our final trump card. Whoosh, the descendants of the surrounding scions all had super scions, but it was still not enough. At this time, they all gathered together and made strange movements. Dozens of people actually merged together. Ha ha ha. There was a roar. Demonic Zhuo, get out of our universe. Terrifying qi covered the sky and the earth, converging. A great existence that was terrifying to the extreme had completely appeared. Endless blue flames lingered, golden hair stood upright, a terrifying scene in its eyes, a tail swaying behind it, the entire planet universe was shaking. Super Science God. In the distance, Frisia was completely shocked. He, Cell, and the others were instantly blown by that terrible qi. The ancient prophecy, the ancient pure-blooded ancient god, actually exists. Farther away. Dicky's expression changed, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly stood up. Good. It's really too strong. The entire race. What a wonderful race, the cell particles are large and rough, not only is the threshold of the 9th rank low, the cell path is short, but it can also fuse with each other. Suji also looked amazed. It was indeed strong. Suji previously thought that this was the weakest true 9th rank, but obviously not now. Indeed, the normal 9th rank path was 100 trillion cells long, and each of them at this time only had a few million. However, the pixel cells had the ability to fuse. When they temporarily fused, countless millions stacked together, their combat power would also become very exaggerated, this kind of combat power was already a great threat. Suji felt that. This trip was very good. He actually saw the 9th rank digital system of the entire race, deducing to such a terrifying level of completion. As expected, we can see the trump cards of both sides. After all, they had to fight. Dickie's expression softened as he smiled. I have to say, this 9th rank path of the entire race is very powerful and unlimited. Perhaps the future path is not inferior to the 3-pillar gods, and can also be called the strongest 9th rank path. The lowest threshold, the strongest combat power. But now it has been exposed, it is similar to the unlimited cell system of the 3-pillar gods, and it is inevitable that scum like the 3-pillar gods will secretly learn it. Dickie had a look of regret. After all, because of his race, he could not learn it. In fact, the Mother Earth in my body told me that the eyes of the 3-pillar gods were flickering at this moment. They must be harboring evil intentions. They might even have the intention to subdue this monkey war god that was strong enough to threaten them. They wanted to convert this monkey war god into their Buddhism, into their Western lava Pure Land, and bestow him with a Buddhist position. He might even be called the victorious fighting Buddha. Carolyn's face darkened when she heard this, and she felt unwell. This is not good. The eyes of the two of them, as well as the 3-pillar gods below me, were shining brightly. They were all trying to learn my racial system. Even though it was impossible for them to duplicate my entire race's cells, it was inevitable that they would be able to comprehend by analogy and come up with some other results. After all, they are all extremely talented existences. In the distance, the players were also shaken to the core. They started to fight fiercely without any buffer. Soon, they were in an extremely tense stalemate. The trump card of the 3-pillar gods was revealed. Over the years, every demon core had become a Saraira. After all, the players who revived the ancient Buddhist cultivation knew very well that Saraira was a stone that stored radiation in the body. Using the demon core as a replacement for storage was simply the perfect cultivation system. At this moment, 300 billion Saraira was a world-class cosmic Buddha. This was simply too exaggerated. Perhaps the 3-pillar gods were already the ultimate inheritors of the ancient Buddhist path. It was a collection of arcane techniques, and no one had a deeper understanding of it than the 3-pillar gods. And in front of them, the great fusion trump card of the Super Cyber Warriors was also very unexpected. F***CK, Digital Beast Brothers, did you guys do this? Yes. We have been playing with pixel creatures, decomposition and synthesis, and we have already mastered the technique. We have been acting as Master Rashi, inducing their Super Cyber Warriors to combine and then making it into a magazine. Every time we look at it, we get a nosebleed. Brother next door, isn't our trump card cool? It's amazing. You guys are so wretched, you even made this. Do you have a screenshot of Kakarot and Vegetas combination? Yes, it has been uploaded and is ready to be auctioned. All kinds of beautiful photos, ancestral CP, the arrogant prince and the cute and innocent little girl, clearly marked price, as our daily expenses. You guys are really shameless. But what do we do now? It is very unrealistic to only rely on the Super Cyber Warriors to fight. Why don't we install a solar mirror and shoot at the 3-pillar gods? It is useless, the 8th order gods can't take it, and the 9th order gods can't take it either. But they can all distort the laws, so naturally, we can't hit them and the parameters of the beam will be distorted. Everyone whispered. After all, they had the vision of a sage and could naturally see a lot of things. The existence of this level could distort the laws of the universe, and normal attacks could no longer hit them. Only distorted laws could hit them. Don't panic, we can do nothing. I feel that not only the Cyber Warriors have trump cards, but the Celestials and Mortals also have trump cards. The secluded mountain prefect over there, the Doctor of Miracles, is not to be trifled with. Yes, who doesn't have a trump card these days? The crowd gathered around and started discussing, as if they were old friends meeting and chatting happily. After all, weaker existences like them felt that they were no longer of any use. Just like Frisia and the others, they couldn't even enter the Buddhist domain. The pressure was so great that they couldn't even move. Boom, in the next second, the 3 creatures that had fused their innate talents couldn't hold on any longer. After all, the 3-pillar gods were too strong. The means they had been proud of when they had surrounded and killed venerable sovereigns in the past could no longer keep up with the times. The secluded mountain prefecture lord growled. I originally wanted to use this trump card against Dizun, but I can only use it now. This is the super fusion mode created by my modified innate talent. Usually, there is a limit to the number of people I can fuse with, which is around 300. But now, the limit can be increased by 3 times. My new trump card, Sovereign Lord, will have to bow down. 1000 Talents Fusion. The 3 of them looked at each other, and with a boom, they completely fused together. Physical Immunity Overlay. 1000 times the strength. Energy Transformation. Physical Immunity. Dao Technique Immunity. Curse Karmic Negation. Dimensional Paper Cut Blessing. Rumble, along with the final dimensional paper cut, a truly terrifying ultimate creature completely descended. This was no longer a human form. It was a 3-dimensional creature that rapidly turned into a lower dimension. It turned into a huge 2-dimensional human anatomy. The organs, bones, muscles, and meridians turned into a huge 2-dimensional creature. It covered the sky and was incomparably huge. One had to know that the total length of a person's veins, arteries, and capillaries could go around the earth 2.5 times. In that case, the entire person turned from a 3-dimensional creature to a 2-dimensional creature. How huge would the blood vessels, heart, bones, skin, and hair be when spread out? It was unimaginably huge. At this moment, this little ant that had fused with the innate talent actually turned into a paper that was about the size of the 3 pillar gods, Boom, the super blue Sima god, and the huge 2-dimensional blueprint creature surrounded and attacked the other party. All the people regrouped once again. There were only 2 people left, and they used all their trump cards. That piece of blueprint distorted all the forces that were applied to the body. It was impenetrable, and a large number of laws messed up time and space. It was impossible to cause any damage. The blueprint seemed to want to wrap around the other party, directly reducing the dimensions of the 3 pillar gods and turning them into a 2-dimensional plane. This. Dichi was shocked. He felt that the secluded mountain prefecture lord was a terrifying person to be able to do this. He suddenly laughed. If the previous fusion was the fusion of flesh and cells, then the other fusion method is the fusion of the innate talent laws? So that's how it is. This fusion method is indeed the only way to win with numbers. Quantity leads to a qualitative change. But what a terrifying distortion of the laws. I even feel that a true Tier 9 god might not be able to fuse so many laws into his body. What a mysterious system. Innate talent? Using generations of obsessions of reincarnation to stack them together? Carolyn's eyes lit up. She felt that this was a good idea. If the infinity of her entire race's cell particles was a great inspiration to the 3 pillar gods. Infinity system, then the reincarnation system in front of her was a great inspiration to her creation god system. Perhaps I could consider creating a structure similar to reincarnation in the next dreamscape. The repeated catastrophes of eras could cause the people of a shuttle who dream endlessly to form an obsession? Her eyes lit up, and she felt inspired. Maybe the Isidal people in the spiritual universe can become the true god race. Another terrifying system was revealed. Carolyn and Dichi turned to look at the mysterious being beside them. They saw that he was calm and did not look worried at all. One had to know that Carolyn had seen the system of her civilization and knew that it was about to be learned. She felt that something was amiss. At that time, she almost lost her cool and had the urge to leave. But now, the other party was extremely calm, as though he did not care that his system was being coveted. This reincarnation prefecture lord is unfathomable. Carolyn was slightly impressed. She thought to herself, he has a big heart. When others saw his system of a transcendent civilization and learned it in secret, they remained calm and did not change their expressions. They allowed others to find out more about him and his combat power. Either he's pretending to be calm, or he's absolutely confident that he'll be able to emerge victorious even when others see his trump cards. He's truly a frightening person. As expected of the other candidate that the ancient deity had chosen back then. Not only Carolyn, but even Dickie was slightly surprised. He felt that it was very mysterious. After all, he had more or less interacted with Carolyn and the 3 pillar gods. Only this mysterious world and this mysterious existence was unknown to him. In the beginning, he had underestimated it. He felt that Carolyn was the strongest opponent this time, because he had fought the three pillar gods too many times, and Carolyn's trump cards were unknown. As for this even more mysterious world, he saw that the overall level of this world was not high, only ordinary gods, and even the top existence of this world was only an intermediate god. It was only when he saw these ordinary gods gather together and display exaggerated combat power that he became completely serious. If even his subordinates were like this, then what about this top existence? Moreover, at this time, seeing the other party's indifference made him even more vigilant and solemn, and he increased his vigilance step by step. This is a world with exaggerated combat power, able to fight beyond one's level. Dickie's expression was profound as he thought to himself, it seems that this is an extremely competent existence. The Lord of Samsara? I heard that there was once a person who cut off an entire era. Not allowed to become immortal? No wonder, it seems that this is a good civilization. The system and cultivation methods of the other party's civilization are very tempting. His eyes gradually brightened. He had never been afraid that the other party was strong, only afraid that the other party was not strong enough, and that their system and combat power could not surprise him. Suji did not care about the two's gazes and did not care about their thoughts. After all, their life and death had nothing to do with him. He believed that they would soon realize that he was just here to support them. He had brought the people of the 6 paths of samsara to train and kill, and he had to sit on the high ground. Boom, further away, the battle had completely erupted. 1 against 2, the 3 pillar gods were quickly entangled in a mess. Even though the super cyborg god and the new ultimate creature with fusion talent were extremely powerful, they were still fiercely and forcefully suppressed to an unimaginable degree. Pucci, the 3 pillar gods' movements were like a miracle, their bodies shining with golden light, and Buddha's aura shrouded both of them in their own Buddha realm, and the real battle began. Terrifying energy collided violently. The sky seemed to collapse. In the distance, the sun and the river of stars were all turbid and indistinct in this boundless energy field. Fight. Kill him. The Super Cyberman god and the ultimate creature began to spit out large mouthfuls of blood as they were injured. The battle was unimaginable. Crash, in the next second, the 3 pillar gods were also slightly injured. In the distance, all living beings on the protected planet began to roar in excitement and fear. Demonic Manjuo is finally getting injured. But how could it be so powerful? It's simply unimaginable. That is the power of the entire world, and there are experts from different spacetime to help fight. Barely. The violent energy destroyed the planets one after another. It was as if a dense energy storm was crashing against the thick atmosphere of the planets. The sky was filled with spatial cracks, emitting boundless energy fluctuations. It was simply unimaginable. The atmosphere can't hold on any longer. Let's run. Countless planets began to disappear, and the entire universe fell into darkness and panic. All living beings were mourning and wailing. They wanted to steer the planet away. This was because they could not stay here for long. The battle was too terrifying. If they did not leave soon, the shockwaves would be able to shatter a planet. In the distance, Dickie's expression was calm as he watched the battle. They are indeed terrifyingly powerful. The 3 pillar gods have used all their trump cards and are still injured. These two are working together to resist, and their combat power is exaggerated, but they are still at a disadvantage. Dickie's expression was still calm as he knew that the 3 pillar gods might still have a trump card that they had not used. They should be able to hold on. Carolyn frowned. She hoped that the 2 great worlds could gather all the peak experts to resist the 3 pillar gods. If they could restrain the 3 pillar gods, she could restrain Dickie. These 2 weak rank 9 experts could be completely repelled, preventing the destruction of the entire world. As for the reincarnation official lord, his combat power was unknown, and his intentions were unclear. But he had not broken through to rank 9. He naturally had the intention to destroy all living beings and absorb energy. Perhaps he could coordinate with them. I have to hold on. Carolyn closed her eyes. She was praying intensely in her heart. If she could not restrain them, the current balance would be broken, and a battle of universe gods would erupt. That was the dark era that she did not want to see. When the three pillar gods and Diki started a chaotic battle, they even started to massacre the living beings of countless planets, wanting to break through to rank 9. At that time, she would not be able to stop them alone. Countless people would be destroyed. Planets, civilizations, races, the entire harmonious and beautiful world would all be. At this moment, the battle was in a delicate balance. If the two of them could not resist the three pillar gods, the universe was shaking. Countless arcs of lightning and golden light lit up the entire spacetime. Space was twisting and being split apart by a vast formless field. All the cosmic rays and light turned into arcs that revolved around it. At this moment, the three pillar gods finally calmed down, and their voices were cold. This cannot go on. You have forced me to use all my trump cards. You should be honored. What? This is not all he has? The super contestant, secluded mountain prefecture lord, and the others' expressions changed. 300 billion relics, heavenly eye, open. Hong, endless Buddhist light shone. An indomitable Buddha of the universe with an eternal golden body erupted with radiance. This unparalleled golden Buddha suddenly turned into 3 overlapping illusory figures, standing in the void. Observe the past, present, and future, and find the flaw of fate. I am the past. The plant-type pillar god had a kind expression. I am the present. The beast-type pillar god placed his palms together. I am the future. The humanoid pillar god spoke softly. It was as though a chaotic and hazy consciousness covered the entire world. At this moment, people saw the river of fate of the entire universe. The plants of the past began to grow, and from the blue-green algae of the plants, beasts appeared, and the beasts gradually turned into human forms. The slash-and-burn era had begun. Humanoid, beast, plant type, and all the living beings of the world gathered to form a huge torrent of fate. At this moment, everyone seemed to have seen their extreme greatness, and they were extremely shocked. They were the three pillar gods of the fate of the race. They ruled the past, present, and future of the entire race. They saw through everything. The so-called time, the so-called unpredictable changes of fate, were all established facts in this world. We see your fate. We see your future. You will eventually convert to us. The benevolent words of Buddha seemed to have penetrated the river of time and space of fate, surging forth for a long time. The entire universe could hear the voice. Buddha's light shone. A straight pillar of light hit the two of them. The super Cyberman god suddenly froze, his entire body turning sluggish. At the side, the entire creature that was painted as a paper cut was instantly illuminated by the light, and its entire body started to change rapidly. Its body started to grow many demon core-like relics. This is? We are actually being assimilated. The secluded mountain prefecture lord felt an extremely terrifying scene. It was as though their life forms were being forcefully changed, achieving some sort of evolution. Ah! The secluded mountain prefecture lord screamed. We are limitless. Our combat power is limitless, our lifespan is limitless, our body size is limitless, we are all living beings, and all living beings are us, even our enemies are us. The majestic voice resounded throughout the world. All of you will eventually become us. The three-pillar god grabbed lightly, and the entire extremely talented creature was completely assimilated into his body, becoming a part of his race, and a part of his cells. Whoosh, the entire two-dimensional canvas was instantly draped over the universe Buddha. It became his five-colored sacred Xianxia, shining with golden light. It was incomparably sacred, and countless chaotic currents spread out. Wind, fire, lightning, rain, and all sorts of other natural phenomena flashed. He has converted? This scene caused everyone to be stunned, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Turned into a Xianxia cloak, in the distance, Bai Xiaojun was completely stunned. She was scared out of her wits. It's the Buddhist light. It's that radiation. He shouted loudly. He felt as if he had been submerged in an icy cavern, and the chill seeped into his bones. The Buddhist kingdom of the three-pillar gods has actually changed the radiation waves into viruses. Those who are illuminated by the Buddhist kingdom will become radiation creatures and grow devil cores. No, Sariras, they will convert to Buddhism and become one of their own. Someone at the side reacted quickly. Did they infect the Buddhist kingdom with their own virus? Updated the virus version? No. No. The virus can't infect those who are not gods and above, right? Such powerful level 9 cells, it's impossible. Wait. Their virus has been completely updated. They must have calculated the cells of the two people in front of them and used their immense computing power to distort the laws of nature. They created a virus that specifically targets the laws of nature. Everyone was shocked. They were naturally knowledgeable and could guess what had just happened. Oh my God! The entire gifted creature, the secluded mountain prefecture lord and the others, turned into the demon core race in an instant? Someone was so shocked that he almost lost his voice. This was too strange and horrifying. A good person was gone just like that. Furthermore, the battle was extremely intense and they were evenly matched. At this moment, the three pillar gods opened their eyes and looked at the unharmed super symbiont god. You really can't be infected? Carolyn is truly disgusting. Ever since her civilization was destroyed by the virus, she created a whole race of cells without a nucleus or DNA sequence. From the very roots of life, she was able to prevent the spread of the demon core virus, preventing her civilization from being destroyed by the second virus. When everyone heard this, they had goosebumps all over their bodies. How could they fight this? The three pillar gods had completely embarked on the path of Buddhism. In fact, their civilization was extremely appropriate. Other than the entire race of cells, other living beings could be infected by him and assimilated into the Buddhist kingdom. They would become his people and grow demon cores and relics. At this moment, the beings in the 6 paths of reincarnation, such as Xianxia and the others, were naturally living beings of flesh and blood. They would definitely be infected. Even the players from the Azura path were terrified. If they were inside just now, they would also grow demon cores and be forcefully converted. They were ruthlessly wiped out. Not to mention them, even experts like Dicky would become subjects of the three pillar gods if they were defeated or made the slightest careless mistake, allowing them to be poisoned by the three pillar gods during the battle. Even someone at the same level as Dicky could forcibly alter their life form and convert to their race. This is true limitless. Someone cried out in alarm. That's right. The three pillar gods claim to be the strongest rank 9, and that's right. Because he is infinite, even the opponent can become an infinite part of him. A player's voice was hoarse. This is the real unified God pillar virus, someone said in a low voice. They began to feel that many people had forgotten about the terrifying virus of the three pillar gods. That was because the lava plains had long since been filled with the virus, and it had not spread, so people had forgotten. As for the giant octopus, it had never seen such a scene before. It was scared out of its wits. The center of the universe. This place really is the center of the universe. Such a terrifying stage 9 existence, unheard of. Even a level 9 opponent can be assimilated by it, becoming a part of its body and greatly increasing its strength. Such a level 9 is invincible. Previously, when he saw the ultimate talent creature and even the super cyborg god, he felt terrified. Extremely terrifying. The cultivation system of those two forms, placed in the universe, was also an extremely invincible type of stage 9, with extremely exaggerated combat power. Who knew that in front of him, this was the true terror? The two just now, when they revealed their true trump card, in front of the three pillar gods in their infinite forms, they were like two children facing an adult. Once the three pillar gods in their infinite forms entered his Buddhist kingdom, they would be rapidly assimilated, becoming his cells, becoming a part of his body. This kind of invincible Buddhist kingdom domain, he was so frightened that he roared, F***ck. This universe is too terrifying. It's simply beyond my imagination. So existences like the three pillar gods are indeed the true invincible giants of the universe. The giant octopus suddenly shuddered, quietly looking up. There were still 3 people lingering in the divine light. It was so frightened that it had goosebumps all over its body. And there are actually 3 such existences of the same level that can be said to be invincible. At this moment, the three pillar gods had completely won. The three pillar gods had also completely revealed all their trump cards, the so-called infinite. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. This combat power system was unimaginable. Indeed, it could be said to be invincible. Carolyn's expression also changed slightly. She took a deep breath, and her expression suddenly darkened. The war is really about to begin. In the worst-case scenario, the entire universe may collapse. One has been swallowed, leaving only one super cyborg god. There is no longer anyone who can stop the three pillar gods. The three pillar gods indeed had extremely terrifying trump cards. This meant that the last thing she wanted to see had begun to come true. At this moment, Carolyn prepared to enter the battlefield and save the super cyborg god. After all, her own civilization was such a powerful existence, and she could not afford to lose it. She looked at the Samsara official. The three pillar gods have plundered all the experts of your entire world. Won't you follow me to conquer the three pillar gods? Suji shook his head. It's just a trial. No matter which camp they stand on, if they fail, it will be their own fault, and they should bear the consequences. At the same time, they will also commit suicide. As expected. Bang! Bang! Under the astonished gaze of the three pillar gods, the gathered ultimate creature quickly committed suicide. Countless resentful souls quickly returned to the six paths of reincarnation behind Dizun. They would rather die than become the other party's demon core creature. I see. It's really embarrassing. This is the first time I've tried to transform the demon core race, but I didn't gain any favor from either side. The demon core on this side is not afraid of death at all. The three pillar gods were extremely calm. However, although 2/3 of the talents have left, there are still 1/3 of the ordinary gods. They can't commit suicide, and they don't dare to commit suicide. They can only obediently become my people. This is a small gain. However, our virus version should be improved again. The next direction of the update should not only be to transform their bodies into ours, but even their consciousness will begin to be affected by us. They must be willing to do so, or it will be very troublesome for them to commit suicide. At this moment, seeing that the Samsara official did not respond, Carolyn could only take a deep breath and instantly rushed towards the three pillar gods. Finally, you can't stand it anymore. But you want to save people from my hands? The three pillar gods looked at Carolyn, who was charging towards them, and smiled. That's impossible, because there's only one left. This subordinate in your world is too weak. The three pillar gods stretched out their hands and grabbed towards the super cyber god. Poochie, in the next second, Carolyn shot out an even faster beam of light, which penetrated the super cyber god's head. The entire super cyber god lost all signs of life. All the players were instantly dumbfounded. Carolyn killed her own people? Is she crazy? All the players looked at this scene in disbelief. At the same time, they felt incomparable heartache. After all, the super cyber god race was raised by them, and they were already friends. Who said that I'm going to save them? At this moment, this perfect white porcelain god was enveloped in a divine light and slowly walked towards the three pillar gods. After all, there's only one way to not be killed. Only the dead can't be killed. The three pillar gods turned around and looked at the sacred cherry blossom emperor calmly. So, it's the death god's eternal life. The Grim Reaper is eternal. The three pillar gods said this with incomparable calmness. Amidst the golden radiance, there was a faint hint of silence and peace. In the distance, the giant octopus's expression changed. It was filled with disbelief as it mumbled, "What kind of existence is this? This is too exaggerated. Even the three pillar gods, the strongest rank 9 existences, have to look at it?" It felt that its worldview had been overturned. Ever since it had been cultivating around a star and was suddenly killed and captured here, this terrifying transcendent world had subverted all of its previous knowledge. It felt more and more that it was a country bumpkin from the countryside. In his inherited memories, the high and mighty super cyborg god and the ultimate creature with extreme talent, their level 9 ideals were already very frightening. This kind of existence could be called a super overlord among the rank 9, a super big shot among the rank 9. Their cultivation techniques could be said to be invincible, their ideals could open up a new era. It was hard to imagine that they would have any rank 9 opponents at the same rank. However, these two invincible rank 9 existences were actually killed by the three pillar gods. It felt like it was in a dream. The three pillar gods had broken through the limits of invincibility. They were truly the strongest rank 9 existences. Such invincible rank 9 existences had already shattered its worldview. However, what was even more exaggerated was that there were actually 3 such existences. Why did she kill her own people? The Grim Reaper is eternal, what does that mean? The giant octopus was completely shocked. You really are a country bumpkin. You have long tentacles but little knowledge. At the side, a player spoke. He felt that this person was indeed a country bumpkin with little knowledge. He explained to the giant octopus about a period of history. Back then, after the virus destroyed the Ashital era, the zombie race gained intelligence. The first ruler of the zombie era was the Sacred Cherry Blossom Emperor, the Sacred Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The Cherry Blossom Emperor established the foundation of the zombie race. She was also known as the number 1 Cherry Blossom Tyrant in history, and the number 1 Wise Ruler in history. This was because she slaughtered billions of merfolk, dragons, hydras, paving the way for the zombie race. The giant octopus trembled. Killing all the existences of the old era, she could indeed be said to be the tyrant of the enemy, but also the wise ruler of the race. But in reality? The true identity of the first leader of the corpse race was actually the queen of the old era of the Ashital people, Carolyn. She seemed to be doing it for the rise of the virus corpse race, but it was also to save those who had been eliminated by the times. She was an extreme person who pursued perfection, a traditional Ashital personality. She knew that the entire era was destined to be destroyed, and the perfect social system she had created would inevitably collapse. For hundreds of years, the more she pursued a perfect civilized society, the more she found that there was no such thing as perfect equality and justice in reality. As a result, she established the death god's eternal life. When the entire era was about to collapse, she brought the entire era into her memory corridor and became the tomb keeper of the old era. The giant octopus had goosebumps all over its body. It was as if it could see the vast and distant years rushing towards it, as if it could see the rolling wheels of history and myth slowly rolling past. Carolyn was a terrifyingly ambitious and ruthless person. She had actually created the concept of the death god's eternal life. This was simply exaggerated to the extreme, and could be said to be unprecedented. This was a terrifying existence, and the 3 pillar gods were also extremely terrifying. When a group of invincible people met together, who was truly invincible? At this moment, the giant octopus glanced over. It was incomparably excited, as if it could die without regrets. It felt that it was all worth it to see such a clash of ideals between the giants of the universe. Now, are you going to kill the entire civilization? The 3 pillar gods were incomparably calm. You know that you can't save anyone in our hands, so you want to kill them first? Carolyn did not speak. And higher up, Dichi smiled at Samsara official lord. So that's how it is. In that case, it won't be 1 side resisting and 2 sides killing. Instead, it will be 3 sides killing and slaughtering the entire era. This was a situation that was hard to believe. But that was indeed the case. Then, according to this, an unimaginable battle of the universe gods would erupt. All 3 sides would kill, and even Carolyn would be forced to join the ranks of the destruction of the world. They wanted to see who could plunder more energy, who could kill faster, and who would be the first to step into the complete 9th rank and undergo a true breakthrough. Stepping into the great door of the true 9th rank, this was a terrifying battle of speed. This Dao friend, what do you think? Dichi smiled. Are you going to participate in this battle of speed when all 3 sides kill each other? Suji shook his head. You guys fight amongst yourselves. This emperor will not participate. Dichi smiled. He was probing the other party's attitude so that he could make plans for the upcoming battle. Indeed, even the ancient lava land had more than 300 billion people. In the era of the microcosmos, there were already trillions of people living there. But no one wanted to add another competitor to the mix. Boom, the battle between the 3 pillar gods and Carolyn completely erupted. Hua, golden light flashed, radiating across the entire cosmos. The Buddhist country of the 3 pillar gods shone resplendently. The radiation of the virus spread out, but it was forcefully suppressed by the cells of the entire race. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. Creation. Carolyn slowly grasped the void, grabbing onto a ceramic hammer made of all the cells of the entire race. World exterminating hammer. A terrifying illusion erupted. Carolyn forcefully used her spiritual universe to change the physical parameters. She lightly smashed the hammer against the void. A hole appeared in space. Black hole. A black vortex was formed. There was no sound. It was as though all the matter in the universe was being absorbed and compressed. The entire world trembled violently, and the planets in the void were rapidly sent flying. Boom boom boom, Carolyn continued smashing and fighting in a frenzy. Countless black holes and vortexes seemed to form endless ocean currents in the black universe, filling the space between the two. Damn it! The three pillar gods wielded three human head swords and attacked in a frenzy. How spectacular! Even further away, Dichi watched Carolyn's fight. She has unleashed the creation lineage to the limit. Artificial black holes? Dichi said softly. He still didn't show any signs of taking advantage of the situation, but one of his doppelgangers quietly left. Hua la la. This large avatar had 30% of Dichi's power. It quickly flew away and quietly attacked those planets. This avatar flew far away and quickly split into 6 avatars of Dichi. Each avatar had 5% of the main body's power, and they all rushed towards the planets. This was Dichi's consideration. 5% was the most suitable avatar. Too much power would be a waste, and too little might cause the native gods to snipe and kill him. He wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the world, absorb the energy, and break through first. Dichi. Dicky. You're courting death. Suddenly, 2 angry roars came from the distance. Although they were fighting crazily, they kept a close eye on Dichi and naturally felt that he was secretly attacking. He wanted to destroy the world and steal energy. Boom, Carolyn and the 3 pillar gods exploded and pulled Dichi into the battle. Ha ha ha. Just like that. Dichi laughed loudly, his body rapidly expanding as he fought with the 2. The battle erupted in an instant? To everyone's astonishment, it erupted in an instant and reached its peak. This is normal. It looked peaceful before, and the world attacked at any second. It was very natural. Which overlord of this level isn't an extremely monstrous genius? How could they let others take advantage of him? Countless people whispered in the distance. The 3 invincible rank 9s began to fight quickly. At the same time, the 3 pillar gods and Carolyn felt that something was wrong. Dichi only had 70% of his power left, but he could still struggle for a while. After all, the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art was built on defense. But those avatars were destroying the planets and stealing energy. He only needed some time to gather enough energy to break through the last threshold and become a true rank 9. If this continued, they would probably, boom. Dichi, you're a smart man. This is indeed a good plan. The next second, the 3 pillar gods split their cells, cutting off 30% of their power to slaughter all life. The 5 parts rushed towards the various planets. Carolyn did the same. In an instant, the 3's power was balanced again. Boom. The 3 of them fought rapidly, colliding wildly. At the center of the battle, even matter was being destroyed. Only Suji was still sitting high up with an indifferent expression. After all, he was a person who observed the times and did not want to interfere too much. He was a witness of the times. This is the best method. The main body is fighting. Cut off a part of it to slaughter all life. Let's see who kills faster. While the main body was fighting, the avatars were also fighting on various planets to plunder energy. This had turned into 2 major battlefields. Boom. Throughout the entire universe, a true divine war had completely erupted. The moment it erupted, it was a life and death struggle, reaching the pinnacle. The avatars of the 3 terrifying existences were fighting wildly. The entire universe completely exploded and was in chaos. Invisible particles, rays, light, gravity, and space-time were all distorted in the center, distorting out of shape. As for the various major avatars, they were also slaughtering on the planets. After all, it was a war, and it was unimaginable. Planets were destroyed one after another. Countless people were wailing in grief. Blood was everywhere. The various avatars began to meet and fight in various parts of the starry sky. As for the avatars that did not meet, they descended on the planets and brought destruction. Countless planets with life shattered. Boom. In another universe, a god official stopped the three pillar gods. He tore through the void and a terrifying battle erupted. However, a few minutes later, this god official was beheaded and carried away with his head. It's useless. Apart from the strongest two, the super cyborg god and that creature with talent, 5% of their power is already not something you can resist. On the stone planet, a terrifying existence had descended. It was the avatar of Dicky. Dicky's gaze was cold. Before coming, he had already passed by a planet and destroyed it. At that time, he had lifted his hand and the entire planet had shattered. Billions of lives had exploded and been sucked by him, taking away the majestic energy of life. I can feel that this planet is one of the centers of the universe. There are countless experts and rich life energy on this planet. Dicky's majestic body was surrounded by clouds and mist. His long hair was loose, and there was a feeling of emptiness without joy or sorrow. It was as if the ancient sky was hanging high above, overlooking the entire beautiful planet. In the void, Xianxia had long been standing quietly. This planet is not something you can touch. Dichi turned around. I just saw you, and now you've actually returned to protect this planet. Even 5% of my power is not something you can resist. Dicky's expression was calm as he struck out with his palm. Your individual combat ability is far inferior to the Super Sima god who has gathered countless clansmen. Boom, a terrifying battle broke out. Dicky's voice was calm. You shouldn't have stopped me. The life and death of this planet are much better in my hands than in the hands of the three pillar gods. I don't really want to kill them. Although they are indeed like weeds to me, they have a more perfect use value. After all, most of the energy of living beings is in their flesh and blood, and the soul is only a very small part of it. I will keep their souls and let them become a part of my blood in the soul world, living in the world of the dead. Even in the underworld of our 7 realms, Ermin also needs this part of the living force to fill up her world. After eating their flesh and blood, their souls will remain, just like how I destroyed the 9 revolution civilization in my body back then, turning them into soul bodies. Dichi smiled. Souls did indeed have a great value for continuous use. After all, souls could cultivate. If they cultivated in the underworld, they could become strong. When they died of old age, their souls would shatter, and they could obtain more energy. With the development of the civilization, the heavenly giants' methods were quite soft and matured. Souls could live a second life to cultivate, the dead were happy, and so were the rulers. Powerful souls could become ghostly deities and join them. The weaker the soul body, the more energy it would disperse after it died. This was a profitable business. The other party seemed to be able to continue living a second life in the world of the dead, but he was like a worker, using the rest of his life to create energy for himself. You're courting death. Xianxia roared. The other party's gaze was cold as he punched out. Dicky was too strong. Even a small part of his energy avatar was hard to resist, but he still attacked to protect his home planet. Boom, the entire atmosphere was shattered. After a while, Dicky was shocked. He looked at Xianxia, who was covered in blood. He was clearly about to fall at any time, but he still stood straight, his eyes empty as he stared ahead. Forget it, I won't be able to take you down for a long time. Too much time has been wasted. If this avatar fights with you, it might even die together with you. Time is of the essence now. I'll go to other planets, my gains will be greater. Dicky's avatar left. Xianxia still stood motionless, standing on the highest mountain of the planet, looking at the sky like a statue of a god of war. After a while. Poochie! Poochie! Xianxia's body exploded crazily, large amounts of blood spurting out. His tall and slender body withered, turning into a shriveled and miserable state like a tree trunk. Woo woo woo! King Xianxia! All living beings on the entire stone planet were crying. Some experts rushed over. Everyone looked at this figure standing on the peak of the planet, protecting everyone on this planet. Teacher Zach, a disciple of the martial arts palace, sobbed, calling out King Xianxia's name. They could no longer see any hope. They had resisted it this time, but what if the next culprit behind the calamity came again? Am I Zack? Frisia gasped for breath, slowly leaning against a tree at the bottom of the cliff, recalling a distant memory. That crazy version of himself, the young white dwarf from countless parallel universes. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the distant past, seeing the earliest glorious days. On the streets, there were red beetles speaking, birds flying. I have a dream. Our children will live in a country where they will not be judged by their skin color or race, but by their character. We will be able to work together, pray together, fight together, go to jail together, defend freedom together, and fight against the apocalypse together. In the martial arts palace. A white dwarf looked at the sunlight in the sky, as if he wanted to catch it. The young man's eyes were colorful, filled with dreams and hope. We are not lowly slaves. We white dwarves have the powerful bloodline of the legendary frost demon race. From today onwards, every palace master of the martial arts palace will be called Frisia. He was slightly stunned. Half an hour had passed. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw a terrifying existence descending on the atmosphere. It was the three-pillar gods. I've already. Another one has come? Frisia forced himself to stand up, his fighting spirit burning as he looked at the sky. The miracles of fate have always been forged by blood. I have a dream. No matter how the entire universe is, no matter how many times we fail, no matter how many corpses are piled up, Frisia stood up and roared as he looked at the sky. Monster! Get the hell out of my favorite planet! In the vast universe, it was dark and deep. Everything was silent. There was no sound, not even light. Because the light of the entire universe seemed to have been sucked away by a distant war. At this time, Dickie, who had just fought with Frisia and was injured, was rushing to the next planet. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. It was a handsome green-skinned deformed beetle. I've seen you before. Dickie stopped and laughed. You want to see me injured and take advantage of me? You want to stop me? Cell was tall and handsome, revealing a sinister smile. Yes, I'm such a shameless person. After killing you, I should gain a lot. I think you should rush to the stone planet behind you, because it's more dangerous there, Dickie said. Help the people of a planet? Help Frisia? What a joke, I'm Lord Cell, a monster whose instinct is to kill. He was killed by the clone of the three-pillar gods. He deserved it. I will only lament that the world has one less enemy and opponent. Dickie's smile faded. The power of a powerhouse is comparable to a planet. You didn't run, but sent yourself to me? Boom, Cell attacked directly, and a terrifying battle broke out. A terrifying bloody battle broke out in the entire universe. The powerhouses of all the major planets were fighting back with all their might. A native god of a planet was fleeing rapidly, tears of blood flowing from his eyes. It's useless, it's useless. The great calamity of the universe is coming. This is a great extinction. No one can become the eagle that soars through the universe and survive to the next era. This powerful god couldn't escape in the end. A figure slowly walked out, surrounded by cold light, and was quickly slaughtered. Distress signals came from the planets one by one. On television, there were leaders chasing the final doomsday declaration, tears streaming down their faces, choking. We, who will save us? Countless people were numb, their faces filled with despair. They did not know when it would be their turn in the vast universe. The world is in chaos. This turmoil has never been seen before. The universe is about to collapse, and the world is about to be destroyed. An old level 8 god was living in seclusion. He was originally the strongest person on a nearby planet. His name would definitely cause the entire planet to cry out in alarm and welcome him. But now, he was drinking with his friends, planning to die in a drunken stupor. I'm not fighting anymore. I can't fight anymore. This expert was drunk. 3 great and boundless supreme beings of the universe level. Countless phantoms are fighting everywhere in the universe, distorting time and space. The era of the new gods is about to be born. The true eternal giants of the universe have completely appeared, but they need our blood to pave the way. Countless people were praying in despair, spending the last moments of their lives. The entire world was surrounded by a terrifying and dark atmosphere. Killing filled the air. Many giants were cold-blooded and merciless. Who knew how many living beings they had to kill to achieve the legendary complete level 9? Planet Cybertron. The king of Cybertron looked at the approaching gods with a calm expression. You should know that the world is being destroyed. The only way to not be killed is to be killed first. This white porcelain god's expression was incomparably calm. Everything depends on the gods, the king of Cybertron said. The entire planet Cybertron walked towards eternal life. On a spaceship. The entire universe is fighting and bathed in blood. This is an unprecedented catastrophe. Born in the Dark Ages, we have witnessed the irresistible end of an era, the final end. But in the end of this era, we should do something. Even though the players were usually cheeky, they were extremely silent at this time. Many things can't be changed just because you know it can't be changed. Knowing that hard work can't change anything, but still trying is called stupidity. But maybe we should be stupid for once. Who hasn't been stupid once or twice in their youth? They saw the entire era wailing in pain as blood flowed throughout the universe. They saw Frisia and the others struggling. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, and their aptitude wasn't inferior to Ermin and the others, but time waited for no one. The three-pillar gods are really killing. It obliterates flesh and soul, while Dicky slaughters flesh and absorbs souls into his body, turning them into citizens of the celestial court of the seven realms so that they can create more value. Carolyn, on the other hand, is the eternal life of the Grim Reaper. Without a doubt, Carolyn was the most orthodox and gentle of them all. After all, she had trained in this system, and this was the world that she had created. The Dark Era, the sorrow of the era. At this time, a group of players brought along the giant octopus that had the Fusion Emperor and planned to fuse again for the last blood battle. They had to do something. Previously, he couldn't even get close to the three-pillar gods. But now, they had to at least try to snipe one of the doppelgangers and save some planets. After all, the players of the digital beasts had lived here for far too long. They were all living beings of flesh and blood. There's no other way. We have to kill the three-pillar gods. It's time to show our true trump card. After all, we couldn't beat them even if we used it before, but now. A player said softly. Yes, we have to buy some time. After all, the big bosses outside have already given us an idea that might help affect the war of the entire world. This idea is to encourage the last venerable emperor who hasn't taken action yet to take action and have him kill the three-pillar gods, Dicky and Carolyn. Yes, we are online players. We have to guide the leader of the 6 paths of reincarnation to take action. Only then will there be variables. But for now, we have to kill the three-pillar gods and stop him. They began to discuss. At this time, while the giant octopus was dumbfounded, a hidden player of the Azure Path Warrior walked out. The Azure Path Warrior had always had a strange appearance. After all, the appearance of evolution was not fixed. There were trees, plants, rocks, and all kinds of shapes, but this was the first time it had seen such a strange Azure Path Warrior. This creature was a glass. Or rather, a translucent magnifying glass creature. You've never seen a giant octopus before, have you? This is one of our demon gods. A player said with a smile. Demon god? The giant octopus was stunned. Why is there another one? Didn't you say that there are 13 demon gods in the Azure Path, including me? There are 13 demon gods in the Azure Path, but there are actually 14 of them. Isn't that common sense? A player said. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and use your Fusion Emperor talent to fuse us 14 demon gods and these pixel gods together again. But you have to use the Sunrise Demon God as the main body. Boom, the Fusion Emperor talent exploded. Countless talents fused, twisted, and converged into an aggregation creature, the strange-looking Sunrise Mirror. This Sunrise Mirror is more mature than the Mother River realm next door, because it is a fusion of mature talents, with more talent combat power. It can carry out high-dimensional projection, and the arrival of elemental creatures. This Sunrise Mirror had already flown in the entire small universe, where the sunlight was the most direct, converging the sun. They just saw the trump card of the super symbiotic god and the elemental aggregation creature. Let them see the trump card of us players. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of history. The greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. Let them have a taste of our anger. What's there to fight? What's there to fight? The entire sunrise mirror was gathering light, and suddenly murmured elemental superposition. Thorn shell. Energy shadow. Threefold increase in strength. Soul energy reflexes increase. Talents were superimposed on the surface of the mirror, and the entire sunrise mirror creature suddenly erupted with a violent light beam, a light beam that distorted the laws of nature. Rumble, on a planet, the three pillar gods were slaughtering the living beings of the entire planet. Suddenly, a light beam converged on the planet. Ha! A majestic roar rumbled. The Dark Age has come, the entire planet, and even the universe, is being destroyed by the terrifying forbidden existence. But, there are still righteous people. This huge light beam, a vast universe giant, with a superhuman flying method, raised his fist and descended on this planet. Like sunlight, through the night. Dawn quietly, across the horizon. Whose figure shuttles between reincarnations? The road of the future is under your feet, don't be sad, don't be afraid, a new storm has already appeared, how can I stop and move forward? Traverse time and space with all my might, I will come to your side, boom, a delicate silver giant descended on the city, standing in the endless steel forest. The entire city was like a toy the size of a building block, and the small car was the size of a doll. Ha! The giant of light looked at the universe monster in front of him that distorted cells, and put on a battle stance. You are. The three pillar gods were slightly surprised. Nebula M78, the universe warrior giant that represents light, Tiga. It's Ultraman Tiga. It's actually Tiga. On the ground, countless children were roaring in excitement. The ancient Digimon prophesied that in the future, the terrifying Majin Zhuo will descend upon this world to destroy it, and a cosmic warrior of justice will descend upon this world on a beam of light. Ultraman Tiga will save this world. Today, the prophecy will come true. Ultraman Tiga will defeat Majin Zhuo. Boom, the entire planet was jeering. A new hope had appeared. After all, the first half of the prophecy had appeared, and the hero in the second half had also appeared. Everyone on the planet was cheering, their voices like waves. Clearly, the Digimon had been planning this for decades. They had long wanted this Azura to make his own solar cannons to replace his Gatling cannons. As for the prophecy, it didn't matter if they had to win or not. Majin Zhuo, this planet shall be protected by me, Tiga. The giant of light bowed slightly. Ha! With a loud shout, he assumed a strange battle stance. The 12 demon gods of the players were all past PvP champions. Their battle awareness and talent, after years of crazy training, were definitely not inferior to the three pillar gods. The problem was in hardware strength, cultivation, and techniques. I've seen you before. The three pillar gods smiled. Although the ancient lava world didn't have the concept of players, since there was only a balloon fish, the three pillar gods naturally knew that this was a member of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The three pillar gods were very curious and quickly calculated. So that's how it is? The theory is very exquisite and mysterious. You are the ultimate creatures that use the fusion talent. Your talent transforms your soul into an elemental creature, and through a magnifying glass, you gather a beam of sunlight and project it onto this planet? The three pillar gods looked at the beam of light in the sky and laughed. The magnifying glass is your true form, so what you've descended here is merely a light elemental projection transmitted through the elemental channel. Sunlight, on the other hand, can provide you with unlimited power, allowing you to instantly revive and descend upon this planet even if you die. It's a very terrifying ultimate talent light creature. It's somewhat similar to the previous dimensional paper cutting form. No, it's you guys who are stronger. You guys used scraps of talent, and there aren't many of you, but you guys actually managed to do this. The three pillar gods were extremely calm. They clasped their hands behind their backs and said, "You guys are very fierce right now. It's as if you're attacking me through the internet. You're the ones who aren't afraid of death." The expressions of all the fused players changed drastically as they secretly thought that the three pillar gods' analytical and calculating abilities were too terrifying. They were astonished in their bodies. He actually found out that we're a group of keyboard warriors who came over by following the network cable. Indeed. If we weren't separated by a network cable and hiding on the other side, we would never dare to confront it face to face, for fear of being beaten to death by it. As expected of the three pillar gods, as expected of a super-integrated magic core computer. What an appropriate analogy. The players were very realistic. Although he wanted to protect the planet and save some people, he did not want to throw his life away completely. After all, after becoming a god, he only had one life. If he was killed, he would really die. Everyone wanted to lay low for a bit and ensure their own personal safety before entering the battlefield to save others. But don't panic. We fused with the solar mirror talent and distorted the laws of light. He can't attack us through this optical fiber network cable in a short time. He can't find our IP address. Then we can do whatever we want. At the same time, we've poked his weak spot. His Buddhist kingdom can't be turned into viruses. Elemental creatures are the same as the cells of the entire race. Ultraman is his virus nemesis. The kingdom of light is the nemesis of the Buddhist kingdom. Our Ultraman descent system is tailor-made to kill the three pillar gods. Kill him. The players roared. In an instant, a great battle broke out. The overall combat power of the players wasn't weak. Coupled with their various talents, they instantly fought fiercely with the three pillar gods. This battle didn't care about life or death, only about winning or losing. But soon, they were almost blown up by the three pillar gods. Their bodies were tattered, and the red light in front of them was flashing, indicating something. We can't hold on any longer. It's okay. If we die, we can just reproject. Boom, in the next second, this giant of light turned into light spots and scattered. Following the light beam outside the planet's atmosphere, a new giant of light descended. He rode on the light and pointed his fist at the planet. Sai, Ro. The moment he descended, a powerful shout resounded through the sky. M78 Nebula, giant warrior of the universe of light, Sai. So you're the one who killed my kinsman, Digga? With a boom, Sai Ultraman landed on the ground. With metal goat horns and eyes as sharp as an eagle, he squatted down slightly. Even if my kinsman dies, I will protect this planet. The three pillar gods were stunned for a moment. Everyone clearly knew that it was the same person, but why was there so much drama? It felt that its calculation ability had crashed. This was an illogical and meaningless action. What a bunch of strange creatures. In human terms, are you guys making fun of me? Then you guys have successfully angered me. The three pillar gods had a cold expression. After a few rounds of fighting, the three pillar gods were covered in blood. After a few minutes, they successfully killed Sai Ultraman. But in the next second, whoosh, a light beam descended once again. A giant landed on the planet. Like sunlight, piercing through the night. Dawn creeps across the horizon. It was a familiar voice. Ultraman Digga descended once again. He looked at the place where Ultraman Zero disappeared and bared his teeth in anger. Zero, you actually died because you wanted to take revenge for me. In actual fact, I didn't die. I only left with heavy injuries. I want to take revenge for Zero. Digga returned and looked at the three pillar gods angrily. You and I are irreconcilable. Today, we have to fight to the death. The three pillar gods were completely stunned. You guys even have a plot, he started to want to leave this annoying fellow. The other party was weak and could be killed in a few minutes. However, the other party kept reviving. This made him feel that the other party was indescribably shameless. On the other side, a group of players had already returned to the 6 paths of reincarnation and contacted the secluded mountain prefecture lord urgently. They had a crazy plan. They naturally knew that Qi Tiandi, Li Sanxing and the rest had definitely died after the three pillar gods were defeated. They entered the reincarnation cycle and would not be able to return in a short period of time. However, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was definitely still hiding in the dark after his doppelganger was killed. This was because his doppelganger innate skill was too disgusting. It was also the foundation of his survival. They still found another doppelganger of the secluded mountain prefecture lord and asked him to urgently look for talents and manpower. This is the miracle train of this era. As long as you get off the train and pee, you will be thrown off by the wheel of history. This is a rare opportunity. we can fight for many benefits for our world. The players said, now, the whole universe is in a war of gods. The darkness is in chaos, and there are clones fighting everywhere. In such a chaotic time, we can provoke Di Qi, stir up resentment, and then force Di Zun to attack. We can even directly attack all three of them. Our world can gain a lot of benefits. When the secluded mountain prefecture lord heard this, he felt that the other party's way of speaking was similar to his. Very quickly, the secluded mountain prefecture lord heard of their plan and felt that they were extremely daring. The more he heard, the more shocked he became. It was a shocking plan. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was a radical, but he could not help but exclaim, "You want to snatch a piece of the pie from the hands of those existences and destroy all life with them? You want to use the destruction of this civilization to carry out your secret plan and build a new universe, the all-seeing eye of radiance?" After all, the energy contained in this small universe was too much. The three taboo existences could gather enough energy to break through to the 9th level and still have a lot left. However, would they stop after gathering enough energy to break through to the 9th level? That was impossible. Who would complain about having too much energy? Once they attacked, the entire era would be destroyed. If they gathered enough energy, whoever broke through to the 9th level first would be the victor. They would then be able to attack the other two existences and make them submit to them. At this moment, if they wanted to take the chance to split the pie, it would be like snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. A player said, "The destruction of an era cannot be stopped. This is the trend of the era." Even Carolyn knew this and joined in the destruction. We can only join in as well. To put it nicely, we're using the vast destructive energy of this universe to build the cornerstone of a new civilization. We're saving some of the lives in this universe from the calamity of this era. We're building a Tao palace of the universe, an ark. We're doing our best to soar across the ocean of annihilation. To put it bluntly, we will also be splitting the benefits of the destruction of this era. Rather than letting the taboo existences be destroyed, we might as well take a piece of the cake. When the secluded mountain prefecture lord heard this, he felt that these people were even more daring than him. Daring was not enough to describe it. This was not shaving off the skin of the 3 9th level taboo existences, but stabbing their butts from behind. The secluded mountain prefecture lord clapped his hands and laughed. The three of them are killing each other at the core of the planet. Their clones are roaming around, destroying all life on the planet. And you guys want to join the ranks of their clones and compete with them to destroy all life on the planet? Good, I've really underestimated you guys. How extravagant. Your Azure path is simply a bunch of complete lunatics. The secluded mountain prefecture lord laughed. You have interfered with the interests of the three experts, and now you want the Di Zun to protect you? Do you not believe in Venerable Emperor's combat power? The players asked. The secluded mountain's prefecture lord's expression changed slightly. With his hands behind his back, he paced back and forth with a nervous expression. If it had been an ordinary medium god, he wouldn't have believed it. That was because the gap between their realms was too great. After all, he had joined hands with a group of people, yet they had still been killed by the three pillar gods. Only by experiencing it for himself did he know how terrifying the so-called strongest forbidden existences of the 9th rank were. However, if it was His Excellency Samsara, he fell silent again. He recalled the mastermind behind the scenes who brought endless darkness to the era and cut off the path of immortals. He had made countless people despair. What was his combat strength like? In front of an existence of such a realm, would he be able to fight someone of a higher realm? He said, "We can give it a try." That's great. The players were very anxious. Delaying the three pillar gods was just an attempt by the Giant of Light. It was just the first step. There was an even more daring plan. Not only did they want to save many people, they also wanted to take a big piece of the cake from the hands of the three forbidden existences. However, I have already lost more than half of my strength. I am only left with a small number of ordinary gods. I can help you bring them away for temporary use, but I don't think it will be enough. The secluded mountain's prefecture lord's reply made the players anxious. Yes, the secluded mountain's prefecture lord and his people had already been defeated. Most of the elites had died, and the rest were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Even the secluded mountain's prefecture lord couldn't bring out too much power to make a gamble to turn the tables. This was despite the fact that the secluded mountains prefecture lord was a gambler who encouraged others to talk about miracles, probability, and to create all kinds of impossibilities. Is there really no other way? The players asked. The secluded mountains prefecture lord took a deep breath. He was a ruthless person after all, and was very unwilling to give up. He made up his mind and suddenly laughed. However, I can create an opportunity for you all. In the Greater Dao Sect's Demon Suppression Pagoda, there is a whole world of God arts practitioners suppressed. You all should know that the total number of God arts practitioners is too high. There are tens of millions of them, and not all of them have the ability to refine them into magical artifacts. That is why they are being suppressed. If you all can convince them. This was the last batch of power that he could bring out. The power of the enemy was also power. Furthermore, if this batch of suppressed geniuses were released, it would be a very troublesome matter for the secluded mountains prefecture lord, regardless of the outcome of the battle. This was because the enemies had all escaped from the prison. I will fight it out with you all. The secluded mountains prefecture lord opened the door. Ta ta ta, outside the demon suppression pagoda, the guards were screaming. Ah! Someone is taking advantage of the fact that we are out fighting to enter the demon suppression pagoda. This is not good. In the demon suppression pagoda, the suppressed geniuses were agitated when they heard the voices outside. Could it be that they were saved? Ta ta ta, another batch of footsteps could be heard, and a player came out. Everyone, we are the warriors of the Azura Path. We have defeated the guards of the secluded mountains prefecture lord and are here to save you all. The God arts practitioners were agitated. Then, the players told them about the situation outside and their next plan. However, everyone's expression changed as they felt that their plan was crazy. This is to turn the tables for the God arts practitioners. For your generation and race. Yes, you all think that it is impossible and impossible to achieve. However, the so-called miracles, if you don't create them, there won't be any. The players had a solemn expression. Many of you call this action stupidity. Yes, you all are very rational. Naturally, you call those who know that they can't change, but still try to change stupid. But are they really stupid? The so-called miracle is to try the impossible. If they don't even try, they call it stupidity. In that case, they are destined to not be able to create miracles. This player's gaze swept across the surroundings, and the God arts practitioners who were being looked at didn't dare to look him in the eyes. There are many people who always curl up in the mud after falling. They are poor, yet they live in broken huts. They lie on the ground, looking at the sky and the outside world numbly, secretly hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping for a turn in their fate. However, there is no miracle in the world. It is all stained with blood. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They decided to take a gamble. We only have one fusion talent left. Currently, we only have 30 people who have fused with it, so there are 270 spots left, the player said. After all, the upper limit of fusion was around 300. Those with water element talent, step out, a player said. Water element talent was one of the main types of talent, and in an instant, dozens of people stepped out. Those with light element talent, step out. The players hurriedly filtered. Most of the talents here weren't considered strong. However, their own power was far from being able to defeat the Aboriginals, and they could still use these second-level talents to complete a big integration. This allowed them to reach the maximum number of people who could fuse their talents. The players themselves were also scared out of their wits. Everyone liked exciting things, but the consequences were, are we really going to fight? Can we really win? I don't know. This is really crazy, but if we can complete it, then our world will truly appear. In traditional terms, we will get the city creation order and start building a city. Taking advantage of the destruction to steal a portion of the energy to build our civilized world? It's time to bring in the first batch of residents. Rumble, on a planet. Diga was covered in wounds, and the 3 pillar gods were also injured. Diga was still fighting. At this moment, the entire planet's TV stations were broadcasting. Even the entire universe's TV stations were broadcasting this on a large scale. This was because they were in despair. In the last moments of their lives, all they heard was news of other planets being destroyed. Even though countless planets were fleeing in all directions, they didn't know when it would be their turn. The news in front of them gave them a strand of hope. After all, this was the prophesied savior hero. Sob sob sob, Digga, don't lose. You must win. Everyone was praying and crying. Digga was covered in wounds. Who knew how many times he had died? Everyone's heart was tugging at his heartstrings. On the other side, a new sun advent had finally gathered 300 talents and formed a qualitative change. This was a round eyeball. The magnifying glass at the front seemed to be his lens, emitting a beam of light. Suddenly, Sun Advent's voice came from afar, "It's done. After all, it's a very simple expansion. It's just increasing the range of the beam." Rumble, the three pillar gods were completely enraged. At this moment, Digga suddenly roared in grief, "Children of the entire planet, all living beings, I can no longer win against the opposing mage and Toto." The entire planet suddenly fell into silence, panic, and despair. Silo is already dead. And Dana is dead. They saw every Ultraman enter the battlefield one by one, and then another Ultraman descending. They saw their comrades die and cried in grief. In the end, they fought with passion. This made them feel very sad. Digga roared, "But I still have a way. I can bring all of you away from this planet and let you build a new life in our homeland of the Country of Light. A happy life. Please release the energy bomb and lend your strength to me." Rumble, suddenly, the entire elemental channel's light beam became extremely huge, enveloping the entire planet. Walala, the light enveloped the entire planet. In the radiance, it bathed in holiness. "We have to," the entire planet was shaking. Countless living beings were silent. The entire world was in a dark era. It was difficult for them to escape death. In front of them was their only hope. They chose to believe in the ancient heroes of the legends. They raised their hands high. The energy bomb, they offered all their strength. This was already a method that all living beings in the small universe knew. After all, this was a simple technique that could be learned at level 1. The living beings on this planet were usually level 1 and above. On the cliff. In a small town. Countless elderly, children, parents, and youths left their garages and houses. They walked up to everyone and raised their hands high. "Is that the homeland of Ultraman?" They looked at the gentle golden light beam that enveloped the entire planet. It was as though they were looking at a kingdom of God. The golden staircase led to an ancient and sacred palace. "Please bring me along. Please take away my strength," they shouted. "If we want to defeat our opponents, we have to turn into light too. I want to turn into light." In a school, countless children came to the field under the guidance of their teacher. They raised their arms high. "I am also Digga. I am also Digga." Their blood was boiling, the entire dark era had a new hope. Suji sat high up and continued to drink tea. "Although this era is very sad, with the arrival of the dark era and all sorts of roars and hymns, I still feel that something is wrong. Something strange was mixed in." Kaboom! The entire planet was engulfed in holy light. All the humans and living beings were drained of all their souls and energy by the Xianxia bombs, turning into withered corpses that fell to the ground. Whoosh! Countless soul energy shadows flickered inside the enormous golden beam of light. They flew through the enormous elemental passageway that Digga had used to come here and entered the distant Country of Light through this cosmic bridge. "How dare you!" The three pillar gods acted immediately. "You want to stop us? That's impossible." Digga roared and used all his strength to hold back the three pillar gods, protecting the entire planet as they entered the elemental passage. They could not win, but they could hold them back. They had never thought of fighting head-on and winning with brute force because it was unrealistic. "You guys are really scheming." The three pillar gods suddenly stopped. Knowing that they were unable to stop them, they slowly said, "Originally, you didn't want to save the entire planet's people, because you knew that it was impossible to save them. From the start, you had the same thoughts as Carolyn. You joined us in slaughtering all living beings, and you wanted to split the energy of the world destruction. It was obvious that they were killing too. If we can't win, we'll join. Diga stopped attacking and walked back into the light beam. The era is destined to be destroyed. No one can be that stubborn. No one is pedantic. Instead of struggling, it's better to adapt to the situation. The three pillar gods did not follow. It just stood quietly on this lifeless planet, watching the light beam return, and said calmly, "You're right. What a bunch of unpredictable fellows. Their way of thinking is very unique, and the way they do things is unexpected. Looks like the third faction is about to split the world's energy, and the fourth faction is about to enter." Whoosh. Countless souls that entered along with the beam of light floated inside the eyeball. The players saw this and were excited beyond belief. We did it. Our mirror of light is much stronger than the mother stream mirror next door. After all, we have too many talents. We can use it on the mother stream. We twisted the laws and changed many things. Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord and the rest are too stupid. They fused their talents and wanted to fight head-on to see who was stronger. They never thought that they could fuse their talents and turn it into the fundamental laws of a world. We've successfully extradited a batch. Let's work harder. The souls came to a new land. This was an extremely ordinary soul world space, an extremely ordinary inner space that temporarily protected the entire world's traveler. However, perhaps in the distant future, it would develop into a flourishing age. After all, it had absorbed a lot of energy, and it was extremely vast and boundless. On the other side, a group of people were working frantically. The crafting sex magnetic sensing bald donkey, and the Joss flame pattern on the eyeball. Why don't you hurry up and finish it? There are more and more people. We also need to use the power of the Joss flames. The players roared madly and worked overtime. The front of the eyeball was a lens with a magnifying glass pupil. The back of the eyeball was filled with extremely dense blood capillaries that were rapidly forming. In fact, this eyeball was a miniature version of Mother Stream. In front of him was a magnifying glass, and behind him was a Joss flame array. Hurry up, send it to the next planet and start snatching people. A player shouted. Voila, a beam of light instantly descended on another planet. Everyone, I am Diga. The entire planet may be destroyed. If you are willing. A solemn and sorrowful roar resounded across the entire planet. That's great. Diga has come to our side? The ancient legend has come true. Everyone on the planet quickly raised their hands. Because of the previous battle with the three pillar gods, the entire planet's battle had been broadcasted by them. Silas and Dana's deaths made them cry. The other party had paid a huge price to save them. They were touched and willing to believe. After all, they had been preparing for this for a long time. The battle with the three pillar gods was actually also to build momentum. The one who won the hearts of the people would win the world. Let's go to the next planet. Don't fight them head on. Yes, they are very fast, but we will arrive in the blink of an eye. At the same time, we can deal with them in an instant, but they will face the resistance of the planet's natives. The fourth world-destroying force had entered the battlefield. In an instant, the entire universe was in turmoil. What a good Lord Samsara. He said that he would not attack, and indeed, he did not attack. He is very honest, but his subordinates are actually fighting with our clones for energy. Furthermore, their movements are so skillful. This must have been planned beforehand. It is definitely not an impromptu move. Dichi's expression was cold. He naturally put the blame on the reincarnation lord, thinking that the other party had planned this beforehand. Those people in this world did not have any existence backing them up. How would they dare to attack existences like them? Boom, a terrifying battle erupted. The three of them fought at the core, not distinguishing between friend and foe. This is a very special method. From it, I can see a brand new civilization system. The light source system of radiation can actually be used in this way. It is very rewarding. The three pillar gods seemed to be very appreciative and not angry at all. However, only they knew what they were really thinking. Indeed, it is a very interesting system. That all-seeing eye of radiance can see through the entire universe and land on each planet. Carolyn smiled. The three of them were already fighting with all their might. It was impossible to stop. Their clones were also fighting each other in various universes, seizing energy from various planets. Fresh blood flowed and dyed the heavens of the universe red. However, they had never imagined that someone would take the opportunity to rob them, seizing energy from their clones. It was extremely shameless. Kaboom! Elsewhere, Dichi's clone was walking on a planet. The planet was already covered in blood. He had just slaughtered all the ordinary gods on the planet and was ready to reap the rewards. Kaboom! A beam of light enveloped the entire land. A giant raised his fist and pointed at the planet. Like sunlight, passing through the night, dawn quietly streaks across the horizon. Whose figure is passing through reincarnation? Dichi turned back in shock. M78 Nebula, giant warrior of the universe of light, Diga. There was an angry roar. This giant of light had descended. It had absorbed the lives of several planets, supporting itself behind it. It began to grow stronger and had a faint smell of incense. Boom! In the next second, Diga tangled with Dichi's clone. All living beings on the planet raised their hands and began to extradite. Dichi's clone was not very strong. There was nothing he could do. He was forcefully stalled. Soon, the entire planet was filled with a deathly aura. The giant of light began to return to the beam of light and slowly flew away. He muttered to himself like a poet, "Don't blame us. Don't blame us. It's just because we saw this planet in the crowd. When I saw it, all I could think of was various positions. It's such a nice day, please let us sweat on it. Love is selfish, love is possessive. The wind is rising. Standing in the sea of stars, the hot wind of the sun burns my broad and powerful chest, making me want to return to the ocean of light." Dichi was silent. Because it was familiar. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. He looked at the distant universe, at Dizun who was sitting high up drinking tea and watching quietly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "So it's you." Dichi's expression changed. Finally, he became extremely calm. "What a good Samsara official lord. Back then, I fought with the 3 pillar gods on the desolate land. In the end, you took the opportunity to attack me from behind. You took advantage of the fact that I was distracted by the battle and stole my universe creature." That was the only living thing that Dichi had found after 7,000 or 8,000 years of painstaking flight. How could it be stolen from him? Moreover, he had always been the one to attack others. Who would dare to attack him? Furthermore, he had left behind such flirtatious words. It was simply a huge mockery. Although he did not say anything, he had already made a mental note of it. And today, you are still doing what you did back then. You took advantage of my battle with the 3 pillar gods and Carolyn and used the same trick. You took advantage of our weakness to steal the energy. Looks like we will have to fight soon. Dichi's expression gradually calmed down. He flew across the planet and continued on to the next one. Now was not the time to delay. The 3 of them were competing non-stop. They crossed the universe's planets, exterminating all living beings and harvesting energy. At this moment, it was a race of life and death. Whoever harvested enough energy first would break through from a weak 9th rank to a complete 9th rank. Then, they would be able to suppress the other 2. This was a moment of life and death, a race against time. That was also the reason why these glib-tongued so-called giants of light were sitting on the pillars of light, taking advantage of the situation and splitting the energy with them. Nobody had the time to care about them, and whoever tangled with them would fall into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, the Lord of Samsara was the least threatening. He was only an intermediate god and could not break through to the 9th rank. The other 2 were his real opponents. So, he knows that we won't attack him. He is focused and taking advantage of the 3 of us. Dichi continued to analyze. He was more and more certain that it was the Lord of Samsara's plan. The creatures under his command were obeying his orders. Boom! Planets were destroyed one by one. The entire universe was almost in ruins. Countless living beings fled. After a few hours, many of the planets that were easy to land on had been divided up by the major forces. The remaining planets were already empty. They used the time gained from the other planets to quickly move to the Holy Lands hidden in the inner space. However, even though the inner space was hidden extremely well, with advanced technology and countless experts, even the slightest anomaly in the space was quickly broken by them. Although the Great Extinction had reached the middle stage and the speed had begun to slow down, it was still a huge waste of time. The void was dark. Endless radiance exploded, and it was exceptionally rotten. Suji sat alone on a high place, still sipping on his tea. He said leisurely, "What a big pot, to put it on my head. Although I am indeed the big octopus who robbed you, those obscene words were not said by me to disgust others." He didn't have such a bad taste. However, these players are so bold as to build a solar mirror and develop a special light source system, snatching people from their hands, trying to obtain large amounts of energy, and establish a world ruled by the players themselves? Suji felt that he had underestimated them. Their heads were not bald for nothing. In fact, for Suji, this was one of the biggest opportunities in his life. After all, he was currently observing the systems and cultivation methods of the three rank 9 venerables. Watching their tyrannical trump cards that they had never revealed could be said to be an eye-opener. He learned a lot and had a clearer understanding of the path to rank 9. After all, most of the previous rank 9 were deductions on paper. The real battle to become a god with all their trump cards is the only time, Suji said calmly. This is the final battle, and everyone is fighting with their lives on the line. At the same time, now that I've seen them go all out, I can tell that this clone of mine is no match for them. Suji silently measured their combat power. Before, their combat power could beat them, but now 500 years had passed, and they had become stronger. They had completely perfected their system and completed 100% of the path to rank 9. Their realm had increased a lot, so naturally, they couldn't beat them. Suji, with his mid-level god realm and the superimposition of reincarnation, would be at a real disadvantage against any one of them, and it would be difficult for him to fight. Perhaps only his real body could really fight them. After all, the clone was still relatively weak, not to mention that it was just one of the 3 great clones. But, there is a lot of energy. Suji was shocked, feeling the vast energy fluctuations in his body. The era of the small universe is one of the longest eras, the largest world. It should be known that in the previous solar system universe, although the energy was huge, there were many of them. The era was too primitive, and basically all of them were ordinary people. What about this world? It had developed to such a mature point, and as a top extraordinary world, there were at least rank 1, and the average was rank 3. This was a qualitative change, and the feedback was naturally a lot of energy. Another few hours passed. The harvest era had entered the end. Boom. Suji felt a surge of energy in his body. He was about to break through and become a high-level god. The speed of this breakthrough was so fast that even Suji couldn't imagine it. Boom. His body shook slightly, and Suji felt that he had entered a whole new realm. Am I a high-level god now? Suji chuckled and felt that it was reasonable. It was enough energy for a group of them to enter the real complete rank 9, and naturally, he could break through to become a high-level god. Suji closed his eyes slightly and began to polish his realm. He quickly climbed the gentle high-level god's body, and even had an invincible perfect Taoist root. He directly began to try to take the next step. He tried to fuse some cells. 0.000000000. 1%. Suji's face darkened. For the first time, he felt this road, which was so long and scary that it made his scalp numb. However, I can barely be regarded as on the road to rank 9. Although I am 0.000. 1%, they are 100%, Suji muttered. One is at the end, and the other is at the beginning. Then, with Suji's breakthrough, it also meant that the great catastrophe had entered the end period. A new situation broke out. In the distance, the aura of the 3 people instantly broke out. They were all close to the critical point, but it was obvious that Dichi's speed was 1 step faster. He was actually the first to break through. It's no use. Dichi laughed and said coldly, my speed is the fastest in the world. I swept through planets at an unimaginable speed, and this is all thanks to Mother Earth. My understanding of space is also number 1 because of the spatial positioning of the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. My speed is unimaginably fast, and this is also thanks to Mother Earth's creation of the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. Dichi chuckled and said, when I return, I will definitely make Mother Earth a true master of the dragon bloodline to show my merit. The three pillar gods were completely silent. Caroline's expression changed. The energy they had collected was almost enough to break through, but they were just a little slower. In this aspect, Dichi indeed had a strong advantage. And Dichi's own learning aptitude was even more exaggerated. His overall level was too perfect, and he had almost no shortcomings. In this battle, he had displayed enough of an advantage. At this moment, Dichi was finally going to break through. He was very calm, and a terrifying aura brewed, sweeping across the sky and earth. After I ascend the throne, I will definitely confer titles to the two of you, and let you develop before the era, so that I can study behind the scenes. In the distance, the players' expressions changed slightly. Dichi had successfully taken the lead and broken through. But why wasn't Dizun making a move? If he broke through, our world would be finished. Once he really became a complete and true 9th grade, how terrible would that be? Could he do it or not? While the players were scared out of their wits, Dizun slowly stood up. You want to break through, but did you get my permission? Dizun put down his teacup, his expression calm. Since when does a person's breakthrough need the permission of others? Dichi turned around, his aura surging, and he was about to break through. He smiled calmly and said, I haven't found you yet, and you're already taking the initiative? In my world, it's like this. Dizun looked calm, his eyes cold, and he gave off a domineering aura. He said slowly, when I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Before me, the 9th grade, should be the same for you. You call yourselves the strongest 9th grade, and I don't care how you control the entire era, or how you fight. But if you want to break through. The wind howled, and a majestic and domineering figure stood quietly in the void. You have to ask me, who is blocking this path, if I agree or not. Before I turned into the Tao, there was no Tao in the world. As soon as he said this. Boom. How dare he? This? Could it be that he had planned to do something so shocking from the start? The players trembled, and the giant octopus was scared out of his wits. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was also shocked. Back then, Dizun dominated the entire era, and single-handedly cut off the path to immortality. And now, he wanted to single-handedly cut off the path to the 9th grade, and monopolize the entire era? Such a scene and these words caused the secluded mountain prefecture lord and the rest to be in a daze. This included the players. How could they not guess what Dizun was going to do? At this moment, he was going to do the same thing he did in the past, destroy the entire immortal path, cut off the immortal gate, and not allow anyone to open that door. However, he was a tier 8 immortal then. Now, he was a tier 9 immortal. Before he transformed into Tao, there was no Tao in the world. This was his domineering and tyrannical figure. This was how he did things. Cold, domineering, and powerful. Back then, he did not care about the geniuses of each generation. He made countless geniuses cry on this path, dying of old age, unable to enter that realm. However, this is the heavens outside, and not the world he rules. How dare he? Even the secluded mountain prefecture lord was shocked. Looking at this domineering stance, it was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his head. Provoking one person was one thing, but the stance in front of him seemed to be provoking the entire heavens, provoking 3 of the strongest tier 9 existences in the world at the same time. It was over. He was so bold and did not care about the consequences. The 6 paths of reincarnation world was finished. The giant octopus was also scared out of his wits. In this world, no one had a stronger cultivation system than these 3 existences, and Dizun was acting like this because his cultivation system was the strongest. Was this possible? Almost impossible. The cultivation system of these 3 existences was already at its limit. Every single path established a new era. The 9 levels of the most powerful path pointed straight at the extreme of the cosmos. It could be said to be unprecedented. Even if there was a similar ultimate path, it was only at the same level of combat power. It was difficult to suppress the opponent's cultivation system. And now, he wanted to fight 1 against 3, he felt as if his mind was being overturned. His worldview was being overturned time and time again. It was as if a huge hand was constantly trampling on his weak soul and nerves. His eyeballs were about to pop out. Dichi's expression was calm as he said, You want to fight? You are just a mid-level god, and you want to fight? If you want to break through, you can try. Dizun's voice was extremely calm. However, his aura fluctuated and his hidden strength was completely exposed. Your cultivation level will be brought down by me. Wang, a crisp sound could be heard. Venerable Sovereign had become a high-level god from a medium god. High god. At the side, Mengpa, the players, and the secluded mountain prefecture lord had a slight change in expression. Granny Meng said, I didn't expect His Majesty to be hiding something. It had been less than 500 years since Venerable Sovereign had broken through. At this time, most of them were low-level gods. Previously, they had thought that mid-level gods were already amazing. Now, the trump card in front of them was actually a high-level god. This speed was a little too fast. However, right now, they seemed to be in the same realm, both of them on the path of 9 levels, possessing the ability to stand on equal footing, but in reality, one was at the front, one at the back. The gap between them was still like heaven and earth. So that's how it is. Is this where your confidence comes from? Dichi was slightly surprised, but then he smiled and said, high-level gods seem to have stepped onto the path of rank 9 again, but to stop someone from breaking through, one must have absolute power. With his hands behind his back, he smiled and explained, why? The 3-pillar gods and Carolyn knew that they would lose? Because even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to stop my breakthrough. I can make a breakthrough in the midst of battle. I only need a little time. Indeed. What did he mean by stopping someone from breaking through? If someone was beaten half to death, then naturally, they wouldn't be able to break through. However, it was easier said than done. Even if 2 of the 3-pillar gods joined hands, they wouldn't be able to quickly defeat Dichi with absolute power. Absolute power? Suji grabbed lightly. The 6 paths of reincarnation behind him shook slightly, and countless talents were added to Suji's body. The countless reincarnation top experts who had just been defeated, such as Qi Tiandi, Su Huanjun, Li Sanqing, and Su Yingluo, had all returned to the 6 paths of reincarnation and were now added to Suji's body. Body energy transformation. 100-fold increase in strength. Buddha demon body. Karmic fire of reincarnation. Paper cutting. There was a loud bang. Amidst the clouds that filled the sky, wind, rain, lightning, volcanoes, tsunamis, and countless celestial phenomena revolved around a gigantic body. A terrifying ocean-like aura enveloped the entire universe, as though a certain ultimate creature had been born. If the gap brought about by the path of the 9 levels was the mastery of the laws. But now, the countless phenomena of the laws superimposed on his body had already made up for the gap in the realm of the path of the laws. At this moment, Suji's use of the laws was equivalent to a level 9 with 100% integration with his body. In terms of realm, they were evenly matched, and even surpassed each other in the level of the laws. Swoosh, Dichi gently grasped the void and grabbed the 6 paths of reincarnation, which turned into a long sword. It's not enough, it's still not enough. This will only close the gap between our realms. We're just evenly matched. Then, I'll break through. Dichi smiled and said curiously, I'll fight you at the same time and see if you can suppress me. Boom, Dichi's aura was completely brewing. He was about to officially break through. Next to him, the 3-pillar gods and Carolyn's expressions changed slightly. It was as if this was a countdown to death. They watched the battle and were ready to act at any time. After all, if His Excellency Samsara joined in, the 3 of them would very likely quickly defeat Dichi and stop him from breaking through, so that their other doppelgangers could gather energy. Do you know what an ultimate creature is? What does it mean to be the strongest? However, at this moment, Dichi's expression was still calm, as if he was stating a natural fact. The fusion of talent is just one of them. Being the strongest alone is not the strongest. Only when all the strongest are fused together will it be the strongest. He opened his mouth slightly and began to murmur soundlessly. It was like a silent hymn, an ancient oracle. Soul Dao. His aura slightly expanded. Martial Dao. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged. 9 revolutions mysterious art. The inner space gene was activated, but his body did not expand. True Chi gene, mutated. Rumble, endless true Chi gathered in the 2 true Chi hearts in his body, spewing out into an elemental river, flowing in large amounts in his body. It formed an elemental heart. Swoosh, the true qi in Suji's body was released with the elements, rapidly transforming. A huge body similar to the Pengu true body appeared, but it was a body of elemental energy. This was the system of the elemental civilization. It was also the moon god season bloodline that Suji had developed himself. Previously, he had succeeded with the butler. It could not be said to be a new system, but it was actually just a slight modification of the true qi genes. Elemental creatures had elemental hearts. And true qi creatures had two true qi hearts. Suji had just fused the two, modifying the true qi into elemental true qi, releasing elemental true qi, forming a half-elemental life bloodline. But this elemental life bloodline was still budding, waiting for the elemental civilization to advance. Moon. God. G. The players were shocked, seeing this familiar scene, they almost growled. This is the bloodline of the moon god season. Oh my god. Dichi hit it very well, he even has the enemy's bloodline. This is too exaggerated. However, the horror had only just begun. Body of the entire race. The entire race cell was activated, the white porcelain body glowing with a delicate and beautiful luster. Caroline's face was blank. Spiritual universe. The demon core cell was activated. The expressions of the three pillar gods changed rapidly. Azure the arch longevity body. In the void, the eternal gene was activated. This was the secret technique of the eternal zombie bloodline that Lili and Ji Shang had developed, which allowed them to burn their lifespan. His aura instantly rose to the peak. At this time, the immortal gene, one of the 5 genes, was no longer as useless as before. It had been developed by countless people in this era. Boom! Dizun stood tall in the sky. His whole body began to grow bright and transparent platinum. Endless surging energy gathered in his body, with an inexplicable sense of sacredness and ancientness. He stood in the universe as if he had surpassed everything and was the only true god in the world. In everyone's eyes, they seemed to see the laws in the dark. Dizun's body gathered the 5 ultimate paths, the ultimate systems of 5 civilizations. They were like 5 rainbow-colored divine bridges, built in the depths of his body. The demon cores of the 3 pillar gods. Caroline's entire clan. Dichi's 9 revolutions mysterious art. Moon god Ji's elementalization. The immortality of the super-ancient gods. 5 auras, as vast as the sea, entangled together and led to the end of the universe. How is this possible? His bloodlines are all the strongest. Dichi and the others looked up and revealed a trace of disbelief. They all seemed to see the shadow of their own cultivation methods. Their strongest paths had been perfectly displayed in his body. The giant octopus looked at the sky. Only it knew what this meant. It said in shock, 5 perfect paths, 5 kinds of bloodlines. Venerable Sovereign, he's actually a descendant of the legendary 10th grade ultimate bloodline. Dizun was a 10th ultimate bloodline descendant. Everyone's mind went blank. The hidden information behind this was too terrifying. The descendants of the 8th grade gods inherited part of their father's high-dimensional time and space, just like the giant octopus. The descendants of the 9th grade gods inherited part of their father's nomological organs. They were born with a part of their flesh and blood to complete the 9th grade path. And in front of them was a 10th ultimate bloodline descendant. What did it mean that he had inherited 10th ultimate ability? That was the peak of the 10th order. Even the super-ancient gods, moon god Ji, and other great existences had not reached this legendary level. And the 10th order was called the ultimate. What was the ultimate? In the eyes of these strong people, this word couldn't be used carelessly. It meant that in the end, there was no way to go. That was the ultimate. And Dizun was the descendant of such a great existence. Everyone sighed with admiration. They felt the pressure of the ultimate form of life, making it hard for them to breathe. I originally thought that it was only an ancient legend of the distant universe. It was even said that, in the entire vast universe, there might not even be a few ultimate existences of this level born and destroyed after billions of years. Who would have thought that I would actually see a bloodline of this level? This is simply too inconceivable. The existence of a descendant like this seems to foretell the existence of a mighty 10th level ultimate existence. The giant octopus looked at Dizun with a face full of shock and said, if every gene corresponds to a level of life, lighting up the god fire of the third gene is a level 8 god. Gene 4 is a level 9 world, and Gene 5 is a level 10, the legendary ultimate. Beside the octopus was the secluded mountain prefecture lord and a group of players. They were silent as they looked at the true form of the octopus. The giant octopus murmured in a low voice and explained, the peak of the 10th stage is not as simple as a 5-gene creature as you think. Because the 10th stage means that you can adjust all 5 of your bloodlines. This is the fundamental reason why venerable sovereigns are so powerful. That's because he's an ultimate life form with 5 genes. Everyone was shocked as they instantly understood the meaning behind it. Every gene level was a qualitative change. Every gene added to one's body was not 1 + 1 = 2, but 10 or 20. It was an exponential increase, just like how one person only had the inner heaven and earth gene, another had the inner heaven and earth gene and the demon core gene. When these 2 transcendent genes were combined and integrated into one's body, one's combat power would undergo a qualitative change, therefore, every gene level was an increase in the level of life. As for Gene 5 and Gene 4, it seemed like there was only a difference of 1 gene. It was still the same qualitative change as before, but in reality, it was a world of difference. One had to know that Carolyn, Di-Chi, and the rest had fused with 4-gene creatures. However, not all of their 4 genes were powerful and effective genes. Some genes were born with them. For example, Di-Chi was the golden sun crow. His original body was a golden bird and he was born with the first gene, the flame gene. For example, the phoenix was a 4-gene creature. It looked like it was of a high level, but the only effective one was the rising from the ashes. The remaining 3 genes were too neglected. There were also some strong people who fused with genes along the way. For example, Ermin, the witch's evil eye gene was useless in the later stages. Of all the experts, there were only 2 or 3 bloodlines that could be useful. 5 gene realms meant that one could overturn one's original genetic talent at any time and carry out a new genetic recombination. He could reconstruct himself into a new transcendent life form. 5 of these were the best genes. How terrifying would the qualitative change be? Everyone continued to look at the giant octopus. The giant octopus shook its head. This is the ultimate form of a transcendent life form. In my memory, the description of such a powerful existence is very vague. I only know that this is the strongest life form in the legends. Level 10 is the ultimate realm of the universe. One can adjust their life structure at will. As for the rest, I don't know. The giant octopus was even more certain that this was the center of the universe. It was too terrifying. 5 gene, level 10 ultimate. The secluded mountain prefecture lord raised his head and looked at the terrifying existence. He could not hide the shock on his face. It was as if he saw the end of his life, the place where his ultimate goal was. This was a mysterious feeling. It was as if there were 5 paths on this existence. The 5 strongest paths. At this moment, they finally understood. It turned out that the form of life was so terrifying and perfect. The terrifying aura was as vast as the sea. It made everyone feel a strong sense of oppression. It was as if a low-level life form had observed a higher dimensional life form. Everyone looked at the body of Dizun in shock. It was the level 10 ultimate, 5-gene life form. Perhaps, Di-Chi's path was the strongest. Perhaps, Carolyn's path was the strongest. Or perhaps, the 3 pillar gods were the strongest. Among them, there might be a lot of controversy. However, when fused into one person, it would undoubtedly be the strongest. Di-Chi's eyes gradually brightened. He was burning with fighting spirit. He revealed a great interest. Dizun, you have hidden it too well. You are actually the legendary 5-gene ultimate life form? You can adjust your gene structure at will? That's enviable. If I could be like you, I wouldn't have to worry. There are many techniques that I can learn but don't have the corresponding life form genes. Di-Chi suddenly laughed. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. You are indeed very strong. However, this is what makes it interesting. Boom, Di-Chi immediately attacked with all his might. The universe was instantly distorted. Endless light exploded. The two figures instantly intertwined. One was a huge panga giant with a body of flesh and blood. The other was an energy giant with dazzling energy. They intertwined with each other, making it difficult to see their figures clearly. Pong! In the next second, Dicky was sent flying backward, his body exploding and reforming in an instant. Dichi was killed in an instant. He stopped his breakthrough. The three pillar gods, Carolyn, and the rest felt a chill in their hearts. Bang! 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 Flashes of lightning flashed across the universe. Dizun's movements were natural. He turned his fists into palms, with an ancient charm. His movements were simple and unadorned, giving people a feeling that he had integrated into the universe. It was as if he had become one with the dark background of the universe, like a shadow puppet show in the universe. Bang! Bang! His attack reached an unimaginable level of perfection. Dichi's 9 revolutions mysterious art was like a meat bag, broken and damaged so fast that even the recovery of the 9 revolutions mysterious art could not keep up. In an instant, he interrupted Dichi's breakthrough and beat him to death. Carolyn and the others, who were standing on the other side of the universe, were all dumbfounded. What kind of person was Dichi? Unexpectedly, they were instantly smashed apart in a devastating manner, without the slightest ability to retaliate, and, in this instant, he interrupted his breakthrough. If they were in this position, they would not be much better off than Dichi. Because of the 9 revolutions mysterious art and martial arts, Dichi's defense and recovery were the best. If they were in Dichi's position, they would only be worse off. What was the strongest? In front of them, was the real strongest. 5 of the strongest bloodline systems, plus an unimaginably perfect Taoist root, flawless, without a single flaw in the realm. This was the ultimate creature. Perfect to the point that it could not be more perfect. This is terrible. Is this the convergence of the 5 bloodlines? He has cultivated our system and even other systems. It is equivalent to all of us merging into one body. Carolyn took a deep breath. Is this guy really an extraordinary life like us? It's simply perfect. Incredible. At this moment, even the 3 pillar gods began to deduce and analyze together with Carolyn. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This world, there is such a perfect creature, beyond our imagination. And this is only a part of the mysterious bloodline power of the 10th grade. I don't know what tricks the 10th grade has? Or what ability. But just inheriting the characteristics of the 5 bloodlines is already very scary. Based on the current situation, he can merge with the bloodline of any life form at will. He can be any race in the entire universe. Any race can be him. He is shapeless, indescribable, and incorporeal. He can even have no real shape. He can be an elemental creature, a creature of flesh and blood, or a silicon-based creature. He can be ever-changing and has infinite possibilities. Just the characteristics of the 5 genes alone are enough to make us unable to resist. At that moment, the 3 pillar deities felt that the most terrifying person behind the scenes was not Dichi, but Dizun. This person had probably been hiding in the dark for a long time with the 6 paths of reincarnation. It observed their battles, observed their civilization, and observed their cultivation. In the war between the 3 parties, they had neglected the most inconspicuous and weakest one, the 6 paths of reincarnation. The world that seemed to only have the heavenly monarch back then was actually the most terrifying dragon, the most terrifying opponent. Damn it. At this time, Dicky's face was cold, and he quickly recalled all of his doppelgangers. I can't believe there's someone like this hiding behind us. He wants to compete for the position of Tao protector of an ancient god? He wants to become another invincible rank 9 powerhouse? No, in the countless worlds at this time, perhaps you are the true successor of the ancient god. You are his greatest fortuitous encounter. You are the descendant with the ancient and terrifying rank 10 bloodline that he found. That is why the ancient god is so confident that before he hibernates, a rank 9 Tao protector with unparalleled combat strength will appear. But you have successfully angered me. Bam, green light surrounded them. They collided again, and a violent explosion ensued. A terrifying battle had begun. Blood bloomed in Dicky's battle, and his body exploded. It was like the battle with the 3 pillar deities. It was incomparably tragic, and he had no power to fight back. His body was exploding almost every second. Suddenly, he laughed, louder and louder, until the entire sky was shaking. The path of seeking Tao in this world is really interesting. This kind of life, fight, fight, fight. This is what I want. His laughter became louder and louder, resounding through the sky and tearing it apart. Thinking about the first half of my life, I am really pitiful. I controlled many eras behind the scenes. For countless years, I was lonely because I had no opponents. Because my life was too ordinary, I felt very lonely and dull. That kind of feeling is unimaginable. Many times, I sat on the sun chariot, sighing about the ancient desolate era. Holding my chin, I looked at the people of the tribes below and thought about it. If only I were a little weaker, if only I were a little more stupid, if only I were a little more ignorant. If only I could blend in with them, fight with them, laugh with them, discuss techniques, and study eras. Instead of being out of place, I could easily see through the precious techniques that they have spent their entire lives researching, and I could create even stronger techniques based on their peerless treasures. Dickie's aura surged, and his fighting spirit blazed. However, his eyes were complicated as he recalled the ancient memories of the distant past. He said softly with incomparable bitterness, "I am really lonely. Often because I am not stupid enough, I am out of place with them. But today, the world is too big, and I have finally met my opponents. The three pillar gods, Carolyn, and you. But your cultivation art will eventually belong to me." The alchemy factory in his body was like a red blood cell factory, rapidly producing organ structures according to Dickie's blueprint. Dickie's Panga true body operated in an orderly manner, like a world of cells in his body. Currently researching on imitating elemental life forms, in the process of inserting bloodlines, changing the form, transforming into the Panga true body, and undergoing elemental transformation. Currently imitating the longevity gene. Unable to achieve longevity, can ignite one's lifespan to erupt. Dickie's expression was fearless. He had encountered many such experiences. When others encountered such an opponent, they would only feel despair. However, he was different. In battle, he would rapidly absorb the results of his opponent and observe their cultivation art, growing in an extremely rapid manner. Like a sponge, he would absorb the knowledge of his opponent and quickly make up for the difference in their standards. He would become stronger when facing the strong. Even if the strongest opponent was before him, nothing could stop him. It was like that for Dao Chongqing, the three pillar gods, and it should be the same for Di Zun. Not bad. The more you fight, the stronger you get. But after learning the cultivation art and using the so-called inserts, can you really defeat the original? Di Zun's voice was very cold, filled with a towering domineering aura. His voice shattered the universe, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. With a light step, he seemed to pass through the entire universe. Dickie was sent flying again. In the distance, the expressions of Carolyn and the others changed slightly. Dickie is simply a monster. Once again, his cultivation base erupted. He crazily studied his opponent's system and structure, extracting the essence, and integrating a suitable part into his own cultivation art. Inspiration is like the tide. And he has entered a wondrous state of enlightenment, breaking through his limits. The three pillar gods said with a smile, but can he really win? It's unlikely. He can't replicate the complete talent, but Di Zun can. This is a very terrifying monster. It's hard to imagine such an existence. At this moment, Dickie was being attacked crazily, causing their hearts to palpitate. The two of them naturally wanted to take the opportunity to continue gathering energy and break through to the 9th level, because they were not far from it. In the apocalypse, the three giants had collected energy and destroyed planets and lives. Although Dickie was fast and efficient, he was only slightly faster than them. But Dickie had been 10 minutes faster, which was enough to change the situation of the entire heavens and suppress the two of them. They naturally made up for it in secret. Indeed, after a few minutes, the doppelgangers outside were slaughtering planets and entering the final stage. They quickly returned. Carolyn and the three pillar gods had also stored enough energy. But should they break through, the situation before them had changed 1,000 times. Carolyn was a little shocked. The Lord of Samsara is called Di Zun in that world, the #1 existence in the world. His combat strength is indeed exaggerated and domineering. We can wait and see. She felt that it was a good thing to observe and see Dichi get beaten up. She smiled and said, "We can take the opportunity to observe Dichi's structure and see how their combat strength is. We can study their techniques in battle and observe their flaws." That should be the case. The three pillar gods also smiled. The three of them had fought and thought that they were each other's greatest opponents, but they had never imagined that there was an even more terrifying mastermind hiding behind the scenes. At this time, he revealed his true face and directly attacked the three of them, the Dizun who had once dominated the entire world of samsara, cut off the ancient path to immortality, and dominated an ancient era. Today, he was going to cut off their ninth-step path and crush them all, not allow them to break through? Such a thing was simply too domineering and fierce. Who dared to make such a claim? Every one of them was an earth-shattering existence. Their techniques were unprecedented and could even be called the strongest. Even among the ninth step, they must be the pinnacle existences of the new era. Cutting off their path could even be said to be absurd and laughable, but it was done. Boom, a terrifying radiance exploded. The huge Pangareel body that Dicky was so proud of, the one that had tempered the entire martial path, was shattering inch by inch. This martial path body was even forged as an artifact. His hundreds of years of hard work was rapidly collapsing and being wasted. Rumble. It's broken, so be it. There can be no construction without destruction. Dicky was covered in blood. His true body separated from the Pangareel body in the sky and turned into a small person. He raised his head and looked at the indomitable elemental light giant in shock. However, his fighting spirit was raging, and a terrifying radiance flickered all over his body. This kind of battle was exactly what he was looking forward to. In the face of a powerful enemy that he could not defeat, he could reverse the situation step by step, improve his strength, close the gap, and finally defeat his opponent. This was the most satisfying way to live, and this was the kind of life he liked. It was magnificent, full of ups and downs. Endless flames flickered in his eyes as he said coldly, "Then, let me show you my talent." Boom, every pore on his body was shooting out endless energy radiance, enough to melt the atmosphere of a planet. He was like a steam engine from the Middle Ages. Wisps of elemental energy mist covered his body. Although he didn't have a bloodline, this was the talent plug-in of the alchemy factory, and it could also imitate a bloodline. Inside his heart, an earthgold man-made elemental heart appeared, crazily running through the true chi and blood in his body, transforming it into a special elemental structure. I can create a transcendent bloodline as well. Cultivation techniques that require a bloodline to cultivate can naturally be learned as well. Our great overarching heaven scripture is all-encompassing, encompassing everything in the world. Boom, a new elemental giant slowly rose, replacing the Panga true body. Endless golden electromagnetic waves and energy burned crazily, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a golden meteor giant. Not enough, still not enough. Dichi laughed, and his entire body was ignited again. He muttered to himself, "This pressure, this is a terrifying pressure, unprecedented pressure, so terrifying that it makes one despair." Boom, he had completely broken through, and he had completely broken through. He felt that his entire life level had broken through to his heart's content. Like a cicada breaking out of its cocoon and becoming a butterfly, he stretched out his colorful butterfly wings and flew into the sky. I've finally taken that step. I've finally changed my life form. He had completely turned into a supernova explosion of endless energy. His hair began to turn into pulsating arcs of electromagnetic light. His hair danced wildly in the air. His entire being was informational, energized, and elemental. His 9 inner spaces were like 9 electromagnetic induction nodes, radiating endless electric arcs. Yuan. Su. Transform. Boom, he was like a golden comet in the creation of the world, the purest and most dazzling. With an endless golden tail, he rushed towards the Lord of Samsara opposite him. Boom 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 boom, in the next second, the two enormous bodies of energy collided with each other. Fists collided with fists. The violent power instantly turned into endless light, crushing space, and even the light emitted by the sun and moon in the universe was about to be extinguished. Dichi has actually broken through. He can already fight on par with me. Carolyn's expression changed drastically, and her face was full of amazement. He is indeed quick-witted. In just a few minutes, he has come up with a new way of integrating his cultivation technique, transforming the panga real body, and forming an energy elemental mentality. This was not simple, but it had changed the essence of life form. From a life of flesh and blood, it had changed into an elemental form. To be able to do this in such a short period of time was simply astonishing. After all, the panga real body in the form of elemental combat energy has more advantages than flesh and blood. It can resist most physical attacks, and at the same time, its energy can be recovered at a faster speed. Indeed, the panga real body in the form of energy naturally had an advantage over the flesh and blood giants of pure flesh and blood. It was also more convenient and more flexible to recover its body. And such adaptability in battle was something that she could not do. Other than Di Qi, probably no one could do something so exaggerated as to change their cultivation technique in battle. While changing, he fought. He could even tailor a new cultivation technique to the enemy's weaknesses and strengths to break through and catch up. This was the true meaning of the Daluo Heaven scripture. It was ever-changing and all-encompassing. Di Qi is much stronger than before. Seeing this, the three pillar gods also felt that this kind of breakthrough was too exaggerated and hard to imagine. They could not help but smile calmly. Di Qi is simply an undefeatable opponent. The greater the pressure, the stronger he becomes. Such an opponent once made me despair. At this moment, I think Di Zun is also beginning to feel that Di Qi is madly approaching him. That kind of despair is really... Boom! Di Qi was instantly sent flying. His entire energy body was quickly blown up, as if it had hit a supermassive star, and the explosion was incomparably smashed. The three pillar gods' expressions were slightly stiff, and they suddenly stopped talking. The players were also stunned. The next second, their blood instantly boiled. Di Qi used a cheat, broke through his limit, created an elemental giant body, copied Moon Goddess Ji's bloodline, and still can't beat him. He can't even beat him with a cheat. Let's go, Di Zun, this is too much. Some players were shocked, finding it unbelievable, and even their pupils dilated. Yes, beat him up. Di Qi came out to get beaten up. Too strong. A player who was too lazy to care shouted. Di Qi is actually being beaten up. How terrifying. Bai Xiaojun murmured, feeling that she had made the right bet. Di Zun had indeed hidden too many trump cards, and forcing him to make a move was the right thing to do. Oh. Too strong. We have to win. The giant octopus was also watching excitedly. Our world, we, the 13 demon gods of Azura, will obtain victory over the heavens. The three pillar gods shook their heads, sighing at the scene. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was only natural. Di Qi's plug-in organ is, after all, an imitation, not as good as the original's bloodline. This is one of the rare times when Di Qi, after learning it and innovating, can't beat the original. But Di Zun is simply a monster. Di Qi alone is still not a match for him, but now, if the two of us attack together, with Di Zun's combat power, he is far from being a match for the three of us. He can fight one person, but not the three of us, Carolyn said crisply, her voice extremely pleasant to the ear. Yes. The two of them saw this, and now they wanted to attack. After all, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The current situation had changed. Di Zun was preventing them from breaking through, cutting off the entire path of breaking through to the Ninth Order. The three of them could only join forces to defeat Di Zun. After defeating him, the three of them had collected enough energy. It was no longer Di Qi who would be the first to break through. They could break through at the same time without fear of being suppressed. At the same time, they were not without confidence. Under normal circumstances, if the three of us joined forces, he might be able to fight against three of us. After all, we are three separate forces. However, he is looking down on us too much. We are all extraordinary existences with unimaginable talent. The three pillar gods' voices were calm. They seemed to be boasting, but in fact, they were stating an established fact. As a special supercomputer, there was no useless pride in boasting. They knew themselves the best. But we can become one person, coordinate all our cultivation methods, bones, and essence, and become a true whole. If we join forces, he will definitely not be a match for the three of us. Countless information flashed in the three-pillar god's eyes as they quickly analyzed. How powerful were they? Among the countless fates and world lines, they selected the only path with the highest probability of winning. In an instant, they deduced a special joint attack method. If it was another powerhouse, they would not be able to come up with a new cultivation method concept so quickly and integrate all their strength. They must be extremely familiar with each other's strength, system, and trump cards. That was why they could do this. At this moment, everyone else thinks that Diqi is on the second level. In fact, he is on the fourth level. The three-pillar gods were still smiling. Dizun had underestimated the abilities of the three of them. Diqi's elemental body is preparing for our attack. He is already hinting us to take this opportunity to attack. Indeed, we have been fighting each other for hundreds of years, but we have formed an indescribable tacit understanding. Our deductions are all pointing in the same direction. We are silently preparing. His preparation is already in place. He is just waiting for the two of us. Boom, the next second, Caroline's body expanded. She turned into a white ceramic giant and shouted, "Three-pillar gods, attack!" Hearing this, the three-pillar gods had a tacit understanding, and their bodies quickly disintegrated into cells. Whoosh, the particles were overwhelming, like a cellular storm. The storm of cells was flying in the air. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that every cell was a vivid human head with different expressions. Then, something even stranger happened. Their skulls were quickly flipped open. Glittering demon core relics broke through the white brain mucus and flew out. The starry specks turned into a beautiful golden river. It was as if these cells had abandoned the shell of their cell skulls, and their nuclei were rapidly detached. The next second, Caroline's white and exquisite cells wrapped around every single cell nucleus, transforming into a brand new cell. Every single one of his cells was reorganizing. Caroline's entire race of cells didn't have nuclei. At this moment, they were absorbing these nuclei to form a new white porcelain human head, a new nuclear shell. To put it in another way, it was like giving the humans of the lava land a makeover. From a bloody head, it had turned into a beautiful, strange head that was like white porcelain. Boom, a brand new three-pillar god had been born. It was still three vast giants, but it seemed to have a delicate structure like white porcelain. F***ck. The players were completely scared out of their wits. Seeing this strange situation, they had goosebumps, as if they were watching a ghost story. They are terrifyingly strong. They actually have this trick up their sleeves. They did it in an instant. The balloon fish is going to be dumbfounded. A player shouted and thought of a terrible scene. When the head of his wife, Du Shui, is brought back, the balloon fish will find that this white ceramic head is installed on a body of flesh and blood cells. It's out of place, and the head has been changed. It's so bizarre and terrifying. That was too exaggerated. Changing the heads of the entire world's humans, when these lava land arcanists returned, they would definitely be dumbfounded, looking at the white porcelain head on top of their heads. But at this time, the three-pillar gods couldn't care less. These terrifying forbidden existences can't be ignored. They have endless methods and all kinds of reversals. It's amazing. Just when the players were shocked, something even more terrifying and amazing happened. Diqi! The three-pillar gods roared. At this time, Diqi was hit and flew backward rapidly. Good. The two of you are indeed terrifying opponents that even I have to be wary of. You actually understood what I meant and thought of the same thing. His huge golden energy soul slowly merged into the solid white porcelain body of the three-pillar gods, as if a hazy soul had entered a tyrannical and invincible body. This was a terrifying plan. Diqi had turned into an energy body just to wait for this step. Dizun stood in the distant sky. Seeing this scene, he suddenly stopped. With the pillar god as the life core. With Diqi as the soul. With the cherry blossoms as the skin. He clasped his hands behind his back and exuded an overbearing aura of a coiling dragon and crouching tiger. He looked up into the sky and said, "All of you are indeed terrifying. You've clearly never truly cooperated before, but in an instant, you came up with a perfect cultivation method. You combined all of your essence, energy, and spirit together to form an extremely terrifying existence. This kind of existence's aura could be said to be unprecedented. It had already surpassed the limit of limits. It was simply the most powerful among the weak ninth grade. Even Dizun's current aura was a notch lower. Monsters, they are simply monsters emerging one after another, constantly refreshing the height of the weak ninth grade realm. The giant octopus was completely terrified. This kind of existence, after completely breaking through the complete ninth grade realm, completely stepping into that realm, it is simply unimaginable how invincible it will be. The giant octopus was even more certain that this was the center of the universe. Not to mention these in front of him, even if it was the previous super cyber god, it would be enough to sweep many of them. The players were also completely shocked, their scalps tingling with fear. This is too terrifying. The three pillar gods, Carolyn and Dicky, this move, even Dizun is no match for them. Their auras are already crushed. This is bad. At the same level, only Medusa can defeat existences of this level with his bare hands. Yes, probably not even a finger, only a palm, someone said. Who was Medusa? The giant octopus was completely scared out of his wits when he heard it. The battle between the two beings in front of him was already unimaginably terrifying, especially the terrifying quintuple gene transcendent being. In theory, he had perfect ultimate combat power. Who could be stronger than a descendant of a rank 10 ultimate bloodline in the same realm, and Medusa could actually kill them with one slap? This was extremely exaggerated, it was unimaginable, but the players ignored the giant octopus. It's already very bad. These 3B asterisk stars really have terrifying trump cards. Dizun is in danger. We have to find a way to help. After all, if Dizun falls, we will also be killed. Especially Dicky, he will be the first to kill us. They were shocked, thinking that provoking Dicky just now was too provocative. They should have been a little more gentle. But we also have our own trump cards. Watch us help Dizun. Boom, the players began to control their new world of converged creatures, the all-seeing eye of radiance, and quickly flew towards Dizun's body. Let's merge too. This eye of ours is invincible. One eye, one world, can explode with earth-shattering combat power. The players had already planned that this eye of theirs could also help. They could merge into Dizun's eye socket and bring combat power. I am your eye, take you to appreciate the changes of the 4 seasons. I am your eye, take you through the crowded crowd. I am your eye, take you to read the vast sea of books. I beam, demon eye of death, activate. They roared angrily, please merge with me. Fight the opponent's converged creatures. Boom, Dizun gently slapped them, and they instantly flew backward. The players were dumbfounded. Dizun looked calm, turned around, and looked at the truly extreme existence in front of him, who had merged combat power, and suddenly smiled. So that's how it is. Today, you can finally make me use more than 1/3 of my strength. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The players were shocked. Their previous strength had always been 1/3 of their original strength. Then, that's it. Feel the other part of my strength. Under everyone's horrified gazes, another venerable sovereign, who looked exactly the same as the first one, walked over from the void with monstrous fighting prowess. Demon World. In the almost empty mechanical city, in a steam library, with a swoosh, Hermes' doppelganger suddenly disappeared from where it was. In the small universe world, the void was deathly silent. Fragments of meteors, fresh blood, and flesh drifted about in the dark universe. They were scattered all over the place and emitted a sense of desolation. It gave one a feeling of returning to the stillness of great destruction. Boom, a Dizun with a terrifying aura descended from the sky. He walked slowly from the void, wearing a black dragon robe. He had an earth-shattering black aura that suppressed everything. What? Another Dizun has appeared? How is this possible? Could it be an illusion or some kind of trick? Looking at this familiar existence, many people were speechless. But when they sensed it carefully, it was exactly the same aura. It was not an illusion, and even its combat power was exactly the same. Could it be some kind of doppelganger cultivation method, 3 hydrogen in 1 breath? The players were stunned as they thought of this possibility. After all, in the ancient legends of Taoism, this kind of magical power was common. Too powerful. In an instant, they were overjoyed and felt that this was very scary. Our original plan was to let the Dizun fight and then use our evolved eyes to help him win. Who would have thought? They had calculated many layers. First, they used the demonic eyes to snatch people. Not only could they expand their strength, but they could also be used as divine weapons to help determine the outcome of the battle. This plan was very deep and interconnected. Who would have thought that it would not be necessary? It turned out that from the beginning, it was only a part of the Dizun, and the battle had already reached such a stage. The secluded mountain prefecture lord looked at this scene in shock. His mind went blank and his eyes widened. So, the Dizun has always been using a part of his strength. But just this alone has cut off the entire immortal path. Our previous battle, the elegy of the entire era, and even the so-called miracle that I created, are all just a joke. He felt sad and felt that he had suffered a huge blow. Back then, it seemed that he had forced the Dizun to a certain extent, and the Dizun was also bathed in blood. In reality, he had not even forced the Dizun to use his true strength. Only now. Did he get serious? This scene completely overturned his mentality. The ultimate goal that he had been chasing all these years, hoping to win against the strong and create a miracle, was just a joke in the eyes of the Dizun. This is too despairing. At this moment, the secluded mountain prefecture lord's face turned pale. He looked at the Samsara prefecture lord with his hands behind his back and suddenly recalled the terrifying words of the former emperor during the Great War of the Heavens and Tao. Looking at the venerable sovereign was like looking at death and the cycle of reincarnation, the entrance to the underworld, the road to the netherworld, and death itself. He himself meant an irresistible destiny. In a trance, the secluded mountain prefecture lord thought of a long, long time ago. It was the hard work of many generations, and countless blood-soaked battles that incited the hearts of the people. As well as his countless efforts, he roared in his heart. I want to open the immortal gate for the world. I don't want to fight for the freedom of the world, I only fight for my own freedom. If I can escape from this quagmire, why would I care about others falling into the abyss? Even I want to replace the venerable sovereign and suppress this era. Scenes after scenes of his lofty ambitions from back then flashed across his mind like thunder. Ridiculous, how ridiculous. He was in a daze, and his expression was extremely complicated at this moment, as if he had fallen into a mental breakdown. He said in a self-deprecating manner, when everything I've worked hard for is just a joke, when countless reincarnations are just a game, from afar, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. Kaboom! In the blink of an eye, the two venerable sovereigns merged together. The aura of the venerable sovereigns instantly expanded and seemed to be on par with the other party. On the other side, the fused existence in the form of the three-pillar gods turned pale and said, "You actually have such a trump card? You only used a portion of your battle power from the start? But, even so, I will defeat you." They still had the upper hand in battle power and were confident in their strength. Boom! A new battle erupted. Win, you must win. The secluded mountain prefecture lord saw this scene and his lips trembled. His chest trembled violently and he was on the verge of breaking down. He roared at the fused existence in the form of the three-pillar gods. Three-pillar gods, Emperor Qi, Cherry Blossom Great Emperor, you must win. He raised his head like a white-haired old man and roared at the sky. You must defeat the existence behind the severed immortal path. The hope of the entire world rests on you. His voice was heart-wrenching as he roared angrily and tears streamed down his face. All of you, all of you. You must win. You are carrying the hope of the entire world. Today, you will slay the reincarnation excellency and rebuild the ancient immortal path. Today, you will slay the reincarnation excellency and open up the immortal path. He roared loudly and his voice was trembling. It was as though he was cheering for the venerable sovereigns, and it was as though he wanted to roar out all of his depression. Please. You must use this power to defeat the mastermind behind the scenes who has ruled over all eternity. The players at the side were all shocked. They could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This secluded mountain prefecture lord has lost his mind. He is already cheering for the other party's world so that they can defeat the venerable sovereigns. If we were in his shoes, we would have broken down long ago. Yes, the venerable sovereigns are too terrifying. The three-pillar gods and the rest must not be beaten to death. The miracle scientist and the probability scientist have always wanted to overturn the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, they are starting to doubt their lives. Dichi, the 3 pillar gods, Carolyn, are they far away? I think they are not far away. The players felt that the situation was looking good. In front of them, tyrannical figures like Dicky, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods, these invincible and future overlords of the universe, were like shivering youths in the eyes of the crowd. They were inexperienced youths who were going to challenge the black dragon that was blocking their path. Everyone could not help but cheer for them. Rumble. Rumble, rays of light shone. Dichi and the rest exploded, but they still had a huge advantage. Their battle strength was terrifying and heaven-defying. Very good, the system that the 3 of you have fused can already challenge my complete body. The venerable sovereign's eyes were cold as he flew through the void. Whoosh, the 3rd venerable sovereigns had black hair and black eyes. He tore through the void and descended. His shocking aura seemed to light up the entire universe and fused into his body. The 3 venerable sovereigns had completely fused into one. At this moment, there seemed to be some kind of qualitative change. An overwhelming aura surged as if an unprecedented terrifying creature had completely descended. Finally, you are going all out. The porcelain-shaped pillar god giant said in a complex and overlapping voice. 3 against 3, a very fair fight. The venerable sovereigns clasped his hands behind his back and said lightly, not all weaklings can bear the fate of this universe. To break through to the 9th level, one must instantly climb to an extremely exaggerated battle strength to be able to fight against an opponent comparable to the ancient gods. That kind of opponent's battle strength is beyond shocking. Right now, with 3 bodies as one, I will definitely lose to him at the same level. At this moment, the 3 pillar gods and the rest were completely shocked. Right now, with 3 bodies as one, venerable sovereigns would definitely lose to that kind of opponent at the same level, definitely lose. This word was used in a frightening way. It was so terrifying that it sent chills down their spines. They could not imagine how exaggerated that person was. And in the future, they would have to face a terrifying cosmic giant of that level. It was hard to imagine. You didn't deserve it before. That's why I cut off the path. I didn't want you to die. I wanted to push through the entire path of the 9th level. Now, perhaps you have gained some of my approval. He slowly walked over, giving off a domineering feeling like a dragon or a tiger crouching down. Even the void trembled slightly. He said coldly, in terms of the realm of the weak 9th rank, apart from you and me, there is basically no other living creature that is higher than us. We have already reached the perfection of this realm, and today, we will determine who is superior. The 3 pillar gods had grave expressions on their faces, while Dicky's expression was extremely solemn. Carolyn's heart was also extremely tense, and they were all ready for battle. This mastermind's foundation was too exaggerated. It was perfect. It was simply a nature-defying foundation. He was also a 5-gene life form. His battle strength was too shocking. And the information he revealed was even more frightening. How could the opponent of the ancient gods be so terrifying? At this moment, with just a few words, it was hard to imagine. They felt that there was only darkness and fear in front of them. It was so dark that they could not see the future. The venerable sovereign smiled and said, there is no need to delay any longer. Indeed, there is no need to delay any longer. Between the 2 of us, we will determine the winner within 10 moves. They said coldly. Flames of energy exploded from all over their bodies. For strong people like them, 10 moves were just a blink of an eye. 10 moves. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. The entire universe suddenly became quiet, as if there were only 2 people left. A white porcelain 3-headed thundercloud giant that spanned countless planets and flashed with lightning elements was accumulating power all over its body. All kinds of extremely mysterious techniques and abilities were stacked on its body. Opposite it was a giant humanoid creature that had the same strength as a white dwarf. Both of their bodies had extremely high mass density, white and exquisite. Just by standing there, they formed an endless space-time gravitational pull, absorbing and collapsing everything. Roar, with a violent roar, both of them turned into light figures, their fists and palms instantly colliding. Endless shockwaves were like a huge nuclear explosion. Even the universe was rapidly distorted by this terrifying power. The spiraling light rays and even sound reverberated, forming a huge ball of light particles that surrounded the two people in the middle of the battle. Boom! Carolyn's consciousness black hole swept out one after another, and all kinds of illusory cosmic phenomena started to sweep everything, piercing through the entire space-time. The three pillar gods pulled out the three pillar god swords. The three torrents of destiny, human pillar, beast pillar, plant pillar, and Subaru's 30-fold explosion. Dicky had hundreds of tricks and all kinds of magical techniques were natural. This ultimate existence had completely unleashed his power. Boom! Dizun held the reincarnation sword in his hand, the three bodies merged into one, and his mouth seemed to be muttering a distant hymn. High-level defense. Daoist technique, strong immunity. At this moment, the entire reincarnation seemed to be supporting him. With a loud collision, the entire universe was suddenly filled with dazzling light. People vaguely saw a black mushroom cloud rise, and countless space cracked in all directions like mirror fragments. Woo-woo-woo, the whistling energy gale seemed to be filled with endless sorrow. In the next second, there was no sound or image, only a distorted spacetime collapsed. The broken and chaotic space was still a witness to everything. The smoke and dust had yet to dissipate, and the energy storm was everywhere. The players' hearts were clenched tightly, and they looked at the center of the universe in a daze. Who won? Someone said agitatedly. It must be the three pillar gods, Carolyn, and Dicky, who killed Dizun and continued the ancient celestial path. Secluded Mountain Excellency said. It must be Dizun. Some players were unconvinced. Don't forget, he is the descendant of a great success level 10 bloodline. 5 genes, the ultimate of the perfect 5 paths, and he is walking towards the end of perfection. I didn't expect it to end like this. A leisurely and quiet voice sounded. It was Dichi. People looked in the direction of the voice. When the storm dissipated, the perfect three pillar gods had turned back into three people. Their bodies were messy as they stood in the three largest spacetime fragments, bobbing up and down in the space turbulence. Dizun, on the other hand, was still standing in the void. His body was broken, but he was still standing firmly. Dizun actually won the fight between the two. However, he was also heavily injured. To be exact, both of them were heavily injured. But it was inevitable. In a situation where their strengths were similar, even if they could win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. There's no need to continue fighting. Dizun's voice was very calm. You have indeed surpassed my imagination. You have actually forced me, who has a perfect foundation, to this extent. UK, Jean-Wuk, you have actually reached this level. It's the three of us who lost. Dichi laughed, his eyes blazing. In the end, my laws were pushed to the extreme, and I began to struggle with my body. But your body was too terrifying, too perfect. Indeed. Carolyn also felt how terrifying it was. Dizun was still at the beginning of the path of Ninth Order laws and the path of self-fusion. The laws he used were all temporarily borrowed. And his strongest foundation was his fundamental body. It was too terrifying. All the perfect body systems, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the whole clan, martial arts, the 3 major cultivation methods, defense, recovery, and body mass were all multiplied. Every cell was hammered to the extreme, and it could be called the most invincible supreme golden body in the world. They had just eliminated the laws and started to compete with their bodies, but they were beaten to death. That was the reason they lost. The three pillar god said coldly, you are indeed perfect, but it's not that we can't fight. The gap between us is not as big as we thought. It's our foundation that is not solid enough. The path of breaking through to Ninth Order laws was too hasty. Yes, our breakthrough was too hasty. Carolyn's face was very cold. She kept analyzing the gap between them and the reason for their defeat. All these years, we have been focusing on self-fusion and completing the path of Ninth Order laws, but we have neglected to cultivate the original major cultivation methods to perfection. The Ninth Order laws were to build a world country. Evolve a living creature into a world, evolve a cell into a living creature, and integrate every soul into every cell. Then there would be 100 trillion people in this world. And what was the cultivation method? The extraordinary cultivation method was to temper the quality of the 10 billion people. Martial arts and all kinds of body cultivation were to temper the body of the 100 billion people in the cells. Soul cultivation and all kinds of soul cultivation were to temper the spirit of the 100 billion people in the cells. They had just reached the threshold of a country with 100 billion people, and they wanted to hastily build a world country. If they did not temper the average quality of the people, they would be 10 billion old, weak, sick, and disorganized soldiers, and the other party was a world country with a strong army. Two countries, two extraordinary worlds, with 100 billion soldiers charging. Who was stronger? It was clear at a glance. The number of the 100 billion cells was important, but the quality was also very important. We haven't even built a solid foundation, yet we're relying on our amazing talents to run like the wind on this road. Dichi was terrified. Dizun seemed to be mocking them, but it was the truth. They were really weak. They were in a race, they were competing to see who was faster, because if they were faster, they could completely suppress the opponent, but if they broke through too fast, they would leave a lot of flaws, weaknesses, and if the foundation of the 100 billion cells was not solid, after breaking through to the ninth order laws, it would be countless times more difficult to polish, and basically leave flaws. Unless they were a fifth-order gene life form, they could freely modify their genes, change their life form, and not be fixed. Only then could they go back and make up for the flaws left in their previous cultivation. But if the previous cultivation foundation was not solid, how could they break through to the 10th order and make up for the flaws in their previous cultivation? The hope would be even slimmer. This was an endless cycle. I have no more strength to kill you. You have not lost. Dizun stood straight, and his body shook. The blood flowing out stopped instantly. He turned around and walked in the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation, walking away with big steps. You have broken through your freedom, and I cannot stop the three of you. I have to leave. He did try his best, every last bit of strength. Dizun stretched out his hand and pushed. The 6 paths of reincarnation turned back into a black, mysterious, and vast wheel. It slowly spiraled and entered the space tunnel of the 6 paths of reincarnation. But although I can't kill you, if you are still so weak, you will definitely die if you break through to the 9th order laws. Who is stronger among the three of you? Who won? But so what? The enemy of the ancient gods, the opponent from outside the world, we will have to face them sooner or later. You are short-sighted and only fight for the victory in front of you. But my vision is already 10,000 years in the future. Dizun walked further and further away, and his voice became softer and softer. Dichi took a deep breath, looked at Dizun's back, and said coldly, next time, I will polish my perfect foundation, and I will defeat you in the same rank. 5 genes had a perfect foundation of 5 genes. 4 genes also had a perfect foundation of 4 genes. They could all go to the limit, but the intensity was different. Using martial arts, soul path, and all kinds of cultivation systems, one could cultivate multiple systems to perfection, polish the body and spirit of every cell, and then break through again. Dizun's voice came from behind, be careful, the ancient god didn't give us much time. That terrifying opponent, my elemental god body comes from his extraordinary bloodline. Elemental creature. Dichi's body shook, and he looked in the direction Dizun had gone. Whoosh. Dizun completely disappeared, and the spatial passage he used to return to closed. A spatial ripple began to reverberate, quickly covering the entire land, erasing the traces left behind by the spatial teleportation. Dichi and the other two could only watch this scene in silence. This was the best time for them to locate the other's world. But they no longer had the strength to locate the other's coordinates, and could only watch as the other erased the traces left behind. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the players quickly returned, and once again landed in the Azure realm, standing in an ancient city, their faces filled with unimaginable excitement. So strong, 1 against 3. Wait, I found a scary place. A player suddenly said. What? Did you see that? The other party could not locate our world, and could only leave. A player said. Everyone thought about it, and it was true. Before Dizun left, he erased all traces left by them, and the other party did not have the strength to stop him. In this situation, if they wanted to chase after them. Just like when they chased after Carolyn's coordinates, it would probably take 500 years to locate the small universe like today. Because of the distorted laws, it was very difficult to retrace the path that was erased, and the other party also had laws blocking them. But would they really chase after them for no reason? Bai Shaojuan's eyes shone brightly as she said, after being beaten up, they will not spend 500 years to seek revenge. They will just be beaten up silently. They will definitely turn around and study their own cultivation techniques, polish their Dao foundation, and then break through to the 9th level. Some players thought about it carefully, and felt that this was very shocking. Indeed, no one would be willing to spend 500 years, after all, breaking through to the 9th stage is their main focus. But now, they are not in a hurry to break through. Yes, before, they were indeed competing to see who was faster. Because whoever is faster can break through to the 9th stage and suppress the other two, and whoever is slower will definitely die. This is a race of life and death. There is no room for hesitation. But Dizun sat on the sidelines, watching as they were about to break through, and then attacked, beating them until they started to doubt their lives. What's the point of telling them who is faster to break through now? Even if they win now, if they rush to break through to the 9th stage, they will definitely lose when facing that terrifying enemy. They will definitely die. This is scolding them for being short-sighted. You have to polish your foundation so that you don't leave any flaws or deficiencies in your cultivation. Once you break through, it will be very difficult to make up for them. Everyone nodded with shock in their eyes. With the intelligence of Dicky, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods, it was impossible for them not to react. They were definitely not in a hurry to break through. Now, they indeed had 100 trillion citizens, and they had enough energy. They could establish a nation at any time and establish a world nation. But what was the use? They were 100 trillion old, weak, sick, and disabled people. There was no point in rushing to break through. He had to cultivate all kinds of cultivation systems and train every single one of his soul and flesh cells. He was like a commander who had to train his own army from scratch. At the same time, the 3 of them would form some kind of mutual restriction, not allowing the other to break through to the 9th order. In fact, if anyone wanted to break through in secret, the other 2 would make a move and directly suppress the other party, forming a tripartite monitoring situation. So that's how it is. This is also a way to cut off the path to the 9th rank. Sovereign Venerable Emperor is very powerful. This is a very shocking scheme. Venerable Sovereign is very powerful. He was too strong. It was a flawless strategy. As expected of the terrifying intelligence that defeated the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Some players were completely shocked. This level of intelligence was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Initially, they thought that Sovereign Venerable Emperor was in the 5th and 6th level, calculating everything and directly suppressing the 3 of them. Now that they looked back, maybe Sovereign Venerable Emperor was already in the 8th or 9th level. I have successfully predicted your prediction. From the start, he had planned to suppress the 3 of them. Suppressing them was just a facade. He wanted them to be dispirited and not take the initiative to break through. At this moment, he still managed to break through the ancient times. Everyone carefully reviewed and dissected every single detail. Only then did they realize that such a detail was simply shocking. We can post it and let the big bosses on the internet do a deeper analysis. I feel that there are still some deeper details that we have not seen through and dug out. Some players said seriously. Indeed, we should study it in detail. Everyone started to discuss. After all, when they studied the secluded mountain prefecture lord previously, they had taken a small notebook and recorded all the miraculous languages that he had learned and studied them in secret. Every character had to be studied carefully. Writing a few books to record and analyze them and creating portraits was not too much for the players. When playing such a hardcore life game, one would be at a disadvantage if they did not study it in detail. Especially after this battle, their combat power, intelligence, and Sovereign Venerable Emperor had refreshed their understanding. Now, even though they can't have 5 perfect bloodlines and practice 7 or 8 cultivation systems like Venerable Sovereigns, they can still practice the Soul Doctrine, Martial Doctrine, and 4 or 5 cultivation systems. They may even find more transcendent cultivation methods and practice a few more to improve the quality of the 100 trillion cell people. Because of their pride, they thought that they were the strongest within the same realm. How could they be satisfied if they were defeated by someone else? Thinking about it this way, the world path of the 6 paths of reincarnation was correct from the start. Step by step, one realm is perfect. Some players said. The limit is called the Great Sage Realm. Indeed. Now that I think about it, the lifespan of Sovereign Venerable Emperor is probably similar to that of Carolyn and the others. However, his realm was much lower than theirs before. He didn't even break through to the celestial realm. He was just polishing his realm. Now that he has accumulated enough, this is the great Tao of heaven and earth. Some players said. Their hearts trembled as they discovered the terrifying truth. When the giant octopus heard this, it didn't dare to make a sound. It felt that this was indeed the center of the universe. It was simply too terrifying. The group of them said that cultivating a few more transcendent cultivation techniques was as easy as drinking water. One had to know that most of the extraordinary races in the universe were already very strong if they had their own clan's cultivation techniques. This was because it required countless generations of experts of this race to polish their own bloodline cultivation techniques. Only then would a complete system be formed. It was already very impressive for an expert to be able to cultivate one. As for 2 or 3, it was simply an exaggeration. At the same time, according to his inherited memories, the probability of breaking through to the 9th level in his lifetime was extremely low, not to mention polishing his realm. The old, weak, and disabled people with 100 trillion cells, it was better than not breaking through and dying of old age. For most of the 9th level experts, it was already very lucky that they didn't die of old age on the long road to the 9th level. Only those transcendent civilizations with real top 9th level experts could carefully cultivate their offspring, and only then could some monstrous geniuses have such an exaggerated foundation and time to break through. There is indeed a great horror in this place. The giant octopus was very excited. These 9th level experts have all researched the ultimate path of invincibility, which is enough for them to establish their own sex. They want to establish a new era, and now they want to polish their realm to perfection. They want to catch up with the venerable emperors with the ultimate 10th level bloodline. This is simply ridiculous. It shuddered, and an extremely terrifying thought came to its mind. With such a perfect Taoist foundation, are they aiming for the ultimate 10th level? How audacious they are. The underworld. In a flash, he returned to this land. The 6 paths of reincarnation circled slowly in the dark sky again. Your Majesty, how are your injuries? Mengpa asked anxiously. I'm exhausted, but it's nothing serious. Dizun sat on the throne with a calm expression. Mengpa, the black and white impermanence, and the others were greatly relieved. Their fates were now tied to His Excellency. If they were too seriously injured, it would be inevitable that something unexpected would happen. After all, the combat strength they had just displayed was too exaggerated. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation gained a lot, we still suffered many casualties, Dizun said calmly. We still need to maintain the reincarnation. Mengpa and the others nodded. That was true. The reincarnation of Li Sanqing, Qi Tiandi, Su Huanjun, and the others was still necessary. Moreover, their reincarnation would also cause a great disturbance. Their world seemed to have suffered the least losses in this war, but they still had to maintain some things after the war. After reporting the situation, Mengpa and the others left to maintain the security of the road to the underworld. Soon, only Dizun was left in the empty Samsara palace, sitting in the same place. He told Mengpa and the others that his injuries were not serious, but in fact, only Suji knew that his injuries were extremely bad. He was even at the end of his rope and could not be saved. His 3 doppelgangers had joined forces and seemed to have won a Pyrrhic victory, but in fact, they had lost. A voice murmured. I defeated them because I was not afraid of death. I ignited my life, and I came back because I had been holding on. In fact, it was already, clatter, with a soft sound, only a black dragon robe was left on the throne. Dizun had disappeared without a trace. He was dead, and his soul was destroyed. A venerable sovereign of a generation had unexpectedly fallen in a quiet corner of the world. However, such a battle record was already shocking. It was hard to imagine that he could defeat 3 people who were invincible enough to start a new era. He was indeed an ultimate creature, perfect in all realms. Clatter, there was a flash of light. A new flesh and blood doppelganger was born. It was white and delicate, like a perfect god from ancient times. It descended into the Samsara temple and reached out its hand. Dizun put on an imperial robe and sat on the throne again. His wounds, dejection, and serious injuries had all disappeared. At this moment, he gave off the feeling of a lively dragon and a lively tiger. If he walked out, he would definitely scare Granny Meng and the others silly. Catapult and the other players would definitely be scared stiff. He was about to cry out in surprise again. In such a short period of time, he had completely recovered. Could it be that he wasn't seriously injured from the start? Was the serious injury he showed just now just a deliberate act to deceive the people of the other worlds? Naturally, Suji had no intention of going out, in case he caused another commotion. They were actually able to beat my 3 great clones to death. This is simply too frightening. Suji could not help but exclaim in admiration. Only he knew how ridiculous this kind of combat power was. The 3 great clones are the flesh and blood of the main body. Apart from the fact that they can't cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art and don't have 9 inner spaces, their flesh and blood, meridians, battle strength, and cultivation are basically the same. To put it simply, it was equivalent to Suji cutting off a part of his little finger. At the same size, the seemingly clones were in fact already fighting against Suji's main body. There was not a huge gap between them, just half a 9 revolutions mysterious art. At this moment, the 3 great clones could only win at the price of death. As for Suji's main body, if everyone was of the same size, even if he was slightly stronger, he would only be able to win by a narrow margin and barely survive when he returned. They are of the same physique, and my perfect foundation has pushed me to the peak of all realms, but they are still able to pummel me to such a state. Suji was horrified. He was indeed at the ultimate realm. He had learned from the 3 of them, and in theory, it was equivalent to the 3 of them fusing together to form himself. Furthermore, there were 2 additional extraordinary systems that they didn't have. Even so, the battle was still so tragic, it was not hard to imagine just how terrifyingly powerful they were. And why did he make a move? It was simple. In fact, he had to make a move. First, Dichi was the first to break through. If he didn't make a move and allowed things to develop naturally, what would happen? Dichi would directly suppress the 3 pillar gods and Carolyn. Perhaps he wouldn't kill them, but he would definitely restrict them, suppress them, and use all sorts of methods. This was not conducive to the development of the era. It was best to have a strong sense of crisis when the 3 of them were competing with each other, and not have one person suppress them with the advantage of a higher realm. Therefore, regardless of whether the first person to break through was Dichi, Suji would definitely make a move. Second, it was as he had said. At this moment, they were in a race to break through quickly, which would affect their foundations. Indeed, this was a natural development trend of the survival of the fittest. It was a cruel reality. Whoever broke through first would be able to directly suppress the others. Die, or choose an urgent breakthrough with flaws, which should they choose, it was clear at a glance. And did they not know the pros and cons? If even Suji could see it clearly, they naturally understood as well. But the situation was no longer up to them. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and it had to be fired. As for himself, he had to interrupt and restrain their undesirable race. Suji said leisurely, presumably, many experts in the universe are like Dichi, Carolyn, and the others. Even if they are monstrously talented, they have no choice but to break through. But that was the cruel universe of nature, the dark law of the jungle. In front of a strong enemy, who would have the time to polish? Among the experts of the same era, whoever broke through first would directly suppress the world, sweep away all enemies, and become the only great emperor who could traverse the heavens, but it was different now. Suji could interfere with the development of this universe, and naturally, he could create the best development model. If I really let them break through directly, their talent might not stop completely. But the next realm will definitely be more difficult, and more effort will be needed to make up for the previous realm's flaws. This was the second reason. And the third reason was naturally that Suji's hands were itching. He had cultivated for so long, and he wanted to see how strong the 5 genes of the perfect realm would be when they climbed to the peak of each realm. At the same time, this should be the only chance for me to get close to them and beat them up in a short period of time. Suji's expression was calm. This is a very short line. They have been on the path of the 9th realm for too long, and I have only just caught up to their realm. But soon, I will also have to climb that long path of the 9th realm. They will have to completely break through to the true 9th realm, and there is a huge gap. I can only watch from afar. Let's take advantage of the time before they break through to compete. This is a rare opportunity. Suji leisurely sipped his tea. Soon, they'll be ahead of us again, opening the path to the 9th rank. After all, the path of the 9th realm was not perfect yet. Of course, someone needed to open up a cultivation system and path in front of them. Otherwise, if he cultivated an immature system, how could Suji reach perfection? How could he continue to build an extraordinary perfect foundation? A new era of civilization is about to be born. Suji gazed into the distance, knowing that this was a qualitative change of an era, and that a historical moment was about to arrive. Everything was different. The 9th and 8th realm were completely different civilizations of the world. When Suji broke through to the high-level god level, he chose an intense battle with his 3 doppelgangers to familiarize himself with the realm. But after everything stabilized, the side effects started to show. First, after Suji left, the entire small universe era. The center of the broken battlefield still formed a space turbulence, chaotic spacetime, and countless spaces were broken. The 3 of them didn't leave, but sat and discussed. The 3 terrifying existences sat in the ruins, their voices cold, their bodies surrounded by chaotic energy. Dichi smiled and said, "If that's the case, it's just a joke that we're in such a hurry to break through. Although that Dizun is overbearing and unpleasant, it's true that we've been too aggressive." The 3 pillar gods also spoke. "Indeed, if it is as you said, we will sooner or later be defeated by the great enemy of the outer realms if we pursue breakthroughs and enter the mid-9th grade. We should balance the 3 of us now. No one should rush to break through to the 9th grade," Carolyn said. Just as the players had predicted, they were all smart people. If it was before, whoever broke through first would be able to suppress the others and naturally break through as well. But now? Dizun's attack pushed the 3 of them to the limit at the same time, and they could break through at any time. They didn't have the first move advantage. Could it be that they could break through to the 9th grade at the same time and continue the previous 3-person battle? It would still be a tie. That would be ridiculous. If the 3 of them couldn't break through, then they might as well not break through first. But how do we balance them? Dichi looked at the other 2. Carolyn laughed. "That's simple. The 3 worlds establish a stable space channel. Whoever breaks through will definitely have an aura, and the whole world will be shaking. The 2 of us left can rush over to stop it at any time, or we can break through as well. We'll all become flawed, and it'll be a life and death struggle." A life and death struggle. "I believe the 2 of you are smart people, and you won't do that." The 3 pillar gods looked calm, "But I have a request. My lava earth channel needs to be cut off, but you can leave a method to observe the situation of our land." "Why?" Dichi laughed. "You want to be special? Not establish a stable space channel?" "It's not specialization, but self-protection." The voices of the 3 pillar gods were very calm. "We exist as a scattered race. Although we can regroup extremely quickly, if we were to establish a stable passageway, the speed at which we regroup will naturally be far slower than the speed at which you came in. Although it is impossible for you to kill us, killing a portion of our people with the advantage of being the first to strike will still put us in danger." Carolyn and Dicky muttered, "Sure." In an instant, the 3 of them came up with a plan to balance the situation. At this time, Dichi said with a smile, "So, do you have any confidence in defeating a venerable sovereign at the same level?" Dichi was very direct and began to talk about the future. After all, this battle had broadened their horizons and greatly benefited them. However, a frown appeared on Carolyn's face, and the 3 pillar gods were stunned. 5 gene lifeforms were too perfect. Every gene system represented an exaggerated extraordinary path. In the same realm, it's impossible to defeat him. Carolyn frowned, before replying in an honest manner. "This is the disparity in foundational strength, and the fundamental disparity in the quantity of cultivation techniques. My 4 genes are the demon core gene, the lightning gene, the omnipotent gene, and the inner space gene. In fact, cultivating 3 systems was already very strong. However, the lightning gene was fused with a demonic beast in the Stonewall Land when she was still weak. After all, she was weak at that time and had not yet communicated with the other heavens. How could she have any good genes? Dichi also said with a smile, I'm different from you, but I do have a useless gene. It's a flame gene that I was born with as the sun golden crow. Although it's strong, it doesn't have the extraordinary cultivation system of this gene. After saying that, the 2 of them looked at the 3 pillar gods. The 3 pillar gods suddenly glanced at the 2 of them and said, I'm much more chaotic. After all, I'm a life form with 2 or 3 genes. In my brain, I have the lightning demon core, the water demon core, and all kinds of messy genes. However, you should know that I'm unlimited. I just need to wait for this generation of lava lifeforms to die, and the next generation of demon core lifeforms will all fuse with the same genes. Then, I'll plan the future, and it'll be perfect. You won't have to worry about it. Dichi and Carolyn's faces darkened. The other party was not a life form, so naturally, he did not have the flaws of their genes. The concept of an unlimited rank 9 system was indeed terrifying. The so-called extraordinary cultivation, the path of the strong, was the collision of knowledge, the game, and the development of ideas. At this time, their genes were messy and not unified. Not to mention the perfect combination of the 5 genes like Dizun, some of their genes were messy and did not even have a corresponding cultivation system. Dichi said softly, this gene position is too wasteful. Without a perfect foundation, it's like a 4-gene life form, like a 3-gene life form. There's no advantage, indeed, maybe the other experts are just muddling along. After all, how can there be a perfect realm in this world? I don't think everyone is as strong as us. I'm afraid that most ordinary rank 9 life forms haven't even left their own world before they break through. It's impossible for them to meet other extraordinary civilizations, and they can't travel the heavens, seize the bloodlines of the experts of other worlds, and cultivate their extraordinary cultivation methods. Among their 4 genes, if 1 or 2 of them can cultivate the corresponding extraordinary system and reach the great perfection, it's already an exaggeration. Dichi turned his head and looked at Carolyn, saying with a smile, but I personally think that with this 4th gene, we can also open a cultivation system and cultivate. You want to open a system for your unique gene? Perfect quadruple gene limit? Carolyn and the 3 pillar gods were shocked. The superposition of every independent gene's extraordinary cultivation method would be a qualitative change. But to break through to rank 9 with perfect quadruple gene limit was basically impossible. After all, if not for Dizun adjusting his 5 genes and turning them into 5 mainstream genetic cultivation methods, he wouldn't have been able to reach perfection. Why not? You should know that as long as you have extraordinary genes, you can cultivate. Dichi said with a smile, just like the evil eye gene, such a poor gene, under the deduction of a huge population, a brilliant ancient sorcerer civilization appeared. Was Carolyn's lightning gene weak? Not at all. Was Dichi's flame gene weak? Not at all. But there was no corresponding extraordinary cultivation system. And in the universe, as the giant octopus had said, the genetic talents of many races hadn't been discovered. It wasn't that their genes were weak, it was just that their foundation wasn't strong enough. Many low-level extraordinary races had a poor foundation and couldn't deduce their own bloodline mature civilization cultivation methods from generation to generation. They could only cultivate the most primitive soul path and martial path, these 2 bloodline-less cultivation methods. You're really bold. You actually want to open a cultivation method for your unique genes, tailor-made for yourself? Carolyn laughed. The entire race, the space gene in the sea of consciousness, the demon core gene, which one of them isn't derived from the essence of endless civilizations? It doesn't need to be very mature, just able to cultivate. Dichi said with a smile, Carolyn, both of us have our own invalid genes, and we don't have corresponding cultivation methods. Why don't we work together? How do we work together? The 3 pillar gods asked curiously. Let the world deduce our genes for us. Dichi said with a smile. That's impossible. Carolyn was stunned. Their genes were unique, and there was no so-called population base at all. It wasn't common at all. How could they deduce it? Originally, she had cultivated most of her martial path and hadn't cultivated soul path at all. After all, she had just seen from Dizun that the 9 revolutions mysterious art was close to perfection. She planned to perfect these 3 systems and then break through. Perfecting the 5 major systems was still feasible. She should be at least twice as strong as she was before. And the 3 pillar gods should be like her. These 3 didn't cultivate, after all, it was difficult to popularize them. And Dichi should still have not cultivated soul path, and the rest had already been completed. But now, Dichi wanted to boldly add a transcendent genetic cultivation method, perfect 4 genes, and 2 bloodline-less cultivation methods. How could their unique genes be developed by the era? It can be done. Dichi said with a smile, I have an alchemy factory that can replicate unique genes and use them as plugins. We can produce hundreds of billions of them and spread them throughout the era, letting the people deduce our bloodlines, and we will reap the results. Carolyn's eyes lit up. Such plugins would be used by many people, and would definitely be very expensive, but resources weren't a problem, the 3 pillar gods were also thinking. If he didn't participate in their cooperation, he would definitely fall behind the 2 of them. Although he didn't have this problem, if there were benefits, it was worth it. Naturally, the more cultivation techniques one could comprehend by analogy, the better. So, what do you want? The 3 pillar gods smiled. The 3 universe-level giants began to discuss, using the world as a chessboard to play chess. Dichi said with a smile, Mother Earthvine, give me a good idea. Each of our worlds will produce a peerless genius, forming a team. The mini-universe will produce a chi-cultivating Super Scion. That Sun Wukong that fused is not bad, the Super Scion god is very exaggerated. The ancient lava land will produce a Buddhist demon core bald head. Here. I will produce a few monsters, one from the inner space, one from the martial cultivator, and one from the witch race. This way, we have the common 5 transcendent systems. This 5-man organization will connect, spread, and wander the 3 worlds. Not only will they deduce cultivation methods, they will also be able to sprinkle gene plugins along the way. Their existence can break through the systems of our 3 civilizations, carry out preaching, and exchange what we need. As for preaching, it won't do without pressure. The mini-universe is the starting point, halfway there is a fight in my heavenly court, and the end point is the lava land. Mother Earthvine's suggestion is not bad, she thinks that this process can be called, seeking scriptures from the West. Suji? He felt a little dazed as he watched, the scene didn't seem right. The cute girl was really amazing, she hadn't shown her face since the battle, but she was still causing trouble. At this moment, the giants were discussing. After the battle, they quickly made a new decision. The 3 giants schemed against the entire universe, and the players followed suit, getting involved in the mess. On the other side, the internet on the forums had completely exploded. It was incomparably lively, everyone was discussing the results and impact of the battle. The online forum was boiling with excitement. Many players had been paying attention to and looking forward to this war for a long time. After all, it was the final war between the 4 worlds. It was unprecedented. After this war, all living beings would perish, and the world would be dyed in blood. Earth only had a population of 7 billion. While the ancient lava region had a population of hundreds of billions. On average, every living being cultivated, it was too vast, too huge. And a new rank 9 was about to be born. It was like the upper limit of the extraordinary world was raised by a level. The 2 ends of the era were at the intersection of fate. In the future, there would be as many gods as dogs, and they would only be regarded as high-level combat power. Back then, when Ermin broke through and became a god, the ancient days of a god suppressing a world are gone forever. As for rank 9, in the entire all-heavens cosmos, in the endless spacetime of the 10,000 worlds, they are a group of peak combat power. In the future, they can be said to be the true overlord of the entire transcendent cosmos. At this time, the live broadcast was still going on in the forum. As the players watched, they discussed and analyzed the consequences of this battle. The video played from beginning to end. Gradually, the plot changed. The super cyber god, who had fused with the ultimate creature, surrounded and killed the 3 pillar gods. Everyone was shocked. Huh? These 2 worlds aren't to be trifled with. If they join forces, they can even battle the weak three-pillar gods at the heaven-defying level. The three-pillar gods are watching, and the three-pillar gods are getting beaten up, ? JPG, the three-pillar gods, I'm so miserable, why am I always the one getting hurt? Crying, the scene changed. It was like the whole live broadcast had taken a turn, and it was completely on track. The three-pillar deities erupted with 300 billion relics. Golden light shone resplendently, instantly transforming into a creature with extreme innate talent. A three-headed ancient mythological Buddha with an indomitable spirit draped over its body was covered in resplendent golden Xianxia. What kind of immortal combat power is this? It's too exaggerated. Unlimited. Unlimited size, unlimited combat power, unlimited lifespan. He is all living beings, insects, fish, flowers, and grass, and even the enemy is him. Instantly, all the netizens sat in front of their computers and ate popcorn. It felt like the first plot was about to explode. Countless people were marveling at the three-pillar gods' terrifying trump cards. They had all guessed that the three great taboo existences had prepared for several hundred years. In this final battle, there were countless trump cards. It would definitely be full of twists and turns, brilliant and full of ups and downs. However, they hadn't expected it to be this brilliant. Just the first trump card was already stunning enough. In the process of the battle, a complete flow had been formed. It was a very mature live broadcast structure. The players had formed their own small society, and many of them even claimed to be experts. They were knowledgeable and had the potential of a saint. They had long been prepared and were analyzing crazily. It was as if he was the host of a football match, his blood boiling. Oh. Good ball. The secluded mountain prefecture lord and the rest were instantly killed. He became the first contestant to be eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the three-pillar gods are extremely compatible with the Buddhist Tao. They are naturally suited to cultivate this system. The hot-blooded voice of a male host gave everyone a strong sense of excitement. Another female host asked solemnly, "What is a saraira?" It is an energy crystal that stores radiation. The demon core in the head can be used as a saraira. It is very perfect. The three-pillar gods and their race cultivate radiation and have a natural advantage. What an indomitable pillar god, great Buddha. He is indomitable. Wait, look at this great Buddha. Emoku, infinite golden body, impermanence and formlessness. His entire body has the faces of all living beings. Could this be what the Buddhists say? All living beings. Now, who would still watch football matches? Football matches, the players had already gotten used to sitting in front of their computers, eating popcorn and drinking cola. They would watch every PvP battle in the sorcerer community, and even the live broadcast of this battle. But at this moment, as they sat in front of their computers and ate their snacks, they couldn't remain calm. All. These players put down their snacks and started to ponder. It was as if these words had woken them up. Wasn't the all living beings the faces of all living beings? They looked at the screenshot again. The great Buddha in front of them had the heads of countless living beings. This is the all living beings of the Buddhist sect. How would they not know about the Buddhist sect? Even if they weren't devout believers, they had heard of it. One of the most famous scriptures was the Diamond Sutra, also known as the Diamond Sutra. The full text was less than 10,000 words, but it described the highest realm of Buddhism from beginning to end. None of the self, none of the living beings, none of the living beings, and none of the living beings. Everyone took a closer look and was instantly dumbfounded. They felt that ancient and mysterious history was slowly unfolding. The two hosts were still broadcasting. While they were talking nonsense, they also felt that they had discovered something incredible and were extremely excited. This Buddha has all kinds of appearances. Every head is vivid and lifelike. It can be said to be the all living beings. But when gathered to the limit, it can also be said to be none. As the saying goes, all living beings in a chaotic world look alike. Floating people with 1,000 faces. Isn't that the three-pillar gods in front of us? The other female host said with a smile. The male host said, "What a great pillar god, great Buddha. He has proven the Buddha fruit of the traditional great Tao. The female host said, perhaps the demon core lineage is the orthodox lineage of ancient Buddhism. And the ancient lava land and the demon core lineage may be the origin of Buddhism. In the ancient lava era ruled by the ancient gods, perhaps we call it, the Western Pure Land of Buddhism. The ancient gods who once ruled the ancient lava land was in ancient Huaxia's mythology, West. Square. Buddha. Door. Pure. Earth. The audience sitting in front of the computer chewed slowly, eating melon seeds and drinking wine. It seemed to be a little interesting. This bold theory was a little reliable. After all, the ancient lava era ruled by the ancient gods was a matter of two prehistoric times. Before the era of the three pillar gods. Before the era of the Ashidalers. No one knew what the grand and legendary situation of the ancient gods era was like, but in the end, it was still destroyed in war. Now that they thought about it, could the ancient lava land of the ancient gods be the ancient Western Pure Land of Buddhism? After all, the demon core lineage seemed to be innately compatible with Buddhism. The three pillar gods even cultivated the appearance of all living beings and used viruses and radiation to deliver all living beings from suffering. Although most people were just watching the show and felt that this reasoning was interesting, some people directly refuted it. You guys are spouting nonsense. Which idiot invited these two hosts? I'm so angry. You have to apologize to the people for spouting nonsense like this. Yes, according to you guys, the ancient lava land that the ancient god presided over was the Buddhist land, and he is the ancient Western Buddha? Then the other person, Hermes, the predecessor of Xianxia, isn't he the Taoist heavenly lord, the Eastern Jade Emperor? I don't believe it. Some people immediately refuted. At the same time, more people agreed. They felt that this was just a wild guess and didn't conform to reality. They didn't believe that these hosts were spouting nonsense for the sake of traffic. As an old netizen, what was the most important thing on the internet? Judge for yourself, but it was true that the three pillar gods' current appearance was thousands of people and thousands of appearances. Their bodies shone with golden light and 300 billion relics were too similar to the great Buddhas of ancient mythology. The internet was just so mysterious. There had never been a single point of view that was unified. Regardless of whether it was in the online community or the video comment section, every camp was debating and expressing their views. The people who refuted it are too young. If you don't believe me, I'll give you examples. Some people were unconvinced and felt that this point of view was very correct. They took out evidence. The demon core lineage used to be an Orthodox Buddhist sect. Look, aren't the three pillar gods the legendary all-living beings of Buddhism now? This point couldn't be refuted. The 300 billion heads were densely packed into cells. Such an infinite golden Buddha wasn't the all-living beings. Who was the all-living beings? Look again, isn't the three pillar gods virus infection combined with radiation the most powerful Buddhist purification ability? The three pillar gods' pure land of Buddhism is simply terrifying. Still, no one said anything about this point. Infecting living beings with radiation? Such a Buddhist method of expiation had always been of little value. One's radiation could only affect living beings of lower realms. Not to mention expiating those of the same realm, could one use their own radiation to change the life structure of experts of a higher life level? That would only work if the difference in realm was as great as heaven and earth. Even the three pillar gods virus could only infect rank 7 celestial emperors. It couldn't infect gods. However, the dual infection of radiation and virus caused a terrifying qualitative change. The weak rank 9 ultimate talent creature was instantly purified, unable to resist. Perhaps this was the true method of Buddhism, Orthodox Buddhism. Only the demon core virus race could unleash such a great purification power. Look again, Buddhism pays attention to karma and fate. It doesn't have the rebellious thought of my fate is up to me and not the heavens. They pay attention to the fact that once a person is born, their fate is predetermined. And Buddhism has 3 Buddhas, the Buddhas of the past, the Buddhas of the present, and the Buddhas of the future. They can also see through the entire history and the fate of all living beings. Everything is predetermined. Everyone was completely silent. Was there any need to say more about the fate of the 3 pillar gods and the world line? Now that they thought about it, it was indeed similar to Buddhism's theory. The current ancient lava land did indeed talk about fate and fate in the unseen world. There was the expiation, the relic, and the phenomenon of all living beings. Countless clues pointed to the same answer. You should know. Everything is literal. Grotto heavens and blessed lands. All living beings. And the highest golden body realm of Buddhism. All living beings. It's literal, the face of all living beings. As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked. The onlookers couldn't eat any more, and the cola in their hands fell out of their hands in shock. An intense chill suddenly climbed up from their spines to their brains. They couldn't help but look at the sacred picture of the three-pillar gods wearing a Xianxia. This was an ancient mythological Buddha, shining with golden light and incomparably sacred. They couldn't help but look at it and murmured, "The 100 forms of the world, all living beings?" The true identity of a super-ancient god is actually the Buddha of the ancient mythological Western lava Pure Lands. This deduction was too shocking. The Pure Land of Buddhist cultivators was said to have billions of Buddhist cultivators and countless Buddhas. Where was the golden Buddhist land? No one knew where it was, but right now, someone pointed out that it was the prehistoric lava land ruled by the ancient gods. Before this, they had always had a question in their minds. What was the situation of the prehistoric lava land ruled by the ancient gods? And the ancient gods themselves had never revealed this information, but now, with the improvement of their horizons and the deepening of their civilization, they could deduce the ancient truth of the ancient times. The last few pieces of the mysterious history of ancient Buddhism were completely pieced together. This was a very bold guess, but it was also very reasonable. But, according to this deduction, some of the things that we didn't understand before are now completely clear. Indeed, the ancient lava land had a special geographical environment. With such high temperature and so much golden lava, it must have been melted by radiation. But now, why is there no obvious radiation? It's because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy. Some ancient cultivators absorbed all the radiation to cultivate, turning it into a barren land. What kind of cultivation did the ancient gods cultivate? Before this, they were very puzzled and mysterious. They never showed it, but now it's clear. They are the leader of the radiation Buddha. Their magic cores are the most suitable for radiation. In fact, the radiation Buddha was tailor-made for the magic core race. Then, the other existence might be the leader of Taoism, like the Jade Emperor or Taoist ancestor. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense for the two of them to be friends. In fact, the three-pillar gods had already developed their own extraordinary system, the arcane block chain. But our revived Buddhist cultivators send it back, inadvertently allowing it to return to the orthodox path of ancient Buddhism. Even the three-pillar gods themselves might be surprised. Huh? This radiation Buddha lineage is perfect for me, as if it was tailor-made for my race. Everyone thought that the three-pillar god must have been secretly shocked. It was even grateful to the players for reviving the ancient gods' cultivation system, but it didn't show it. The three-pillar gods are very happy. Woo-woo, this super-ancient deity's stepfather is helping his own daughter Carolyn by throwing all sorts of resources at her. We're basically the bastard sons of the old man next door. He didn't even give me his own cultivation technique. It was the daddy players who revived Buddhist cultivation and returned this ancient orthodox lineage to me, crying emoji. It's reasonable. Many players and netizens deduced and felt that many unclear ancient mysteries seemed to be completely connected at this moment. Many truths became simple and easy to understand. In that case, could it be that the true battle form of the ancient gods was similar to the three-pillar gods? Was it also the limitless strongest ninth-rank sect? An indomitable mythical Buddha? I'm not sure. The super-ancient gods are still too mysterious right now. They have never made a move before. Perhaps, it's not a system similar to the three-pillar gods, but a system similar to Carolyn's spiritual universe. After all, not only does it have the form of all living beings, the Diamond Sutra also says that all things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew or lightning. It should be observed as such. It might be that the world might be virtual. It's indeed possible. One flower, one world, all living beings are living in the dream of Buddha. The 3000 Dream Tao is nothing more than this. They felt that this wave of information was too much. Just the three-pillar gods' limitless system and 300 billion relics were enough to analyze a lot of useful and terrifying information, knowledge was the power of everything. They continued to watch the entire battle situation and found that the battle had reached its peak. Their blood was boiling. The three pillar gods, Carolyn and Dicky, had made their move. The entire world was fighting against the Dark Era. Planets were using their own blood to cross the Dark Ocean. A lone boat was swaying in the sea of darkness, trying to survive the calamity of the world and cross the shore of the next new era. They also saw that the players had started their own plans. They created the Sunrise Mirror Eye and used new methods to divide the spoils. They really made their move. They are audacious. With their meager strength, they saved the entire universe and the lives on the planets. It's him. When the darkness chaos arrived and the world was about to be exterminated, the people of the world thought of an ancient great emperor. He had once looked down upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths and was the sole ruler, sweeping through the dark forbidden areas one after another. It was only until the end of the era that people called out his name, hoping for his return to quell the blood calamity. They hoped that this human sovereign great emperor would be able to quell the chaos and return peace to the world. He was Ultraman Tiga. Crying face, Ultraman saved the Dark Era from the Dark Era. Who would have thought of that? They were very touched. The players had really researched it. This exaggerated battle power could really snatch people from the hands of the 3 forbidden existences. In the next second, the climax of the whole plot began. Dizun made his move. Before, he seemed to be watching the show silently. But now, he was going to suppress the 3 at the last moment. Before I become Tao, there is no Tao in the world, the hidden mastermind finally made his move. The 3 were shocked and angry. An earth-shattering war broke out. The intensity of the battle and Dizun's battle power were simply shocking. They only came back to their senses when it was over and cheered loudly. It was so exciting that they forgot time. Rank 5 Gene, Rank 10 Ultimate. Such a life form is too terrifying. It is indeed perfect. The 3 pillar gods, Dichi and Carolyn, were beaten to the point of questioning their lives. They were at a loss. They have already started to research how to copy and learn from each other. They are also building a perfect foundation and breaking through. Laughing face, we have to think of a way to help them. Since the Lava Land is the Buddhist Pure Land of the West, why don't we get a Super Saiyajin and go to the West to obtain scriptures? How about reenacting the ancient scene? That's feasible. Buddy. Shocked face, maybe that's the truth of the ancient history. Super Sailor Sun Wukong, Super Sailor Sun Wukong, fought his way up to the heavenly palace, and no one could match him. Dichi sat on the throne, pretending to be scared out of his wits. He shouted, "Quick, invite the Western Paradises to Thagata." But in reality, Dichi was thinking of asking the 3 pillar gods to come over and fight with the Super Sailor God again. When I think about it, it actually feels so real. Shocked face, so that's the truth. Hurry up and inform Mengmei to arrange for the Buddhist scriptures to the West. So that's the truth. In the living room, Suji looked back at their form again. Only now did he know that the reason for Mingmei's Buddhist scriptures to the West was that the case had been completely solved. It turned out that they had deduced such a terrifying ancient truth. No wonder, to obtain scriptures from the West. Because the Lava Land was the Buddhist Pure Land of the West. This is terrifying. Suji felt that he had to organize the shocking information. Suji sorted out the huge amount of information. He had to admit that these players were really talented. As they continued to deduce and uncover the ancient myths and history, Suji felt that the myths of ancient Earth really existed, as if there were really 2 branches of Buddhism and Taoism. There was not a single flaw. Forget it, they can do what they want, I don't care. Suji sighed in the end, feeling that there was no need for him to interfere too much. It was good to let nature take its course. At this time, he had just broken through to become a high-level god, and was polishing his realm while feeling the subtle changes in his body. He also wondered how he should proceed on this long road of nearly 0%. While sorting out the huge gains from this major extinction, he was also looking at the current situation of this forum. After all, it was necessary to secretly observe these guys. Otherwise, if you were not careful, you would be in trouble again. That would be terrible. They have spent all their energy on this strange history, So they probably don't have the energy to go around making trouble and come up with some strange techniques and shady business. He was very calm. As for them starting to make journey to the west, thinking of this, Suji's eyelids twitched wildly. The plan of Dicky and the others was naturally reasonable, but with the suggestion of the players, the situation suddenly became a little strange. And Dicky and the others naturally did not notice their tricks. In the eyes of the natives, they naturally do not know about journey to the west and think that this is a very serious plan. Suji took a deep breath. At this time, the alchemy factory was already the foundation of the entire world of the seven realms. In fact, the importance of the life alchemy factory, in Dicky's eyes, surpassed that of the mother ivy. This had already become an indispensable part of his path of cultivation, an important means for his Daluo heaven scripture to complicate the bloodlines of others. Thinking of this, Suji looked into the distance, and his face was full of black lines. The alchemy factory has begun to produce the Mahayana Buddhism bloodline, so that people can begin to come to the West to obtain the scriptures. Along the way, the golden pages of the scriptures are ready to be imparted to all living beings, inserted into their bodies, and let them feel the mystery of the Buddha Dharma. At this time, in the Taoist palace of the immortal court of the seven realms, a dazzling alchemy immortal palace stood tall on the ground, surrounded by golden light. In the distance, there were endless resources, natural treasures, and all kinds of rare treasures that could be used to replenish his energy. On the ground, talent plugins were being produced. There were many beautiful fairy daughters carrying beautiful flower baskets back and forth. A beautiful female elf official said in a low voice, at the beginning, he was very fast and full of joy, thinking that he had received a big deal. He said that as long as the tonics could keep up, there would definitely be no problem. But later, his speed gradually slowed down. No matter how much he nourished his body, it was like an old bull pushing a cart. It was extremely slow. Shu, lower your voice. Another immortal daughter whispered. He hates it when we say that he can't do it anymore. Whoosh. Immortal light lingered. In another part of the immortal palace, Carolyn looked at the alchemy factory in shock. Now that they had reached an agreement, she could also observe the true nature of this alchemy factory. It was amazing. Dichi could not surpass his genes to learn the techniques of others, and this alchemy factory was the key to his complicated bloodline. At this moment, the cute girl followed Carolyn's gaze and looked over, shaking her head. Just like this, he even called himself the Zerg Empress, an interstellar munitions factory? The Zerg Empress gave birth so slowly, it was as difficult as squeezing toothpaste, and it was long dead. The racer god was really pitiful. Although he became the cornerstone of the world like me, I was the cornerstone lying down, and he was the old hen that was squeezed dry. This would depend on the importance of race. Back then, this guy was very coquettish, saying that he wanted to copy and become a new Dichi. His race was extremely heaven-defying, so what was a mere Mother Earth Ivy? Indeed, he was more useful than the cute girl's dragon vein pipeline, but because he was too useful, he worked day and night, never thinking of becoming Dichi in this way. This is the theory behind my rank 9 path cultivation method. Carolyn smiled. At this moment, he was explaining his cultivation technique to the cute girl. After all, his rank 9 path technique was deified and split into countless versions of himself. The cute girl's incense dragon vein could also be followed, forming a similar incense string Dao. It was not impossible for Carolyn to do her a favor. In fact, from her point of view, other than the three of them, the Mother Earth Ivy was the existence with the most potential and the fastest chance of breaking through to the rank 9. After all, the Mother Earth Ivy's lifespan was too long, almost the same age as Dichi. At the same time, she was extremely hardworking, always cultivating, and her character was very good. Another point was that she controlled a huge amount of resources, and could be said to be a famous tycoon in this world, so it could be considered a good karma. Moreover, the Mother Earth actually had a shocking heaven-defying opportunity, saying that she wanted to trade with her of equal value. Carolyn passed his cultivation technique to the Mother Earth in detail, at the same time giving her some suggestions, and the Mother Earth was instantly delighted. As expected, if I follow this path of cultivation, there is hope for my self-fusion. My path of cultivation is completely hopeful. The Mother Earth turned her head, looked at Carolyn's eyes, and knew what she meant. She took a deep breath. Don't worry, with our friendship, I naturally wouldn't dare to lie to you. Of course it's not something like the journey to the West for Buddhist scriptures, it's just a small matter like this. We, the big shots of the universe, are too insignificant to dictate the lives and fates of an era. The journey to the West only affects the fates of billions of lives in an era, but to sages like us who are above the era, it's a predestined fact, so naturally it's not a great opportunity for us. The opportunity I'm talking about is naturally the opportunity of our level. As for our opportunities, most of them are in the outer heavens. The Mother Earth's voice was full of laughter. Let me tell you, this is a shocking secret. Suji also pricked up his ears. Could it be that they had made another shocking discovery? After all, in the eyes of Suji, the journey to the West was just a small matter. If it was in the past, it would definitely affect the fortunes of the entire Seven Realms world and billions of lives. As long as they grasped the opportunity, countless gods would rise. But now, to Carolyn and the others who could break through to the rank 9 and achieve Tao, it was just a small matter. With just a thought, billions of lives would be destroyed. What opportunity? Carolyn asked. Yet another unknown transcendent world opportunity. The cute girl's voice was low as she said coldly, to tell you the truth, in the 6 paths of reincarnation world next door, Venerable Emperor is planning far ahead and is preparing to conquer another extraordinary world. To conquer an era. Suji, he was sure that he didn't say that. Carolyn's heart skipped a beat. His Tao injuries healed so quickly? At that moment, the 3 of them were still injured. Although they all had terrifying super flesh recovery abilities and could even regrow their flesh in an instant, what injured them now was naturally not an ordinary method, but a distorted law. There were many injuries on their bodies that were difficult to heal. These distorted laws seeped into their wounds and prevented their flesh from healing. They were even bleeding profusely. If some of the distorted Tao injuries and laws on their bodies leaked out, ordinary gods wouldn't be able to withstand it. And Venerable Emperor's injuries healed so quickly, at the same time, which world was such an existence going to conquer? Carolyn couldn't believe it. She thought about it carefully. To know the coordinates of a mysterious world, this opportunity was greater than she had imagined. Di-Chi, Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, anyone would fight to the death for this. This was a civilization. It might very well represent a complete ecosystem. A diverse universe race. Not the useless gravel in the dead void. The cute girl looked around and whispered, I didn't even tell Di-Chi. I only told you that the 6 paths of reincarnation world is preparing to conquer a giant flesh creature, the octopus race. They are the distant relatives of that elemental creature. In other words, they are the distant relatives of Moon Goddess Ji. Carolyn was completely moved. The ancient god's opponent was said to be a terrifying and invincible elemental giant. Was he going to take the initiative to conquer the elemental race? This was way too audacious. Dizun was too mysterious and unpredictable. The cute girl shook her head and sighed, Venerable Emperor is indeed terrifying. That's why I told you this secret, I'm taking on a terrifying risk. You can see the friendship between us. However, he's just a distant relative. I wonder if he can sense the race of the 4 elemental life forms of the enemy. Mother Earth said with a low voice, according to the description of that huge octopus, it's very likely that he has sensed the race of his flesh and blood. The blood relatives of those 4 elemental creatures are too far away. I don't know if he can find them. A distant relative? Carolyn calculated. Although it was the other's distant relative, it might be helpful to familiarize himself with such a terrifying opponent in the future. Thinking about this, Carolyn's opinion of Venerable Emperor rose a notch. She sighed to Mother Earth, I didn't expect that while we are still in the region, planning to hold a grand event to promote the era and perfect our genes, Venerable Emperor's eyes are already on the distant spring and autumn, wanting to conquer the outer regions. Suji was silent. What the hell was this? Suji took a deep breath. He felt like he was about to explode. He was so smart that he instantly knew what these wretched fellows were trying to do. They're using Dizun's fame from this battle to pull Carolyn into their trap. They're already preparing to mess with the big octopus. This action, that was way too King fast, Suji didn't feel good. After all, they had kept the big octopus for so long. They were just waiting for this day to strike. Right now, the timing was just right. The battle had just ended and they were unharmed. The celestials and human realms were basically wiped out. They wouldn't stab them in the back. After all, if they made a move, the other two realms would definitely not let them go. At this time, the celestials and human realms were at their weakest. The big shots were all exhausted. They took the opportunity to sneak out to make money. They weren't afraid of others sharing the spoils with them. The Azure Warrior spaceship, the all-seeing Eye of Radiance, had just been built. It was already flying across the universe. This was the perfect timing. How could they not grasp such a perfect opportunity? They were thinking about the big octopus all the time. How could they not grasp the best time to strike? What was a surprise attack? This was a surprise attack. The celestials and human realms were dumbfounded. Before the miracle scientist could recover, he realized that he had missed out on something again. This was the effect they wanted. And of course, someone had to hold the line. After thinking about it, Carolyn was the most suitable. Because they had touched the butts of Dickie and the three pillar gods in the previous battle, these two terrifying existences would definitely pull out their tendons and skin them alive. They had also helped Carolyn save a group of people from many planets. Although they had also become ghosts, it was still a great favor. As for Dizun, he was too cold and mysterious. He didn't dare to speak. At the same time, he couldn't accept the fact that there was only one player in the underworld. But I don't know the coordinates of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Carolyn said softly. The ancient gods had once brought her to the 6 paths of reincarnation. But she hadn't gone there herself. Naturally, she didn't know the coordinates. It's fine. You don't have to come to our world. We can go to our destination together and meet up there. The cute girl said, when the time comes, we'll wait for the Azure Warrior's octopus monster to sense the coordinates, we'll verify it, and then we'll summon you. Caroline nodded. It was indeed not bad to invite her for such a huge opportunity. The two of them were indeed good friends. After all, she knew Mother Earth's personality. Although she was a little crafty, she would not lie to her. Mother Earth also believed in her character. The stubbornness of the Isidal people was still very trustworthy. The only ones you have to guard against are Di-Chi and the 3 pillar gods. Can you shake them off? Mother Earth said secretly. Carolyn pondered for a while and said indifferently with a grave expression, of course I can. I'll directly cut off the passageway to the outside world, then directly break open a spatial tunnel and leave. By the time they rush over and repeat the process, they will need at least 10 seconds. By then, I will have already disappeared without a trace. Although I erased all traces of my departure in a hurry, I won't be able to stop them for too long. I'm afraid that they will be able to decipher it in a few decades and follow me. The cute girl nodded. A few decades was enough. If they followed me, when they rushed over, there probably wouldn't even be any leftovers left for them to drink. I'll leave them here to start the journey to the West era and mess around with each other in their own worlds. The cute girl thought to herself, this coincides with the concept of the journey to the West. It's the Eastern Celestial Heavens and the Western Pure Land. The third world doesn't exist at all. Along the way, there will probably be demons, devils, and ghosts. These saints of origin will probably be happy watching from a high place. In reality, the cute girl was also taking a certain risk. After all, when she returned, would Di-Chi kill her? He wouldn't kill her, but she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. However, she also knew where Di-Chi's bottom line was. The freedom of all living beings to develop under him was also within his tacit agreement. It was fine as long as they could provide him with techniques. And it wasn't important how many benefits the cute girl obtained from this trip. As long as she obtained any extraordinary techniques or concepts, they would eventually fall into Di-Chi's hands. As long as she obtained them, they would also fall into Di-Chi's hands. Therefore, she knew that although Di-Chi was angry, he would definitely ignore it. This was his magnanimity. Then, it's urgent to heal my injuries and perfect my techniques at the same time. Carolyn's expression was calm as she began to secretly weigh the pros and cons. The cute girl also took a deep breath. I will inform you. 6 paths of reincarnation world, animal path. In a huge ancient celestial city, countless players were struggling. They were improving their own world universe, the all-seeing Eye of Radiance. After all, this was their small world universe, the foundation of their artifact, a simplified version of the Mother Stream universe, Country of Light. In the future, it would bear the fate of the players and the warriors of Azura Path. It has a very exaggerated foundation. Back then, when Carolyn and the other two were fighting for it, so were we. We divided up close to a quarter of the power, which is a complete 9th level breakthrough energy, and used it to create the foundation of this world. The foundation is too strong, and there are infinite possibilities for the future. Bai Xiaojun laughed. Bai Xiaojun was a small universe's digital beast pixel player. Back then, she was sent to the other side by Mengpa and the others to further her studies. Now, she had also returned to Azura Path. At the same time, because of this huge amount of energy, this was also the reason why they were determined not to look for Di Qi and the three pillar gods. They would definitely snatch it back alive. How audacious of him. We really did such a crazy thing, creating a miracle, snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Among the three great taboo beings, we divided up an equivalent amount of opportunity and used it to create a world. Now, there are tens of billions of lives in it, and even more energy has been collected. Can you believe it? This opportunity is actually something that Dizun doesn't need and doesn't care about. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to snatch it. Don't care so much, start accumulating the foundation for the transformation. This is the extraordinary world universe that belongs to us players, the future of the race's artifact, and the future of our race depends on it. Countless players began to frantically perfect it. All of them were farmers, who wouldn't be crazy, what they wanted to do was to make it perfect. On the other side, the players were also putting their arms around the giant octopus. So fast, is it really okay? The giant octopus couldn't help but murmur, I can sense my kin, they are very far away in the universe. They are different from a lone ranger like me, maybe there is a civilization nearby. It's fine. Now is the best time to act immediately after the end of the Multiverse Heavens War. A player said, we are the victors of the World War, but many have died, and we need to replenish our strength. This is an opportunity, you should take the opportunity to bring your race here, and we will put you in an important position. The giant octopus was very touched, they were really thinking for him. The big octopus could clearly see the situation in front of him. After all, although the 6 paths of reincarnation was the victorious world, it still lost many strong people. There was a fixed number of high-level strong people in a world. After all, there were only so many resources. The collapse of the era and the catastrophe would cause some vacancies, but it was also an opportunity for new people to rise. Crises often coexisted with opportunities. At this time, the war had just stopped. They immediately searched for their own people to fill in the vacancies and let his people rise. They were sincerely putting themselves in his shoes. Maybe we can also get a position in the 13 demon gods of Azura, the big octopus murmured. The giant octopus murmured in a low voice, it seems that our race is going to prosper. We'll have a great opportunity. At this time, a player next to him asked, are the seats ready? The big octopus nodded. After all, after breaking through and becoming a god, there was a sense and call of the race's bloodline. That's good. Let's continue the transformation and set off another day, a player said. Their plan was very urgent. At this time, there was naturally a reason for them to crazily pursue efficiency and squeeze all the time they had. After all, after breaking through and becoming a god, their lifespan was very short, only 2,000 years, and once they died, they would really die. They already had a vague feeling that their bodies on Earth were like their human bodies, and their real bodies had already become the gods of this land. The 12 of them were simply the elites of the elites among countless players. They were the past champions of the PvP combat competition among tens of millions of players. At this time, to be able to break through and become a god from a celestial emperor in 80 years, which one of them was not a hardcore person? The reward for breaking through was also very good. They could live for 2,000 years. But there was no harm without comparison. For ordinary gods, their lifespan was only a quarter of that. Who didn't want to live longer? 2,000 years was only more than 20 days in reality. Not to say absolutely, but most of the players present were definitely going to die because this was an indisputable fact, but it was also their choice. Living a wonderful 2,000 years here was better than just a few decades in reality. After all, they were born in the Azura realm, not the more advanced spore evolution. They did not have a unique advantage like the alchemy emperor. 2,000 years is enough, and at the same time we can sleep for a while. Fighting for my lifespan. Of course, I have to make every second count. I have to find all sorts of fortuitous encounters. Bai Xiaojun said. Indeed, a new world with new creatures is an opportunity, a player said. Level 8 gods, and even higher level 9 gods, the opportunities were all in the universe. There were limitless possibilities in the universe. After bidding farewell to the giant octopus, they began to tidy up their eyeballs and world divine artifacts. The eyeball was hollow, and the environment inside was like an enlarged version of the world magic core bottle, the spiritual universe. This was the latest technology invented by the alchemy emperor. Suji wasn't the only one using it to construct the gray space. Even they were beginning to construct it. Behind the eyeball were strands of blood filaments. That formed a Joss flame formation. In front of the eyeball was a magnifying glass that was used to shoot out light beams. A player said, when we develop in the future, we must pluck a sun and compress it in the eyeball as an energy source. That way, the eyeball can emit nearly infinite beams of light. Another player was in high spirits. Good idea. One day, we will pluck a sun. What's a Dyson ball? It will circle around the sun all day like a dung beetle, eating its leftover light and heat. It's definitely not as natural as squeezing a sun into a basketball and stuffing it into the trunk. You're daydreaming. This player was immediately unconvinced. In my eyes, even a top-level 9 overlord might not have the terrifying power to distort the density of matter and compress a sun into a model of the sun in the palm of your hand to play with. Another player raised his head and made a ruckus. What the hell, you're not a level 9 overlord, so how do you know that level 9 can't do it? Do you know that distorting the laws of nature has infinite possibilities? Look at the tyrant of models. Everyone is compressing, but it's definitely the level 9 that can compress more. The moment they stretch out their hands, you'll instantly be squeezed into a super little ant and fall into their palms. Another player scolded. I don't object to squeezing me, but squeezing the sun? You might as well say that you want to squeeze the entire Milky Way galaxy and turn it into a disk. Watch this Milky Way disk from ancient times to the present. At this time, a player from the side came over and said excitedly, you don't say, even if a level 9 can't do it, I think a level 10 can. If a level 10 can't do it, it's the power of creation. Weren't we in his courtyard discussing what was in the house? Everyone turned around and looked at this player. This player was in high spirits. His face was so excited that his neck was flushed. Perhaps, there are discs in the room. The Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are being played on the TV. Perhaps, some of the larger galaxies are even made into round cushions and are sitting on the buttocks. When the great overlords of the universe transcend the galaxy, they'll see a super big buttock sitting in their galaxy, watching the TV. That scene is too beautiful to look at. Everyone was shocked and felt that this conjecture was very interesting. Someone continued guessing. It can't be. The discs are just secondary. The discs of countless galaxies are stored in a DVD book when they're not being played. And the book formed by these discs of countless galaxies is the entire universe, the multiverse of the crystal wall system. On his multiverse bookshelf, every parallel universe is a book. Someone made a ruckus, and the more he bragged, the more awesome it became. At the side, another player walked over and instantly went crazy. You guys are still king idling. Hurry up and build the teleportation formation, get to work, and locate the location. Get ready to embark on the giant octopus's journey to find his kin. The players stopped talking and went back to work. Suji saw this and was a little confused. He turned around and looked at the crystal wall bookshelf in his study. Maybe I should make a disc to play with sometime? He couldn't help but laugh. He calmed his expression and thought, it's really time to find the giant octopus's kin. They're all very calm now, thinking that it's still a part of the universe, and that it's as simple as discovering other small universes and lava lands. In fact, it might be a real extraterrestrial civilization. Suji didn't stop him, and only planned to watch silently. He was still very interested in the so-called extraterrestrial civilization. After all, the universe was too vast. Dicky had flown for 7 or 8,000 years and crossed many galaxies, but he hadn't found a single civilization, only a giant octopus. It was too difficult to find a civilization. It was like looking for a unique golden sand among billions of grains of sand in a vast desert. And this was a low-level civilization. What about a high-level civilization? They would definitely use shielding methods to hide this tiny grain of sand, making it even harder to find. And the giant octopus providing coordinates was indeed the most effective way. Suji's expression was calm, and he planned to wait and see. He said, however, since I've broken through to high-level God, I should also recycle some useless clones and do more meaningful things. After all, there were only 3 consciousness clones that he could cut off. With a splash, Suji opened his eyes, and Hermes appeared in the library of the Church of Light. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout the 7 realms' sublime heaven court. Hermes was about to die. The Church of Light was still the strongest of the churches in the demon realm. This news was not limited to the people, but it still resounded throughout the heavenly court. Lord Hermes. A saintess of light said softly behind him. The times have changed. We've finally taken that step. Hermes looked at the core of the Church of Light. The new level 9 is about to be completely born. Then, those who are going to die in the old era should also leave. The eyes of the saintess of light and the others turned red. They all knew that Hermes was not a Joss god formed purely from Joss flames. He had part of that ancient existence's remnant soul. Now that he was born, this remnant soul was also going to disappear, whoosh. All of a sudden, more and more existences descended. The ancient giants of the 7 realms heavenly court arrived. The Thunder Monarch, the God of War, the Celestial Arch, Mother Earth, Ermin, Pan Shuashin, the people of the Martial God Palace, and even Dichi stood far away. Are we leaving? Dichi did not say much. He only asked a simple question. He also admired such ancient existences. The old and the new are replacing the old. We've finally set foot on this path. I should have left, but I'm also going to leave completely, Hermes said softly. His body was disintegrating, turning into specks of light that were heading towards extinction. Lu Wenjian and Hu Renong were silent. This had happened too suddenly. Perhaps it was not easy for the remnant soul of this ancient existence to last until this era and see this scene. He had held on for many years. They were all by Xiaoxing's disciples, so they were naturally Hermes's disciples. Everyone already knew about Hermes' past and knew that he had passed on the ancient torch to all living beings. It was him who had passed on the civilization of the people on Earth and ignited the torch of cultivation in the ancient era of the 3 witches. It was also him who had turned into Bai Xiaoxing and guided Hu Renong to establish the Joss Flame dynasty of the Great Zhou. It was also him who had guided Lu Wenjian to establish the Mortal Shu Mountain Sword Dao. Only later did they know that the twisted talent formed by billions of Joss flames was the breakthrough concept of the path to the 9th level. Lu Wenjian's mortal hammer forging furnace was the path to the 9th level. At that time, he had already told the people about the path of the 9 steps. It was only countless years later that the people woke up to it. From the beginning to the end, this existence had been passing on the ancient civilization to the later generations. He had started the continuation of civilization and passed on his knowledge to the people on the ground. He had indeed opened up the path of cultivation for the future generations. He was worthy of the name of Mercury and Hermes, the great god of wisdom. Hermes's achievements in this era were indescribable. As a guiding light of the ancient era, he accompanied the rise of the magnificent mythological era. Acting as a go-between, there were simply too many merits. However, the mysteries left behind by Hermes were too mysterious. For example, what kind of cultivation system did the prehistoric civilization he ruled practice? What about his own background? All of this would be an eternal mystery that would be completely buried in the dust of the past. Some players had already guessed that if the ancient deity was the Buddha of the West, then he should be a Taoist ancestor. Whoosh. Hermes's body was still drifting away with the wind. Hu Renong and Lu Wenjian were silent. They knelt on the ground. Memories surged in their hearts like raging waves, attacking these 2 geniuses who had once established an era. They thought of the carriage under the setting sun and the white-robed scholar who was reading a wordless book. They trembled without saying a word. The flames in their eyes became more intense. They became more and more silent as they watched Hermes's disappearing figure. Teacher! Hu Renong and Lu Wenjian finally burst into tears. At this moment, they were no longer the sages who had established an era, but ordinary people who were as lowly as dust. A mysterious aura appeared one after another. Lu Wenjian and Hu Renong appeared. They had also completely stepped into the 9th level of the path of the 9 steps. On this day, Hermes had completely left. The world was filled with sorrow. The 7 realms' sublime heavenly court held a ceremony for 7 days and 7 nights. The whole world mourned. Hermes, this kind of ancient and prehistoric sage, in the end, left too suddenly. What about the great enemy in the future? He didn't leave behind the inheritance of his civilization. Otherwise, it would also be a part of his strength. That's not the case. It's only natural that he didn't leave anything behind. This is the change of the era. As said, everything in the new era is beginning. The old era should be buried and sealed. What Hermes passed on to us is the wisdom to establish an era, not the ancient system of the past. He passed on wisdom, not inherited knowledge. Yes, he didn't pass on the system of the ancient civilization to us because he didn't want to influence our thinking. Our new era is unprecedented and brilliant. At this time, the great trend of the journey to the West is about to begin. It runs through 3 worlds and countless living beings. It is also the future pattern determined by several supreme existences. It is unprecedented. Many people sighed with sorrow, feeling extremely sorrowful. Hermes was an ancient existence from prehistory. He had guided civilization to this day and witnessed everything. To such an existence, everyone felt that he was like a teacher and a father. In the ancient era, the matchless and invincible emperor who ruled over the heavens has finally taken over the ancient authority and left. This symbolizes the complete arrival of a new era. Then who? Will he inherit the position of this supreme existence? This is a crisis, but also an unprecedented opportunity. All the existences were solemn. The 3 pillar gods, His Majesty Di Qi, the Cherry Blossom Empress, and the others were the most terrifying competitors. Beside them, a historiographer dressed in immortal robes recorded the scene. In the 573 year of the Chongming Heavenly Court, the ancient wisdom Heavenly Lord died. All races mourned and the world mourned. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hazy figure flashed in the sky. It was a super ancient god. He landed next to everyone as if he was also a person who had come from afar to pay his respects. He said softly in front of the tomb. The last journey of life has been witnessed by you. This scene of a miracle descended. Everyone's face turned pale. After all, even Di Qi, Ermin, and the others who were standing at the side saw the true face of this ancient and mysterious existence for the first time. After all, this existence had only appeared in the ancient lava lands and the era of the small universe. He had not appeared in the 7 worlds even once. In fact, he did not even appear in the war that destroyed the universe not long ago. Such an existence must have cultivated an earth-shattering cultivation technique. If only I could. Di Qi's expression was slightly strange as he looked at the super-ancient god in the distance. He was shocked. But I can't see through it at all. Is the gap between us so terrifying? Further away, the historiographer was shocked. He continued his previous words and wrote another epic text that had been passed down through the ages. At the end of the ceremony, the ancient god descended to mourn for his dead friend. At this time, Di Qi's expression was indescribable. His realm could break through at any time. Logically speaking, he had already undergone a qualitative change, and the difference between him and the level 9 world was only a quantitative change. To put it simply, his energy was 1, and the opponent's energy was 1000. They both belonged to the same level of qualitative change, and in theory, they should be able to see through each other's cultivation. But at this time, he could not see through anything, and this was very frightening. It's like an ordinary person without any system. Di Qi stood in the distance, his eyes flashing as he looked at the ancient deity, standing in front of the tomb. He could not help but analyze. Only when I silently sensed the creator God that came to mend the heavens, and the laws of the universe, did I have this feeling of being completely unfathomable. And now, this was the second time he encountered this feeling of being unfathomable. This made his heart sink. The existence of the ancient deity was much stronger than he had imagined. Much more mysterious. Before, Dizun did not lie to them. The ancient deity and his opponent were not ordinary level 9 existences, they were very heaven-defying. Although they claimed to be the strongest level 9, and thought that the new path they opened was not inferior to that of the ancient heavens, but the current development was too short, and their cultivation was too low, they were not their opponents. I only need a little more time to break through to level 9. I can even surpass such existences. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with ambition and confidence. Immediately, he retracted his gaze, and without batting an eyelid, he followed suit. After all, he was not a lunatic like Medusa, who dared to provoke and even talk. Interrupting the worship in front of the tombstone was a great disrespect, and it was no different from courting death. He only followed the gaze of the ancient deity and the rest of the gods to the tombstone, and followed suit, but his heart was not sad. Although not for the sake of the world, we are indeed on the same side, and I must fight for a place of my own, to go to a higher place, to cultivate for myself, for Nianyun, to bring her to the peak of the universe. Hermes is indeed my benefactor, to the entire era, it is very respectable, but it has nothing to do with me. But, he naturally would not show it. After paying their respects, no one spoke. They waited for the super-ancient god to speak first. The super-ancient divinity silently stared at the tombstone, sighed, and spoke softly. He had created a new and prosperous world civilization. Such a new civilization can finally rest in peace. The two of us were once one, but I never thought that such a day would come. The surrounding gods were all sorrowful. There was only one fellow Taoist left who had accompanied him for so many years. At the side, there was a god who was straightforward and couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell His Majesty Hermes about the ancient cultivation system? After all, it's good to increase our strength when facing an unknown enemy." The archaic divinity pondered for a moment, then looked around and smiled. The path of the ancients was opened by the ancients in the end. The prosperity of a civilization depends on the spirit of the era, the innovation of the era itself. That is why we did not grant you civilization before, but you have revived some of our systems and are on the right track. Everyone was shocked. Have they already revived the ancient methods? They were puzzled. Was it Buddhism, or the inner world sea of knowledge, or a magic core arcana master? Perhaps the great path was unified, and the same extraordinary bloodline would also walk on the correct path similar to the ancient ones. Only the cute girl beside him was confused. The alchemy emperor was puzzled by the speed of Mount Akina. They looked at each other, and a flash of shock flashed across their eyes. The alchemy emperor said, "As expected, our previous guess has come true. This super-ancient god, the ancestor of the demon core sect, might be the ancient Buddha of the West, and the triple-grade Hermes is the Taoist ancestor. After all, it corresponds to two people, Buddhism and Taoism." The cute girl's heart sank. We should have thought of this long ago, but we have been neglecting it. The speed of Mount Akina, on the other hand, looked like it had already been predicted. Anyway, I had already guessed it, but I just didn't say it. Which three are the triple-grade Hermes? They are the tritium, deuterium, and tritium. If this is the West, then what about the East? It is the legendary 3-hydrogen-1 vaporization. The ancient 3 pure ones of Taoism. The cute girl immediately gritted her teeth. This person is too flirtatious. I can't beat him. The three of them whispered at the side. They felt that the netizens' deductions were indeed impressive, and that there were experts among the people. To be able to guess the truth in advance, they felt a strong sense of accomplishment as if they had foreseen the future. It was enough to be proud of. At this moment, the super-ancient god looked at the tombstone, his back facing the crowd, and said, "In this world of his, I am not the one leading the way. The ones in charge of guiding civilization are just the lava land and other worlds, but now that the world has matured, there is no longer a need for a guide. All of you can develop freely. Even the lava land, I have gradually stopped managing it." The crowd nodded. No wonder the previous universe war did not happen, and everything was allowed to develop. Because the civilization had reached a high level of maturity, they gradually stopped interfering with the development of the era. The guide was just to guide them back on the right track. Super ancient god, what do you think of our era? Emperor Qi could not help but ask. A very bright era. In less than 10,000 years, it has developed to this day. It is too fast. But what about this era, exactly? The super ancient god looked at the tombstone, his expression extremely calm. It depends on the younger generation. The 9th level is a realm full of wonders. The super ancient god laughed softly and did not speak anymore. He looked at the tombstone again, and sighed softly. The crowd could actually feel the desolation of time in his sigh. Voila, with a turn, he gradually disappeared without a trace. Only Emperor Qi and the rest were left standing there, their expressions not calm at all. 9th level, Emperor Qi closed his eyes, filled with ambition. I must definitely build an unparalleled foundation, perfect quad gene, and reach the limit of my potential before breaking through. If not, how can I reach the pinnacle? The strongest in the same realm? In the mini-universe, Carolyn had not met the super ancient god yet, and she felt ashamed. She had lost in an embarrassing manner. After all, a lot of resources had been poured into her, but she had lost to Dizun. When I go out, I will definitely transform into a new me. Carolyn shook her head, silently healing herself, and was already preparing to set up the teleportation array. Far away in the lava land. The 3 pillar gods were also sensing all this, and softly said, indeed, a new era, a great being who has surpassed the laws of the universe. Hermes's remnant soul had completely left, and the super ancient god had descended. This day meant the beginning of the new era. The 9th level was about to appear, and the journey to the west was about to begin. Less than a month after the journey to the west began, a horrifying change occurred. Carolyn suddenly disappeared, entering a different time and space, and embarked on a journey to the outer space. Carolyn brought Ermin, the alchemy emperor, cute girl, and the rest, and set off on this octopus hunting trip. It was an outing, and it was very relaxing. After all, in the universe, they had already seen many powerful and terrifying high-level transcendent worlds. Ancient wood, lava, desolate, and so on. The lowest level was naturally the country bumpkin octopus. This bumpkin octopus had no knowledge at all. He did not even know about the god of creation, the great saint realm, god of incense, super scion, and other powerful transcendent systems. Which of the other worlds was not terrifying? The big octopus was the weakest chicken. Right now, with Carolyn holding the line, he was practically invincible. Who could defeat such a giant? How could a country bumpkin like the big octopus be civilized? At this time, only the speed of Mount Akina could not get away, so he could only continue working. That guy is too miserable. He can only obediently develop the journey to the west and follow the rules. How can he be as comfortable and happy as us going out to find excitement? Cute girl was very excited. In the words of the players in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, it was version update. A new expansion pack has appeared. The hell mode of the 3 monsters fighting against the heavens has already passed. The casual octopus simple vacation mode has already arrived. At this time, Suji slowly opened his eyes, revealing a smile. Hermes, this doppelganger has finally been taken back. After all, it was originally used to absorb the incense of all living beings for cultivation. With this kind of cultivation, there was no point in continuing to keep it there. Carolyn and the others have already prepared to set off on a journey to explore the universe and harm the big octopus. I can also take the opportunity to make some preparations. Suji had a strange expression on his face. I don't need to stop them, and there is no need to stop them. What do you mean by the universe? Sooner or later, there will be a day when I don't need to do anything myself. They will wander the universe by themselves, sowing civilization, establishing faith, researching systems, and establishing civilized worlds. In the universe, the most important thing was freedom. Suji also felt that this universe outing might be interesting. Taking back the doppelganger was also a backup plan. After all, he did not know what was going to happen. This was the outside world. It was not his sand table, so he naturally could not know everything. Of course, taking back the doppelganger was just a side effect. At this time, his original plan was naturally for the present. Suji sat in the study, looking at the snake-haired girl curled up in a huge glass bottle, smiling. The world of the crystal wall, Medusa, maybe I can also bring her to take a look in advance, or even make some arrangements. In the land that the big octopus is going to. Cthulhu, the evil god, should have descended. After all, the crystal wall universe on the bookshelf had been developed to this point, and it was time to come into contact with the endless cosmic energy, ushering in a high-speed explosive period. Now, why hadn't the civilization entered a period of rapid growth? Because there wasn't a huge amount of energy. The giant octopus has a huge amount of energy, enough to develop a super-huge civilization, Suji muttered to himself and looked to the side of the study. This entire crystal wall bookshelf was stacked with crystals, forming a sparkling, translucent glass diamond. It looked small, with only a bookshelf, but it was an endless inner space and soul universe. How could it be measured by the volume of the material world? This was the first time in history that he had consumed a huge amount of energy. It was a terrifying bottomless pit. Even Suji couldn't fill it. In the previous 6 paths of reincarnation, killing a giant octopus was enough to enrich the spiritual energy of the entire world, creating a flourishing era for mortals. In turn, they suppressed the gifted ones. And this giant octopus in front of me, maybe it can, most of the time, what civilization lacked was energy. They were preparing to go on a trip, and Suji naturally wanted to go and take a look. After all, the series of coordinates given by the giant octopus could be seen by Suji as well. Whoosh, with a stretch of his hand, a light blue virtual map of the galaxy coordinates appeared in midair. The coordinates of the race in the universe. Suji stood on the ground, his eyes cold. He couldn't sense the more distant ones. Just the galaxies that he could sense alone numbered more than 10. Most of them were scattered in the nearby galaxies. They were very scattered coordinates, like stars in the sky. They probably hadn't even reached the level of God, probably the same as the giant octopus from before. This is a nomadic race in the universe. They are free-range, circling around stars and performing photosynthesis. They should be considered a very high-level race in the universe. Perhaps they are very widely distributed. If the universe is a vast granular desert, then the giant octopus race is the sand lizards living in the desert of the Andromeda Galaxy. They are scattered and secretive. Suji sensed a core area. There were 7 to 8 members of the giant octopus race. With such a high concentration, it was very likely that there was a special cosmic civilization nearby. It all depended on the level of the civilization. Suji was also very calm. He looked at the glass magic bottle in the study. The Medusa was curled up in the bottle, hugging her legs and sleeping. After all, the eternal bloodline was fixed in hibernation. I should set up a coordinate and communicate with the glass magic bottle. Suji walked up to the bottle, and while Medusa was asleep, he pulled out the huge disc cork and drew a precise transmission array at the bottom of the cork. On the other side, in the vast cosmic void, Carolyn used up a huge amount of magic power to descend into a galaxy of stars. She was surrounded by stars that were incomparably dazzling. Voila, not long after, the players arrived instantly. It was much more painful for them to come over. After all, more than a dozen 8th-grade gods were relatively weak. Only with the help of the eyeball weapon and countless geniuses had they barely managed to reach this place. After all, it was too far away. Even knowing the coordinates required a huge amount of magical power. Looking at Carolyn, Cutie, and the others, the players were overjoyed. They exclaimed, "We've finally met up. We've met the first batch of players from these ancient big shots. These big shots could easily make a fortune if they casually put something out." Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. The players still said seriously, "This is the closest coordinate and also the safest coordinate. There's also a weak octopus tribesman. We can use him to test the waters. Cherry Blossom Great Emperor, we invited you here just to hold the line. You don't need to do anything. You can only reveal your aura when it's really necessary. Maybe you won't need to do anything in the entire journey." Inviting people here was naturally to hold the line. How could they expose their trump cards all at once? Only a fool would reveal all their trump cards. Sure. Carolyn was naturally happy to be free. After all, she wanted to study civilization, knowledge, wisdom, and systems. She didn't need to do anything. It was also very good for Enran to be by her side. Ermin and the Alchemy Emperor were by her side. They couldn't be bothered with their plans and conversations. They continued to study the extraordinary system without distractions. The Alchemy Emperor said, "Come to Azure Path. Let us do body research. We want to see some evolved species." Okay. Two novice level 1 players immediately climbed onto the experimental platform excitedly. "Big shots, help me study our evolutionary path." Carolyn was startled by the sight, and she excitedly joined in. After all, the Azure Path's evolutionary talent allowed it to evolve once in every realm. It had unlimited possibilities. It could also reorganize organs. It was simply able to study the origin of the universe. Studying the Azure Path and the evolution model of pet spirits could be studied for 10,000 years without getting bored. The cute girl was also very calm. She turned around and looked at the players who were discussing the battle plan. She felt that this trip was indeed very easy. With these guys protecting them, they didn't need to use their brains or combat power. These people are all combat-type players. The 13 demon gods are the strongest killing demon gods made up of the players' organs. Their combat power surpasses any evolved extraordinary life. All of them are PvP champions and top combat-type geniuses. Even if they don't have the corresponding extraordinary cultivation method, the players can make it for them and they can barely reach the basic level of cultivation. In theory, their combat power was the strongest. After all, the original bodies of Dickie, Carolyn, and the others weren't purely killing and fighting. In fact, they were relatively gentle. Let's deal with this one first. Then we'll slowly explore and move the coordinates one by one. The players quickly communicated. After all, our big octopus doesn't know the information of its own kind here. It's hard to imagine what the situation here is. The players' faces darkened. According to calculations, the first one is orbiting a star not far away. However, we only have one life. We still have to be careful. The players took a deep breath. The order of breaking through the coordinates was carefully considered by them. Although their combat power wasn't exaggerated, they were all good at planning. They formed a 300-person behind-the-scenes think tank to give advice in the wizard community. This time, they had been preparing for a long time and planned in all aspects. According to the plan, the first death squad will go first. A player said. Splash, in the spaceship, a celestial emperor appeared and quickly rushed up. "Brother, you don't have to come back alive. The sand coins will be burned for you after you die," someone next to him said. "Hey, it's not a big deal." The celestial emperor kept flying forward with a serious face. "Just give me enough money to buy my life. It's just a little pain. Remember to take care of my 7th uncle." Carolyn was stunned. She turned her head and said, "Didn't they say that we only have one life? Do these gods cherish their life so much? And the celestial emperors below are not afraid of death?" In reality, not every stage 7 heavenly emperor would be able to break through to the god realm. 80 years was too short, and other than those few, most people would be able to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. At this time, most of the players were preparing to die of old age in the stage 7 heavenly emperor realm, and after they died of old age, they would go to the spore evolution next door to give it a try. Now, before they died of old age, they would make some contributions and earn some pocket money. Naturally, it would be a good thing to die with some value. Whoosh! This celestial emperor rushed up. In the distance, a small octopus was circling the planet. Its shape was a little different, and it actually had 2 rhinoceros horns. He was shocked when he saw a small tier 7 life form. He was immediately angry and as hot-tempered as ever. "Where did this ant come from? How dare you provoke me?" "Pa!" He was instantly slapped to death. Blood blossomed. It should be no different from the big octopus from before. "Remember to pay up." With a scream, he died on the spot. This rhinoceros-horned octopus was dumbfounded. It felt very strange. However, something even more baffling happened. Whoosh, a beam of light quickly descended. A Superman with a fist pointing forward slowly descended along the beam of light. He said angrily, "I am from the M78 Nebula, the giant of cosmic light, Dinah. Is it you, an evil cosmic monster, who killed our tier 7 celestial emperor? I want you to pay with your life." Rhinoceros-horned octopus. A life for a life. Carolyn, who was watching secretly, was instantly dumbfounded. So this was the reason why these people deliberately sent one over to be beaten to death. Indeed, they had a good reason to send troops, and there was evidence to back them up. It feels familiar. It was the same when we fought against the three-pillar gods. Carolyn thought of a certain scene and said speechlessly, but, a mere celestial emperor-level cosmic monster, why didn't their gods make a move? Instead, they continued to send celestial emperor-level powerhouses? Get used to it. Even Ming couldn't bear to continue watching. She felt that these people had caused her to lose all her face in front of Carolyn. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Mei coughed twice, opening speech. This is their sense of ritual. Although it's not necessary, it's still very cool to shout and get into character. After all, being handsome is a lifetime thing. Although Meng Mei was a serious salted fish, she still understood this guy's character very well. As for sending celestial emperor-level powerhouses, it's a further test. After all, they are too good at hiding. If they can expose the strength of celestial emperor level to solve the problem, they will never expose the combat power of gods, and they can also train their troops at the same time. Meng Mei smiled and said, "They say this is called stability." Stability? Carolyn also laughed, finding it very interesting. Clatter. The rhinoceros-horned giant octopus was slightly stunned at this time. Another ridiculous small-sized celestial emperor, how dare he so boldly provoke him? However, the appearance was a little different. It was a creature made of light elements and looked very mysterious. At the same time, he felt that the other party was in a terrifying extreme thinking space-time. It was actually 100 times the flow of time. Are you a pure-blooded descendant of gods? Born with 100% of the path of thinking? The rhinoceros-horned octopus's divine will transmitted, saying in surprise, such a noble bloodline is very terrifying. It can be said to be invincible in the celestial emperor level. Other celestial emperors in the same realm, in your eyes, are like motionless ants. The time dimension is enough to hit them. You should know that even I, known as the strongest race in this celestial emperor realm, as a descendant of gods, my bloodline is not as terrifying as yours. I can only enter 53 times the flow of time, but... The rhinoceros-horned giant octopus roared, and his divine will erupted. So what if you are twice as fast as me? My size is enough to crush you to death. Poor cosmic bug. Boom, the rhinoceros-horned giant octopus exploded. The two of them immediately exchanged blows, fighting crazily to the peak. All types of terrifying divine light flickered about. In just a few minutes, due to the huge difference in size, the players were beaten to death. The next second, the light beams continued to descend. An existence was crawling along the huge white light. Nebula M78, warrior of the country of light, Tyler. Was it you who killed my brother Dana just now? Damn it, I must kill you. Aha! He roared angrily, and tears flashed in the corner of his eyes. I want to avenge my brother. The rhinoceros-horned giant octopus paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed arrogantly and domineeringly. Avenge your brother? He's just courting death. On the other side of the beam. Inside the eyeball, in front of a teleportation array. Line up, who wants to be next? Line up. An azure warrior stood guard in front of the light door. Through the descent of the light beams, you can be transformed into an elemental creature and fight to train your combat power. This is a rare opportunity. Such a large country bumpkin is very rare. But it also requires the help of the god bosses to control the magnifying glass and distort the rules. So the fee is 100,000 Sand Eagle coins. Are you guys robbing me? So expensive? Count me in. I'll be next. Countless people lined up in an orderly manner. Carolyn was dazed again. Suddenly, she was filled with emotions. There was actually such a charging method. It was simply too profitable. This trip was indeed very interesting. She saw all sorts of interesting things. In the vast universe. The rhinoceros-horned giant octopus slaughtered the corpses on the ground. But it was very confused. Except for the first corpse, which had a physical body after being killed and allowed it to absorb a huge amount of energy, the other powerhouses after being killed turned into light spots and disappeared. There was no energy left at all. Was this a characteristic of this mysterious unknown race? But so many pure bloodlines of the level 8 god can enter the complete high-dimensional spacetime. This is simply shocking. The rhinoceros horned giant octopus pondered. It feels like an ant nest has been destroyed. All of them are frantically seeking revenge. It is very likely that it is a moving race that passed by the universe. In the end, all of them came to seek revenge on me. This kind of race mode was not rare in its inherited memories. It's these creatures that are too stupid. They are hot-blooded, tearful, emotional, and all of them come to seek revenge for their brothers. What a stupid race. This kind of calabash brothers saving their grandfather mode, going one by one and roaring to seek revenge for the one in front, indeed made him secretly ridicule it. Only by attacking together could they pose a strong threat to him. But I can still kill some more. He laughed. Boom, this battle lasted for a very long time. Why are there so many of you? The rhinoceros horned giant octopus screamed. He felt that his strength was not enough. There were too many of them, and his strength was about to be exhausted. The rhinoceros horned giant octopus could not remember how many celestial emperors he had killed. More than 30? More than 40? The corpses were simply piled up into a mountain. At the same time, they all turned into light, leaving no energy behind. Boom, another Ultraman descended. He looked at the injured rhinoceros horned giant octopus and roared. He was full of hot-blooded, and his divine sense shook the world. Damn it. I want to take revenge for my clansmen. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I won't hesitate. No, you will die too. The rhinoceros horned giant octopus was full of fear. Let's stop. We shouldn't both suffer losses. Ugh, the Ultraman roared, my clansman used his own life to force you to this extent. You are covered in blood. How can I fail at the last moment? You have inadvertently killed one of our clansmen. We are already irreconcilable enemies. Our clan must kill you. The Azura Atman clan has never feared a battle, he loudly declared. The rhinoceros horned giant octopus was both shocked and angry. You are all lunatics. How can there be such lunatics in the universe? However, the octopus sneered and thought to itself, what a fool. I just casually provoked them and pretended to be seriously injured. Then, they swarmed over and kept coming to their deaths. Now that I've killed most of them and exhausted most of them, let them experience the despair of the universe. Boom, a terrifying aura completely exploded. As if some terrifying creature had descended. The space was torn apart. A true universe, true God descended on this land. This was a humanoid white creature the size of a normal human. It was as flexible as tofu. Feel despair. It turned around and looked at the Ultraman Jiade in front of it. It was as if it could already imagine the fear and despair of the other party. Do you know? The giant octopus you saw just now was actually killed by me. This god hid in his body to cultivate. And you are truly a foolish race. You don't even know what you are facing. He walked forward and snorted. I used this octopus creature as my hidden strength. I lured you all to die. I lured you all to kill me. Damn it. The Ultraman turned pale with fear. His face was full of despair. You are a god. You actually hid yourself so deeply. You could have directly crushed us heavenly emperors. Yet you hid behind the scenes and lured us to die? Shameless. You obviously had your main body to suppress our abilities. In the vast universe, those who don't know how to hide themselves will never live to the end. This tofu pudding creature had its hands behind its back. It stood in the void and strolled forward. Step by step, it was as if it was stepping on a ladder to heaven. You. Ultraman Jiade turned pale with fright and sucked in a breath of cold air. I am baiting you all to gamble. The white creature said indifferently. When you saw me covered in wounds and on the verge of death, you were unwilling to leave. You even used your own life as a wager and kept coming to die. You wanted to give me the final blow. You thought that one more attack would be enough to kill me. At the same time, the moment you all left, all your sacrifices would be in vain. The more you paid, the more unwilling you were to stop. In the end, it would become an endless cycle and you would be pulled into the abyss by me. The Ultraman Jiade was furious. We will not lose. you have already lost. For a race to have so many heavenly emperors, it is already extraordinary. The white creature lightly clapped. Boom, the self-proclaimed Ultraman died instantly. This strange-looking god stood in the void and said calmly, "These creatures are abnormally small. These creatures are abnormally small. They can be said to be the smallest creatures I've ever seen. But even with this size, they have such an exaggerated battle prowess. From this, I can tell that their genetic talents and cultivation techniques have definitely been excavated to an extremely mature degree. If I can steal their genes and their civilization's techniques, then I will." He knew that this was a great opportunity. He was now a 3-gene creature and was still preparing for the 4th bloodline. However, what civilization's bloodline talent should he fuse with, it would greatly affect his potential. Like many gods who could soar in the universe and set foot on planets, he had also wandered around some low-level civilizations. He was dissatisfied with their genes and immature techniques. However, the powerful high-level civilization's bloodline was not something he could covet. Before him, he was very satisfied with this civilization. Their bloodline genes are very special. Their bloodline techniques must have been deduced and matured to the extreme. That is why they have such exaggerated combat power. Moreover, their bloodline techniques are not limited to the current realm. It is very likely that they can reach the ultimate realm. He was very dissatisfied with the 3 genes he had previously. Finally, there was a powerful gene in front of him and a corresponding mature and powerful technique. After fusing it with his cultivation, his combat power would definitely be exaggerated and greatly increased. However, before he could react. Boom, the white light flashed again. An existence that was strong enough to crush and threaten him had arrived. Unexpectedly, another one had appeared. It was actually a god. Nebula M78, Country of Light's cosmic warrior, Ultraman Xianxia, the greatest and only pillar of light god. Is it you who killed so many of my people? The white tofu pudding creature. Carolyn was speechless, completely valuing these players. They hid their strength and actually hooked up a big fish? The opponent was hidden in the inner space and was enveloped by the octopus's internal energy. Even she did not notice it and directly overlooked it. But it was obvious that the opponent was also instantly dumbfounded. These strange creatures that called themselves Ultraman had the strength of gods. Why didn't they take it out earlier and instantly kill the rhinoceros-horned octopus, but instead released countless rank 7 celestial emperors to send them to their deaths? At this moment, the players were all discussing. So it's not the octopus? The octopus died long ago, leaving only a shell? I knew it, the octopus race doesn't seem to have high intelligence. How can they be so sinister? Our luck isn't too good, encountering a troublesome opponent right from the start. Luckily, we're quick-witted and more cautious than it. Bang bang bang, the 2 great gods instantly began to fight. One had to say, as the Azura Path's war god of massacre, the strongest extraordinary life form for killing, coupled with several divine weapons that could distort laws, an ant-like body could actually fight evenly with the opponent. The moment they attacked, they overturned the previous situation. After all, the top players on the rankings, coupled with the most exaggerated combat power bodies, how could ordinary players compare to them? In other words, this god himself was too weak. Unreasonably weak. He had the realm, but no corresponding combat power. Perhaps his genes were not the main battle genes, and he was originally a non-battle type of biological race. It seemed to be a parasitic race talent that entered the opponent's brain and controlled the opponent's body. Bang! The strongest spear. This Ultraman lightly grabbed the void. It's actually distorting laws. The white god screamed, extremely terrified. Not only are you the descendant of a rank 8 god, but also a rank 9 bloodline descendant. You have a law organ that has fused with flesh and blood. He took to his heels and ran. You think you can escape? In the next second, the Azura Path of war gods descended one after another. The white creature was completely stunned. 13 gods. It's actually, didn't they say that you're already the strongest existence of this race? This Azura Path warrior surrounded him and said, the strongest existence of the race, a total of 13, isn't it reasonable? Brothers, let's cut the nonsense and combine. Bring out the power you used to defeat the 3 pillar gods back then. Bang, an ultimate law being made his move. He was completely besieged and instantly knocked down. The 13 ants were extremely strong. As they carried him back, they said, "Oh right, do you know about the god of creation? The tofu pudding creature?" Even now, he had yet to react. That terrifying law life form just now might have already reached the pinnacle of the legendary rank 9 realm and set foot on that mysterious path. He was so shocked that his mind went blank. The players shook their heads and sighed. Then, do you know about the ancient gods in Buddhism? Oh, you might not understand. Do you know about the epic war between the true energy and the radiation lineage and the elemental creatures? In the past, the entire cosmos and heavens in the vicinity were destroyed and shaken. The tofu pudding creature, these tiny creatures began to discuss among themselves. Looks like it's another country bumpkin. That's right. They didn't even know about such an intense war back then. They're probably another country bumpkin civilization. Sigh, so lonely. The tofu pudding creature sneered. These people were lying to him again. How shameless. What god of creation? Great existences that could create an entire universe, did they really exist? He did not believe that there was a super-universe war. What a joke. However, although the low-level universes out there are very trashy, with weak people who don't even have level 9 pseudonomological law application methods, the universes are indeed super-huge vaults. There are walking humanoid energies with very weak combat strength everywhere. At this moment, the players were overjoyed. Divide and eat it. It's a huge profit. What the F***ck, this vast rank 8 god is probably enough for a few rank 9 gods to break through, right? We're rich. It was a pleasant surprise to encounter such a huge profit on their first attempt. Soon, this humanoid being, which was a 10,000-meter giant to them, was instantly sent into their eyes. Tiny ant-like creatures walked inside in an orderly manner. This is a Permian super spacetime? There's also a huge soul space? There's even a hint of distorted laws. The tofu pudding creature was extremely shocked and horrified. He knew that this kind of civilization technology could only be mastered by a rank 9 universe overlord. Whoosh. He was quickly sent to the test bench. Looking at a group of ants studying him, he felt extremely humiliated. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. It was a tiny god covered in white porcelain slowly approaching, exuding a terrifying aura that made it difficult for him to move. He was completely shocked. Those creatures lied to me again. They clearly said that the 13 of them were the strongest, but in the end, another one appeared that I couldn't even see through. From the beginning to the end, not a single word was credible. He hurriedly opened his psionic vision and saw an extremely terrifying scene. A creature covered in dark red energy. Dark red was a color that would only appear when one's soul and flesh were perfectly fused with one another. And the perfect dark red creature in front of him, the fusion represented, the legendary 100% fusion of flesh and blood. That's the legendary, overlord of the heavens and myriad worlds. A great person who transcends the laws of the universe. An invincible existence that can rule an entire galaxy. He was extremely terrified, feeling like he had fallen into an abyss. A tiny universe creature race, in this eyeball-shaped spaceship, how can there be such? Carolyn looked at this new creature with interest, spreading her divine sense slightly. Name? Race? Age? Energy talent? Your Majesty, Mikkel, my name is Mikkel, I'm from the Cerebrate race. The white tofu-like creature hurriedly replied, can we descend into the low-dimensional spacetime to communicate? Maintaining such a high frequency for our lifespan is really, in this horrifying high-speed spacetime, he could not live more than 2 months, how could he not be terrified, unless it was a battle, no one would be willing to do so. Low-dimensional spacetime? Carolyn was slightly startled. They were forced to be in extreme spacetime at all times, unlike these free gods who could adjust their speed in high-dimensional spacetime at any time. Whoosh. Suddenly, a transparent figure slowly descended from the void, like a projection. Ancient god. Carolyn hurriedly bowed. Mikkel was instantly scared out of his wits. Even a universe overlord like this, a person who transcends the laws of the universe, has to respectfully worship. What kind of ancient universe's taboo existence was this? He felt that his life was completely turned upside down. super ancient deity, Carolyn lightly bowed. Beside her, the other players also respectfully bowed, no longer daring to say anything. No one dared to court death. Their hearts shook. So this big shot has always been paying attention to this matter. But that's to be expected. It would be strange if the super ancient deity didn't pay attention to Carolyn and the microcosm world. Do you have any doubts about the time dimension? The super ancient deity softly asked. Carolyn nodded, ignoring the super life form on top of the experiment platform, and softly answered, "Indeed, we seem to be different from the beings outside of civilization." Whoosh, Carolyn lightly grabbed. As the white cerebrate deity screamed and panicked, he suddenly grabbed a space in its body and opened a spatial door. Whoosh. Space and time slightly warped. Inside was a city with a unique style. Black circular stone buildings. There were numerous humanoid beings of various sizes that resembled overminds, walking on the streets, talking and talking. They were the offspring of the overmind. However, these beings gave off a strange feeling of disharmony, as if they were in a different time dimension. The beings of this world were moving so slowly that they were like statues. As if they were two different flows of time. Obviously, the flow of time in their city was extremely slow, which was normal. They should be the normal beings of a normal world, while we are much, much faster than them, Carolyn said. That is indeed the case, the super ancient deity answered. Suji's sudden arrival was something he didn't expect. Although he had already guessed that as they went to the outside universe and saw the true civilizations of the universe, they would sooner or later notice this abnormality. Without comparison, they wouldn't be able to notice. But once they compared it to the outside world, they would definitely notice. One day was one time, now it's 100 times, 100 years in a day, that's equivalent to a deity. Under such a terrifying speed, their lifespan is only 3 months. What do you think? The super ancient deity smiled. Carolyn went silent for a bit, then honestly answered, the difference in the flow of time is only relative. We have truly lived for such a long time, the super ancient deity asked. What do you think is the advantage? Carolyn reorganized her thoughts. Under such circumstances, the development of civilization is unimaginably fast. Rapid generations, birth, age, sickness, and death. The speed of development of a civilization is so fast that it's terrifying. The super ancient divinity asked again, what do you think are the disadvantages? Disadvantage, this time, Carolyn turned silent. After thinking for a while, she said, if we're talking about disadvantages, there isn't any real disadvantage, as we've indeed lived for such a long time. If we're talking about disadvantages, it's the way the outside world views us. In their eyes, we're indeed floating creatures, living in the morning and dying in the evening. It's very sad. After all, a civilization of tens of thousands of years would only exist for a few years in reality. That was indeed pitiful. The archaic divinity smiled, our civilization is a cursed race, but also a blessed race. I and another friend once made a wish to an unknown entity, paying an unimaginable price to obtain this curse. As soon as these words were spoken, the world was turned upside down. The cerebrate god was horrified. There was actually such a terrifying universe taboo existence, forcefully fixing a race in a high-dimensional spacetime to accelerate, my god. This was accelerating the speed of an individual race. Not accelerating an entire space. The cerebrate god could not help but scream in his heart. He knew a lot. In his inherited memories, there were some records of rank 9 taboo existences. Existences of this level rarely cared about the disputes of the river systems under their command. Such overlords of the galaxy universe could create a spatial land, distorted in a high-dimensional spacetime, achieve an extreme speed of 100 years a day, and deduce a high-speed world inside it to complete some kind of research. Forcefully distorting spacetime, allowing ordinary life forms in the entire space to have a rank 8 god's thought path, it was simply ridiculous. To be able to do this, even among the rank 9 existences, it was unimaginably terrifying. However, that was accelerating an entire space. And now, it was even more terrifying. It was not a space, but an individual life form. What did this mean? Instead of staying in the high-dimensional spacetime cage land, they could go out and go to the outside world. They could also accelerate like this. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. It's even more terrifying than I imagined. Not only are rank 9 existences that transcend the universe, but they might also know the secrets of a higher universe. He knew that he was definitely dead. What kind of terrifying and mysterious high-dimensional civilization was this? As for Carolyn, when she heard this, her heart was also shaken. You communicated with a certain existence in ancient times, distorting our race in the high-dimensional space-time? Could it be, the god of creation? According to the previous history, the god of creation was able to communicate. It was originally the manifestation of the laws of the universe, symbolizing some kind of equivalent exchange. The previous demon god Medusa, through equivalent exchange, obtained an opportunity to enter the land of origin of all things, but he also paid a high enough price, and finally disappeared in the unknown spacetime. Whether he was dead or alive, no one knew. The players were also completely shocked. It's very possible, it's the god of creation? If not, could it be the rank 10? The players also had similar guesses. Could it be the father of Dizun? The ultimate rank 10 existence of the universe? All the ancient myths and history were hidden deeper than imagined, they did not have time to think. At this time, the super ancient god finally revealed the origin, smiling. Our race has been living in the high-dimensional spacetime for a long time, above the countless civilizations of the universe, transcending all things. If you want to communicate with the outside low-dimensional civilizations, you will have to lower your own dimensions, becoming creatures of low-dimensional spacetime to be able to communicate with them. Kacha, the super ancient god, gently grabbed an ancient sword and stabbed it into the ground. This is the sword of breaking blessings. Back then, Wish had also considered this factor. With it, one can control the speed of one's thoughts and enter a lower dimension. Just like humans, occasionally stopping to observe those funny ants on the ground, listening to their conversation, the super ancient god said indifferently. Carolyn held the sword. It was very ordinary, there was no perception, even her divine will was accurate to the particle level, sensing every single metal particle, there was no abnormality. But suddenly, she found that she could control the speed of thinking time and space. This was the power of the rank 8 path that a rank 8 god would have. However, she did not feel it in the past. Now that she had completed the rank 9 path, she finally felt the true existence of the rank 8 path. Clatter clatter, she quickly lowered her dimension to the most normal time flow, but it was exactly the same as Earth's normal speed. She saw the city of brainworms, the speed was changing rapidly, moving at a very fast speed. In a low-dimensional civilization, you can just play around a bit, observe the local customs. The super ancient god smiled. It's not that there are no powerful existences in these civilizations, nor is it that they are too low level, but in the end, you have to consider the war between our enemy universes. This is the right thing to do. Yes, Carolyn quickly agreed. At the same time, don't let our extraordinary bloodline leak out. Whoosh. As soon as the super ancient god finished speaking, he disappeared. Carolyn held the long sword in her hand, feeling a mysterious and hazy sense of health. She felt that part of the god's authority that she had lost and could not control was completely returning. I'm done for. The Cerebrate god's mind was buzzing. He knew that he was definitely going to die. This is too scary, a super mysterious reclusive space civilization that lives eternally in the higher dimension of the universe. To think that I was thinking of stealing their bloodlines and transcendent cultivation methods just now. And they actually have a terrifying opponent, a war with a high-level space civilization. Those cunning fellows from before did not lie to me. When the players heard this, their hearts shook as they looked at the ancient long sword. F***ck we're rich. As long as we think of a way to get close to that long sword, us gods who have broken through can also withstand that curse and adjust our higher dimension to synchronize with Earth's time. But how to tell Carolyn is a problem. Moreover, it's only temporary. It looks like we can't resist forever. The players were whispering, discussing the possibilities of the future. They also felt that the truth was too scary. As for the Cerebrate god, his face was filled with shock, confusion, and despair. At this moment, he looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the big world. He was instantly scared silly. After all, their harvest was that day's scary experience, not this Cerebrate god. How could a country bumpkin have any harvest? Screenshots. Screenshots. They continuously sent them to the outside network. And the outside network was also rapidly boiling. High dimension spacetime fixed, huge difference in size, Previously, the first big octopus was a coincidence, but what about the second? After seeing the space civilization outside, they finally understood the difference in their own civilization. This is very scary. In this world that we rule, even ordinary mortals can be fixed in a higher dimension that only gods can enjoy. No wonder, the strength of gods was not obvious to us before. It even felt like they were one level higher than a level 7 heavenly emperor. So, even gods have a path to level 8. It's just that we both have it, so we didn't notice. Maybe those powerful level 9 beings can also distort the high-dimensional space of some mortals and bring creatures in, but they can't do it to such an unbelievable extent. Countless netizens were discussing and having heated discussions. There were all kinds of arguments. Let's make an analogy. Only after going to the countryside for a vacation did he realize the superiority of living in the city. After all, he had been born in the city, so he had no idea how happy he was. At this time, the famous reviewer and analysis master, Akina Yamaguchi, came out to speak. Ahem, hello, everyone. Let me give you an analysis. As we all know, I was abandoned by those two bastards, and I also worked crazily on Mount Akina under the eyes of the furious Dicky. Everyone was stunned. This fellow was abandoned and could only hide in the Seven Realms Celestial Court to browse the forums. I personally believe that the mysterious history of the ancient mythological civilization, the era of the ancient god civilization, has been completely revealed. First, let me analyze the reason for our size. The size of our civilization is very small. We didn't have a comparison before, but now we can see it. From the size of the moon goddess season world to this cerebrate god, so. What's the advantage of being small? I don't need to say much. All of you are keyboard saints. You break through quickly, but your combat power is low at the same level. We can call our world a small-sized civilization. Then, how did the small-sized ancient divine being and the other being crush the regular class 9 beings of other worlds? Everyone nodded. Of course, their combat power was far from enough. Could it be that the ancient gods had unlimited lifespans and accumulated combat power to make up for the difference in size? To understand why the two could become the overlords of the level 9, first, we must understand what is the fundamental advantage of a big size. Huge energy. At the same level, you are an ant, and the other is a giant. Your energy is 1, and the other is 10,000. How can you fight? There is no way to fight. That is the fundamental reason. Everyone nodded again. That was indeed the fundamental reason. Then, is there a way for a small size to make up for the lack of energy? I personally think there is. How? 9 revolutions mysterious art. There are countless beings in the body. If there are 1,000,000,000,000 beings in the body, the amount of energy is equivalent, right? Then, if you use the Pangareel body to expand to the same size, won't the gap be closed? 9 revolutions mysterious art transformation. As soon as he said that, everyone felt like they had been struck by lightning. The 9 revolutions mysterious art was indeed the only way to defeat a large size. If the 9 revolutions mysterious art contained more beings, the energy furnace it provided would naturally be larger. In the end, it could make up for the energy difference in size in an alternative way. However, the ancient combat power analyzed by Mount Akina was not limited to that. His next step was even more eye-popping. You are wrong again. The 9 revolutions mysterious art is not the only way to make up for the difference in size. Previously, we guessed that the fallen Hermes cultivated true chi and was an ancient existence like the Taoist ancestor. Of course, he used the ultimate Taoist cultivation method, the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Then, what ultimate Buddhist cultivation method did the ancient god use to make up for the gap of 9 levels? Everyone's mind buzzed. One by one, names appeared in their minds: 3 pillar gods, infinite, all beings. This transcendence golden body could do the same. Then, these two, as the ancestors of Buddhism, Taoism, and Taoism respectively, each had the ability to make up for the lack of combat power in the later stages. Perfect fit, it was a perfect fit, countless people gasped. It was as if a piece of the puzzle had been completely put together. Obviously, these two existences had a long time to study the extreme bloodline and body cultivation method. Naturally, they made up for the lack of size. Then, where did they get the time? Some people will definitely say, aren't they unlimited? How can they not have the time? Yes. They have unlimited lifespans, but no matter how amazing they are, they can't solve all civilizations. Otherwise, Di-Chi, Carolyn, and the others wouldn't want to use all beings to help them deduce their cultivation method. Everyone was silent. Some people should have thought of it. In ancient times, they must have planned to use the entire civilization to help them deduce, to launch a journey to the west. However, the speed of normal civilization is too slow. Tens of thousands of years is really tens of thousands of years. Wouldn't it be very difficult to deduce until then? If it were you, what would you do? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Time accelerated. A word appeared in their minds. Yes, just like you think, if 10,000 years turned into 3 months, how good would that be? Therefore, at this time, the two ancient gods paid a huge price and prayed to a certain existence. They begged the entire civilization to enter the most extreme of the universe's higher dimension. The entire civilization, including yourself, accelerated the burning of life. Are you afraid? Of course I am afraid. Even a rank 9 with a lifespan of about 100,000 years would only live a short 3 to 4 years in the real world if they stayed in that higher dimension forever. That was indeed the case. Everyone followed the train of thought of Mount Akina and felt terrified. Under such circumstances, even a rank 9 would be afraid and hesitate to death. There was only one kind of people who were not afraid. That was the people with eternal life. They used their means of eternal life to accelerate the speed of themselves and the entire civilization, deducing the greatest and most prosperous civilization in the universe. At the same time, they were not afraid of death. This was the root of their civilization's prosperity. As for us, why did we develop so quickly? That's because we've also inherited this flourishing speed. Crazy iterations, and even crazy recovery of the ancient civilization. At the same time, because of our small size, it coincided with this advantage. Perfect layering, although our combat power was lower at the same level, it allowed us to break through faster. Through the countless eras, we were naturally stronger. Then, let us continue to deduce the next course of history. The two ancient gods must have used this speed to crazily deduce their techniques. Their small bodies were enough to sweep through the entire universe and rule over a piece of land, becoming an invincible rank 9 overlord in the nearby endless heavens. Next, it would be Moon Goddess Ji's attack. We know that Moon Goddess Ji was an elemental creature with a normal size, or even larger. The two ancient gods were small creatures, but they used terrifying techniques to make up for the difference in size and energy. Then, how did Moon Goddess Ji defeat one of them? Everyone was confused. Personally, I think there is only one ideal possibility, or even the most logical, and that is, Moon Goddess Ji learned the 9 revolutions mysterious art, or people resonance. As soon as this was said, everyone was speechless. That's right. If the ancient deities and the others cultivated these two techniques, their physiques and combat prowess would be able to fight against giants. Then, what about those with even larger physiques who cultivated these two techniques? Wouldn't their combat power be even more earth-shattering? Some were completely speechless. We don't actually know how the battle went. Did Moon Goddess Ji obtain a bloodline technique like the 9 revolutions mysterious art? We don't know, and there are still mysteries in the history of this time. But we can see that Moon Goddess Ji did obtain some things. For example, the blood of eternal life, and his world became like our world, existing in the limit of thought, space and time, iterating madly. The flow of time is also crazy. From this, we can see that Moon Goddess Ji probably obtained the secret method to communicate with the mysterious forbidden existence, and used a huge price to exchange for it. The speed of Mount Akina was indeed terrifying, to think of this. After all, the other rank 9s are afraid of this, but is he? He was afraid before, and now he is no longer afraid, because he also obtained the blood of eternal life. Speeding up like crazy is not a problem. Boom, everyone's mind exploded. As soon as this was said, everyone had a complicated look on their faces. The analysis of Mount Akina's speed was so perfect that it was shocking. This big boss was indeed terrifyingly strong, and was comparable to the secluded mountain prefecture lord and the Dizun in terms of intelligence. At this moment, Mount Akina took a deep breath. He looked at the last sentence silently, and was already typing on the keyboard. But he did not choose to send it, and instead, deleted it slowly. Because he knew that the last sentence was enough to shock the whole world. So, he did not dare to send it. The last sentence was, "Then where did he obtain the blood of eternal life, where did he exchange for the forbidden existence, and where did the ancient gods find the descendant of the rank 10 ultimate existence, the Dizun?" I think these 3 locations might be in the same place, a very mysterious place. Moon Goddess Ji started the war to obtain the coordinates of this place is, Earth. In the end, the speculation of Mount Akina's speed was not posted. Because it was too shocking. If this kind of core secret was really true, then it would completely explode some things. He silently deleted the last paragraph and thought to himself, in that case, our Earth might have a terrifying secret. It's very mysterious and unknown, and it's worth excavating and exploring. In reality, it might be worth paying attention. Of course, after deleting this paragraph, he directly began to make the final conclusion on the internet. Then, the entire mythological history is logical. The ancient gods and the creatures of the civilization were small in size, and their characteristics were fast breakthroughs, but low combat power at the same level. But in order to achieve immortality, they chose a mysterious taboo, equivalent exchange, and let the whole race enter the higher dimension. So, they developed rapidly, and all kinds of bloodline cultivation methods dominated the world. Taoism's 9 revolutions, mysterious art, Buddhism's all beings golden body, and then the moon god sees an attack. Then, who exactly is that mysterious existence? It is still unknown, but it seems that there are 2 possibilities. One is the god of creation, the other is the mysterious 10th level ultimate. If it is really the 10th level ultimate, then Dizun may be the descendant of this existence. Everyone nodded silently. The above is my conjecture. It is very logical, but it is only a conjecture. Finally, the most important and also the most important point. 10 million. 10 million. Don't leak the corresponding extraordinary cultivation methods of the civilization bloodline. The reason why we are strong is that our civilization developed extremely fast, and the cultivation methods we researched are heaven-defying. With these cultivation methods, we can make up for the difference in size. If we let others learn cultivation methods like the 9 revolutions mysterious art, maybe the second moon god season will appear directly. Everyone's heart trembled, naturally feeling the horror. They were indeed city people, and those were indeed country bumpkins, but country bumpkins also had geniuses. They were just limited by the times, and they were too slow, so they could only farm in the countryside. But if they could get the knowledge of city people, they might be able to use airplanes and cannons in an instant. Yes, you guys have to be careful. Don't screw up. Countless people were discussing this. It was very lively on the internet, and everyone was talking about this knowledge. It was like the tide, and it felt like the whole world had been completely turned upside down. Or it could be said that the entire worldview of the ancient mythological history was completely laid out in front of them, at this time, in the spaceship of the eyeball. The cerebrate god was fixed on a huge experimental platform, and he was scared out of his wits. Maybe this is a dream. He felt as if his world had been turned upside down. It was as if he had suddenly fallen into a hole in a parallel universe. He had transmigrated. He had transmigrated to an unimaginable super-civilization in the universe, transmigrating into a magical blockbuster movie. Its spiritual fluctuations are very abnormal. Carolyn had a calm expression on her face. At her level, there was no longer any need for her to dissect them. These low-dimensional life forms that weren't warped and shielded by the laws were just like a piece of wet rice paper. One poke and it would break. They were not on the same level at all. It was like a higher dimensional life form observing a lower dimensional life form. In a higher dimension, he was like a planar dissection. His flesh, organs, tissues, and bones were all exposed in front of her eyes. There were no secrets. It was like a rank 8 god standing in a higher dimensional space, observing the rank 7 celestial emperor who was almost completely still, like a statue of a mortal. They were not in the same dimension at all. His 3 god genes are very heterogeneous. One should be the primitive cerebrate gene of his race, which should be able to invade the body of living beings as a parasite. The other is the common fire elemental gene, as well as the spiritual energy absorption of a giant octopus. All three have corresponding cultivation systems, but they are all very rough cultivation methods. They haven't been deduced to the extreme, and they are all going in the wrong direction. No wonder his combat power is so weak. 3 genes, none of them have a main battle gene, and they are all very low level. This doesn't mean that his 3 genes aren't strong, because no one can guarantee the potential of these genes without a mature cultivation method. The Cerebrate god's mind was blank. Carolyn frowned and commented, too barbaric, too primitive. This kind of god, any random one from the 7 realms celestial court, is countless times stronger than him. After all, they are all mature, which raise true bodies, sea of consciousness, and immortal path. The Cerebrate god was imprisoned and allowed to study his body. He was so shocked that his heart almost collapsed. He was already considered a peerless genius among billions of living beings. He rose from poverty and experienced the destruction and disasters of his native planet. Once the planet was highly developed, war broke out, and the entire planet was no longer suitable for habitation. The atmosphere was destroyed, and it became a vacuum. He brought his weak civilization and started an interstellar drifting plan. After thousands of years, he killed his way to this place and wandered from planet to planet. Along the way, he was also suppressed by powerful civilizations and plundered from low-level civilizations. This could be written into an exciting epic hymn. He was already a god of the entire civilization, and he barely managed to collect these cultivation methods. He thought of himself as the great hero of the entire race, but he was scolded so badly. If the residents of the space in his body knew that their invincible and great true god Mikkel was instantly dissected and studied, as if he had been passed by an advanced civilization and thrown on a test bench like a little chick, they would definitely collapse in fear. Perhaps a great god of an entire civilization could cross planets, but in the vast universe, he was just a weakling that could be seen everywhere. There were countless such existences in the vast universe. Which god had experienced all of this? A level 9 world, a great god who transcended the universe, the overlord of the galaxy, was simply an unattainable dream for them. We've already exhausted all our strength to climb to the level of God. How can we compare to a high-dimensional universe civilization like yours that has already been systemized and mass-produced gods? However, the Cerebrate god roared in his heart, unwilling to give up. Carolyn was still analyzing. This kind of cultivation method is very likely the work of the individual elites of the civilization. Their vision is much lower than ours, and they relied on their own derivation to form extraordinary cultivation methods. It's incomplete and rough, or even the wrong direction, and they passed it on to the masses. Or, their population base number is low, resulting in an incomplete derivation route, and they can only choose the relatively undeformed one. In reality, even a level 8 god could derive cultivation methods. With their current vision, knowledge, and talent, would these level 9 existences not have the ability to derive a cultivation method system themselves? Of course they did. Then why did they need the help of all living beings to derive it? Because no matter how strong a person was, it was still one-sided. Influenced by their own subjective consciousness, and according to their own ideas and derivation system, there was a high chance that they would go astray. After all, there were thousands of cultivation methods derived from a gene. Only a large number of living beings could derive the most perfect possibilities. It was like the survival of the fittest. In the end, the species with this bloodline, the living beings of the land, would choose the most correct path. At this moment, Carolyn pondered for a few seconds and gently grabbed a tube of extraordinary blood reagent. It was the primordial human gene of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. She planned to inject it into this god to experiment. At the side, the players were shocked and felt uneasy. Carolyn wants to infuse the primordial human's inner space gene bloodline into it. Just now, the big boss of Mount Akina said that the bloodline mustn't be leaked. Yes, the Sea of Consciousness gene of the inner space is related to the important foundation of the celestial court of the 7 realms. This gene is divided into 2 routes. Opening the inner space in the mind is called the Sea of Consciousness, and it cultivates the primordial spirit of the original body. Seizing the body of a monster to become the primordial spirit and live in the Sea of Consciousness is also a method for monsters to transform. The inner space opened in the lower abdomen is called the Dan Tian, which is the combat system of the wizard tribe. The ultimate route of cultivating the Dan Tian, is the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The people at the side were shocked. The inner space gene was the fundamental gene for many of their cultivation methods. Once they had this gene, they could cultivate most of the mature cultivation methods. Don't panic, Carolyn knows what she's doing, Meng Mei said calmly. Whoosh. Carolyn forcibly infused the 4th gene into this creature. Ah! The cerebrate god screamed loudly. He felt that there was an inexplicable and terrifying torrent in his body, destroying every part of his flesh and blood. It was painful and intense. So painful? Carolyn was slightly stunned. Logically speaking, igniting the divine fire of the 3rd gene will allow one to break through to the 8th level god, and this high-level 8th level god can already ignite the 4th gene and start preparing for the path to the 9th level. However, it was actually in so much pain. It was hard to believe. On the other side, Suji heard the voice of a subbrain of the Zerg tribe. There is a foreign creature in the process of fusing with the Zerg tribe gene. Do you want to activate the gene protection mode? At this time, Carolyn was conducting an experiment on extraterrestrial beings. Suji was naturally watching. For him, this was also an extremely important and meaningful experiment. After all, it was the first time he had truly studied a rank 8 life form in the universe other than the Zerg race. It could also be considered a major exploration and discovery. However, at this time, Suji was slightly stunned. The backdoor gene lock of the Zerg race actually included this. Suji was stunned. External transcendent beings integrated with the genes of the Zerg race will be detected by the pillar god of the Zerg race, the subbrain of the Zerg race? The subbrain of the Zerg race replied mechanically. Of course it can sense it and destroy it. However, there are also powerful existences that can break through the defensive barrier of the Zerg race and steal the evolved genes of the Zerg race. There are too many incredible things in the universe. Suji nodded. In other words, it could be the ultimate rank 10 or even more mysterious existences. As long as their realms suppressed the overall strength of the Zerg race by too much, they could break through the defense mechanism of the subbrain of the Zerg race's pillar god and plunder the gene bank of the Zerg race. If they killed the Zerg race, they could naturally plunder the entire civilization. After all, what was the greatest foundation of the Zerg race? The gene bank. The greatest wealth was the transcendent genes and cultivation systems that the Zerg race Queen Mother had derived in each era. Knowledge was the power of everything. The gene bank of the Zerg race was the wealth of the accumulation of knowledge. Naturally, he had to put the biggest safe in front of him to prevent others from stealing it. The gene bank that I derived is the greatest wealth of the Zerg race. In simple words, it is intellectual property. At the same time, it is also a huge treasure that others are most jealous of. Suji took a deep breath. He naturally knew how terrifying it was. The crystallization of each era's civilization, the genes of the entire race, the genes in the inner space. The genes could be pulled out at any time and the corresponding species could be produced. All of these were great wealth. Other civilizations were not as heaven-defying as the Zerg race. The Zerg race could derive all kinds of genes on their own. They were a super race that could have unlimited types of genes. Moreover, they could also quickly develop corresponding mature cultivation techniques. Other civilizations in the universe, their genes were definitely fixed and could not be ever-changing. It was only now that Suji had a comparison with other civilizations that he realized just how vast the wealth of the gene bank he had in his hands was. Suji felt that even the most powerful existences in the universe would be envious. The enormous gene bank evolved by the bug race wanted to hunt down this kind of existence. The bug race possessed such heaven-defying power, causing them to be incomparably powerful. However, it was also because of this power that they might be coveted by countless terrifying existences in the unknown universe. Maybe the bug tribe Queen Mother didn't die of a mishap. She was hunted down and beaten to death, Suji mumbled in a low voice. Countless terrifying beings of the same level besieged her, or perhaps she encountered an even more indescribable existence of a higher dimension, who slapped her to death with a single slap. It was to steal the gene bank that she had opened, as well as the foundations of various civilizations, emptying them all. No wonder I did not have any gene bank of the previous generation left behind. I had to start anew by myself. Suji was shocked by this terrifying thought. He straightened himself. Suji realized that he had another speculation about the cause of death of the bug tribe Queen Mother. Suji was getting more and more interested in the mystery of the cause of death of the previous bug tribe queen mother. Suji looked at the agonized face of the brainworm god and suddenly ordered, "Allow gene fusion." Not only did Carolyn want to experiment, but Suji also wanted to experiment. Executing. A mechanical voice came from the subbrain of the bug race. Swoosh, on the huge experiment platform. The brainworm god's body was collapsing. Puddles of rotten flesh appeared, emitting a foul stench. It was extremely miserable. It's rejecting the opposite sex too much. Carolyn's expression was calm. Her eyes flickered as her divine sense covered every corner. If it continues to forcefully fuse, it'll probably die immediately. Swoosh, Carolyn reached out her hand. She directly removed 2/3 of the brainworm god's body, cutting off the parts with the most severe gene breakdown. Only the chest and the area above the head were left, and it was screaming loudly. Don't move. I'll heal you. Carolyn's expression was calm. F***ck. Seeing this scene, the players were scared out of their wits. He looked like a lab rat. Only now did they remember what kind of person Carolyn was. Back in the day, among the Ashutl people, she was a mad scientist who wasn't recognized by the mainstream. She did all kinds of genetic modification, biological research, dissection, analysis of the gene bank, and finally wrote the law of death into the genes, establishing a perfect society. So miserable. Trembling from being studied by others. Only now do we realize that bringing Carolyn here was a strange choice. After all, with her personality, she'll definitely be a mad scientist, doing biological genetic experiments. Countless people looked at the miserable state of this god, feeling horrified that he had fallen to such a state. But Carolyn's life modification domain is very suitable for us Azure warriors. A player said. I'm willing to be modified by her. Everyone looked at him, feeling that this person was also quite fierce. Immediately, someone patted the big octopus. See that? We're the ones who treat you well, never doing any research, we're a group of peace-loving people. The big octopus was trembling in fear. Seeing this, Suji asked the subbrain of the bug race, "You've already unlocked the permission, why can't you fuse?" A voice came from the subbrain of the bug race, "The success rate of gene fusion between people of the same race is naturally very high, after all, they're of the same species. However, in the real universe, the success rate of gene fusion between different races is very low, and it's very difficult." Suji was stunned. So that was how it was. They all looked different, but in essence, they were all bugs. Naturally, the success rate of gene fusion was relatively high. However, in the real universe, when a real race fused with the genes of another race to achieve a leap in life level, the death rate was still very high. Looking at it this way, the path of cultivation in the universe is really more difficult than I imagined. No wonder it's not easy for experts to appear, Suji said calmly. In the universe, God still had to climb one more time path of the 8th level high-dimensional spacetime path, which was also astonishingly difficult. At the same time, all kinds of crude techniques were used, and the success rate of gene fusion was also very low. There were even some gods who traveled through the universe, flying from planet to planet. If they really couldn't find a gene that could be used for cultivation, they would just randomly fuse with one and be done with it. Most of the wandering experts were unorthodox without any foundation. They only had the realm, but they didn't have the corresponding strength. Among the 3 genes, to be able to find a gene with a corresponding cultivation technique was already very strong. As for the powerful high-level races in the universe, they were all proud of their race's mature bloodline cultivation techniques. At the same time, they resisted others from stealing their race's bloodline, and their cultivation techniques were not leaked. At the same time, these high-level races would also steal the bloodline and mature cultivation techniques of other races. It seems that the biggest opportunity this brainworm god obtained was secretly killing a big octopus, stealing the octopus's Dyson sphere gene bloodline, as well as the crude cultivation techniques of their race, Suji pondered. Seeing this, Suji lost interest and watched as Carolyn continued her experiments on the cerebrate god. Although he did not say it directly, he inevitably gave the players the feeling that he was a country bumpkin. I always feel that instead of wandering outside, it's better to continue deducing and developing civilizations in my own orchard. It's more comfortable and efficient. His expression was extremely calm. He was not being arrogant. He knew that there were definitely advanced civilizations in the universe that were unimaginably strong. But such existences were very rare, perhaps 1 in 100, or even 1 in 10,000. After all, not every civilization could be like the Zergs and develop at such a high speed. Forget it, let them do their research and travel. I have to get down to business, Suji said quietly. They had descended according to the coordinates. Originally, they had chosen the weakest one, but they did not expect to encounter a god hidden among them. It was a bad start. Next, they would definitely find the second big octopus that was alone nearby. The target was gradually getting stronger, and the route of this trip had been set. In that case, let's go directly to the final route and take a look. The core gathering place of the 7 or 8 big octopuses should be a civilization. We've set it up in advance. Let's set Medusa's coordinates as well. Suji felt that it did not matter if the other party's civilization was low level. He could throw Medusa or forcefully increase the difficulty. After all, why would he need an advanced civilization? Where in the universe would there be a mature advanced civilization for him to discover? Reality was cruel. The other party would definitely mask their coordinates and hide in the void. It was impossible to find them. Did they deliberately tell him the location of their hometown to attack him? That was a fool's dream. Being able to encounter some unorthodox, low-level god planets was already the limit. Gods with stronger combat power and mature systems could start to mask their coordinates. Then, even without advanced civilizations, the energy of the big octopuses would be enough. Medusa lacks energy, so she will definitely raise these big octopuses as her power station. As long as she has a power station, the crystal wall system and the multiverse will be a high-level extraordinary civilization. She will beat Carolyn and the others until they cry. Who was Medusa? In terms of lifespan and seniority, Dickie, the oldest of the three, had to call her great-grandmother. Now, after all these years of seclusion and wandering around other civilizations, out of the 129,600 creatures, there were already more than 60,000 gods, more than half of them. As long as he didn't break through to the 9th rank, or was just half a step away from the weak 9th rank, Carolyn and the other two would be able to defeat him with a single slap. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level, he could just slap her in the face. It was just that extreme. If you didn't kill me instantly, then I would kill you instantly. They are still out there, hunting octopuses and searching for energy. In that case, I can descend earlier. Suji tore through the void and spent some time before directly jumping to their destination. Whoosh. Space fluctuated. Suji's doppelganger slowly descended on this land. This was a huge galaxy in the universe. The sky was dotted with stars, and the galaxy flickered in the darkness. From afar, Suji saw a planet with signs of life and civilization. Suji was not in a hurry. He then turned around and looked at a nearby river system. As expected, it's a civilization. There are more than 10 planets, and many races live here. That cerebrate god is wandering at the border. There are also many auras of giant octopuses nearby. As expected, this is the home of his race. Suji was very calm. These planets were not much of a threat. He could clearly feel that they were too weak. Regardless of size, the number of gods added up in the entire civilization was not even comparable to a large immortal sect in the primordial world. They are indeed as weak as I imagined. If their genes don't have any major mysterious characteristics, then it doesn't matter. Suji's eyes flashed. If there are any special characteristics, the Zergs will absorb the genes of these planets and enter high-speed spacetime to deduce a civilization and frantically update themselves. Let's see the results. Only Suji could do this. For him, deducing the corresponding mature cultivation method of the genes was very simple. It was just another Genesis era, opening up an extraordinary civilization sand table world. It all depended on whether it was worth it or not. But genes that even the Zergs felt were special, how small was the probability, as for going to a low-level civilization to pretend? Perhaps Suji would come for a vacation on a whim. However, at the moment when Suji evaluated, he instantly issued a death sentence. There was not much value in using them. Even Carolyn would be extremely disappointed. After all, the infinite potential and possibilities of the universe hoped to find rare beasts and observe them, not a group of ordinary creatures with no special characteristics. But mediocrity without special characteristics is the highest probability in the vast universe. Just like how Dicky flew for 7,000 years and only encountered a giant octopus. Suji shook his head and sighed. How can you encounter a golden axe just by touching it? In the dark forest of the universe, the golden axe hides in the void so that you won't see it. However, Suji suddenly sensed something. He gently slid through space and descended on a special land. Suji turned around and revealed a look of shock. He saw a super terrifying scene. This was a huge planet. Perhaps, it was no longer a planet, it was a vast square black courtyard that was not very regular. The courtyard was very big, and it was covered with mountains and streams. In the center of the huge courtyard was a huge unique black castle that was shaped by countless planets. The dark wind was magical, giving people a strange and mysterious feeling as if it was a vampire castle. High up in the castle, there was a semicircular thick fog. Wisps of colorful light surrounded the top of the castle, forming a special planet's atmosphere. From afar, it looked like an ancient black iron castle in a fairyland. This huge planet's polymer really coincided with the legendary Heaven's Square and Earth's Circle. Suji was a little stunned. It was the first time he saw a planet that was not round, but he quickly reacted. This is an extremely mature planet modification and fusion technology. He thought that the low-level civilization of the giant octopus was just this, but he did not expect. It seems that I've finally encountered something amazing. The giant octopus race is actually related to a level 9 civilization? In this situation, it's at least the overlord of this galaxy. Suji originally planned to continue farming in the orchard and cultivate his mind. But now, he was a little interested in the environment of the outside world. At the very least, it looks like 70 to 80 planets fused together. Perhaps, this is the true boundless extraordinary world. I can feel the high-temperature star cores being melted and glued together. The star cores are distributed in this castle, and in a special form, they still provide the heat, wind, volcanoes, earth, and tidal forces of the planet. This was a very exquisite ecological reconstruction technology. After destroying it, the ecology of the planet would be reconstructed. This is no longer a planet. It has left its own planet's orbit and is a civilization's mothership built by countless planets. Although it is still floating under the sun, it can move to the orbit of another galaxy at any time. This kind of structure requires a level 9 overlord of a galaxy, and it must have spent tens of thousands of years to create a planet of this level. Suji's eyes stared carefully. Was this the power of a real level 9 overlord of a galaxy, moving stars to fill land? It was exaggerated to the extreme. My horizons have been broadened. Ancient tribal creatures move earth to build houses, civilized creatures fill the sea to create land, and those who transcend the rules of the universe move stars to build courtyards. The garden of this courtyard has the land area of countless planets. Looking from above, it is enough for all kinds of super-civilized countries to live in, and countless planetary civilizations. And that castle in the center, according to the scale of the houses, may be the residence of a terrifying god that is half the size of a planet. Is it the giant octopus clan? According to the size of the celestial emperor in Australia, after breaking through to God, he might really be half the size of a planet, but it shouldn't be. The style of this castle and the gate are more like human-shaped creatures entering and exiting. The giant octopus seems to be a pet in this courtyard. Yes, according to the scale, the giant octopus clan's Australian size is indeed similar to the cats and dogs in the garden, like large dogs like Alaskan Malamutes. The land in the orchard is an extraordinary world? Sure enough, the worlds are the same, and even in the end, they all point in the same direction. Suji's expression was calm. Sure enough, every realm was a transition of dimensions, gods were only the strongest on a planet, and the rank 9 was already a great god that distorted the rules. However, Suji was not worried. Because Carolyn and the others could break through at any time, and it was enough to catch up to such existences. They claimed to be the strongest among the rank 9, and it was not a joke. Coupled with their cultivation method, even if they could not make up for the difference in size, they would be able to escape. Don't look at the scene of merging planets and building a planet garden castle. this kind of scene was very terrifying. But the rank 9 could basically reach this level. Such a huge construction project, what they lacked was not combat power, but time. After all, an ordinary rank 9 could have 1 or 2 genes, and it was already exaggerated to cultivate to the limit, but it was still very crippling. The difference in combat power was also huge. But the specific combat power, without seeing it, really did not know. However, this kind of scene also opened up a new idea for Suji that only rank 9 could have, merging planets to create a big courtyard. Planet modification technology. The path of the rank 9 is still in its infancy, maybe I can use the level of other rank 9 as a reference. If this rank 9's combat power is not high, Carolyn and the others can forcefully suppress it after breaking through. If they can't beat it, even if they get beaten up, it will also give them motivation. Suji suddenly said indifferently, but why do I feel that this universe courtyard doesn't have that terrifying and powerful aura? It is very broken. Could it be that it is already a fallen rank 9? Ta-ta. Suji stepped on the spot, getting closer, staring from outside the atmosphere, a very terrifying sense of destruction, full of holes, and the remnant chaotic flow of the rules. It is very difficult to survive. Realization suddenly dawned upon him. Yes, I should have thought of it. If there is a rank 9 here, how could it not shield its own home, and we could find it so easily? Something must have happened, we haven't even fought, and it was already killed by the enemy. Or died of old age? A rank 9 only had a lifespan of about 100,000 years, in the universe's 13.8 billion years. Who knew how many rank 9 existences had fallen? There were more ruins in the universe than imagined. Then, I have to try using my clone. Suji was slightly startled. In the living room, the main body used the reincarnation laws, cutting off the connection with the clone. And the clone planned to go explore. It seems a little interesting. I just realized that although the living beings in this land are weak, they are very strange. They don't conform to the laws of nature, because there are too many intelligent races, there are too many varieties. Could it be that in ancient times, this rank 9 was roaming this galaxy, collecting civilizations? He made these civilizations into slaves to serve him, but with his fall, these transcendent civilizations completely declined after tens of thousands of years, their inheritance was cut off, and they were completely barren. Even if the level 9 residents in this villa weren't killed and robbed by the enemy, or if they died of old age, there would still be other level 9 residents who would come and take everything away. There would definitely be no value left. For example, this abandoned house in the deserted village would be left here, and the level 9 passing by wouldn't even be interested in it, while level 8 gods wouldn't be able to enter it. It's basically a pile of rubble, uninhabitable. He lightly stepped, landing on a nearby planet with life. I'll go find out some information. If he really died, don't blame me, I'll become the owner of this huge villa. Suji's figure flew, his crystalline black hair fluttering in the night wind, falling in the atmosphere of a planet with life, like a god descending from the 9 heavens. Ruins, danger zone? To me, these are not important. There's a land so bad that even my insect race can't live in? Being handsome is the most important thing. Suji did not enter the mysterious courtyard in the universe directly. Instead, he landed on a planet in the distance. Whoosh, he passed through the atmosphere and landed in the clouds in the sky. He slowly stopped. His gaze seemed to penetrate the lingering clouds, looking at the city on the entire land. The magic core microchip in his mind operated rapidly. Analyzing air structure, oxygen content 15%, nitrogen content 56%, Suji landed in a city. They were all snow-white, petite humanoid creatures with tails and human-like faces. There were cat patterns on their cheeks. They were actually somewhat aesthetically pleasing. Of course, it was not that kind of handsome feeling, but a kind of cute and exquisite feeling. Or rather, it was a little similar to the warcats in Western legends. All of them were handsome men and women. They were noisy on the streets, hawking their wares and chatting in groups. They were like lifelike statues, standing tall in the almost motionless distant space and time. They could not feel that Suji was observing them from another dimension. He even tried to touch their muscles. It's very elastic, like smooth fish meat. This is a living extraterrestrial life in the universe. There's nothing different about it. In fact, it's almost the same as the species life I evolved. Suji analyzed calmly. The evolutionary life sandbox he evolved was originally the evolutionary rules of the universe. It was naturally similar to what he saw outside. As expected, most of the higher life forms are humanoid creatures. This is because, according to the analysis of natural evolution, for life forms to develop a civilization, they must learn to walk upright from four-legged animals. Only then can they learn to make tools, and only then can they develop intelligent tribes and primitive civilizations. However, humanoid creatures did not necessarily need to have only 2 legs and 2 hands. The main goal of humanoid creatures was to free up hands for work. They could also have more legs and more hands, for example, in front of him. Suji looked at the end of this work-cat creature's tail. It was furry and looked like a short cat's paw. Is this their 3rd leg? Or, a 3rd hand? They have 3 fingers and grow behind their buttocks? Suji was slightly stunned. He touched the paw tail of a passerby on the street. It was soft and as cute as a cat's paw. At a certain point in time, it could be used as a hand. However, with the development of modern civilization and evolution, it has degenerated to a very small size, similar to how humans on Earth have gradually degenerated into losing their tails. At the same time, we are now in the Middle Ages. There are religious and theological systems, schools, countries, and real gods. However, it can be seen that there was probably a highly developed civilization in prehistory. Although this race was backward, they did not have any genetic defects or diseases. At the same time, they were all extremely handsome people. It's very likely that, like the Ashutl people, they underwent a huge genetic revolution in ancient times, the lesser human elimination plan. Suji walked slowly on the street and said calmly, "You're right. That's exactly what Carolyn did back then. She used all sorts of conciliatory policies. Those with genetic defects in their magic cores were given brain surgery at birth to make up for their magic cores, so that the Ashutl people could become gods. The extraterrestrial life forms on the streets were all statues. Standing in the higher dimensional space, no one could sense his existence. Even the 8th order gods on this planet who could enter the higher dimensional space would not be able to sense the arrival of Suji. Looking at these static life forms, they are not of the same dimension. It's boring. Let's focus on the main goal. I'll go to the library and study that huge courtyard standing in the universe." Suji raised his head. Even though he was standing on the ground of this planet, he could still see the distant ruins of the courtyard. It was as if he was looking at a huge building in the vast universe. Whoosh! His divine will cover the entire bustling city. In the center of the city stood a statue of a tall black octopus. Beside the statue was a giant made of black crystal. The giant's face was blurry and it had spiral horns. Maybe it's as I guessed. The octopus is a pet, and its owner is the existence depicted in the statue. However, on this planet, many of the gods are of the octopus race. They should be descendants. He stepped into the library. Whoosh, the books in the entire library were dark blue. Hundreds of thousands of books were pulled out from the bookshelves and opened, floating in the air. It was an exceptionally magnificent sight. Analyzing language. Analysis complete. Checking civilization information, Suji sat on a chair in the library and rubbed the head of a cat girl who was motionless beside him. She looked like a rich girl who was studying in aristocratic clothing. She was chubby, and he felt that it was nice to touch. It's a pity. If I was a level 9, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I could be like Carolyn and distort the laws. I could see the appearance and interior of living things and inanimate objects. I don't need to pull them out. Suji paused and started to analyze all of the history, summarizing it. 230,000 years ago, Renamansa descended from the universe and laid down the gods' blood. Only 3% of the chosen ones survived. It taught the chosen ones on the ground how to cultivate. It comprehended its own cosmology and cultivated its own spirit field universe. It also used a method to distort the orbit of the entire planet, leaving the galaxy. After flying for 3,000 years, it came to this land and saw the center of the only true God, the universe courtyard. A wandering planet? Suji was stunned. Just as he guessed, many of the habitable planets here were collected. by this level 9 god while traveling through the universe. An ordinary planet can attract the attention of a level 8 god, but for a level 9 god, it doesn't matter. He might even ignore it. He's probably a collector. It's like an ordinary person collecting shoes, filling a room. Suji saw this and murmured. Even a level 9 god wouldn't be willing to spend such a huge amount of magic power to move a planet. After all, once he was weak, he might be coveted by other existences, and he wouldn't be far from death. Therefore, he changed the parameters of the planet and accelerated it in its original orbit. He rode on the gravitational slingshot of the galaxy and flew out at an extremely fast speed. Making a planet travel at high speed through the universe was an action that used the laws to make a shortcut. The energy used was negligible, but it was enough to create such a miracle. It can be said that it's 4 ounces to move 1,000 kilograms. Suji saw this and was deep in thought. So that's how it is? The essence of a level 9 god is to distort the laws. This is an existence that surpasses the laws of the universe. Therefore, in this realm, the most suitable method is to use distortion as a lever to pry open some unimaginable behemoths. The natural universe is invincible. What life needs to do is to use ingenious methods to pry open it, not brute force. Whoosh. All the books returned to their original positions. I have a complete understanding. Suji lightly stepped out and left the library, flying towards the planet's atmosphere. 310,000 years ago, Renamansa established the universe courtyard and gathered the stars in outer space, similar to this cat race planet, which kept moving over. At its peak, there were a total of 37 planets surrounding the courtyard. However, there were only 4 native planets with primitive life of this type that could move. The remaining 33 were basically desolate planets in the universe with a certain living environment. After moving over, they spent tens of thousands of years to carry out planet modification plans and become habitable. And the 33 uninhabited planets above are to collect the wandering races of the universe, like the cerebrate deity who have no home to return to, so that they can reproduce. In a sense, among the level 9s, it's rare to find a cosmic philanthropist with a hobby of collecting. To him, an unconventional level 9 hobby and a variety of life forms are a kind of treasure. They are even cute pets that he keeps at home to kill time. However, to a low-leveled civilization, being able to rest and be taken care of by an existence of this level is a kind of happiness. Perhaps, among these collectible stamp planets, the favorite pet should be the giant octopus race. After all, the giant octopus's body size was not too different from his 270,000 years ago. The universe courtyard announced that it was open to all and accepted disciples without discrimination. Just the selection of outer disciples alone had a population of 200 million. They passed the trial and began to live on the land of the outer courtyard to cultivate. Sect was translated according to Suji's understanding, but that was the general meaning. And the land of the outer courtyard, which is the square courtyard of the villa, the garden, on this endless land, there lived many ferocious beasts and monsters. Danger lurked everywhere. They had to form groups and go out to hunt, break through, and cultivate. However, most of them could not break through and were killed by the ferocious beasts. For 500 years, only the most outstanding ones could become core disciples of the sect. Geniuses, if you become the top 10,000 of each batch, can enter the higher dimensional space, enter the villa of the god, and enjoy the authority that only the god can enjoy. Every batch, the top 10,000 out of the 200 million geniuses were very terrifying. Those outer sect competitions in fantasy novels were simply too weak. As for the divine right of the inner sect, it should be referring to the distorted space at the 9th step, which allowed them to undergo 100 years of high-dimensional spacetime flow in a day, allowing them to cultivate in this high-speed spacetime. Let them deduce cultivation techniques and develop civilization. As for these world-class existences, they stood at the top and absorbed the fruits of their civilization. It's not that I don't want more people, however, because the space that could be warped was too small, the number of people who could enter was limited. They could only select a group of people and eliminate them in that small world. What is a world? Perhaps, this is also a world. Suji said indifferently, perhaps, this is a common method used by the powerhouses in the rank 9 world. High above, the great and indifferent supreme existence. I've already roughly understood the history. Suji's expression was indifferent. According to the situation at that time, it was divided into 3 rings. The 37 planets outside the monastery are the first ring. Ordinary people live there, as well as the outer sect. In other words, the courtyards of the villas. 200 million disciples struggled to survive in a land filled with vicious beasts. From this, it could be seen that this stage 9 really knew how to play. Sitting in front of the villa, looking at the ground of the garden, those ant-like beasts and the outer sect geniuses fighting on the ground. The third ring is the core disciples within the villa. Suji continued to murmur, this structure formed the grand occasion at that time. The vast history of the universe civilization was laid out in front of his eyes. It said that such an existence was invincible. At that time, he was a peerless overlord. The other Cosmos's rank 9 experts were no match for him. He was a terrifying overlord in the nearby galaxies. The other rank 9 experts would tremble in fear upon hearing his name. However, that's only natural. However, this existence still fell, 210,000 years ago. An earth-shattering calamity erupted. No one knew what happened or why he died. All they knew was that the Cosmos courtyard was instantly destroyed. The inner and outer sects were all destroyed. Only the 37 planets outside were spared. Some speculated that this existence had been killed by other Type 9 existences. Others said that this existence was invincible. How could he be killed? Calculating his lifespan, it was over 100,000 years. He should have died of old age. After he died of old age, some of the inner disciples started fighting. According to historical records, the first and second disciples had just broken through to the rank 9 realm. As peerless geniuses that slaughtered their way out of the trillions of people, they fought in a frenzy, fighting for the inheritance, and in the end died together. Anyway, no matter what the truth was, it was the end of the world. Everyone in the courtyard died. Suji's expression was calm as he thought back to history. It was as if he could see through all of ancient times. After that, the 9th rank existences hidden in the void all descended to divide up this ownerless inheritance. Perhaps only when they saw the scene of the monastery back then did they know what had happened. However, no one dared to ask about those rank 9s, so they could only be buried in history from 300,000 years ago. The rank 9s had a second war of the rank 9s, and there were even some great existences that directly fell. The entire Cosmos courtyard was in ruins. Everything was taken, and they left, and the 33 planets outside were just a joke of an invincible rank 9. He didn't care about such existences, who lacked these ordinary genes and bloodlines. Who lacked this kind of energy? But if the rank 9 didn't care, the gods would. When the wall is down, everyone kicks it. The rank 9 divided up the Cosmos courtyard, and after the rank 9, the rank 8 came too. Even some of the rank 9's children came here to train. It was like a training ground. 32 of the outer planets were destroyed, and the gods from all over the galaxy fought. In the end, there was actually a rank 9 who broke through. This outsider rank 9 was said to be the descendant of a rank 9. Amongst the countless children of fate from the rank 9 worlds, in the God War, he dominated an entire generation, killing his way out and declaring himself the ruler of these planets. The remaining 6 planets finally resisted and accepted the new king's rule. Suji's expression was calm. However, the new king's combat power was relatively weak. Even though he was a heaven-defying rank 8, he was just an ordinary rank 9 when he reached rank 9. He lived for 70,000 years before he was killed. This is another grudge. However, although the civilizations on these 6 planets declined, they survived until today, 140,000 years after the war. Yes, even the rank 9 worlds couldn't live for more than 100,000 years. All the rank 9 overlords of the universe, their enemies, their friends, they all fell. All disputes, all connections, all were dead. 300,000 years later, they all became the dust of the universe. However, the most inconspicuous and lowly civilization planet of that time managed to survive for more than 300,000 years. The universe is vast and merciless. It's hard for any individual super life form to live forever. What can live for a long time is usually the continuation of civilization. Suji sighed. He looked at the entire Cosmos courtyard. It was empty and silent. It was as if he saw the long 300,000 years of history, and saw the peak of a rank 9 who was a philatelist, and was called a kind person by the common people, fall. This was the ruins of the universe. Only the ruins were left, bearing witness to everything that had happened in the past. Even the great rank 9, the overlord of the galaxy, able to move stars and fill up land, they were all gone in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of thousands of years was too short for the great universe that was measured in units of hundreds of millions of years. Back then, everything fell. No one was able to live to this day, 300,000 years later. They're all buried in the dust of history, and it's very difficult to investigate the past. Life is always changing, but civilization continues to exist. Suji stepped lightly into the Cosmos Monastery. The ground was slightly cracked. There was still a thin atmosphere in the sky above the courtyard. But this place was already a dead zone. Even after 100,000 years, when the overlords of the universe battled, the remnants of the laws were still very chaotic, causing not even a blade of grass to grow here. It was no longer suitable for life to survive. No wonder no rank 9 of the new era passed by and chose to occupy this land. Even if rank 8 gods could come to this courtyard, they would not be able to enter the core area, because the energy storm there was still very terrifying. It had already become a deserted village. At the same time, other than such a huge rank 9, who would live here, there was no benefit at all. They were not like Suji, who needed land to evolve the sand table world. At most, they could accelerate an inner space to a speed of 100 years a day, let the living beings inside cultivate, form sects, and deduce bloodline civilizations. But that was all. Only Suji's insectoid race could exceed the limit of their time flow by 100 times, reaching 10,000 times the flow of time. 10,000 years in a day was a super speed that even living creatures would lose their ability to think. Only with the god of creation's time flow could they evolve and live. Moreover, what was the insect race? The insect race was the race with the easiest evolution and mutation characteristics. Other races could only evolve fur in 10,000 years, but the insect race had already begun to grow skin and scales. It could be said that it was the insect race's basic talent. 300,000 years is too long. History is buried in the past. If this ancient existence suddenly revives, no one will know whether it is true or false. Suji smiled calmly, acting as a clone, not bad. The goal of this trip was to let Medusa's crystal wall civilization settle down, as well as to give Carolyn and the others a surprise. After all, this kind of low-level civilization was too disappointing. Originally, they did not have the foundation of a civilization, so they planned to do it half-heartedly and directly descend out of thin air. However, it was obvious that with the historical background in front of him, it was simply a good thing that came knocking on his door. There was nothing better than making an issue out of this. At the same time, speaking of giants, Suji took a deep breath. Voila, with a light stroke, a gap appeared in the space, and a moment later, Suji's main body instantly descended. My true form has never used the 9 revolutions mysterious art, but my 9 revolutions mysterious art. The size of the real body of Panga should be barely the size of an Australia, right? Suji's face was calm. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, Suji suddenly expanded, his body growing inch by inch. It was mighty and enormous, as if it pierced through the heavens. A majestic and terrifying giant crushed the entire world, bringing with it an unimaginable aura. His body finally expanded to a level that was even larger than Australia. I can't do it anymore. My body has been hollowed out, and it's even smaller than I imagined. This is my limit. Even with a perfect foundation, can I only reach this level? Suji took a deep breath. Subbrain, give me the Zerg's reserve energy. A huge wave of energy quickly grew from within his body. This was the energy that he had accumulated during this period of time after breaking through to the high-level god level. It was originally incomparably precious, and he had to save it for his breakthrough. However, Suji no longer cared about this. His energy had already begun to explode wildly. The Mother Stream power station no longer had to worry about energy. At the same time, after becoming a high-level god, on the path to the 9th grade, breakthroughs also began to have nothing to do with energy. Naturally, he could squander it without restraint. Boom, Suji's body grew wildly again, expanding from the size of Australia. At this time, he did not care about his combat power at all. As long as his outer appearance reached a certain level, it would be enough. Finally, Suji's body expanded to the size of less than half a planet, and was even bigger than a giant octopus. Almost there. Suji pushed open the castle's main door and looked at the furniture, stairs, and decorations. They were all very dilapidated, and there was an air of decay. In the next second, Suji's real body walked out of this flesh and blood giant, and his clone entered and settled in. Then the clone began to control this giant body, fiddle with the furniture, and clean up the entire interior of the super-large villa. And the real body landed in front of the garden. In ancient times, the courtyard of the manor was the second ring, the residence of the 200 million outer sanctum disciples. Here, there were ferocious beasts everywhere, and danger lurked everywhere. There lived this giant with a philatelic hobby, and he collected many terrifying extraordinary monsters. Ji's face was calm. And these creatures have long been extinct, but their genes, after more than 300,000 years, exist in the fossils of this land, just like the genes of dinosaurs, existing in the fossils. As long as the Zerg devour their genes, yes, if all the species of ferocious beasts in the garden are revived, and the scene of the past appears, then who would dare to say that I'm a fake? Suji took another step forward and said calmly. Although in these ruins, the space turbulence, the environment is harsh, and those species of ferocious beasts from back then can't survive in this wasteland, but, they are all Zerg, and we can use their genetic model to evolve. To adapt to the current dangerous environment. There is no land that the Zerg can't adapt to. So, being handsome is the most important thing. Suji gently moved and stood in front of the entrance of the huge courtyard. Zerg subbrain, release spores. Devour the genes of the creatures in this land. The voice of the Zerg subbrain came, releasing. Swoosh, in less than 2 years. The entire land quickly revived the wild beasts from before. After all, copying genes was relatively simple. The difficult part was how to evolve and adapt to the environment. The creatures here were quickly killed by the random space turbulence and were adapting at high speed. Swoosh. Entering the world creation flow, 10,000 times acceleration. Suji's expression was calm as he quietly stared at this place. Evolving on the existing species is much faster than creating new ones. If they adapt to the environment, I can complete the first version of the creatures. I should be able to catch up with their arrival. Suji stared at this land for a while and was very calm. I wonder if these ancient era's organisms will give me a pleasant surprise. There were many bloodlines and genetic talents in the universe, but whether they were strong or not, most of them could only be determined by deducing the corresponding mature transcendent cultivation art. Therefore, the potential of most genes was unknown. At that time, the collector maniac must have only collected them and deduced some of the techniques. It was impossible to deduce everything. Of course, this wasn't the case for most. One needed to develop to a certain extent to know how strong the bloodline was. Some genes didn't need to be cultivated, but it was obvious that they had powerful genetic talents. For example, the immortal gene, the phoenix's rebirth in flames. Now, it's time to get busy with the next thing. Suji turned around and was actually in this ruined villa. It's time to summon the evil god Krusu. Ta. Returning to the interior of the entire universe villa, Suji's doppelganger was almost done. At the very least, on the surface, it was already shiny, but some of the space that was still distorted and collapsed couldn't be repaired at all. It could only stay in place, leaving big holes. It's alright, I won't ask for too much in the short term. Suji gently walked up to the attic. This villa had a total of 3 floors. At this time, he finally measured the size of this land. Each floor of the attic had a surface area of 5 to 6 earths. Suji didn't dare to imagine, this was simply too extravagant. What did it feel like to have an endless horizon? What was the foundation? This was the foundation of an existence in a rank 9 world. Suji felt that a nouveau riche like him leveled up too quickly, without any accumulation and stability. A complete rank 9 is indeed very strong. Suji couldn't help but sigh. A rank 8 was the strongest creature on a planet, and a rank 9 was indeed a universe existence that could destroy planets, the overlord that ruled the entire universe galaxy. Of course, their planet destruction didn't refer to brute force destruction. Although brute force destruction was fine, that would be too stupid. They must have distorted the laws and used the leverage of the universe to directly detonate the core of the planet, changing the stability parameters, thus making the planet explode on its own effortlessly. This was the existence of elegant laws. The extraordinary combat power of a star destroyer. And this kind of even the orbit of a planet could be changed, moved to a certain location, and used a planet to build a big villa. It was indeed amazing. Suji stepped on the stone stairs and walked up to a room on the second floor. The more he looked, the more exquisite it became. The more he looked, the more he felt. It was too huge. For a rank 9, it was a huge miracle of the universe, and it would take tens of thousands of years. This was very special. If it wasn't for such a huge body, who would build such a big place for themselves to live? A normal place to live was enough. How could others live with their body size? But Suji was different, he could live there even if his body was swollen. Although it was useless to others, and it didn't have any practical use for Suji, what practical use did he need? Just like the players said, being useful is a matter of a moment, but being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. He had come here to evolve the civilization along the way. There was nothing wrong with having some fun while he was at it. He had to admit that he was indeed amazed by this place, but it didn't change the fact that he was secretly a country bumpkin. You have to increase your horizon step by step. Suji was also very humble. He admitted that he was shocked. He went to the study, sat in front of the desk, and put on a serious face. I feel like this rank 9 existence isn't simple. Such a huge body. Even if it's a giant octopus, in theory, it's impossible to break through to rank 9. Because its body is too big, it's impossible to finish the rank 9 cell path. The 8th level god is the limit of this octopus species. Then, how did the mysterious giant, which is even bigger than it, break through to the 9th level? That was terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. Perhaps only the people of that era knew some secrets. There were too many unsolved mysteries in the universe. There were too many mysterious monsters that had appeared in the past. If that's the case, in the same realm, if Dicky and the others climbed to the limit of 4 genes and returned to ancient times, they would only be able to be evenly matched. Maybe they would even be defeated. This is also a terrifying life form with perfect 4 genes. I have to be at 5 genes to be able to defeat it in the same realm. One had to know that to be able to reach this stage in the wild was an existence comparable to Dicky, Carolyn, and the others. That was very impressive. It's just that even such a mysterious rank 9 fell in the grand epic of ancient myths and was divided by others. 2 of his rank 9 disciples died, and there were still rank 9 disciples who rushed over to divide the inheritance. A war broke out, and a few more rank 9 experts fell in the war. It's obvious that the secret is very tempting. At this time, Suji more or less had some interest in treasure hunting and ancient history. He thoroughly explored this universe-side courtyard, but he quickly found that it was useless. After all, it was to be expected. After so much time had passed, the treasure and inheritance must have been taken away. Even if it was hidden at that time, it would have been discovered by the strong people who passed by later. It was impossible for it to be left behind. Even if I don't know the inheritance of such a strong person, who took it away? Suji was speechless. Let's begin. Suji stretched out his fingertips. With a light tap on the desk, a golden teleportation array appeared slightly. It was very delicate and small. Like a fingernail, the teleportation array was emitting a faint light. Distant demon of the void universe, please accept my call. Suji chanted an incantation and sat on the chair, his mood unusually calm. Orchard, study. Medusa woke up from the glass bottle. She hugged her legs and looked up. Suddenly, she saw a mysterious teleportation array flashing on the inner wall of the bottle. It was what Suji had secretly carved before. She heard a call in the dark. Distant demon of the void universe, please accept my call. Medusa was slightly shocked. What is this? She frowned. A teleportation array? A summoning array? There were similar summoning methods in the sorcerer world. But she had never heard of it before. I have taken over the body of the demon god Cthulhu and am already a member of this race. Could it be that this is the summoning ritual of the demon god race? Medusa kept thinking. If this is the case, will I be exposed? Someone saw through my identity, and in reality, took over my body? It shouldn't be now. I have been in the god of creation's courtyard for more than 10 years and re-evolved the body of an evil god. What are evil gods? They are 173 evil god tissues, divided into muscles, skin, hair. Each of them forms hundreds of thousands of groups, a total of more than 129,000 groups. I used to be the leader of an organization to control the leaders of the other 172 organizations. It was easy to find flaws. Now, my soul has been divided and perfectly distributed among the 173 organizations. I have become the leader of each group and control each group. The entire body is completely mine. I have truly mastered this body. Her vital organizations had also increased from 1 to 173. This was a big improvement. It was also after observing the Tao Lord's path of cell division that she came up with the idea of body improvement after entering the God of Creation's courtyard. Her soul was divided into 173 and integrated into the organizations. This was also the concept of the path of the 9th level. But 173 was not even the lowest threshold, so naturally, she could not distort the laws. It must be known that the number of living cells formed by a super cyto was more than 1 million. But this is also the first step. When I walk the path of rank 9, I must first split into 173 souls, and then split my soul a second time into 129,000 living organisms. Then, I must split my soul a third time. Each living organism must walk the path of 129,000 rank 9 cells. This is also the concept of my cultivation method. Others are a world, but I am 129,600 worlds. I alone am the universe, an era, and it is in accordance with the destiny of the heavenly Tao. She took a deep breath, knowing that this would be very long. For others, she had to walk the path of 129,600 cells. Even if there were only 1 million cells in each organism, it was still a huge and terrifying project. Thinking about it this way, I should be the Cthulhu evil god, there is no flaw. Then, I should go over, maybe I can get some useful information about this race. In the end, she still divided a part of her body and tentatively entered the other end of the teleportation array. Crash, on the desk, there was an existence that was not even comparable to a mite. Medusa raised her head, looked slightly, and suddenly her whole body was extremely sluggish. This is such a huge creature, comparable to a large planet. She had always thought that her body was big enough, but now it was simply indescribably small. Just this living room alone was so big that it made her dizzy. Even 10,000 earth wizards might not be able to fill this study, right? This land, it was too terrifying. Just what kind of great existence of the laws of the unseen world was summoning her? Even Suji was stunned by this land. How could Medusa, who had never seen such a big scene, not be scared? This land was really astonishingly big. Friends from the ancient times, long time no see. The giant slowly spoke, suddenly slightly startled. Why are you still too weak, like an underage child of the evil god clan? Hearing this, Medusa was slightly startled, and calmly said, the elders of my clan, they have something to do outside and never returned. I haven't seen them since they came out, and I also didn't know any news for a long time. This answer was clever, perfect, and flawless. With such an answer, it was understandable that she didn't know anything later. Also disappeared? The giant was slightly startled, his huge mountain-like fingers gently tapped on the table. After so many years, not only have I fallen, even your clan, declined to this extent? His voice gradually rumbled, with a trace of warm anger. I have long warned you not to go around with other civilizations, to fight and plunder. You will eventually encounter troublesome existences, but you never listened. The universe is too big, our two races, even if their combat power is heaven-defying, will eventually encounter even more indescribable existences. Medusa listened respectfully. In reality, her heart was very shaken. The Cthulhu evil god clan fought everywhere. In the past, they also fought our world? In the end, they were defeated by the land of the gods, but she didn't dare to say anything. She knew that if she said that she was the one who took over the body and was summoned here, she would die without a doubt. Who would have thought, after sleeping for more than 100,000 years, barely awakening a trace of consciousness from the old days, returning to the ruins of my old home, with the help of your clan, you have also fallen to such a state. The terrifying mysterious existence was filled with emotion. Hearing this, Medusa's expression became even calmer, and replied with emotion, our clan also did not expect to fall to such a state. In reality, she was even more vigilant. Sleeping for more than 100,000 years, they were at least rank 9 existences, and most likely the strongest ones, to be able to resurrect in the old days. Just looking at this living room, it was the best place to show off their strength. It was simply terrifying. The giant was silent for a while, and then said, since you have fallen to such a state, you can be considered as equally pitiful and sad. I can barely take care of you, little girl. You can temporarily stay here as a guest, or you can return at any time. Medusa's expression was still very calm, and she respectfully said, thank you, senior. Her mind turned frantically, weighing the pros and cons. The other party seemed to have just awakened, and was in an extremely weak state, yet he summoned the evil god clan to help him, not afraid of being killed, and taking advantage of the situation. It was obvious that the two clans had an extremely deep friendship, and could be trusted. As long as she did not expose her identity, the other party would take care of her. In fact, this might be a huge opportunity in the universe. You can wander around freely, familiarize yourself with the environment. I am going to take an afternoon nap. The giant suddenly sighed, but you can only walk around the house, do not go out. The creatures in the courtyard are still being cleaned up. After all, it has not been cleaned up for many years, it has long been overgrown with weeds. With that, the giant took a nap on the chair. Medusa did not dare to move, and after waiting for a while, her heart thumped, and she looked at the door outside the living room. The living room is already so big, what about the entire house? Isn't it unimaginable? A land comparable to countless stars. What about the courtyard outside? The so-called weeds and animals in the courtyard, could it be a civilization of a supernatural world? Thinking of this, her heart trembled, and she slowly moved towards the door of the living room. Has it fallen into a deep sleep? Medusa walked out cautiously. There are 2 possibilities. First, it has just awakened and is extremely weak. It needs to be nurtured. Second, it is testing me. No matter which one it was, it would not touch the mysterious cosmic being sleeping in the study. Not to mention whether she could kill it or not. Even if it was weak enough, she could kill it. But would it give her a chance? Medusa sneered. It is an old monster of the universe who has lived for tens of thousands of years. It is a being that transcends the laws of the universe. She carefully walked out of the door of the living room after half an hour. There was no other way. Her body was too small, and it was not her real body. Even if she flew, it would take her some time. Click. She quietly came to the door of the living room and whispered in her heart, this is scary. With my speed, it would take half an hour, an ordinary god would take even longer. And this is just a study of such an existence, and it has already. Yes, I don't know if Ermin died of old age or if she has broken through to the legendary level 9 and reached this terrifying height, but she should be dead. After all, level 9 is out of reach. After all, every big realm is an upgrade of a dimension. Even if she is alive, she should not be able to recognize me. My appearance has undergone a long evolution and has undergone drastic changes, but if you look carefully, she might still be able to recognize me. Medusa's face was calm. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were normal. When she chose to abandon everything and walk towards immortality, she had already planned to do so. She clearly understood that she was no longer a human. In the future, she would have to go through many things, experiences hundreds of times more than ordinary people. Ermin was a part of her life. The universe of the crystal wall was also a part of it. And at the same time, she seemed to have ushered in a brand new life experience. Let me see what kind of new life I will face as a member of the Cthulhu Evil God clan. Creak. She pushed the door open with all her might. Outside the corridor, the gray and simple floor was not smooth. It was dark and gave off a sense of ancient history, like a dark castle of the Western nobles. It exuded a special architectural style. The house seemed to have been in disrepair for a long time and was full of mottled spots. Suddenly, Medusa stopped in the corridor, and his face quickly stiffened. This place, what the hell is this? She saw that at a corner of the corridor, one of the black carved stone handrails was missing, and in its place was a distorted vortex of natural laws that slowly spiraled about. It was extremely horrifying. Endless black smoke swirled and danced in the air, as if it was the remnants of an ancient law war. This is the Villa Ruins. A terrifying high-dimensional war once broke out here. She could sense that if she were to carelessly fall into the vortex of laws, she might be shattered into pieces in the unknown void. But, I just feel. She stared at the vortex, and the more she looked at it, the stranger it became. It was as if something was attracting her, as if she saw some unknown life form staring at her. She continued to stare, and the vortex twisted deeper and deeper. Gradually, she could faintly hear strange noises and miserable screams coming from within. It was extremely horrifying. What are they saying inside? The more I stared at it, the louder and clearer the sound became. Medusa's ears pricked up. She felt that it was very strange, but she still listened to the depths of this black vortex. Renimanka. Eternal Stone Town Garden. We did not choose to listen to Mr. Despair's prophecy. We are destined to sink into the dark forest of the universe. Enjoy the stagnation of eternal red, a deep male voice sounded, and the mysterious divine sense turned from the chaotic thoughts at the beginning into the ancient sorcerer language that she was extremely familiar with. Suddenly, Medusa felt a creepy threat coming towards him. The voice became stronger and stronger, as if there was a terrifying unknown demon living in the vortex, whispering to her. Life. Eternal. Planet. Suicide. It was getting more and more chaotic. The grammar and wording were not like what was described by a living being. It was an indescribable cosmic evil. Medusa seemed to see a dark figure gradually crawling out of the vortex, awakening from death. There was an indescribably terrifying black outline. Danger, danger, danger. Every indescribable part of her body was roaring madly, chaotic, and angry, as if she had encountered an unprecedented crisis. Crack, in the next second, countless black tentacles stretched out from the vortex and flew toward her. No! Medusa roared. The danger came so suddenly. This dark cosmic castle was far more terrifying than she expected, and a fear that reached the depths of her soul spread from the bottom of her heart. Medusa's body suddenly trembled, and she quickly turned around and charged toward the study. The tentacles followed and climbed behind her. Crack, the door was closed again. It's the remnant of a law. It's the remnant of a law. But after so many tens of thousands of years, I originally thought that the normal laws would disappear, but the remnant laws seem to be sleeping in a special manner, forming a cycle of their own. It is sucking my spirit, awakening in the old days. It's like that law attack is a wriggling living thing. Medusa felt that this was too strange. An attack from more than 100,000 years ago could still survive until today. Such a great cosmic existence was unimaginably terrifying. This is a rank 9? And it's a mature high-level rank 9. At this level, their attacks are complete, and after distorting the laws, they are embedded into the environment of the universe and become a part of it. They can even exist for a very long time. To a rank 8 true god, this place is the most terrifying place in the universe. This place is filled with danger and indescribable terror. An indescribable evil, dark, strange, and indescribable terror. No wonder it's connected to the Cthulhu evil god race. Medusa was full of fear as he looked outside the study. She could already imagine that just this corridor was so dangerous, so what about the other rooms? The living room, she could already imagine the terror of this dark and gloomy castle. And that existence, the master of this castle, had actually revived after more than 100,000 years. This shock was indescribable. And she had actually been summoned by this forbidden existence. It was hard to imagine what would happen in the future. You should know that this doppelganger of mine is already at the realm of a high-level god, and it was almost killed without a sound. The ordinary gods here would definitely be killed. They would definitely die. He, but this isn't a problem for me. Other rank 8 true gods will definitely die there, but if it's me. Medusa hesitated for a moment before using the teleportation array to descend with her true body. No matter how terrifying. It's like I'm walking on flat ground. A perfect Cthulhu evil god walked out of the room, its snake-like hair dancing in the wind and exuding an indescribable evil. Unless a true rank 9 descends, there's nothing that can stop me. She stepped through the terrifying black vortex outside the corridor. Her body was covered in 129,000 terrifying whispers. The whispers of 60,000 gods formed an indescribable chaotic evil that forcefully crushed the temptation of the vortex. She walked through the corridor and came to the dark staircase. Step by step, she walked down the ancient stairs. The mural on the side of the stairs was already blurred. But Medusa stopped and looked at the mural carefully. She vaguely felt that it was unusual. This broken mural seemed to be inlaid with a civilized world. It's not an inner space, but a civilization living in a mirror frame. After all, the size of this mirror frame is several times the size of the Magus world, but it's a standing mural world. The civilization living in it must be very difficult and stifling. They know the meaning of their existence, but they are just fish in a fish tank, being seen by guests passing by the corridor. How wonderful, a mural of civilization. From this, it can be seen that the master must be a very refined and elegant existence of the universe. He must also have a hobby of collecting civilizations and exhibiting them. She continued to analyze the character of this existence. She went down the stairs and appeared on an indescribable land. There was a war here. Next, she continued to fly around the entire villa, bypassing similar terrifying vortexes of law. It was like bypassing the undercurrent vortex in the Black Sea, constantly exploring the rooms. But there were still some rooms in the villa that were too mysterious. She could feel the great horror of the villa through the door and did not intend to enter at the last moment. Her battle prowess was indeed enough to sweep through the entire villa, which was known as a terrifying danger zone. The so-called forbidden areas were not considered dangerous, but one only had one life, especially for an immortal. When it came to some special places, she still had to be careful. There are 3 rooms in this corridor that are currently not easy to enter. The one at the end, the 3rd on the left, and the 7th on the right, can be classified as forbidden rooms. At the same time, the villa was too big, it was unimaginably big. Just flying out of a room would take hours. However, she soon found that it was indeed impossible to go out. She began to try to lie on the window of some rooms, but she could not see outside. Outside the window, there were fragments of space-time turbulence, intertwined into a hazy fog, and visibility was extremely low. She wanted to see if the land in the courtyard was an extraordinary world, but it was impossible. Of course, a small glass window in a room was comparable to the size of several sorcerer worlds. It was simply unimaginable. Help me tidy up the room and repair some of the furnishings. Medusa frowned slightly. I can even slowly grind away some of the weaker law vortexes. However, since he has left behind, why didn't he grind down this level 9 great existence himself? Presumably, he wanted to deliberately leave behind these turbulences to cover up the aura that he had already returned. However, even if we don't manage these vortexes, we can still repair the destroyed villas, buildings, floors, and murals. Relic Restoration Project? After all, a favorable impression was still very important. Therefore, in the next few months, she would periodically come over from the glass bottle teleportation formation in the crystal wall universe to repair the universe villa. At the same time, she would continue to manage the crystal wall universe. She also tried to touch and listen to some of the vortexes. He was very interested in exploring the ancient ruins and searching for the legendary empire that flourished hundreds of thousands of years ago. Perhaps this is the real base of my multiverse gray-space system, Medusa muttered. Who knows? In the study, Suji slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Medusa constantly taking care of the villa like a diligent bee, he immediately felt very gratified, as if he was about to be promoted to the snake-haired maid housekeeper of a noble's villa. At the same time, he was very indifferent to the horrifying scenes within the villa and the various law vortexes. The outer courtyard often erupts with space-time turbulence. For ordinary level 8 gods, this is already a relatively terrifying danger zone. The interior of the villa is even more of a death zone. For ordinary gods, there's only one word to describe it: death. Only those at my level and Medusa's level can walk around as they please. This was also the reason why no one paid attention to this universe courtyard. However, the law of space vortexes here are quite interesting. It seems like I can also observe them. Suji's expression was calm. Although he would not obtain many valuable things, it was still feasible to repair some civilizations. After all, development was too fast. It was always good to repair some of the foundations. There were many basic knowledge in the universe that he was not too clear about, and this was a good time to investigate. This could be considered the first time that Suji's civilization had officially come into contact with the outside world. Medusa is helping to take care of the villa inside, and I have to be busy in the outside world, evolving the ancient creatures in the courtyard of the garden. After saying this, Suji in the study sighed, taking care of the villa, tidying up the garden, what a meticulous job. He closed his eyes again, as if he was a noble in a castle, very elegant. Universe Garden. The decayed and dead land was once again full of vitality. Green began to cover the land again. The ancient prehistoric creatures and plants from 300,000 years ago were once again revived on the land here. In fact, their appearances were already slightly different. Adapting to the environment, natural selection was being displayed to the fullest. Although the outer courtyard and garden were not as terrifying as the inner courtyard, the irregular eruptions of space-time turbulence could still destroy everything. The laws here have been completely distorted. The space-time turbulence that erupts at any time is the reason why it is dangerous and uninhabitable here. Suji's expression was very calm. In front of me, these creatures have evolved to have spiritual organs. They have sensitive sensing abilities like earthquakes, and can predict the eruption location of the turbulence in advance. However, animals can move, but plants can't. Once the plants die, the animals will also starve to death, and the food chain will collapse. So, this is also the reason why they haven't solved the problem until now. That was inevitable. Animals could sense it and could run. Just like a forest fire, they moved quickly, but how could the plants run? The space-time turbulence erupted too frequently, as if it had been plowed more than a dozen times, and it was very difficult for the plants to survive. It seems that I still have to interfere with the evolution process. Although it can definitely be solved by waiting, who knows how long it will take. Suji originally did not intend to completely create a new era. After all, it was too long. He just wanted to resurrect some ancient creatures and modify them to adapt to the current environment. This time was very short, and he could catch up with the arrival of Carolyn and the others. After all, they had already defeated the fourth giant octopus and were about to reach this land. In this case, let's integrate some of the player's biological structure and turn it into a running tree. Suji looked at everything in the garden and ordered the subbrain of the Zerg to integrate this aspect of characteristics. However, this might become very strange. It really is an evil and strange universe garden. Suji directly started to modify it. This was not a difficult problem. After a month, most of the plants had already learned to run. It's about time to open up the garden to Medusa. Suji's expression was incomparably calm. This land is really quite big. The surface area is more than 10 times the size of Earth. This should be a real extraordinary world. The area of the garden courtyard and the villa was basically split in half. It was very ancient and luxurious. Eh? Someone actually came? Suji was slightly startled. According to the history obtained from the nearby planet, this kind of death zone in the universe was something that even the creatures of the neighboring planets would turn pale at the mention of. It was very rare for someone to come. Spaceships would take a detour. Suji suddenly realized that it was not Carolyn, but a few visitors from the neighboring planet. End of chapter 850. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.